Schweding, having inadvertent lysocommata poisoning, woke he in fear limerning to violent, lie, cough up twamouth full soft dark, congealed blood. Hished throbide sifbier sedbi amel tichidophina needles, and distemple spulsated with an alarming intensity. Thecos aveus affliction was like the consumption of 7 mysterious fruits, just before Jehovaradon thebering cough death. A thismament, a serious of bizarre hallucinations began to materialize before his eyes. How else could he explain the enormous feline before him, a slargies a brown bear, sitting gobient lion fixaten jits gazing theken off befin hishend, its nostrils twitching with anticipation? This cot was unusually irritund, its grafer enveloping jit's entire form, whiley its squivering whiskers resembled fishing grods, and its eyes were wide, as large as wellcovers. Schweding ponderetting confusion heberth aim Schweding, not Scherdinger, sao high was the res achaculiarcatent this place? It must be an illusion. The best course of faction waste on Uriatan continue with his current task. He brought Hekanoff beef to his lips, slurping the piping hot broth, then pintismal pasavmito. Instantly, asim phoniophla vorse erupted, and disdaste buds were met with unprecedented delight. He blissfully closed his eyes, savoring the exquisitest. However, when he opened his eyes again, the beef had mysteria slivanished from his grasp. The large Catorian expression of utter satisfaction, chewing contentedly in at Salmercell. No, this was merely an illusion. Schweding produced nither cane off beef. Hune repeated, revealing the succulent meatensmurry. But theket was sunrelenting, its mazavied for fulin, ginginto Schweding's embrace, its josso pinning gan closing, devouring giatanather piece of beef. Thekatimidida contented meow meow. Schweding was sutterly astonished could no longer maintain. His composure he dropped thekanan tad to flay. But thighs was namarayusian theke twazendi drill. Before a cold escaper, the cat pounced and pinned them to the ground. The cat's paw exerted an incredible force, and as it continued Tomio, Schweding struggled in vain, unable to comprehend the feline-ness language. In desperation, Schweding yielded. Alas, dear brother, letus no treasure to violence. Let us converse peacefully. Yet the cat paid him no heed, using jitsather broad potto forcefully press Schweding sheden to thirthiarth, silencing his brotus. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by a pair of figures descending from the sky to the nearby white stone beach, sending rocks scattering beneath their feet. As the dust settled, both figures denuded garment so exquisite whitey silk, radiating vitality. The man, adorned with a ida jotty hairpin, had 12 strands of hair cascading from his forehead, his feature shin some lacuzzled, and his down the land imposing. The woman, with a complexionous radiantus speech blossoms, had her hairneatless styled, revealing her graceful neck, and wore a pink sash that accentuated her elegant figure. Schweding, witnessing the spectacle, wash great lie astonished, marveledenwardly could the be individuals, capable of soaring through the air without tanya paratus? Superhumans? Cultivators? Had it traversed into another realm? Schweding, no atop the Kitzhalder, concealed himself amid the trees, cautiously peering through the foliage, listening intently. The handsome man spoke, junior sister Jingyao. Look, it seems the original formation has been dismantled. Upon hearing this, the woman named Jingyao approached at the surface of white stone, raising her hand townly a powerful strike, causing the stonus to shatter instantly, revealing gay black stone platform adorned with intricate tepidurns. She scrutinized it for a long while, her brow furrowing slightly, and murmured, Betheluk soft thysensienteranth the dilapidated platform, it must be at least a millennium old. How could such an ancient formation exist there? The handsome Iman pondered briefly. Master mentioned that the spiritual nergin the mountain sto theist, Hasad and Lyser did violently, prompting Gusto investigate. Could the ridging spiritual energy bear Soltoft here raise dismantling? This volley has remerged in Tathalite surely a tharber sextraordinary triasuries. Senior brother, this volley indeed bears uniqueness the ground is strewn with long white stones, and apart from that, there are renewther plants, save for a single tree. Such an elaborate formation, maintained for over 1,000 years, could it be merely to protect this tree? Jingye agreed, surveying her surroundings with suspicion. The handsome Eamon lowered his shade and thought, muttering, let me recall it seems Theoru record sentient texts. White stone beach, white stone beach. Jingyeos browneted titly, as if a realization struck her pupils dilated with shock as he exclaimed, on the white bone beach grows, thatcher jade tree, bearing celestial fruit hatate's ascension. With that, Flumen swift lie picadu pa thick, long white stone, applying her strength to break it apart with a res-sounding crack, sending a cloud of white smoke to the air. Shine specteth a fractured surfacey closely, thence napadoffer branch, feelin jite in her hands with increase of gravity, ultimately drawing a conclusion. Senior brother, these elongated whitest stones are not stone saddlethier the boness off spirit beasts, according to the texts. The azure jade tree takes a millennium to mature, another millennium to bloom, andiatanotherdo burfruit. To cultivate an azure jade tree, countless lives must be sacrificed as offerings, nourished continuous life 4,000 so 5 years to yield such a specimen. These explains the abundancy of bonchura. Moreover, Thintrixius off this formation suggestis purposis to lure spirit be stois location, extracting their blood and fleshis no nourishment for the azure jade tree. I believeth this tree is, without a doubt, the azure jade tree. It truly is the azure jade tree, Allegendaritrius said to Sistan Ascension. The handsomen, up in hearing this, was taken aback. Sunber dying into Hoya slaughter, ha ha ha. If we report this news to our sect, shall prosper significantly. Acquiring ample cultivation resources, endure powers will surely soar. Quick, let us see how Manafruit sit bears so may share in its bounty. He hastened toward the tree, his face alight with avarice, examining it closely, yet after a prolonged inspection. Hure perplexed expression, muttering, but we're rather inno fruit soddle? Could thino thave ripina diet? Fumens expression ru gravius appointedo a branchin the blood stains in the ground, sighing, I fear they have already been harvested. Perhaps someone, gravely wounded, stumbled into this place pluck a devorous celestial fruit. How cold thisp? Who cold it? The handsome Monroe read in indignation. Pinned beneath a cat's bataw, sweating solent lie replied of course, it was I. There were on lysavin, fruits in that tree, and I didn't avenge it me fill. Had noitieth fruit shelled such significance am I about to awaken some per power? Thewolme continued, the text to teth celestial fruit is a highly toxic substance, intended for us to be those off divine transformation stage to facilitate their brenai throughs. Consuming it without reaching a certain realm would result in a swifter demise. Ordinary cultivators scan it withstand its potent if that person could survive the atmosphere. Schwetting felt as though struck by lightning, his heart sinking genter, as if he had plummeted from the clouds into the depths of hell, inward lamenting. No wonder I coughed up black-blooded tways a poisonous fruit. Im doomed no. I only have your left to live. The woman, observing her nearly frantic senior brother, spoke with a cold tone. Senior brother, them must alaveth this place yatens. You pona return, let us pretend whenever came here. I Fanioni inquires, them must deny it fmont, lie tisisthianly way to preserve our lives. Why? Even if the fruits Aragon, that tree is still a suprema tree asur. If we're to bring it back, I twould undoubted Libya's significant achievement. Yielding considerable resources for cultivation, the man protested, unwilling to relinquish that tree asurathethid slipped through his fingers. Thewol man retorted sharply, Senior brother, consider this celestial fruitiscovet devon bithosoth divine transformation stage. Atria surathatus 1,000 years in making. No tha the fruits Aragwin, how shall we explain this? Doyal think they want capturius, probing yourselves for answers? Look at these intricateer thas remained undiscovered for millennia, clearly crafted by a powerful being in the cultivation world. Now that celestial fruitus being stolen, diara like kalid spiritito fin thecalprit. If word jet sutan thacum forus, will er sec protect us? At that point, will we even have iac and satoja vive? The handsome monkel chethisfis, his faciamasco findestion. Resources for cultivation within the sectorial rede scarcity and often monopolized ba feudal and tedisariples. Recalling the past injustice she had suffered in these act, greed began tostir within him. Cultivation is sane and devoured hat defies the heavens. Sook an opportunity, if not seized, coldly degrit. Junior sister, do not concern yourself with these ishalex cavatethistry and hide it away. Should any consequences arise, I will bear them alone. With that, Hyrule Duffus leaves, preparing to cast a spell. The woman, witnessing this, drew forth a gleaming sword, her tone irresolute. Senior brother, this matter pertains to life and death, event the survival of forsect. I feel insist in proceeding, do not blame me for being merciless. Chapter 2. The Hidden Hong Sword. Junior sister, why must you treat me this way? The handsome young man spoke with a visage of anguish, his eyes brimming with earnestness. Do you not realize that I have harbored feelings for you for a long time? After all this time, you should understand my intentions. I contemplated uprooting this tree to exchange for cultivation resources, solely to expedite our training. Do you not wish to ascend to the golden core stage and roam this world? Standing among the mighty, the man's fervor grew as he spoke, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. The woman, however, maintained her composure as she gently counseled him. Senior brother, our master has repeatedly warned us that reckless thoughts are the root of calamity. Only by cultivating a serene and modest heart can we attain lasting stability. Do not let a moment of folly cloud your judgment and lead you to peril. Upon hearing her words, the handsome young man let out a heavy sigh, gradually relaxing his tightly clenched fists. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Let us depart, if need be. We can seek fortune elsewhere. Seeing this, the woman sheathed her precious sword. But in the very moment she turned, the young man suddenly struck, launching a surprise attack toward her back. Caught off guard, she immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Yet her reflexes were swift as she unsheathed the sword from her belt and flung it backward with force. The blade slicing through the young man's waist without obstruction. His movements froze, pain etched across his features, his voice becoming fragmented. I never expected. Master would bestow the hidden Hong sword upon you. Before he could finish, a sickening sound echoed as his body split in two, collapsing to the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Intestines and innards spilling forth in a sight too horrific to behold. In the woman's hand, a golden sword gleamed ominously, and Xue felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the hidden Hong sword, so extraordinarily sharp? The woman, clutching her chest, regarded her fallen senior brother with a frigid gaze, slowly retracting the golden sword into her belt. Unbeknownst to her, crimson liquid trickled through the crevices of the skeletal remains, seeping into the earth, where it was rapidly absorbed by a dark array. Its patterns faintly glowing red. Junior sister, I only wished to subdue you. I had no intention of killing you. Furthermore, I doubt I truly care for you. The young man uttered his final words with great difficulty before his head drooped. Lifeless. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the valley, and the surrounding array erupted with dazzling light, shooting into the sky. Subsequently, a black dome began to rise at the valley's perimeter. Hidden nearby, a cat and a man exchanged wide-eyed glances. The woman exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The formation is about to restore." With that, she struck the array with the hidden Hong sword. But despite the sparks flying from the clash of the spiritual sword against the formation, it remained unscathed. She swiftly drew a silver sword, channeling her power to strike again. Yet it proved futile. It seemed the young man's death had infused this area with energy, causing the array to reactivate. If the black shield completely enveloped the area, all beings trapped within would likely become fodder for that eerie tree. Xue no longer concealed his presence. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and sprinted towards the largest gap. With all his might, he raced forward, quickly reaching the edge of the formation. The large cat was even more agile, leaping effortlessly over Xue head and vaulting away from the array's confines. "Brother cat, wait for me," Xue shouted in desperation. The woman in white, upon noticing the pair, swiftly appeared before Xue, her sword glinting coldly as it threatened his throat. Instantly paralyzed by fear, Xue dared not move. As she approached, he could see that her features were exquisitely symmetrical, her ruby lips exuding a fiery allure, and her delicate oval face was strikingly beautiful, albeit with an icy demeanor. "Speak. Did you steal the Qingyun fruit?" Her gaze was piercing, her tone frosty. "What Qingyun fruit? I haven't seen anything. Please, let's talk outside. The array is closing," Xue pleaded, panic rising within him as he observed the encroaching barrier. The woman remained unmoved, her expression unwavering. "This matter is of utmost importance. The information cannot be leaked. You shall remain here." With that, she lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air. Xue attempted to evade, but her speed was unmatched, and he found himself cornered. Just as he braced for impact, a furry paw suddenly swiped from the side. The woman, quick to react, spun around and blocked with her sword, sparks flying upon contact. The blow sent her reeling, but she regained her footing. Xue, astonished, could hardly believe that the large cat had come to his rescue. Yet, Before he could process the moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the array's closure accelerated. A 10-meter-high black barrier rising from the ground. The large cat, reacting swiftly, seized Schweding's backpack and, with a few leaps, ascended the canopy of a towering tree. Then, curling its body, it propelled itself through the gap in the array, successfully escaping. Once outside, amidst the lush, vibrant forest, Schweding finally breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly evaded the terrifying white-boned swamp. However, before he could fully catch his breath, a chilling sword aura surged toward him like lightning. The large cat, sensing the imminent danger, tossed Schweding aside, intercepting the attack with its own body. Schweding collided with a tree, dazed and disoriented. At that moment, the enchanting woman in white revealed herself. Her hair disheveled, blood trickling from her lips, appearing utterly disheveled. Schweding's eyes widened in shock. She had managed to escape. The gray cat shook its head, seemingly unscathed by the fierce sword energy, but now thoroughly enraged. Its back arched, fur bristling, and it emitted a low growl, as if issuing a threat. The woman spat out blood, her expression transforming into one of ferocity. "Humph! You gray-furred beast, I nearly perished by your hand. Today, I shall flay your skin and strip your flesh with that." She dashed towards the large cat with fierce intent. However, the agile feline dodged effortlessly, and as she turned to strike again, she missed once more. Frustrated, she attempted several more attacks, yet each time the cat evaded with ease, fueling her ire. The woman sheathed her silver sword and, forming a spell with her fingers, accelerated towards the cat, caught off guard. The cat was struck and sent crashing through several stout trees before finally coming to a halt. Shaking off the debris, the cat emerged, its eyes blazing with fury. It darted left and right, swiftly approaching the woman, and with a sudden charge, it rammed her against a nearby rock. Then, with its massive paws, it unleashed a flurry of strikes, the rapidity of its movements creating mere blurs in the air. Each blow potentially lethal. Schweding swallowed hard, recalling that he had once owned a cat, well aware of the ferocity of its strikes. The speed with which it could unleash 20 punches in a second was beyond any martial arts master on earth. Moreover, the woman faced enormous paws the size of large cooking pots. After half an hour of relentless assault, the large cat paced back and forth, its anger still simmering. Schweding cautiously peered over, only to find that the woman had somehow donned a suit of silver armor, though its once radiant sheen had dimmed, now tattered and stained with blood, revealing patches of her pale skin beneath. The woman, arms shielding her face, coughed up another mouthful of blood before unsteadily rising to her feet. To Schweding's astonishment, she had survived. Was this the resilience of a cultivator? With an icy demeanor, she drew the golden sword, the very blade that had been referred to as the hidden Hong sword, its sharpness unmatched. The large cat, in a fit of rage, could easily meet its demise if it charged at her. Fortunately, the cat was not foolish, refraining from rushing forward. Schweding, too, cautiously backed away, positioning himself alongside the cat for a potential ambush. This woman possessed an indomitable will. Should she survive, she would surely pursue him to the ends of the earth. Although she was undeniably beautiful, her intent was lethal, and she must be eliminated to prevent future threats. Determined not to confront her empty-handed, Schweding hastily rummaged through his backpack, but found nothing of use. Just as despair began to set in, his hand brushed against a small golden rod, recalling that he had found it by the stream near the white-boned swamp. At the time, he had mistaken it for gold and had tucked it away in his bag. Now it would have to suffice. As the large cat drew near to the woman, Schweding stealthily closed the distance, waiting for the opportune moment. The cat feigned a swift attack, prompting the woman to turn her attention toward it. At that moment, Schweding summoned all his strength and sprinted behind the woman, raising the club in his hand high before bringing it down forcefully upon her head. Immediately after, he seized her arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending her crashing to the ground. Swiftly, he snatched the sword from her grasp and, without hesitation, thrust it directly into her chest. Chapter 3. The white-bone marsh. The woman lay there, utterly defeated and motionless, blood gushing from her mouth and staining her once pristine garments a deep crimson. Schweding held the golden Hong sword, its tip hovering just above her chest, yet he hesitated to strike. A mere press downward would easily pierce her heart and extinguish her life. Schweding wrestled with his conscience. This woman had twice sought his demise, and he felt compelled to end her life. Yet, why could he not bring himself to do it? Observing her pitiful state, it appeared that if he did not act, her death was inevitable. No, he had traversed into this world, unfamiliar with the circumstances of these cultivators. What if she were to survive against all odds? The one to suffer misfortune would be him. He must deliver the final blow. Schweding's grip on the sword trembled slightly, the blade wavering in the air. But ultimately, he could not summon the resolve to strike. The woman's gaze was surprisingly calm as she stared blankly at him. Unable to contain his pent-up frustration any longer, Schweding shouted, "I merely consumed a few fruits. They are not from your family's orchard. What right do you have to condemn me to death?" The woman let out a soft huff, her tone laced with a hint of resignation and indifference as she replied slowly, "In the world of cultivation, the strong are revered, and killing is as commonplace as slaughtering dogs. There is no rationale to it. I seek to end your life today. If you possess the ability, you may very well do the same to me. It is simply the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, a cycle of heavenly justice. Strike me down. I will not hold it against you. From the moment I stepped into the sect, I knew this day would come." With that, 2 tears glistened at the corners of her eyes as she slowly closed them, quietly awaiting death. Her words were not a plea for mercy. Had she begged for her life, he might have felt conflicted, perhaps even softened his heart to spare her. But, in this instance, Schweding reached into the pocket of his garment, retrieving a black fruit pit. Fearing he might lose a finger, he used the sword to carve off a piece of a nearby branch, swiftly prying open the woman's mouth. He then forcefully shoved the pit down her throat. Caught off guard, the woman had no time to react as the pit slipped into her belly. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but Schweding held her down with unyielding force. "What did you make me eat? Why not grant me a swift end instead of torturing me?" Her voice trembled with shock and anger. Schweding leaned in closer to her ear, his voice low and menacing. "Ha! Did you not claim this was the Qingyun fruit, coveted by those in the transformation stage? Weren't you worried that your sect would be annihilated for the theft of this fruit? You, who could heartlessly kill your own senior brothers, are truly a paragon of righteousness. Now, you too have consumed this fruit. I am eager to see what you will do next. Will you muster the resolve to take your own life?" Having said this, Schweding released the woman, who desperately tried to expel the pit but was already on the brink of death, her body unresponsive and her hands bound tightly by vines. Schweding was acutely aware of his inability to strike her down, uncertain whether it was due to moral qualms or psychological barriers. After all, he had never prepared himself for the act of killing. He had consumed all the fruits, leaving only 7 pits behind. He was no saint. Since it was toxic, she might as well experience the taste of awaiting death. Then, following the lead of a large cat, he departed, not forgetting to loot her belongings, ignoring her murderous glare. He rifled through her possessions as though it were a corpse he was plundering. From her, he extracted several vials of elixirs, removed the ring from her finger, and confiscated the pouch of gemstones at her waist. Along with 2 swords and talismans hidden in her boots, even the red string bell tied to her ankle, he left her with nothing. Thus, he left the woman in disarray, allowing her fate to unfold as it may. The White Bone Marsh indeed held an air of mystery. The valley concealed by the formation appeared to vanish into thin air. He tossed a stone, which rolled forward without incident. However, after tossing in several rabbits, a problem arose. The rope he pulled back was inexplicably empty, the rabbits having disappeared without a trace. It was utterly terrifying, consuming lives without leaving a trace, only devouring the living and allowing nothing to escape. Had he not exited in time, he too might have become part of the White Bones. The large cat nearby trembled in fright at this bizarre phenomenon, its head drawing in tightly. For the rest of the day, it incessantly mewed, seemingly cursing in a most vulgar manner. Reflecting on his experience in the White Bone Marsh, Schweding felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled 3 days prior, when he had been paragliding in a sacred place for such activities. The sky had been a brilliant blue, the land undulating gently. He felt like a fish gliding smoothly through the air, surrounded by tranquility and beauty. Yet, in the next instant, it was as though he had changed channels. He suddenly found himself between cliffs, shrouded in dark clouds and fierce winds, the paraglider hurtling towards a mountain peak, his body completely out of control, leaving no time for self-rescue, followed by a violent impact that rendered him unconscious. When he next opened his eyes, the scene was blurred as he regained consciousness. A wave of pain surged through his body, almost suffocating him. His heart raced uncontrollably. His lips trembled incessantly, and he felt waves of nausea in his chest. Attempting to sit up, he found his body as immobile as a broken sack. Growing weaker, he felt his body losing warmth, growing colder by the moment. The sounds around him became muffled. Upon closing his eyes, darkness enveloped him like an abyss, pulling him into its depths. He needed to call for help. However, when he surveyed his surroundings, all was pitch black, and his backpack was nowhere to be found. Cold, pain, fear, anxiety, a myriad of emotions and imaginings intertwined, leaving him in despair. Calm down, do not give up. You cannot succumb to a pitiful death here. He continuously chanted this in his mind, forcing himself to dismiss chaotic thoughts, reminding himself to remain composed as he attempted to reconnect with his limbs. Finally, in a moment of near despair, his left toe grazed the surface of his shoe. His heart surged with a mix of excitement and sorrow, tears of relief overflowing. Hastily, he tried to bend his left leg, and to his delight, it responded positively. The sensation of his shoe pressing against solid ground filled him with a profound sense of happiness. Using the strength of his left leg, he rolled his body and took a careful look around. He had fallen into a hollow between mountains. With the faint light of the moon, he could dimly see a solitary tree standing not far away, aside from the expanse of white stones beneath him. There was nothing else in sight. As blood flowed from his wounds, he felt increasingly cold. He needed to find a way to replenish his energy. That tree was his hope, even if it meant consuming its bark. He had no choice. With a sudden exertion, he pushed against the ground, triggering excruciating pain from his injuries. His shoulder pressed against the ground as he crawled forward, the sharp stones beneath him continuously tearing at his skin. His nerves were repeatedly stimulated, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With each inch he moved, he endured the agony of tearing till last. He reached the tree and clearly saw the sparse fruits adorning its branches. However, the fruit was not easily accessible, and with only one leg functional, he was fortunate to find a fruit hanging low. Leaning against the tree for support, he gradually exerted force with his left leg. Rubbing his already mangled back against the rough bark, the sensation igniting a fiery pain. With the last of his strength, he kicked off until the tart yet sweet juice filled his mouth and nostrils, mingling with the taste of blood. His body could no longer bear the strain, and he collapsed heavily, the fruit falling to the ground alongside him. Summoning the last of his energy, he painstakingly moved his face closer to the fruit, swallowing it desperately amidst the dirt and sand, then succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though he could not say how long. When he opened his eyes again, bright sunlight bathed the earth, and it was already afternoon. He sat up, bewildered. He lifted his arms and shook his legs. Every part of him was intact, and he could still move them. The harrowing brush with death felt like a mere nightmare. However, the long, dark brown trail of blood leading to the tree and the shattered helmet starkly revealed the cruel reality. Upon closer inspection, the tree that had saved him stood tall, its deep green hue marred by countless grooves. The weathered bark exuding an air of ancient wisdom. It was not particularly large, perhaps over 3 meters high, its branches resembling those of a peach tree. With few leaves rustling softly, each branch bore an avocado-sized green fruit. To his surprise, after expending such effort to consume one, his wounds had healed considerably by the next day. The fruit possessed miraculous healing properties, truly a stroke of luck. He continued to eat the remaining fruits and drank sweet stream water. His injuries healing significantly, sustained by the fruit, he rested for a day, eventually locating his tattered backpack, along with another paraglider enthusiast in a similar predicament. Upon examining the identification, he discovered that this person was a well-known internet celebrity. Chapter 4. Acquisition of firearms. Unfortunately, however, the individual had broken his neck. To prevent him from being devoured by wild beasts, Xue Ding hastily buried him. He then unceremoniously appropriated a luxurious set of equipment and compressed biscuits among other supplies. Repeatedly fiddling with his phone and other devices, he found that all communication equipment had no signal. While he was heating the last of his canned beef, the gray cat suddenly appeared before him. I had initially thought I was experiencing a mere illusion. Little did I expect that after traversing the bone wasteland and engaging in combat with a celestial maiden, I would forge a friendship with a magnificent beast. Following a series of adventures, I found myself journeying alongside this great feline, sharing the elements and feasting on nature's bounty. Perhaps feeling burdened by my presence as an unwelcome guest, one fateful morning, the great cat delivered me to a mountain ridge and departed alone. After parting ways with the feline, I sustained myself on dew and wild fruits, even acquiring the skill of fishing, living a life of primal simplicity. Then, on an unforeseen day, a piercing pain akin to needles assaulted my head, causing me to expel several mouthfuls of dark blood. The maiden claimed I had but a year to live. The truth of her words remains uncertain. Yet, having tasted the essence of death, I now yearn fiercely to survive, to live each day with unwavering resolve. The talismans I possessed seemed cursed. No matter how I chanted the incantations, they remained inert. I tried every phrase I could think of, from open sesame to chui chui, but to no avail. If only I had internet access, I would post an inquiry online. Out of curiosity regarding the two swords I had obtained, I sought to discover which was sharper. Upon clashing them together with force, the beautiful silver sword shattered instantly, while the golden blade proved too pliant, making any effort feel laborious. Oh heavens, I am straightforward. And I do prefer straightforwardness. Why then was I left with only a curved sword? Alas, little Ian, you met a most tragic fate. If fate were to grant me another chance, I might still clash them together. I had initially believed the elixir I obtained to be a miraculous potion and unwittingly fed it to a wild hare. Oh my horror! The adorable creature exploded, showering me in rabbit blood. Not long after, I found myself stumbling into the territory of a colossal wild boar. When the creature, with eyes aglow like embers, charged at me like a freight train, my soul nearly fled my body. That day, I traversed the longest mountain path of my life and was forced to leap into a deep pool beneath a waterfall, plummeting dozens of meters. Having narrowly escaped death, I found myself laughing at the giant boar. Gesturing mockingly, unaware that an enraged beast could not appreciate humor and would follow suit, in that moment, I felt as if a small mountain were crashing towards me, the pool below erupting as I was flung upward by the waves. Only to crash heavily onto the shore, I quickly rolled and crawled away from the water, and fortunate enough to spot a downed helicopter nearby, I scavenged for ammunition and weaponry. Regaining my composure, I found purpose with my newfound arms. Armed and ready, I felt invincible. Yet life on land was a harrowing saga in itself, fraught with relentless crises, each narrowly escaped moment a true nightmare. It was as though I had entered a Jurassic zoo. Life descending into a hellish existence, I encountered silver wolves, spiders the size of basins, ants as large as fists, deer the size of trucks, flying serpents, and crimson mantises. Having roamed the vast mountains for over 2 months, I once again lost my way in a valley yesterday. To gain clarity on my surroundings and devise a route, I braved the howling winds and ascended a peak. Before I could fully assess the situation, darkness enveloped me, compelling me to rest behind a rocky outcrop. As dawn broke, the sun appeared like an old bulb barely illuminating the world, casting a mournful glow. Gradually, light crept over the distant ridges, cautiously dispelling the shadows of the valley. The mist dissipated slowly, creating a vivid tableau of light and shadow, and as the sun bathed the mountaintop, I awoke to its warm embrace. Yawning and stretching, I tidied my disheveled hair, carelessly scraped my teeth with my fingers, and took a sip from my water flask, clearing the remnants of last night's meal from my mouth. Yet, in the face of such grandeur, my spirits remained low. Gazing into the distance, the mountains appeared as desolate as ever. Suddenly, an eerie spectacle unfolded in the valley's darkness. As the sun ascended, a stream of blackness began to flow forth from what should have been retreating shadows. This darkness coalesced into a distinct shape, forming small squares that writhed ominously. My throat tightened. What monstrosity could this be? Hastily, I retrieved my binoculars from my backpack, adjusting them to the highest magnification. As the scene came into focus, my pupils dilated and my heart raced. Those writhing black squares were soldiers clad in ebony armor. Following their movement, I spotted a gray fortress sprawled across the valley like a long, tattered cloth upon closer inspection. Banners fluttered atop its walls, revealing a diverse array of soldiers. Some wielding torches, others bows and arrows, still others brandishing spears. The air was thick with an atmosphere of impending conflict on the opposite side of the valley. Soldiers from a rival faction marched in orderly formation, some brandishing battle axes, others shields, and yet others great swords. Cavalry in black armor patrolled the periphery, exuding an air of intimidation. Both sides stood poised for an epic confrontation. What should have been a scene of grim warfare felt absurd under the circumstances. After wandering for so long through the mountains and encountering myriad strange creatures, it was surreal to finally witness humans clad in ancient armor preparing for battle. Adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to behold a grand spectacle, I swiftly organized my belongings, tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, stuffed my mouth with them, and washed them down with a few gulps of water as I made my way toward the battlefield. At that moment, I was clad in military attire, donning camouflage gear, military boots, and a camouflage helmet, while a bulletproof vest added an extra layer of caution. My rucksack loomed large, resembling a mix between a bear and a snail. Cautiously, I descended from the peak to a hill, my heavy load causing me to gasp for breath. The hill was modest in stature, its parched vegetation dense enough to provide ample concealment. The limited magnification of my binoculars hindered my view of the finer details. So I retrieved a sniper rifle from my bulging backpack, its model unknown to me. Despite numerous attempts to recall its specifications, none matched my memory. The barrel was thicker than I had anticipated, and the scope, impressively large, nearly reached my collarbone when fully extended. The sniper bullets were palm-sized, their glossy surfaces hinting at their premium quality. The scope was cumbersome, adorned with buttons I could scarcely decipher. Yet when adjusted to maximum magnification, it allowed me to discern the soldier's attire and the expressions of those at the periphery. To ensure an undisturbed viewing experience, I camouflaged my surroundings. The rifle was wrapped in camouflage tape, and dried grass adorned my helmet, blending me seamlessly into the environment. Through the sniper scope, I scrutinized the army, spotting the commanding officer, whose face bore a striking resemblance to the character Zhang Fei from television. Complete with a similar beard, the commander, a towering figure clad in gilded black armor, sat astride a formidable steed, exuding authority as he issued commands to his troops. It was not long before the black-armored soldiers began to beat their drums, signaling the commencement of the assault. First to advance were the soldiers bearing massive shields, followed closely by their comrades, who moved in tight formation, swiftly splitting into multiple columns like a serpentine wave. The soldiers atop the castle walls readied their crossbows, 2 per team, slowly drawing back their strings, as the signal was given. A barrage of large arrows filled the sky, forming a dark cloud that hurtled toward the attackers. The arrows, akin to colossal projectiles, tore through flesh, sending blood misting into the air. Those unfortunate enough to be struck fell in droves, and the ground was soon littered with arrows, their shafts quivering with the remnants of life. Truly, this was war. The absurdity of this world had never been clearer, its dreamlike quality overwhelming. After a brief moment of chaos, the remaining soldiers disregarded the cries of the fallen, removing the slain and wounded from their ranks to fill the gaps and advance under the protection of their shields. Fortunately, the powerful crossbows could only unleash a limited volley before the attackers reached the castle's base. The defenders atop the walls withdrew their crossbows, and archers formed 2 lines, alternating in their rain of arrows, initiating yet another round of carnage. However, the raised shields proved effective. Arrows either lodged themselves within or deflected off, successfully mitigating the onslaught. Still, many soldiers succumbed to the lethal projectiles. Chapter 5. The war under the sniper's scope as the attacking soldiers neared the castle walls. They suddenly dispersed, swiftly retrieving ladders from their ranks. The ladders, arranged in parallel, were heavy enough to support 3 to 4 men simultaneously. One end was hoisted by the armored soldiers below, already angling upward as they approached the walls. There was also a particularly slender ladder, resembling an elongated tree trunk festooned with branches, allowing only one person to ascend at a time, providing direct access to the battlements. The ladders were swiftly assembled, and valiant soldiers began to scale them. Each soldier had a specific role. Some hammered in nails to secure the ladders, others held shields to protect their comrades, while others wielded long, exaggerated spears. Thrusting upward in attack, as the soldiers made contact with the walls, dozens of ladders were soon in place, continually increasing in number until they nearly covered the battlements. The ladders appeared as a throng of ants swarming upward. Beneath the ladders, shield bearers and archers were densely packed, periodically releasing arrows from behind their shields to strike down any defenders who dared to show their heads. Casualties began to mount on the walls. As wooden and stone debris rained down in that moment, a storm of arrows filled the air, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. From time to time, soldiers would charge up the city walls, only to be reduced to a bloody pulp by those stationed atop, their remains unceremoniously discarded below. Even more astonishing were the enemy combatants who, reminiscent of characters from a martial arts novel, soared directly onto the battlements to engage in battle. Clad not in cumbersome armor, but in sleek and agile attire, they leaped effortlessly onto the walls, striking left and right, swiftly depleting the ranks of the defending soldiers. The black-clad warriors quickly ascended the walls, and as the number of attackers swelled, reinforcements from within the city surged to meet them, plunging the scene into a chaotic melee. After repelling the black-clad assailants, the silver-clad masters would leap down, mercilessly slaughtering a contingent of ordinary black-armored soldiers before soaring back to the parapets. In the eyes of the common folk, these masters were akin to tanks and artillery, overwhelming and nearly impossible to withstand. The relentless clash between these formidable warriors unfolded at a breathtaking pace, too swift for the eye to follow. Soon, the vicinity of the walls was littered with fallen soldiers, severed limbs strewn about, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Puddles of blood, scattered across the gray earth and the walls, painted a gruesome picture. Each strike was lethal, each arrow a harbinger of death. The scene was a true spectacle of carnage, an unfathomable struggle for survival. It was nothing like the dramatizations on television. The stark reality was a brutal shock to the senses. The gruesome tableau left one feeling nauseated, parched and trembling uncontrollably, as Xue held his binoculars with unsteady hands. The once pristine gray walls were now marred by dark brown patches of congealed blood, and the corpses piled ever higher at the base. Some locations forming mounds of the dead. Officers clad in black and gold armor tirelessly issued commands for the assault. As the sun began to set, the fighting finally ceased. This relentless conflict had persisted throughout the day. Although the attackers had captured the walls multiple times, they ultimately failed to breach the city itself. When the order to retreat was given, a throng of soldiers fled like the wind, gradually regrouping beneath banners of various colors and designs. Scattered soldiers clustered in small groups, while large contingents of cavalry cautiously patrolled the perimeter. Akin to hens guarding their chicks, the army withdrew in an orderly fashion. Only when the forces vanished into the valley did the curtain draw on this grand spectacle. The following day, Xue awoke from his slumber, as was his routine, to organize his backpack and check his weaponry, a habit formed from surviving in a foreign world. His pack still contained a modest supply of wild boar meat, surprisingly well preserved. The boar's size was daunting, with much of its flesh being gamey, yet the heart and select parts were still edible. He had only taken a small portion, yet it filled a sizable bag. Following the survival techniques seen on television, he had smoked and dried the wild boar meat, yielding commendable results. However, even the most delectable wild boar could induce nausea if overconsumed, and fortunately, the helicopter was stocked with ample rations of compressed food for variety. Another backpack primarily contained a parachute, ammunition, and grenades. The parachute also served as a makeshift tent or sleeping mat. He had contemplated using the parachute to escape the area, but reconsidered, realizing the lack of maps or wind charts rendered such an endeavor perilous. Landing in unfamiliar territory could lead to encounters with formidable creatures, potentially resulting in a disastrous fate. If he took flight, he could carry little with him, including the hard-won wild boar meat. Thus he decided against it. In the unknown wilderness, hunger could prove fatal. Better to proceed cautiously, ensuring he had sufficient supplies and equipment to enhance his chances of survival. Raising his binoculars, he gazed into the valley. The attacking forces had formed ranks early but had yet to launch their assault. On the city wall's side, banners fluttered, and a denser array of crossbows were readied, with even more soldiers manning the fortifications. After witnessing the brutal carnage of the previous day, he felt no desire to observe the spectacle again. Rather, he wished for the attackers to retreat, sincerely hoping for peace in the world. Having wandered alone in the wilderness for over 2 months, filled with trepidation and devoid of conversation, he yearned to enter the city to find a place for a hot bath and a good night's sleep, and to learn what on earth was transpiring in this world. He wondered what the attacking forces were waiting for. It was nearly noon, yet they had not initiated their assault. While chewing on jerky and feeling somewhat full, he noticed a large crowd approaching from the side of the attacking forces. They were a motley assembly, their clothing varied, moving in disarray, resembling a herd of livestock, driven by black-armored cavalry wielding whips. What was happening? The cavalry relentlessly prodded the throng, soon covering the front lines of the attackers, their sheer size eclipsing the formation of the assaulting army. A general mounted on a tall steed began addressing the crowd. After a short while, he issued commands, and the infantry behind began to march forward, weapons raised ominously. The clattering of boots, synchronized with the booming of drums, pressed down upon the front lines of the crowd. The mass was compressed tighter and tighter from behind, shouts and curses erupting amongst them, with some beginning to resist, only to be violently quelled by the cavalry. The crowd was relentlessly pushed forward, toward the imposing, unyielding city walls. The archers atop the walls began to ready their bows, emanating a chilling aura of impending death. Soon, their intentions became clear. The innocent multitude was merely given a few ladders as a symbolic gesture. They were not meant to assault the walls, but rather to be sent to their deaths, to deplete the city's arrows. Each individual in the crowd moved as if wound up like a toy, forced forward with no recourse. Those who lagged behind were slain. Those who shouted were slain. Those who wept were slain one by one, vibrant lives extinguished. Among them were many elderly, children, and women cradling infants. At that moment, it seemed as though their fates were sealed, destined to be decimated in this brutal conflict. Damn it, these scoundrels! Schweding seethed with rage. Yet, the battlefield was merciless. The commander atop the walls raised his hand to give orders, and the crossbows that had been waiting unleashed a volley. Schweding felt his breath catch in his throat as arrows arced in a long parabola, striking the ground just before the crowd. Inciting chaos, no casualties were reported, and he exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely a warning. The cavalry's harsh commands and whip cracks quickly quelled the disturbance, and the crowd continued their reluctant advance. A second wave of arrows soon descended, propelled by the wind like a torrential downpour. Some fortunate souls at the front were struck, leading to further turmoil as fear spread like wildfire, prompting more to resist and flee, only to be brutally suppressed by the cavalry. Those who fled to the base of the walls, thinking they could plead to open the gates, found them steadfastly shut. The cries from below mingled with the soldiers atop, who began to offer counsel as the crowd swelled. The officers in charge of the city's defense, helpless, ordered the archers to fire again, resulting in another wave of casualties. Schweding silently hoped for the gates to open, believing it might save some lives. However, from the defenders' perspective, there might be spies hidden within the throng, and with the cavalry lurking at the fringes of the battlefield, poised for action, a breach of the gates would lead to even greater devastation within the city. The complexities of right and wrong were obscured amidst the chaos of war. He picked up his sniper rifle, aligning the crosshairs on the general driving the crowd forward, his finger poised on the trigger. If he killed him, would it end this war? Chapter 6. Awakening of the Divine Consciousness. After a moment's hesitation, he released the trigger. This was a battlefield, and what concern was it of his? The deafening crack of the gun could attract the cavalry or masters. And how would he respond? He had barely fired the rifle since acquiring it, having only used it against larger, unavoidable beasts, where hitting the target wasn't crucial. A few shots were usually enough. Even if he didn't kill his prey, he could certainly injure it. But to shoot a human, to take a life, was a psychological barrier he found hard to cross, as the number of captives at the base of the walls grew. The brutal slaughter continued. He wanted to close his eyes, to look away. Suddenly, he realized something astonishing through the sniper scope. Among the crowd, a figure clad in a jacket brandished a knife, striking out at a nearby soldier, who fell to the ground, while another in a suit immediately pounced on him to deliver the fatal blow. Both appeared modern, with short hair, standing out against the throng. Compatriots, individuals who, like himself, had traversed into this era. The realization struck him. He was not the only one who had crossed over, and an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. Under the courageous leadership of these two, others began to follow suit, quickly forming a wall of resistance against the soldiers. A nearby unit of cavalry, noticing the situation, spurred their mounts into action, forming a wedge to cleave through the crowd, charging forward with fierce determination. The combined weight of armored soldiers and war horses, approaching a ton, was terrifying. The horses galloped with grandeur, sending those in their path flying, while those unable to evade were trampled, bones shattered, heads crushed, brains splattered. Witnessing this, the two men felt a surge of despair as a vast horde of cavalry bore down upon them. The flicker of hope they had kindled now threatened to extinguish. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh erupted from the ranks of cavalry. A sudden spray of blood blossoming forth as they fell in droves, the horses whinnying in panic, and the cavalrymen howling in agony, their formation collapsing in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous report of firearms resounded through the valley. Xue Ding had fired. The bullets traversed the river of fate, carving a profound arc through the air. The sharp bullets sliced through the air over a distance of 2 kilometers, landing amidst a dense formation of cavalry mere seconds later. The once formidable arrowhead formation disintegrated instantly, with numerous cavalrymen tumbling from their steeds. Those who managed to steady their mounts found themselves unprepared, only to be struck down by captives wielding rudimentary weapons. With rapid precision, the bolt was pulled back, gunfire erupted in succession, a total of 6 shots fired. The robust cartridges were ejected from the firearm, emitting steam as they clattered against the stones, producing a crisp sound. Swiftly emptying the magazine, the birds in the valley took flight, while wild chickens and hares scattered in panic. The violent recoil struck the scapula with force, rendering the arm numb, and a tearing pain radiated through the flesh of the shoulder. After depleting the magazine, he swiftly replaced it, continuing to assess the unfolding situation. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries, seemingly oblivious to the distant gunfire, likely drowned out by the din of combat as it reached their ears. Xue Ding struggled to maintain composure, uncertain whether his audacious gunfire was of any assistance to them. Observing their attire and hairstyles stirred complex emotions within him. The elation of finding companions was ineffable, revealing that he was not alone, that others with similar fates had also arrived in this world. The battlefield was in a state of constant flux. The once swept-up crowd, bound by fate, chose to resist under the will to survive, plunging the entire arena into chaos. The soldiers clad in black armor were initially caught off guard. It was only when a large contingent of shield-bearers advanced that order was restored. After regrouping, the black-armored soldiers commenced a merciless retaliation against the captives. More cavalrymen, having regained their wits, formed a pointed wedge to charge at the resisting crowd. The captives amassed beneath the city walls, growing in number. As the crossbows atop the walls were activated, surprising was the fact that they were aimed at the soldiers and cavalry in black. However, the slow rate of fire rendered them ineffective, and the crowd continued to fall like harvested wheat. Xue Ding watched with gritted teeth, scanning with his binoculars. He finally spotted the general, resplendent in gilded armor atop a tall steed. Adjusting his crosshairs, he fired. The bullet landed in the distance, sending a spray of dirt into the air. Oblivious, the general casually picked his nose, entirely unaware of the danger. The distance remained too great. In the scope, he appeared as a mere speck. Lacking professional training, Xue Ding had to consider factors such as wind speed, humidity, angle, and gravity. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. He steadied his nerves, regulated his breathing, and cautiously lowered his aim to fire again. The general, perhaps weary from his prolonged posture, bent down to pat his horse's belly, and the bullet grazed his back, striking the nearby earth and causing debris to scatter. The general, now realizing something was amiss, immediately turned his horse, galloping back towards the rear of his forces, fiercely whipping the steed and continuously changing direction. Witnessing this, Xue Ding felt a surge of frustration, knowing that the opportunity to eliminate him had slipped away. Faced with such circumstances, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed more prudent to continue aiding the captives. Yet, as he glanced over, he found the battlefield in disarray, black and white soldiers mingling chaotically. The prospect of striking down the black-armored soldiers amidst the tumult without harming civilians filled him with trepidation. Panic surged within him, and suddenly, that prickling sensation returned to his mind. the temples pulsing relentlessly. He felt as though something was about to burst through his skull, and the world around him began to spin, expanding and contracting in a dizzying blur. Shueding struck his head forcefully, desperate for the pain to cease. His chest felt unbearably hot, and he retched violently, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. His consciousness felt heavy, like a lead weight plummeting downwards. In an instant, he was confronted with a chaotic battlefield, thousands engaged in deadly combat, every expression, shout, and the dust kicked up by hooves, along with beads of sweat and sprays of blood, vividly reflected in his mind. This was the battlefield before him. What was happening? He could perceive every detail. Was it possible that the Qingyun fruit had bestowed upon him the ability of divine perception? Suddenly, his perspective shifted dramatically. All things transformed into black and white outlines, with small flames flickering above each person's head, varying in size. Noticing a cluster of soldiers at the rear of the attacking force. Near the center, encircling a wagon, the figures within were clearly visible, their flames particularly vibrant. Could this individual be the true commander? In the blink of an eye, the peculiar phenomenon vanished and clarity returned to his mind. In its place lay a pool of dark blood and his camouflaged sniper rifle, now entangled in camouflage tape. The bearded general continued to gallop about, evading capture. He still had a few precious sniper rounds left in his pack. This was no time for hesitation. He gathered them all, counting. After loading one magazine, only 2 rounds remained. He resolved to fire one more magazine. But if it proved ineffective, he would have to accept his fate. Rapidly loading the bullets into the magazine, he held his breath and aimed at the wagon. 6 shots were fired in quick succession, the deafening roar ringing in his ears, causing a brief bout of tinnitus and dizziness. The recoil was substantial, leaving his upper body numb and a wave of nausea washing over him. Closing his eyes to steady his breathing, he rested momentarily before raising the scope once more to survey the scene. The distance was great. He had no certainty of hitting his target. After a moment, the soldiers surrounding the wagon sensed the disturbance and quickly formed a defensive perimeter, confirming that a significant figure was indeed within. Continuing to observe through the scope, doubt crept into Shueding's mind. Had he truly failed to hit anything after firing 6 shots? Disappointment washed over him. Just as he prepared to depart, he spotted a figure emerging from the wagon. The individual hurriedly glanced about before mounting a horse to pursue the evasive bearded general. The general leaned in to listen, then stood frozen, his sword falling from his grasp, as if his soul had momentarily departed. Staggering back onto the wagon, the crowd around the wagon grew denser, well-armored officers converging from all directions. The once orderly and solemn black army in the rear began to stir, descending into chaos. As a portion of the cavalry began to retreat, soon followed by more soldiers. Meanwhile, the fighting on the wall grew sporadic. The formation of black soldiers surrounding the captives unraveled, resembling a heap of black sand rapidly dissipating. At last, the gates of the city walls swung open, unleashing a formidable force of silver cavalry, who cut through the black soldiers with deadly precision, akin to a silver sword plunging into the disordered black army. Chapter 7. Surrounded. There was no need to witness the conclusion. He needed to evacuate swiftly, for the gunfire had likely drawn attention, and if he lingered, he would be the one in peril with any luck. He might still encounter the 2 modern individuals. Ignoring the scorching barrel, he quickly donned thick cloth to disassemble the sniper rifle. It was unwieldy, towering over him when upright. Detaching the barrel made it more manageable. He slung the rifle from his bag onto his back, stowed the sniper rifle inside, and after ensuring everything was in order, he turned to leave. Suddenly, with a clang, sparks flew from his chest. A fierce blade had struck his magazine, the force sending Shueding stumbling backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that life-or-death moment, instinct took over, and he drew his handgun, pulling the trigger as a figure swiftly evaded. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. When had this person arrived? There had been no sound at all. Had the blade not struck the magazine, his bulletproof vest might have held, but he would have certainly broken a couple of ribs. The opponent seemed startled by the gunshot, refraining from attacking immediately and maintaining a cautious distance. Once he discerned the figure, he saw a person with disheveled hair, a black sweatband wrapped around their head, a dark complexion, clad in black leather armor, with bandages wrapped around their legs and a hunched posture, eyes locked onto him as if he were prey, brandishing a gleaming curved blade in either hand. Xue Ding, gripping his camouflaged handgun, felt as though he were holding a mere stick. The murderous gaze of the figure in black sent chills down his spine. Typically, wild animals would scatter at the sound of gunfire, yet this was his first encounter with a real adversary. The black-clad individual recognized that Xue Ding bore no sword or dagger, merely a wooden object that emitted strange sounds. Startled by the noise, they hesitated, yet it posed no true threat in the wake of such a significant upheaval within the military. Orders had surely been issued to apprehend any suspicious individuals nearby. This person was highly suspect. Capturing them would surely be a great achievement. Steeling himself, the figure lunged forward with sudden force. He failed to see any evasion or counterattack. The black-clad individual reacted too slowly, a cold smile curling at their lips. With a resounding crack, darkness enveloped him, and his body crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. The speed of this individual was astonishing. Xue Ding instinctively fired, unexpectedly striking true in the center of the forehead. The terror had not yet subsided, for the ordeal was far from over. Shadows emerged rapidly from the surrounding brush, and without time to contemplate, he decisively raised his weapon and fired, echoing with two agonized cries. Upon closer inspection, he recognized their attire. Indeed, they were allies of the earlier assailant. One shot struck a man in the abdomen, while another hit a different individual in the thigh. Both collapsing to the ground, clutching their bleeding wounds and wailing in agony. He was unwittingly encircled. The life-and-death crisis enveloping Xue Ding invoked a visceral sensation akin to confronting a pack of wolves in the wilderness. As if he had returned to those days of evading capture, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, with the very blood in his veins boiling. Even a cursory reflection would reveal the gravity of his predicament. With swift urgency, he unfastened his straps and set down one of his backpacks, concealing it beneath a rock. Though reluctant to abandon the provisions of wild boar meat, his immediate priority was to escape, taking as much ammunition and weaponry as possible. What fate awaited him if he fell into enemy hands? They were not beasts, but their cruelty surpassed that of any animal, intent on devising every conceivable torment. Swoosh, swoosh, two sharp arrows whistled through the air. Xue Ding rolled to evade, narrowly escaping. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, one arrow would have struck his helmet, while another pierced his back. A shiver coursed through him. He had narrowly escaped catastrophe. The arrows had been loosed with such precision that it was evident his assailant was a formidable adversary. The impact felt akin to a blow to the head. The arrow deflected by his helmet. Another arrow lodged itself in his bulletproof vest, mercifully failing to penetrate, becoming ensnared against his back. He immediately raised his firearm to retaliate, but the archer's agility proved exceptional. Several shots went astray, as the archer, having witnessed the pistol's might before, assumed it to be a lethal projectile, darting away at the moment of release. With the archer temporarily deterred, Xue Ding chose not to linger. Slipping into the withered underbrush, sprinting a considerable distance, the sound of arrows whistling past his ears. The arrows embedded in him remained unremoved, flailing wildly as he exerted himself. It seemed the figure in black did not pursue him. He slowed his pace, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Swoosh, swoosh, two more arrows were loosed. Xue Ding hastily dropped to the ground, feigning anguish as he rolled behind a boulder. Assessing his injuries, he noted an arrow had grazed his thigh, merely tearing the fabric. His cries were both instinctive and strategic, an attempt to mislead the archer and induce a moment of complacency. The relentless flight had left him utterly exhausted. Panting heavily, with no time to rest, as rustling sounds indicated that numerous individuals were stealthily closing in, he tucked his handgun into its holster, retrieved his rifle from the backpack, inspecting the magazine filled to the brim with golden cartridges. Neatly aligned, amidst the chaos of arrows raining down, he had had no opportunity to switch weapons. Now, wielding the rifle instilled him with a newfound confidence. At this juncture, the battle was one of survival. It was either live or perish. Gritting his teeth, he regulated his breathing, pulled back the bolt, and steeled his resolve, his gaze brimming with ferocity. Exhaling a breath of rancid air to calm his mind, he peered through the foliage covering the stones, discovering a considerable number of individuals had indeed gathered, each proceeding with caution, their faces inscrutable. Some bore swords, others shields, some wielded spears, while others brandished massive axes. What an imposing assembly, Xue Ding thought, sensing the formidable strength of this group. He removed a small pack from his person, cautiously raising it. Suddenly, an arrow flew forth, striking the pack. The archer's form became visible. And without hesitation, Xue Ding aimed and squeezed the trigger. The archer, perched among the trees, leapt aside, but it was too late. Blood erupted from 2 wounds, and he plummeted to the ground like a stone. Silent. The soldiers in black armor approached warily, their shock evident upon witnessing the archer's swift demise. Realizing their cover had been blown, the leader barked orders, and the surrounding individuals surged forward without restraint. With the archer eliminated, the stakes were clear. It was a fight to the death, and there would be no mercy. Crouching against the stone, Xue Ding shouldered his rifle and opened fire. Bullets penetrated shields and armor alike. Crimson sprays erupting from the black-clad soldiers as they fell in droves. When the onslaught proved futile, weapons, swords, spears, and various armaments were hurled at him, each narrowly avoided. Seizing opportunities, he shot with precision, sending the black soldiers tumbling down, all the while retreating behind the mountains and trees. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began its descent, casting golden rays through the forest, dappling the ground as he navigated the underbrush with utmost caution. Daring not to pause, he had lost count of how many he had slain. Though many had been unnerved by the rifle's power, there were still those who charged fearlessly towards him. The forest floor, the stones, and the trees were increasingly littered with corpses. The cacophony of battle cries, roars, and curses echoed throughout the mountains. He had exhausted 3 magazines. Contrary to his expectations, the enemy was no fool. They had grown increasingly adept at countering his tactics, swiftly retreating behind rocks and trees at the mere sight of his raised gun, rendering his shots ineffective. Chapter 8. Captured. Xue Ding was uncertain how long he had been fleeing, yet he had failed to shake off his pursuers. It brought to mind the time he had encountered a pack of wolves in the forest, running until both parties were spent, ultimately killing the Wolf King and scattering the pack, allowing himself to escape. However, the commander of this troop remained exceedingly cautious, always lurking at a distance. He was certain he had slain many of their number. Logically, they should have crumbled by now, yet it was the commander's presence that compelled them to relentlessly pursue him. After the last 2 bullets from his magazine pierced a soldier wielding a shield, Xue Ding hastily rummaged through his backpack for a fresh magazine, realizing it was his last reserve of ammunition. After extended flight and the strain of evasion and shooting, the muscles in his thighs and forearms began to cramp, trembling uncontrollably. His water bottle was long emptied, and his throat felt parched, as if he had swallowed firecrackers, the dryness rendering it nearly impossible to speak. Just when he thought he might escape, he passed a broad tree and suddenly, a figure lunged out from the right, arms outstretched, barreling towards him. Xue Ding raised his gun and fired. Blood blossoming on the assailant's chest. Despite being struck, the imposing figure continued its momentum, colliding with Xue Ding and sending him sprawling to the ground. As he attempted to rise, another individual emerged from the shadows of the trees, forcing him back down. Soon, a swarm of bodies descended upon him, the weight upon his back feeling akin to a boulder, the scent of sweat and earth mingling in a nauseating bouquet, accompanied by the grating sound of teeth grinding. Xue Ding found himself ensnared, his neck clasped tightly, rendering his firearm useless. His vision blurred as he struggled for breath, the world around him dimming. Was this how it would end? He had faced a dozen silver wolves in the forest and survived. How could he be brought low here? With a surge of defiance, he grasped the barrel of his gun, pressing the fiery muzzle against the leg of the soldier atop him. The smell of roasting flesh permeated the air as the soldier yelped in pain. Loosening his grip, seizing the moment, Xue Ding attempted to flee, digging his fingers into the earth, but the assailants clung tenaciously, their bodies pinning him down once more. With fierce determination, he produced a high-explosive grenade from his chest pocket, yanked out the safety pin with his teeth, and hurled it skyward, shouting, "Let us die together." 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the forest, creating a small crater, the heat lingering in the air. A young soldier, brandishing a spear, struggled to clear a corpse from atop him, only to freeze in place, meeting the terrifying gaze of Xue Ding. Eyes that seemed to belong to a demon risen from the depths of hell, fixated on him. The spear in the young soldier's hands felt impossibly heavy, slipping from his grasp with a clatter. As his legs trembled, warmth trickled down his pant leg, forming a puddle at his feet. Xue Ding mustered all his strength to push away the bodies that had restrained him, using his hands to support himself as he slowly stood, his body a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Shaking his head to clear the fog, the incessant ringing in his ears rendered him deaf to all sound. The world around him flickering in and out of focus. Dizziness threatened to topple him. Yet he had no time to succumb. Having thrown the grenade at close range, Xue Ding instinctively curled into a ball, using the fallen bodies as a shield. The shockwave propelled the topmost soldier away, preventing Xue Ding from suffocating in his momentary unconsciousness. Shrapnel pierced flesh, mingling with blood on his bulletproof vest, as though he had risen from the depths of hell himself. The force of the blast jolted him, even at the bottom of the pile, and he was propelled upward by the blast wave, feeling as though he had placed his bet wisely. Struggling to take a few steps forward, he swayed unsteadily, unable to maintain his balance before collapsing to the ground, retching. Suddenly, his helmet was violently yanked off, his rifle wrested from his grasp, and a heavy fist struck him squarely, plunging him into darkness. When he awoke, it was to the shock of cold water splashed across his face. His arms were bound with thick hemp ropes, rendering them numb. Instinctively, he attempted to break free, but his efforts were futile. His waist was secured to a massive tree. The ropes wound tightly around him. When he tried to curl his legs, he found them forcibly spread apart, his feet tethered to a long wooden pole. His body armor, shirt, and tactical pants had been stripped away, leaving him clad only in a tank top and underwear. Another bucket of icy water was doused over him, sending shivers down his spine. It was deep into the night, and the temperature in the mountains fluctuated drastically. The wind howling, cutting through him like a knife. He regained consciousness, teeth clenched, emitting a low groan. Slowly raising his head, he saw the world before him blurred by the cold water that had splashed into his eyes. A sharp slap resounded as a soldier in black struck him, sending his head whiplashing to the side, pain igniting in his cheek as the moisture in his eyes evaporated, revealing a youthful face adorned with a sparse mustache. I ask, and you answer honestly. If you dare deceive me, I shall make you wish for death. 1,000 tortures await you. The man before him spat with unrestrained fury, his gaze locked onto Xue Ding. Understand? Nod if you comprehend. I don't wish to repeat myself. With that, another resounding slap echoed through the air. Xue Ding felt a bit dazed, as if his head had been struck, his mouth filled with blood. Not wishing to endure any more blows, he could only nod slightly. On the battlefield today, did you attack the carts behind? And amidst the fray of cavalry, did they suddenly collapse? Was it your doing? Were you the one who ambushed the major general? How did you accomplish it? He opened his mouth but offered no reply, instead letting out a helpless laugh. Reflecting on his own situation, he realized that upon entering this world, he was already on the brink of death. Surviving had been a hard-won battle, escaping from the vast mountains teeming with bizarre creatures and perilous insects. Each time, he narrowly evaded death, and just as despair threatened to consume him, he finally encountered humanity. Unable to resist the urge to act heroically, he fired his weapon amidst the throngs on the battlefield, naively believing that a hasty retreat would keep him safe. Yet, he was captured, seemingly for having slain their esteemed leader, and now, he feared he would never see another dawn. How foolish it was to flaunt one's strength, when now, admitting it would likely lead to his demise. A moment of reckless courage had led to such a ludicrous fate. Exhausted, he resolved not to escape any longer, accepting his fate. Perhaps this was all but a grand dream, and death would return him to the world he once knew. Yet, everything felt so absurd, so unreal, that the more he pondered, the more comical it seemed, leading him to laugh uncontrollably, which soon escalated into a hearty guffaw. Chapter 9. The dream that cannot awaken. The bearded soldier was startled by the sudden laughter. Stepping back in fright, his eyes wide with terror. This man before him was nothing short of a demon, having single-handedly cut through an elite reconnaissance unit. Had he not been clever enough to hide at the back, he too would have met his end. After Xue Ding's laughter subsided, he bellowed his confession. It was I who killed them, all of it. The carts, the cavalry, bring it on, just end me already. I am utterly done with this wretched world. His voice echoed through the tranquil mountains, infused with boundless rage and despair, as he sought to vent all the resentment bottled within him. This is nothing but a damned dream. Wake me up, please, let me awaken. Schweding howled in hysteria, resembling a frenzied beast. The bearded soldier, incensed, flushed crimson and stepped forward, ready to deliver a kick. Instinctively, Schweding squinted, just as an older soldier intervened, pushing the aggressor aside. Clad in rough leather armor, his gaze was deep and imbued with a sense of calm authority born from experience. As he drew closer, he pointed at the object in his hand, questioning, "Is this what you used to kill? What is this?" Upon raising his eyes, Schweding recognized his own rifle. A smirk tugged at his lips, his eyes sparkling with provocation as he carelessly replied, "Guess for yourself." "I shan't tell you," the older soldier scoffed, slowly pressing the barrel of the gun against Schweding's forehead, his finger inching toward the trigger. For the first time, being aimed at by a gun felt chillingly real. Schweding closed his eyes, bracing himself for death, yet his teeth trembled uncontrollably. A click echoed in the silence. Schweding's breath caught as the older soldier pulled the trigger, but the anticipated gunshot failed to sound. The gun was already devoid of ammunition. Rising slowly, the older soldier's eyes grew colder, signaling to the shorter soldier beside him. The shorter man picked up a whip, coiling it tightly before submerging it in a wooden basin, stirring it for a while. Then grinning wickedly at Schweding. Sensing what was about to transpire, Schweding instinctively tensed. The shorter soldier raised the whip high, swinging it in 3 circles above his head before striking down. A sharp crack resonated as the whip connected with Schweding's body, leaving a fiery red mark from his left chest to right rib, blood instantly seeping through. His heart contracted violently, the pain radiating through his bones, the salt water from the whip intensifying the sting. "It hurts like hell." Schweding couldn't help but cry out. He had intended to endure like a tough guy from a drama. Yet he faltered under the first strike. The shorter soldier swung the whip again, repeating the motion, and Schweding could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of curses. Emotionless, the shorter soldier continued the relentless assault. Seemingly invigorated by Schweding's cries, surrounding soldiers gathered, jeering and cheering. Eventually, the shorter soldier grew fatigued, and another soldier eagerly took over the whip, targeting Schweding's face and abdomen. Time lost all meaning as the soldiers continued their assault. Schweding teetering on the brink of consciousness, drenched in blood. Sweat mixed with blood pooled on the ground, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably from the pain. A burning agony flooding his mind, leaving him dazed and disoriented. His mental state shattered, he succumbed to despair, wishing only for a swift end, not wanting to endure any further torment. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water splashed onto his face, jolting him back to reality. The bearded soldier roughly seized Schweding's hair, pointing to the ground near a fire. "Open your eyes and see how many of us you've killed, you damned demon." On the ground by the fire lay soldiers. Lifeless as logs, their numbers unknown, the flame's light failing to illuminate their faces. The surviving soldiers bore solemn expressions, grief etched upon them, while one lay on the ground surrounded by injured comrades. "You killed our captain. Such a good man. In just 2 months, he was to return home. His child awaits him, Y brothers from the same village, Shaojie, Zhangliang. Those who enlisted together with me, they're all dead, all slain by you." The bearded soldier's tears streamed down to his lips as he spoke, his face contorted in anguish, eyes swollen, breath quickened, and he broke down into sobs. The captain had been the first to charge into the fray in the forest. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Hearing his own cries, Schweding's emotions spiraled out of control. He had never anticipated causing such death and injury, guilt swelling within him. If only he hadn't encountered those 2 modern individuals. If he hadn't impulsively fired his weapon, if they hadn't sought him out, would this all have been avoided? But was there any choice in all this? Or was it simply a dream from which he could never awaken? The soldier referred to as the squad leader by the bearded man was indeed the older soldier. Observing Schweding's breakdown, he wore a sinister smile. "Oh, you can't handle a few lashes, and now you're crying? Tisk, truly not a man. Fear not, I won't end your life so swiftly. The dawn is still far off. We shall tend to you properly." The shorter soldier withdrew a glowing red blade from the roaring fire. A grin plastered across his face as he approached. "I beg you. Just kill me. Grant me a swift end, Shue-Ding pleaded, his voice trembling. The fiery blade drew nearer, and Shue-Ding felt its searing heat, his eyelids flickering as he shut them in fear. Amidst the nearby foliage, a hand slowly parted the underbrush, revealing a dark face, a black dagger clenched in its mouth, stealthily approaching the unsuspecting soldiers. After a few moments of waiting, the figure lunged forward, swiftly covering one soldier's mouth while aiming the dagger at his throat. Suddenly, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig pierced the air, halting the fiery blade in its tracks, followed by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Shue-Ding turned to see a man in a tattered suit tackling a soldier to the ground. They rolled across the earth, stirring up clouds of dust, trading blows in a desperate fight. The surrounding soldiers reacted quickly, rushing to intervene, with the burly squad leader being the first to respond, charging forward with his blade raised high. Just then, a deafening gunshot shattered the night, causing the squad leader to falter and collapse. The soldiers, hearing the gunfire again, froze in terror, the memories of the day's battles casting a dark shadow over their hearts. The suited man's eyes bulged with rage as he plunged the knife into the soldier's chest, who struggled briefly before falling still. The bearded soldier, witnessing the death of his comrade, let out a furious shout and charged forward with his weapon drawn, only to be met with another resounding gunshot, blood spraying as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The surrounding soldiers trembled, weapons trembling in their hands, paralyzed by fear, none daring to advance. Chapter 10. The master of the Kuan Yuan sect. Anyone who moves dies. Whoever approaches will be struck dead. A figure emerged swiftly from the woods, a dark gun barrel aimed at everyone, bellowing loudly. Clad in a jacket, his square face framed by a stubbled beard, he demanded, "You Dato, are you all right? Were you injured?" As he steadied his black sniper rifle, the jacket-clad man calmly inquired. Shue-Ding finally regained his senses, realizing that the two modern individuals he had saved on the battlefield, the suited man and the jacket-clad man, had come to his rescue. And a wave of gratitude surged within him. "No, I'm fine. Just a bit rusty. I pressed down too hard, and he bit me. It's been ages since I practiced." Why Yu Dato gasped for breath, recalling the peril he had faced. He couldn't tell if it was his leap that had been too exaggerated, or if the soldier had been particularly sharp, but the moment he pressed down, he had been bitten, a stroke of bad luck indeed. He had managed to press the dagger to the soldier's neck, who had narrowly evaded, only grazing his skin. Fortunately, his strength prevailed, and he pinned the soldier down, using all his might to drive the dagger home. Finally resolving his predicament, "Why Yu Dato, stop dawdling. Grab the gun and then untie me," the jacket-clad man urged, noticing Yu Dato still lost in thought. "Dato. Right?" Yu Dato snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving the confiscated rifle. Pulling a magazine from his waist, swiftly reloading, and disengaging the safety. Swiftly dashing to the side of Shue-Ding, one hand brandished a firearm while the other drew forth a dagger to sever the ropes binding him. All the while indulging in playful banter. "Brother, your predicament is rather unique, isn't it? They've stripped you bare, and it appears this group has quite an eclectic taste. But honestly, the knots are far too numerous. It's evident they lack professionalism. I wonder what kind of flavor you prefer." Shue-Ding trembled, his lips quivering as he replied faintly, "Thank you. Perhaps you should try it next time." "All right, my friend, it seems you haven't been completely dazed. You're quite the man." After severing the thick ropes, Shue-Ding was assisted to his feet, trembling and drenched in blood and sweat, the mountain breeze causing him to shiver. Why Yu Dato handed Shue-Ding a rifle, removed his suit, and draped the tattered nylon jacket over him. In a hushed tone, he whispered, "We followed the gunfire here. The rifle magazines and sniper rifle were found on another hill, but the clips were damaged by knives, rendering the bullets flattened. There are only 11 rounds left, so be cautious when using them. It's time for vengeance. The sniper rifle has only 2 shots left, and it's now merely a tool for intimidation. Yu Dato, come and bind the others." "All right, I'm on it." Responding affirmatively, Yu Dato approached the soldiers with rope in hand. "Don't move, comply, and you shall live. Otherwise, we will end your lives," the man in the jacket bellowed, causing the terrified soldiers to drop their weapons. Yet, before his words could fully dissipate, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a shadow darted forward, landing a punch squarely in the jacket man's abdomen. He was sent flying, the sniper rifle slipping from his grasp. Xue Ding raised his weapon to shoot, but the shadow swiftly evaded, snatching the rifle with one hand while the other transformed into a palm that gently struck, sending him sprawling before he could discern the figure, both men collapsing to the ground. Yu Dada stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the two armed men were taken down, disarmed effortlessly. The speed of the newcomer was astonishing. Once the shadow came to a halt, the onlookers clearly beheld the figure's visage. Clad in ancient Han attire, his hair styled in a topknot with a jade hairpin thrust through. His temples were already graying, deep wrinkles etched into his forehead, and a pair of eyes gleamed with a chilling light. He wore gray-white cloud boots, a white jade belt, and a resplendent blue robe adorned with golden cloud patterns. The blue-robed man held a rifle in one hand and a sniper rifle in the other, scrutinizing his surroundings closely. Diske. To think one has slain a foundational-level Lingxi realm master. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Such a weapon is indeed rare. Could you possibly be from the Qizong? The blue-robed man was astonished by his own conjecture. Unable to hide his excitement, it was said that the weapons of Qizong possessed immense power. And centuries ago, various sects had fought fiercely for them. He felt he had stumbled upon great fortune. If he were to acquire other legendary weapons from Qizong, his fortunes would surely soar. Lying on the ground, Xue Ding felt a sharp pain in his chest, unable to move. Had that individual not shown restraint, he might have been killed with a single blow. Gazing at the fallen jacket man, clutching his stomach in agony, he struggled to prop himself up but failed repeatedly to rise. Follow me, and I assure you your safety. Do not move, comply, and you shall live. Otherwise, we will execute you. The blue-robed man mocked with a sinister laugh. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the blue-robed man effortlessly subduing three individuals, respectfully clasped their fists and inquired, "Might I ask if you are a celestial master from the Kunyuanzong? We are from the Weihu army, and these individuals were captured by our battalion at great cost. Out of our 30-odd men, only a handful remain alive. If you entrust them to us, we will surely report to the military and secure rewards for you." The blue-robed man chuckled. Such words are unnecessary. I am not one to covet accolades. The soldiers, filled with joy at his response, knew that capturing such fierce individuals would dramatically alter the battlefield dynamics. If they were to take credit, the rewards would be bountiful, and promotions to nobility were not out of the question. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, the blue-robed man continued. If you capture them, naturally they will be yours. But what if they are spies sent by an enemy nation? You claim to be from the Weihu army, but that alone suffices. Mere words without proof are insufficient. We are absolutely not spies. We have documentation to prove our claims. The soldier hurried to the side of the fallen vice-captain, rummaging through the corpse until he produced a thick leather pouch from the chest, shaking off the blood before respectfully presenting it to the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man raised an eyebrow in disdain and commanded, "Open it." The soldier spread the pouch on the ground and slowly unwrapped the final layer of leather, only to find the roster had been pierced by bullets and was soaked in blood. Stammering, the soldier explained, "Celestial Master, the roster has been ruined by the blood. However, we have backups within the army, and you may accompany us to verify its authenticity." "Humph, do you take me for a fool?" The old man mused. "If I were to visit your territory, would you not plot against me? At that time, your words would be law, and I would be at your mercy. Given this, I shall take them with me. This matter is of great importance, and the more who know, the worse it will be. You may follow along." The blue-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. The soldiers, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, knelt and begged for mercy. Ignoring their pleas, the blue-robed man struck them down one by one, their blood spraying forth as they fell lifelessly. Some wounded soldiers, dragging their broken bodies, attempted to escape, but the blue-robed man swiftly crushed them beneath his foot in no time. All remaining soldiers lay dead. Yu Dada stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, a wave of desperation washing over him. Yet he clenched his teeth to endure, witnessing the blue-robed man's ruthless efficiency in dispatching the soldiers. Not a single one left standing. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, akin to a descent into hell. The blue-robed man appeared unfazed by his actions, casually surveying the fallen, ensuring there were no survivors before returning. Dusting off his clothing and adjusting his sleeves, he sighed, "Alas, I have inadvertently slain so many soldiers of the Weihu army. This cannot be known to others, or I shall surely face dire consequences. Despite the tone of regret, his eyes betrayed no hint of remorse. Chapter 11. The peach token we saw nothing. We were merely passing through. And we shall take our leave now. Dada feigned calmness, knowing that refusal would certainly lead to death, and hurriedly replied, his voice trembling slightly. The blue-robed man revealed a chilling smile, his teeth gleaming white in the night. That is not for you to decide. I only trust the dead. Understood. Let us discuss matters amicably. We shall follow you. Dadu's heart raced, sweat beading on his forehead as he quickly sought to placate the situation. The blue-robed man nodded in satisfaction, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, leaping back and assuming a defensive stance like a cat with its fur bristling. When did you arrive? He shrieked, his voice piercing the stillness of the forest. We just got here too, Dada stammered, increasingly anxious. That moment, an elderly voice resonated. Hee. I've been here for a while, almost missed an excellent show. Dada jumped, realizing the voice came from behind him. Turning, he beheld an old man clad in gray garments, hair and beard flowing white, his face rosy and benevolent, slowly emerging from the woods. Had he been standing there all along, unnoticed? Who are you, and what is your purpose? The blue-robed man inquired, frowning, as the old man had approached without a sound. Unnoticed by all, the old man, with hair like snow, silently raised a finger, pointing at Xue Ding. The blue-robed man bent low and struck first. Launching an attack with explosive energy, a loud bang echoed, and Dada felt darkness envelop him, akin to a rag doll flung by a gust, landing in a daze, groaning in pain. The sounds of combat erupted in a continuous clamor, eventually subsiding after a lengthy interval. The blue-robed man supported himself on one hand, veins bulging on his forehead as he gasped for breath. Your aura is extraordinary, a foundational realm master. Why do you trouble someone as insignificant as me? I do not know where I have offended you. Would it not be better for me to offer some treasures in compensation? Let us part ways peacefully, lest my Kunyuanzong pursue this matter further. We bear no grudge. I am merely fulfilling my duties as entrusted by another. Our nations are traditional adversaries. If I were to slay you and feed your remains to the tigers and leopards in these lofty mountains, would your sect not be left searching for your whereabouts? The old man remained calm, speaking slowly. These three possess profound secrets. Take them as you wish. You disregard our nation's dignity, murdering our commander, violating the rules of engagement that forbid killing nobles. Are you not afraid that my sect will send more masters after you? I know not of such rules. Those who dare to attack my territory are to be slain without hesitation. No matter, I shall finish my business here and return swiftly. In that case, I shall leave these individuals in your care. I take my leave. The blue-robed man seized the opportunity to catch his breath during their dialogue, snorting coldly before leaping off into the treetops, fleeing rapidly. The old man did not pursue but smiled as he turned to examine the fallen figures, extending 2 fingers to check each of them. Ascertaining their condition, he then retrieved a white jade vial from within his garments, presenting it to Xue Ding. Bewildered, Xue Ding accepted it with both hands. The old man spoke, "You 3 have only superficial wounds. This medicine is a miraculous healing elixir. Each of you should take 1 orally, and I shall provide 3 additional pills to be crushed and mixed with water for cleansing your wounds. You will recover shortly." He then produced a wooden token, engraved with the character for Peach. Continuing, the 3 valiant souls expressed their gratitude towards the citizens of Jinxia City, declaring that Jinxia City would repay any kindness shown. Holding the tokens of passage, they would be allowed to traverse the checkpoint, and upon arrival, they would receive a proper reception. The enemy, having lost a significant figure, would undoubtedly seek revenge and send formidable adversaries. Only Jinxia City could ensure your safety. You must not divulge any secrets and should remain vigilant to avoid encounters that could lead to misunderstandings and unnecessary casualties. Only when the situation stabilizes should you seek me out. That person in the blue robe has fled. Shall we not pursue him? Datu interjected eagerly. The elder in gray chuckled heartily. He cannot escape. Suddenly, an energy surged through him, his garments billowing as he ascended into the air. With a swift motion of his arm, a gust of wind gathered all the bodies into one place, and he severed the tree canopy to cover them before gliding away, leaving behind the echoing words. These corpses? Should you have the strength, I implore you to conceal them. This person a deity, a celestial being. He can fly. He actually flew away. My goodness, what kind of principle is this? What world have we traversed into? How did he accomplish that? Data stammered, pointing in shock at the direction the elder had flown, filled with disbelief and excitement. Calm down, Data, if he hasn't gone far, do you wish to confront him again? The man in the jacket rose to his feet. Now is the time to regain our strength. Let us check on our companion and hastily prepare to leave this place. Oh, Data swallowed hard and rushed to Schweding's side. Where's the vial the old man gave you? Wasn't it said to be a miraculous healing potion? I'll give it a try first. If it's not toxic, you may use it. Datu appeared somewhat exhilarated. Schweding smiled wryly and handed over the porcelain bottle. Datu took the vial, muttering softly, "This little jade bottle is rather exquisite." He poured out a pill the size of a soybean, inhaling its scent, which was not pungent. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. The two watched Data's reaction, and after a considerable pause, he patted his stomach and smacked his lips. It seems to be fine. My stomach feels warm, as if I've consumed cough syrup, though it has a slightly fishy taste. Why don't you both give it a try? He then handed the porcelain bottle back to Schweding. The elder advised, take out 3 pills, crush them, and apply them to the wounds. I shall try applying it to my own injury first. I will not ingest more. Schweding did not take the vial. Caution is never misplaced. I received but a single punch. I shall apply it to my wounds and keep the rest for later. The man in the jacket nodded in approval. Indeed, we are unaware of this medicine's composition. It would be unfortunate if we all ended up with a case of diarrhea, Data jested. The three utilized the supplies carried by the fallen soldiers to boil water and prepare porridge. With the assistance of the man in the jacket and the suited man, Schweding tended to his wounds. After applying the elder's medicine, he felt a refreshing relief. The skin, previously torn by the whip, was no longer so hot or painful. He donned his previously discarded clothing along with a bulletproof vest, drawing closer to the fire, tightly gripping his rifle, feeling a semblance of warmth. After a hearty meal, they used stones and branches to obscure the corpses, ensuring that they were entirely concealed before feeling satisfied. Data discovered several cold weapons. Schweding opted for a long spear. The man in the jacket chose a long knife, while Data retained a bow and arrows. Though weary, they dared not sleep with the pile of corpses nearby and gathered around the fire, waiting for dawn. Schweding posed the most pressing question in his mind. Are you also from Huaxia? How did you arrive here? Datu, piqued with great interest, responded, Of course, we are from Huaxia. Otherwise, how could we wield firearms? We crossed over on September 3, 2030. What about you? Chapter 12. More survivors. I arrived at 2 p.m. on September 3rd. What a coincidence. It seems we are all Earthlings. We set out to seek rescue and, incidentally, to find food. We happened upon these soldiers conscripting laborers, and who would have thought they would send us to attack a city without weapons? It was akin to sending us to our deaths. Fortunately, old Joe was clever. He rallied the crowd, shouting for the soldiers on the city wall to provide us with weapons for self-defense, and astonishingly, we managed to acquire some. We overpowered a few soldiers, and then others joined us in resistance. Then we witnessed the cavalry charging towards us, and we were all paralyzed with fear. Did you not see? Those struck were sent flying, like discarded sacks. The war horses were akin to tanks, and before these cavalrymen, ordinary people were as vulnerable as wheat before a scythe. We thought we were doomed, but then you fired a few shots and disrupted their cavalry, even taking down their prominent figure. You are quite impressive, brother. I am truly in awe. Schweding murmured softly. Is that so? Before this, after acquiring my firearm, I had only used it against beasts. By the way, where did you get your gun? And you shoot so well, a sharpshooter. Data remarked, glancing at the nearby corpses. I found it in a downed helicopter. Initially, when I got the sniper rifle, I could hardly aim. The creatures in the mountains were too fierce, but I eventually honed my skills. I fired numerous rounds before achieving any success. I am no sharpshooter, merely fortunate. Datu was astonished, realizing that his survival was indeed a remarkable miracle. The man in the jacket interjected. We have yet to introduce ourselves. Let us first understand our situation before continuing. Data sheepishly chuckled. Right. How thoughtless of me. What is your name, brother? Let us introduce ourselves. I am Shweting, graduated from university over a year ago, working at an auto repair shop. During the holiday, I went paragliding with friends and inexplicably found myself in this world. Shweting spoke with curiosity. I am Yuning, affectionately dubbed Dat due to my larger head. I served in the military for 7 or 8 years and now run a leather business. Business has been poor, so I came to Chang'an seeking opportunities. I arrived here 2 months ago that I wonder how this crossing occurred. It is hard to accept. What will happen to my wife and child? Will my wife remarry? Dada's tone grew melancholy, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am Zhou Jigang. Like Yuning, I also arrived here by plane. I am an instructor. My wife is seeking a divorce, and I was returning to sign the papers when I encountered this bizarre situation. We have no children, so perhaps it is for the best. She may consider me dead, and I shall be free of such trivial matters. Zhou Jigang's gaze dimmed as he sighed deeply. Old Zhou is quite remarkable. Not just any instructor, likely a special forces trainer. However, the specifics are classified, and he shall not disclose them, not speculate. I am indeed a special forces instructor, but I cannot reveal which unit due to confidentiality regulations. His tone was filled with pride as he stirred the fire with a branch, causing the flames to blaze brighter. He then shifted the conversation. Shweting, you arrived by paraglider. What was the altitude and coordinates? Do you recall? After some reflection, Shweting replied, the altitude was approximately 2,500 to 3,000 meters. I ascended a bit higher for thrills. I do not recall the coordinates, but I took off from Qinling. It has been 2 months since I arrived here, just like you. We must have arrived at the same time. Zhou Jigang nodded. During the holiday, travel is busy. We likely encountered trouble in the skies. I believe we are not the only ones to have come to this world. I trust we will find a way back home. You two arrived by plane. Were you the only ones? What about the others? Shweting inquired cautiously. Zhou Jigang smiled faintly and responded, we are rather fortunate. The captain mentioned that at an altitude of 4,700 meters, the pressure suddenly changed, causing everyone on board to inexplicably lose consciousness. The plane continued to autopilot, unable to establish coordinates, and merely circled above until the fuel was exhausted, forcing it to land on a riverbank. It was quite perilous. Had the plane struck a large tree or rock, everyone would have perished without awareness. It's fortunate that we were on a domestically produced aircraft, which had an intelligent evasion system, Dada said, relieved. All aboard survived, with a few sustaining minor injuries. They organized a camp. But the daily consumption among survivors was substantial. Even with rationing, the food from the plane was exhausted within 2 days. All communications were severed, and rescue had yet to arrive. To ensure the safety of most, several small teams were dispatched to search for food and assistance. We set out with over 100 people, and after 10 days, only 10 of us remain. It is likely we shall never find rescue. For this is a world where humans prey on one another. Zhou Jigang pounded his fist against a rock in frustration. Why, Datu interjected, at dawn, we must return to the village. We have a companion who is injured. Old Mo is an outdoor enthusiast. We teamed up to traverse several mountains in search of rescue and finally found a village, only to encounter soldiers conscripting laborers. They were clad in ancient attire, and we initially thought we had stumbled into a film set. Old Mo approached to inquire, only to be struck on the head with a blade. His fate remains unknown. After a night of conversation, the three exchanged much information. The sun rose as usual, illuminating the sky. They gathered their usable supplies and retraced their steps to locate Shweting's abandoned backpack. Evidence of the struggle was evident throughout the wilderness. Recalling the previous day's battle, a small squad had been obliterated, leaving countless families shattered, plunging Shweting into a deep sense of guilt. Zhou Jigang observed the subtle change in Shweting's demeanor and firmly grasped his shoulder. Gazing intently into his eyes, you have done nothing wrong. When you are assaulted, what reason do you have to apologize? Regardless of how benevolent that individual may usually be, once on the battlefield, allegiances shift. One is either a comrade or an enemy. An enemy seeks to extinguish your life, and one must harbor no compassion towards them. To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself and one's comrades. Remember, on the battlefield, there is no distinction between right and wrong, only life and death. Zhou Jigang's voice resonated with authority, his expression grave. If it weren't for your gunfire, we would have been trampled by the war horses. You saved us both. They even drove old, weak, women, and infants onto the battlefield. Such beings are akin to beasts. You have rescued so many innocents. You are a hero. Encountering such a situation for the first time, no one would emerge unscathed. Take heart, my brave brother. You are truly the protagonist of a film. In any case, we owe you our lives, and from now on, we shall be as brothers, though not by blood. Udatu offered a comforting smile. Shwedding murmured, I understand now, thank you. What do you understand? Zhou Jigang inquired loudly. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between right and wrong, only life and death, Shwedding replied. Is there more? Are we truly brothers? Zhou Jigang pressed. Shwedding questioned, contemplating the bond forged amidst the chaos of battle, a camaraderie born of shared peril that would not easily be forgotten. Zhou Jigang finally relaxed his stern demeanor, a smile breaking through as he patted Shwedding's shoulder. Well said. Henceforth, we shall indeed be brothers. Shall we not slay a chicken and share a drink to commemorate our brotherhood, akin to the oath of the peach garden? Udata chuckled, raising his bow and arrows. The following night, within the confines of Jinxia City, a seemingly endless array of barracks rose in orderly succession, with towering watchtowers evenly distributed. Torches lit up the entire military camp, casting a warm glow. Soldiers patrolled with steady, rhythmic steps, their armor emitting a faint rustle, their vigilant eyes scanning for any hint of suspicious activity. In the heart of the camp, on the second floor of a building, a massive map adorned the entire wall, while silver armor hung from a rack, glinting coldly in the light. A figure at a writing desk rested his forehead in thought, engrossed in the tome before him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the flames of the candles to flicker. Reluctantly, he closed the book and inquired, Grandfather Yao, have the investigations yielded any clarity regarding the individuals in the carriage and the mysterious thunder from yesterday? Miss, I have pieced together much of the story, the gray-robed elder replied respectfully. Grandfather Yao, you have safeguarded the one family for decades, making you a benefactor to us. Now that our father is missing, my siblings and I have grown up under your care. You are our kin. Please, do not refer to yourself as an old servant any longer. How shall Jin Xian carry herself if others learn of how we treat our benefactor? You speak too highly of me, young lady. In my youth, I was overly arrogant, offending countless enemies, leading to the calamity that befell my family. I spent much of my life in a haze until I met the master, who cleared the fog for me, aided my cultivation, and allowed me to exact my revenge. Only then was I freed from my burdens, achieving the realm of Bihai. The master's grace towards me obliges my servitude. My years spent traveling with the master were the most exhilarating of my life. Now, entrusted with your care, I shall devote all my efforts, even unto death. Will you still refer to yourself as an old servant? Very well, I shall heed you. From now on, I shall refrain from such titles, the elder said, stroking his beard with resignation as he looked at the obedient Wen Jinxian. Now, let us discuss the findings of the investigation. He continued. The situation is rather complex, and I find myself at a loss. When Jian Xian straightened her posture, I am certain that the individual commanding the troops is Hu Yin Haoyue, who has been slain. Hu Yin Haoyue, the third son of Hu Yin Shuafeng. When Jian Xian exclaimed in shocked and it is said that he is unruly, fierce, and prone to violence. Now that he is dead, Hu Yin Shuafeng will not let this matter rest. You must be prepared. I have heard of his deeds. Proud and unruly, he has committed numerous atrocities. His demise seems to be fate's design. However, he possesses exceptional talent, having reached the Lingxi realm, surrounded by skilled allies. How did this occur? Could it be related to the thunder that manifested on the battlefield yesterday? When Jian Xian furrowed her brow, I am uncertain, the elder admitted, but following your instructions, I ventured to the site of the thunder and gathered some clues, though I cannot confirm them. When I arrived, I happened upon scouts from the Tiger Might army whipping a captive, who seemed to have nearly wiped out their squad. Subsequently, two short-haired individuals wielding strange weapons intervened, producing thunder as they killed two soldiers. Experts from the Kuan Yuan sect soon arrived to counter them. From their words, they may be affiliated with the Qizong, and their weapons could be something extraordinary. The mysterious thunder that struck from miles away, killing cavalry and slaying Hu Yin Haoyue, was likely orchestrated by them, he concluded. The Qizong, a sect that has been extinct for over 300 years? When Jian Xian's eyes widened, sensing she was delving into a monumental secret. Indeed, 3 centuries ago, the Qizong was renowned, reputed for creating exquisite divine machinery that astonished the world of cultivation. It was said that even mortals could slay immortals, causing dread among the major sections. Alas, after the demise of the first patriarch, the other sects united to eradicate them, seizing all divine machinery, leaving disciples scattered, some dead, some surrendered. If they truly are of the Qizong, wielding divine weapons, then everything falls into place. It is indeed hard to believe. To slay an expert of the Lingxi realm from miles away, surely only a master at the nascent soul stage could achieve such a feat. Is it possible that such divine weapons exist in this world? When Jin Xian gazed at the candle holder, her eyes flickering with intrigue. To be able to rival a nascent soul expert does seem exaggerated. I speculate that their weapons excel at long range, catching foes off guard, potentially achieving instant kills. However, should their concealment falter and an expert approach, they would become akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Grandfather Yao? Since we have identified individuals from the Qizong, why not capture them? Is it due to concerns over the Kuan Yuan sect, or are there other reasons for your hesitation? There is no hesitation. The Kuan Yuan sect's members, in their eagerness for glory, have eliminated the remaining scouts of the Tiger Might army with ruthless efficiency, thus sparing me the trouble. I have already slain the Kuan Yuan sect member and disposed of the body. Unless they are foolish enough to leak information, the only ones privy to this secret are you and I. I was surprised to find that the Kuan Yuan sect member was a Lingxi realm expert. I am getting old and did not wish to exert too much strength, so I engaged in a prolonged struggle, wasting considerable effort. Given that a significant figure has perished on the battlefield, it is likely that they will dispatch experts to investigate. I concluded my affairs in haste, concerned for your safety, and returned swiftly. He lamented with a sigh. I have established stringent defenses within the city, so there is no need for you to worry excessively, Grandfather Yao. Should they send experts, even if we cannot defeat them, I can escape. But where are those three now? Their whereabouts remain unknown. However, when they departed, I gifted them a vial of healing elixir and my token, advising them that only Jinxia City could offer them sanctuary. Once the storm has passed, they should seek me out, thus forging a bond of goodwill. Do we know their names, origins, or masters? Chapter 14. The old general mourns indeed. I could have captured them, as I contemplated. They may not be members of the Qizong, as they did not confirm their identities and bore no distinguishing marks, making it difficult to ascertain. Furthermore, we do not know their intentions. They may have been acquainted prior, as they would not have saved one another on the battlefield otherwise. Yet, if they possess such formidable weapons, why were they captured as prisoners? Old Yao quickly shifted the topic, feeling quite embarrassed for having forgotten to inquire about their names in his haste. It was all the fault of that Kuan Yuan sect scoundrel, who slipped away after a brief exchange, leaving him to maintain an air of superiority, causing further delay. That scoundrel was remarkably swift. He pursued him over several hills, exhausting himself in the chase. Grandfather Yao? Yet if they became separated for any reason and encountered each other again, naturally they would not abandon their comrades in the midst of battle, especially if one of them had just slain their commander. That scenario seems plausible. This is precisely the dilemma that leaves me uncertain. If they truly hail from the Qizong, wielding such extraordinary weapons, should other sects learn of them, it could incite a tempest of chaos, potentially leading to a bloodbath. Jinxia City cannot withstand such upheaval. It would be difficult to maintain peace. If they do not come, we could easily attribute Hu Yin Haoyue's death to them, claiming he was slain by a mysterious figure. If they do arrive, we shall leave the decision to you, and I will lend my utmost support. Grandfather Yao, your approach is sound. Let us devise a plan once they reappear. However, I wonder why the Hu Yin family suddenly attacked us, catching us off guard. Does the treaty between our nations hold no weight? When the enemy launched a sudden assault, we were caught unprepared, with arrows in short supply. Thankfully, we managed to retreat in time. Moreover, it is infuriating that the guard, upon raising the city gate, inexplicably forgot to lower it again. When the enemy launched a sudden assault, they could have simply pushed through the open gate and made their way in unimpeded. Fortunately, they seemed oblivious to the gate's absence, leaving Wen Jinxian with lingering trepidation. This incident is indeed peculiar. If it were the work of the Yuanwu Empire, it would signify a national conflict, not merely a strike against Jinxia City. As no urgent reports have yet been received from other strongholds, should it be attributed to the Hu Yin family, it is possible that the higher-ups might downplay the situation to prevent escalation. labeling it merely as a skirmish between two cities. In a few days, when my dispatched disciples return, clarity will be attained, at which point we can make a decisive judgment. For now, aside from notifying the military headquarters, we must also reach out to all cities to proactively bolster our defenses and prepare for battle. In a border stronghold of the Yuanwu Empire, there lies a grand estate surrounded by towering walls, featuring lofty pavilions, winding stone paths, and rugged rocks adorned with intricate carvings. Within a spacious courtyard, doors firmly shut, a heart-wrenching wail emanates. My son, oh my son, your death is so tragic. A father with white hair mourning his black-haired child. How could you leave me so? The heavens are unjust, the heavens are unjust. Outside, a middle-aged man clad in a silk cap stands, his countenance grim as he gazes at the multitude of figures in black robes adorned with golden thread who kneel in the courtyard. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, he coldly commands, "Commence." I, Qian Jinwei, captain of the personal guards, offer my blood to welcome the spirit of the young general, and I extend my condolences to General Hu Yin. With a resolute declaration, he draws a dagger, a glint of cold light flashing as he plunges it into his own heart without hesitation. His eyes widen, breath quickening, chest heaving violently a few times before he collapses to the ground. Lifeless and unyielding, I, Lu Huashuang, vice captain of the personal guards, wish to serve as the young general's ghostly commander and extend my condolences to General Hu Yin. Despite witnessing the captain's grim fate, fear of death fills his heart. Tears unbeknownst to him stream down his face as he trembles while drawing his dagger, thrusting it into his own heart, stirring it briefly, blood spilling forth as he breathes his last. I, Zhang Walin, a lieutenant, wish to eternally follow the young general and extend my condolences to General Hu Yin. Unable to restrain his sobs, he draws his sword, expelling a breath as he slashes at his neck. Blood spurting forth, the warmth of his life dissipating into the rain. I, Li Zongshi, wish for the spirit of the young general to find peace below, and I extend my condolences to General Hu Yin. I still have 2 children. Please, General, extend your condolences. With a dagger drawn, he weeps uncontrollably, his lamentation inspiring more to join in. Summoning courage, he closes his eyes, preparing to cut his throat when suddenly a voice calls out, "Stop!" The man in the silk cap interjects urgently. Li Zongshi halts abruptly, his cries ceasing immediately. The man, now somewhat anxious, advises, "Change your method. Blood is splattering everywhere, even onto the flowers in the garden. Those are the lady's favorites. Step away from the flower bed." Upon hearing this, Li Zongshi pauses, shifting awkwardly on his knees, and manages to respond through his tears, "Yes," before taking a deep breath, reversing the blade to point it at himself. Gripping the dagger tightly, he plunges it into his heart, and with a soft thud, his body slowly crumples to the ground. The courtyard falls into a heavy silence, the only sound being the continued wails from inside the house. "Do not pause, continue," the man in the silk cap instructs, pointing to another individual. I, Li Laosan, extend my condolences to General Hu Yin. I, Zhang Fuguwei. I, Qian. I, Zhao. The chilling sounds of iron-piercing flesh echo throughout the courtyard, and soon, the figures in black lie scattered across the ground, blood mingling with the rain to form a small stream, slowly seeping into the earth. The cries from within the room finally cease, and with a creak, the door swings open. Hu Yin Shuofeng emerges, wiping sweat and tears from his brow, his hair grizzled, clad in a verdant robe, presenting the appearance of a wealthy gentleman, with a scarf wrapped around his head. The man in the silk cap immediately bows and approaches, hastily conjuring 2 tears upon his face as he speaks in a tone of reverence. "Master, please accept my condolences, and do take care of your health." Hu Yin Shuofeng, appearing as a wealthy gentleman, speaks in a husky voice. "Gu Shilang, fetch some food. I find myself rather hungry." Jiu Shilang gestures to a guard, who promptly departs. "Have all of these people perished?" Hu Yin Shuofeng inquires, pointing to the multitude of bodies strewn across the courtyard. "Master, they have all perished. 83 men from the personal guard, all died loyal to their duty. Indeed, they were men of loyalty and righteousness. Let them be given a proper burial, and their families must not be deprived of their entitlements. And that individual who sullied the flower bed, his corpse shall be fed to the dogs. Also, hasten to clean up the courtyard. The lady will be arriving tomorrow." And with so many dead in one courtyard, She will be greatly distressed. Yes, mastered. Gu Shilang bows even lower. Huyen Shuofeng suddenly covers his face and weeps, his voice filled with despair, still engulfed in sorrow. And my Howar, who adored his wives and concubines, let them accompany him to ASU command. What does the Kunyuanzong Law Hall say? Chapter 15. The Wujizong, the young master, was pierced through the golden lock armor by a copper-tipped projectile, resulting in his death from a left side chest wound. There were no signs of spiritual power being used on his body. That golden lock armor is impervious to blades and spears. How could my son perish due to such a trivial projectile? The projectile possesses tremendous power. Reports indicate that a cavalry unit was the first to be ambushed. Some had their heads blown off, others had their chests shattered, and some were severed in half. Those struck either suffered dismemberment or met their demise. The golden lock armor must have absorbed most of the energy, allowing this copper projectile to remain lodged in the body. Otherwise, Jiu Shilang quickly interjects. When the young master was brought in, he still appeared human. Were it not for the golden lock armor, his remains would have been scattered everywhere. This is the first time I have encountered such a bizarre event. I nearly retched. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transformation stage. Could it be that Howar ambush provoked a hidden nascent soul expert? I have heard that such individuals can kill with a mere flick of a leaf. Huyen Shuofeng muses in confusion. Master, there are few nascent soul experts. How could one appear in this remote borderland? Jinxia City hardly warrants their attention. Indeed, those individuals are exceedingly esteemed. They need only stand and emit a shout for even I, as a general, would have to submit my neck for execution. Could it be a golden core stage? There were divination experts around the young master, yet none detected any fluctuations of spiritual power. Nor did we hear of any such masters in the vicinity, nor have we heard of anyone possessing long-distance killing techniques. Then what do you propose? Who possesses such ability? Reports indicate that an elite scout unit from the Tiger Might Army, tasked with seeking clues, has vanished entirely near Jinxia City. In my humble opinion, the one who killed the young master must have been a mundane force, suggesting that Jinxia City harbors some secret. Could this calamity be the will of heaven? Indeed, there are too many mysteries. During the young master's military mobilization, many witnessed a gigantic white bird. It was said to emit a tremendous roar and have an imposing presence, soaring high before suddenly diving down and crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. Unfortunately, it collided with the granary, igniting an immense fire that could not be extinguished, resulting in the destruction of provisions for tens of thousands. The young master likely intended to swiftly attack Jinxia City to recover losses. Thus, he took a detour. If he could seize Jinxia City by surprise, it would be a brilliant move for our strategic positioning. The mysterious great bird warrants thorough investigation. However, capturing Jinxia City is also of utmost importance. Howar acted correctly. Summoned Jie Qifeng. Moments later, a young man clad in white and wielding a crimson spear arrives. His figure tall and resolute, his gaze unwavering. Upon seeing Huyen Shuofeng, he immediately kneels and greets. Greetings, General. Dear nephew, no need for such formality. I summoned you here to discuss a matter. Huyen Shuofeng steps forward to assist him. Uncle, please speak. I shall exert all my efforts. Huyen Shuofeng's eyes glint with ferocity. Howar was ordered to ambush Jinxia City, yet met a tragic end, his cause of death shrouded in mystery. This suggests Jinxia City harbors secrets. You are to capture Jinxia City, apprehend those involved, and eliminate every last one. Regardless of age, I demand that Jinxia City pays for my son's burial. I entrust the Tiger Might Army entirely to you. Use them as you see fit. I will also dispatch experts to accompany you, all under your command. With your tiger and leopard cavalry, it should suffice. Do you have confidence in conquering this mere Jinxia City? I obey your command. Jie Qifeng shall not disgrace his mission. Point 1 day, within the domain of the Wujizong, amidst lush green peaks suffused with spiritual energy, mountains and waters harmoniously blend, enveloped in ethereal mists. This is a sacred land for cultivation. A figure clad in coarse linen struggles to ascend, finally reaching the mountain gate. The gatekeeper disciples rudely bar his entry, demanding his identity. The visitor slowly removes a grimy hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. With a cold demeanor, pale lips devoid of color, and tattered attire stained with blood, the woman's tragic yet breathtaking appearance draws the attention of the gate disciples. Suddenly, one female disciple recognizes her, exclaiming, "Senior Sister Imo Jingyao, what happened to you? It has been 2 months without news." Named Imo Jingyao, the woman urgently responds, "Junior sister, please take me to see the master." Within the stone chamber for cultivation, Imo Sang sits upon a jade platform, observing the prostrate disciple with concern. "Jingyao, what have you endured to become like this? Where is your senior brother?" "Master, allow me to explain in detail. On that day, my senior brother and I, heeding our master's command, ventured in that direction to investigate. We discovered the temporarily dormant Millennium Bone Transformation Great Array and, upon entering, found the elusive Qingyun fruit." Imo Sang leaped down from the stone platform, fearing she had misheard, and immediately inquired, "Qingyun fruit? What is this Qingyun fruit?" "The green jade tree on the white bone beach, the Qingyun fruit for refining the spirit and ascending to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Imo Sang's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily formed a hand seal, enveloping the cave with a blue protective barrier. "I have activated the array. No one will eavesdrop. Please, elaborate." Excitement flickered across her normally composed face. "Master, that day after a prolonged silence, Imo Sang patiently listened as Jingyao recounted her tale, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. To think it is the Millennium Great Array, and that the Qingyun fruit, so rarely found, could be secretly obtained. If my sect were to utilize it, it would surely bring about monumental changes." Imo Sang was startled by her own thoughts and quickly shook her head. "No, no, no, I have entertained foolish notions. The Qingyun fruit holds a fatal allure for those ancient beings. The power of the one who set this array must be terrifying. If news were to leak, it could spell disaster for our sect. Do you not know? The longer one cultivates, the stronger the greed for treasures becomes. When one's power does not match their ambition, they are destined to perish swiftly. You have acted wisely. Your senior brother brought this upon himself, and his demise is of little consequence." Mo Jingyao wept as she bowed. "Thank you, master. For the past 2 months, I have endured inner torment. The scene of my brother's demise has haunted my dreams. Only now, with your guidance, can I find solace." She bowed deeply in gratitude. "After you were injured by your brother, how did you manage to escape? What of your wounds? Did you encounter other sect masters?" "Master, I was exceedingly cautious and did not encounter other sect masters. By the time I escaped the Great Array, I was gravely injured by my brother. At that moment, I chanced upon a striped tiger demon, formidable in strength. My own power diminished, unable to contend. I was wounded by its claws, and all my talismans were expended. Even the hidden rainbow sword has gone missing. I beg for your punishment. That hidden rainbow sword is indeed a treasured artifact of the Qi sect. Despite years of study, I have yet to comprehend it fully, though it is quite sharp. Alas, it is lost. Let it be. Recall precisely whom you encountered, for to prevent leaks, these individuals must be contained. Mark the location of that great array diligently. I shall report to the sect leader. This shall be a significant achievement." "Disciple, thank you, master. You must tend to your wounds diligently. You are my most valued disciple. Once you are healed, I shall take you back to the northwest to avenge your brother." "Thank you, master. I am eternally grateful." Xue Ding and his companions pressed onward, finally arriving at the mountain village as darkness fell. They stealthily entered the village, which lay in eerie silence, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Only the nightingale chirped restlessly. In the courtyards of various homes, farming tools, wood, and clothing lay scattered, creating a disarray suggesting the village had been pillaged by raiders, with no villagers returning for an extended period. They called out cautiously for Lao, yet received no response. The three remained vigilant, weapons poised, wary of any lurking threats in the night, uncertain if enemy soldiers hid within the village. Most of the village's structures were built of stone walls topped with bundles of thatch. Until they reached the highest courtyard, where the roof was tiled, adorned with red cloth banners throughout the courtyard, indicating a gathering place for village rituals. Suddenly, they noticed movement by the woodpile, startling them. Yu Datu, bow in hand, swiftly released an arrow, which lodged itself into the woodpile. Xue Ding aimed his pistol at the pile, while Zhou Jigang bellowed, "Come out! If you do not emerge, we shall fire." Chapter 16. The unexpected pretense of death. The trio assumed a defensive posture, and after a prolonged moment, a small girl, around 3 or 4 years of age, timidly emerged from the woodpile, inquiring if he was Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jigang found the girl somewhat familiar, gesturing for his companions to lower their weapons as he replied. "It is I." The little girl rushed forward, clinging to Zhou Jigang's leg, her tear-filled, doe-like eyes glistening as she asked, "Where's my mother? Why hasn't she returned yet?" Zhou Jigang hesitated, scratching his head, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. Udata crouched down, a warm smile spreading across his face. "We got separated from your mother. She said she would return shortly." The girl blinked her bright eyes, innocently asking, "Really?" Her voice was sweet and melodic. "Of course it's true. Tell uncle about the old man, the one who came with us, tall and thin, dressed in black. He.s. in the cellar. He was hurt by bad men. We carried him into the cellar together. I snuck out while who was distracted because I missed my mother," she sobbed, while Udata lifted the table, revealing the cellar entrance, and removed the stone slab, a musty odor mixed with sweat assailing their nostrils. Peering down, they saw several children of varying ages crammed into the small cellar. Lao Mo lay in one corner, his lips pale, blood-soaked bandages alarming to behold. As Lao Mo noticed their presence, a spark returned to his eyes, and he slowly sat up. The group found a nearby farmhouse, and after some conversation, Xueding learned that Lao Mo had thought he was part of a play when a raider roughly grabbed a woman and attempted to assault her. Lao Mo, thinking it was a theatrical performance, intervened, only to have the raider turn and slash at his neck. Believing he would perish, he unexpectedly awoke to find himself dragged into the cellar by several older children. The raider had only grazed his shoulder, tearing away a piece of flesh. Due to prior malnutrition and the shock, he had fainted, inadvertently feigning death and escaping a calamity. Xueding produced some healing elixirs, crushed them, and applied them to Lao Mo's wounds, visibly improving them. Yu Datu introduced Xueding and shared his own experiences with Lao Mo, who listened with deep emotion before asking, "What shall we do next? Shall we return to the city to seek aid?" Udata replied, "We currently have no viable options. The vastness of the world offers little in terms of food. With over 100 mouths to feed, we require sustenance daily. Though we could hunt in the forest, the creatures there are formidable, many of which we have never encountered, and any easy prey will soon be depleted. Each day spent here increases the risk of collapse. We must swiftly return to the city to procure food and request assistance. That man in the blue robe mentioned we are from the Qi sect. I believe this Qi sect must be significant, which is why they treated us with such courtesy. We can leverage this situation, and furthermore, since Xueding turned the tide of battle by eliminating their leaders, there should be a sense of indebtedness." Zhou Jigang stated solemnly, "It seems we have no other choice." "What do you think, Ding Ge?" Udatu observed Xueding, who leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "I ponder why these raiders are capturing villagers and sending them to the battlefield. Why target the elderly, weak, and women? Is it not customary to recruit able-bodied men for assaults?" The others turned their gaze to Xueding. He straightened, cleared his throat, and continued, "I believe if we seek aid in Jinxia City, we may not only fail to find assistance, but could also be captured ourselves. Do not forget, after the blue-robed man injured us, he killed the remaining soldiers, likely to monopolize the secrets we possess. I suspect that my long-range shot that eliminated their leader must have greatly shocked them. They now view us as part of the Qi sect, which is why they have refrained from killing us. If we go to Jinxia City, do you think the people there would not covet our secrets? That is indeed the case. The blue-robed man is no good, and the people of Jinxia City may not be virtuous either. Therefore, we shall not go to Jinxia City. However, I do believe that the old man with the white beard had a point. Killing their leader poses a considerable problem. Should we hide in this vast forest?" Udata questioned. "Hiding in the forest is not a viable option. I have experienced the dangers within. The deeper one goes, the more perilous it becomes. Over the past 2 months, I have navigated through it step by step. Thus, we must indeed go to Jinxia City, but we should contemplate how to approach it in a manner that addresses our need for aid while instilling a sense of caution in them." "So they dare not act against us," Xueding articulated slowly. "The youth possesses a sharp mind. His analysis of the situation is thorough. When do you think we should enter the city?" Lao Mo inquired. Stroking his beard with a chuckle, "It would be best to rescue the people in the camp before we go. Allow me to discuss the rescue first, as it is our immediate priority. I have observed their siege tactics. Once they enter the battlefield, they become frenzied, which indeed has a surprising effect, nearly overwhelming the defenders. The following day, they sent the elderly, weak, and women from the surrounding villages to the front lines. But why? Isn't it to deplete the arrows on the walls? In ancient times, resources were scarce and arrows were precious, Udata asked. Schweding shook his head, not entirely to deplete arrows. It might be due to a shortage of food. The lack of provisions drives soldiers to reckless assaults. It is this scarcity that compels them to send the elderly and weak to the battlefield. Due to the scarcity of food, it became imperative to eradicate the villagers entirely in order to procure more provisions to sustain the army's livelihood. You assert that the enemy's offensive is a consequence of their hunger? Udatu expressed skepticism. He could not be entirely certain. He surmised that a significant upheaval must have occurred within their territory, driving them to such a frenzied state. Schweding speculated. And what connection does this have with our rescue efforts? Zhou Jigang inquired, furrowing his brow. It is pertinent, Schweding replied. The enemy, in their hasty collection of food, may not have been able to carry everything away upon their retreat. We must first locate the provisions and rescue our comrades before we proceed into the city. Upon hearing this, the three men experienced a moment of clarity. The following day, in order to avert a sudden encounter with marauding soldiers, the trio armed themselves. They enlisted a local boy to act as their guide and set out separately to search for supplies. Eventually, they discovered a small quantity of food in several nearby villages that had not been transported in time, followed by a few lost horses in a secluded valley. As evening fell, the group reconvened in Shaoshi village, where they piled their findings in the center of the courtyard. Upon deliberation, they realized their haul was not substantial: 2 large sacks of coarse grains and a bag of white rice, sufficient to feed a dozen individuals for 2 days. Old Mo prepared the white rice and invited the children to join him for a meal. The children's eyes sparkled at the sight of the rice, and they devoured it eagerly. The trio, having eaten their fill, felt despondent, as they had yet to find enough food to satisfy the entire camp. The meager provisions they had gathered would be consumed entirely in the rescue effort. They might be left with no choice but to slaughter the horses for sustenance, a thought that left Schweding deeply unsettled. Chapter 17. Food. I believe we should search the caves in the mountains tomorrow. I have a feeling there is still food to be found, Schweding suggested weakly, beginning to doubt his own judgment. Surely those marauders would not have consumed all the provisions, or taken them all when they departed. Or perhaps they were confiscated by the soldiers within Jinxia City, Udatu inquired. After their retreat, the silver-armored soldiers in the city immediately charged out to slay them, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to carry away all the supplies. Schweding reasoned. Furthermore, their frantic gathering of food would have been hindered by the rugged mountain paths, making it unlikely they could transport everything to the battlefield in time. At that moment, a timid girl from the previous day spoke up. Big brother, I heard Eru say that while he was hiding from the pursuing soldiers in the mountains, he saw a group of soldiers stealthily placing items into a cave. Could it be food? The group perked up at this revelation and hurriedly called Eru over. After the marauders arrived, my father told me to run into the mountains. While I was hiding in a place I used to play as a child. I waited a long time for my father to return, but when he didn't, I fell asleep. I woke up at night, cold, and saw a group of soldiers sneaking around without torches, moving things into the cave. Although Eru was small in stature, he possessed broad shoulders and an unusual steadiness for his age. It could very well be food. Udatu exclaimed with excitement. Do you remember the location? Zhou Jigang stood up immediately, clenching his fists. Eru nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's not far from the back mountain. The group traversed several small hills, arriving at the site indicated by Eru. Zhou Jigang was the first to move aside the grass covering the ground and began to dig. In a short while, they unearthed a large stone. Together, they removed the stone and opened the cave entrance, where the warm, rich aroma of grain rushed out to greet them, causing smiles of relief to spread across their faces. Inside, the cave was filled to the brim with food. We've struck gold. In a time of turmoil, what is most valuable? Surely, it is food. The next morning, the group busied themselves, realizing they could not transport all the provisions from the cave in one go. After several hours of labor, they managed to move some into the village's cellar. In one of the courtyards, Zhou Jigang filled a water barrel, Schweding chopped firewood, and Udatu repaired a door and window. Old Mo imparted practical life skills to the children, who listened intently. They secured water and essential supplies onto the horses, found a few horse-drawn carts, and loaded them with grains. By the time they were ready, it was already noon. Are we really not bringing these children with us? How will they survive? Their parents and relatives have not returned for so long. They may have perished on the battlefield. Oldemo expressed with concern. Yu Dadu also felt a pang of guilt and reluctantly replied, "We have no choice. Oldemo, we are heading out to rescue others. Taking them over the mountains is too perilous. And we might be on some wanted list ourselves. Bringing them along could endanger them further." With heavy hearts, the three set out. As they passed a field ridge, they noticed a group of children waiting at the road's entrance. Each with bulging bundles on their backs, they quickly dismounted. Leading the group, Eru implored, "Uncle, take us with you. Don't leave us behind. It's been so long, and our parents are gone. Aren't they?" Another boy, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Uncle, please take us with you. We will not be a burden. We can wash clothes, cook. I can lead the horses. I can raise silkworms. I can farm." Oldemo was choked with emotion. Words escaped him as he looked at the 12 children. Their faces flushed with hope. After a long pause, Shweding stepped forward and embraced one of the children. "You are not a burden. We fear putting you in danger because we have offended wicked people. I am not afraid. They killed my parents, and when I grow up, I will avenge them," Eru declared, clenching his fist tightly. "We are not afraid. We will seek revenge," several children chorused. Shweding turned to his companions for their opinions. Noting their hesitation, he cleared his throat and made a decision. "Then let us go together. A few more children will not be a burden. We can care for them. If this group of children encounters wolves or tigers, we would bear the blame for their parents' deaths." The mountain paths were treacherous, and after a while, they had to abandon the carts they had prepared. Fortunately, they had plenty of horses, and the food was secured to their backs. Some of the older children helped lead the horses, saving considerable time. Over the next few days, they traversed rugged hills, crossed streams, and fended off wild beasts. They braved heavy rains and thick fog, and with teamwork, they finally arrived at the camp where the plane had crashed one morning. Upon seeing the approaching horse team, many camp members rushed forward to greet them. The sturdy horses carried heavy sacks of grain, their rhythmic movements causing the bags to sway gently. The sight of the provisions filled the onlookers with joy, and cheers erupted in the camp. A cooking area constructed from metal sheets was already smoking with fragrant porridge, the aroma wafting through the air, invigorating the once quiet encampment. This enticing scent breathed life into the camp as people embraced one another, shaking hands and exchanging warm greetings. Though their faces were gaunt, cheekbones prominent and etched with fatigue and hardship, each pair of eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, reflecting their yearning for survival and hope for the future. Shweding's attention was drawn to the wreckage of the plane in the center of the camp. Its enormous wheels were firmly embedded in the muddy banks of the river, as if the earth held it captive. One wing had broken into two jagged pieces, exposing tangled wires and chaotic metal structures within. To prevent the plane from tipping, the camp members had propped a long wooden beam against it, serving as a temporary support. The plane lay quietly in the heart of the camp, resembling a wounded angel with broken wings. Together, the camp inhabitants dug a small trench to divert river water for defense against wild animals, constructing thick barriers from branches that closely encircled the camp. Inside, the area was cleverly divided into distinct zones. Some had cultivated crops on the land, with tender green sprouts swaying gently in the breeze. Others had built simple yet sturdy shelters for food storage, and some served as living quarters. Despite the camp's apparent chaos, it had begun to take shape and functioned with remarkable efficiency. The children were utterly exhausted. Fortunately, no one had suffered injuries during their journey. The children, familiar with the mountainous terrain, had proven to be invaluable, helping them avoid many detours and dangers. Upon hearing that their families had perished, several girls, with red eyes, clustered around the children, urging them to rest. Chapter 18. The goddess Su Shaoyan outside the camp. The atmosphere grew lively once more as the hunting party returned with their spoils. Their figures appeared particularly robust under the sunlight. The group of 10 or so moved in unison, some carrying rabbits and pheasants, while others were empty-handed. Upon entering the camp, they deposited their catches, creating a stark contrast beside the mountain of grain brought by Shweding. At that moment, a tall, broad-shouldered man approached with purposeful strides. His handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and deep-set features gave him an air of chiseled strength. Clad in tight-fitting garments that accentuated his muscular physique, he seemed to exude boundless power. Upon spotting Shweding, A brilliant smile illuminated his face as he extended a warm hand. His voice low and resonant. "Hello. I am Xiao Qinyu, the vice-captain of the hunting team." Ding extended his hand somewhat clumsily, only to have it firmly grasped by Xiao Qinyu. The latter's fingers were robust and warm, emanating a palpable heat that left Ding in awe. He felt as though he were in the presence of a martial arts star who had stepped right off the silver screen, exuding an unmistakable charm and charisma. "You all brought this food, didn't you? It's truly marvelous. This camp is saved. We found quite a bit of food in the forest, and as soon as we received the news, we rushed back," Xiao Qinyu stated, revealing a set of white, even teeth, his smile radiating even more brilliance. At that moment, a woman wearing a baseball cap approached with graceful strides, her tall figure moving with agility. Beneath the cap was a delicate, oval face that possessed a striking Eastern beauty. Her features were elegantly contoured, her skin akin to the smoothness of mutton-fat jade, radiating a gentle luster. Her eyes resembled a clear autumn lake, shimmering with brilliance and intelligence, their glances sharp and commanding, captivating all who met them. Her brows arched like willow leaves, slightly raised at the ends, hinting at a touch of spirit and stubbornness. Her lips, naturally tinted a vibrant red, resembled cherries in full bloom during spring, lush and inviting, the upward curve at the corners radiating confidence and determination. Dressed in a sleek black athletic outfit that perfectly accentuated her upright posture, her muscular silhouette subtly revealed beneath the fabric. Her long, straight legs were a sight to behold, embodying perfection in proportion, taut and resilient. With each step, her exquisite curves transformed under the interplay of light and shadow, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. The surrounding team members made way for her as she approached Ding, extending a hand as white as jade. "I am Su Xiaoyan from the hunting team. You must have had a rough time. Could you share your experiences with me?" she inquired politely. Ding quickly extended his hand, only to notice the dirt and tatters on his sleeve. Recalling the calluses on his palms, he hastily withdrew his hand. It dawned on him that he had lost track of how long it had been since his last bath. His beard had grown wild, and his hair was a tangled mess, greasy and unkempt, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed in the presence of such beauty. "I'm afraid I haven't washed in quite some time, so I won't shake your hand, lest I soil it," Ding awkwardly chuckled. Su Xiaoyan smiled gently, recognizing his embarrassment. Without hesitation, she seized his wrist and shook his hand firmly. A refreshing coolness surged into Ding's palm. Her hand was soft and smooth, akin to silk, the fragrance of hand cream wafting into his nostrils, invigorating him. "I apologize for my eagerness. You must be exhausted. Please take a moment to rest. I'll take care of the food and then bring you to get a haircut and a shower. How does that sound?" Su Xiaoyan's voice was tender and caring, like the warm sun of spring. "All right," Ding responded, somewhat dazed. "You go ahead. I'll take little brother for a stroll. We'll go together for the haircut." Datu interjected on Ding's behalf. With a smile, Su Xiaoyan strode away, her long legs carrying her gracefully. "Why?" Datu playfully nudged Ding's waist, snapping him back to reality. "Isn't she beautiful? She's our camp's goddess. The #1 beauty here. Not only is she stunning, but she's also quite the fighter, a top student from the military academy. When food was scarce, she led everyone on hunting expeditions to keep the camp running. All the young men here are vying for her attention, but she's turned them all down. Did you see that handsome Xiao Qinyu? He's the epitome of a rich and attractive man. He's been showering Su Xiaoyan with flowers and warmth every day. Yet it seems he hasn't won her over. Dingu, you're now the hero who saved the camp. You might just have a chance. I'm just an ordinary college student. What makes me worthy of her attention?" "Please, don't tease me," Ding replied bashfully, scratching his head. Under Data's guidance, Ding explored the camp and met several group leaders. They then boarded a plane, marveling at the transformed cabin that resembled a cozy bedroom, albeit with limited space, filled with women and children. Upon entering the plane's restroom, a long-haired attendant greeted Ding with a smile. "Hello, you can call me Teacher Tua Ni. Be sure to give me a 5-star review if you're satisfied with the haircut. If you enjoy it, consider getting a membership card. Haha," Teacher Tua Ni said enthusiastically. Ding nodded with a smile. "Sure, I'll definitely do that next time." It was his first time getting a haircut on a plane, and when he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, he was taken aback, almost failing to recognize his own reflection. He was filthy. His clothes were frayed and threadbare, and after living like a wild man for over 2 months, his beard had grown thick, rivaling that of Lu Xun from his textbooks. Under the careful hands of the barber, scissors flew swiftly, and strands of hair fell like snowflakes, culminating in a meticulous shave. Finally, after enjoying a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, Shueding felt rejuvenated. As if he had returned to his school days, his spirit revitalized. He engaged in warm handshakes and hugs with strangers, exchanging heartfelt conversations and genuine smiles, dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart over the past 2 months. As night fell, a large group gathered around a bonfire beside the plane's wreckage. Forming a vast circle, Yu Datu, with a serious demeanor, began recounting tales of the outside world and their experiences. As he animatedly spoke, detailing how he bravely rescued Shueding and located food, many in the crowd were incredulous. Suddenly, a young man in the midst of the crowd raised a brow and questioned. They were all dressed in ancient costumes and speaking Mandarin. Which dynasty have we traveled to? The dynasty is still unknown. We need to explore together, Udata quickly replied. Does that mean we can wear ancient costumes every day? I love dressing up in them. A girl with braids exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You mentioned encountering battles. Does that mean those of us who have read The Art of War can all become generals? Another young man chimed in, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ancient commerce is quite primitive. If we just manage to bring back a few items, won't we all become wealthy? Let's remain calm, a middle-aged man wearing a watch said enthusiastically. Yu Datu was momentarily speechless. All right, Zhou Jigang stepped forward. His voice deep and authoritative, instantly silencing the raucous crowd. He continued. Now is not the time for jokes. If you have questions, you can ask Udata later. The food we brought is limited. Once it's gone, we must consider how to survive. Chapter 19. Arrival on an alien planet. Could it be that we truly have traveled through time? I cannot believe it. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, soon escalating into a commotion. A middle-aged man with wavy hair slowly rose, his steady steps carrying him to a large rock in the center of the crowd. He gestured for silence, waving his arms to calm the gathering. Please settle down and listen to me for a moment, he proclaimed, his voice booming and clear. Everyone is noticing that the temperature is dropping, and the hunting team reports that prey is becoming increasingly elusive. The seeds brought by the planting team are insufficient, germinating too slowly. Even if we manage to plant them, the yield is minimal and cannot sustain us all. We are facing a critical moment of survival, and we must unite to face these challenges together. Let's convene a collective meeting now. Are all the group leaders present? Could it be that we truly have traveled through time? A woman with wavy hair asked once more. The middle-aged man adjusted his hair and responded, to account for everyone's feelings, I initially planned to wait until everyone was settled before addressing this matter. As for whether we have traveled through time, let our research team explain. He then called upon physicist Wei Zhongzhu. Professor Wei.An elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the crowd, dressed in a shirt layered with a sweater and a somewhat wrinkled Zhongshan suit. He appeared tidier than most. He stepped onto the stone platform, slowly retrieving a thick notebook from his pocket. After flipping through several pages, he adjusted his glasses and, waiting for the crowd to quiet down, began to speak in a hoarse voice. After repeated verification by several colleagues in our research team, all evidence indicates that we are not on Earth. We have indeed traveled through time. Like a thunderclap? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Initially stunned, the people erupted into exclamations and discussions, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony that refused to settle. The idea of time travel was astonishing enough. But the more shocking revelation that they were not even on Earth sent ripples of disbelief. Yu Datu, Laomo, and others gaped in astonishment, while Zhou Jigang and Shueding maintained serious expressions. With careful observation, they had already begun to piece together the truth. The middle-aged man with the wavy hair appeared equally shocked, unable to fathom this outcome, his voice trembling as he asked, Is that true? Wei Zhongzhu nodded affirmatively, his expression grave and resolute. The murmur of excitement continued for a while before gradually subsiding, all eyes fixed on Wei Zhongzhu. He calmly continued, Let us analyze some simple phenomena. First, the time does not align. Everyone has watches and phones. A day on Earth is 24 hours, yet here we have calculated that a day is 28 hours long, 4 extra hours each day compared to Earth. As individuals began to retrieve their mobile phones and watches, hushed discussions erupted among them. Someone muttered, "No wonder our circadian rhythms have been disrupted recently." After a few days, I glanced at my watch and it read 7 o'clock. Yet it was evening. I thought my watch was broken. We also discovered that the gravity here is slightly stronger than that of Earth, approximately 1.1 times greater. This can be easily measured using a familiar object of known weight. Calculating the time it takes to fall, applying a formula, and then comparing it to Earth's gravitational acceleration. Furthermore, every evening, when we gaze up at the stars, not a single constellation is recognizable to us. Even this planet's satellite, which we shall continue to refer to as the Moon, upon calculation, is larger in diameter and heavier in mass than the Moon we know, and it orbits at a greater distance. Additionally, the oxygen content here is notably richer, possibly due to our mountainous surroundings. We employed several plastic bottles of measured volume, each containing the same mass of wood, to observe the consumption of oxygen. And the experimental results showed a clear surplus of oxygen compared to that on Earth. We estimate the oxygen content here at 25, for percentage points higher. There is ample evidence of this. All of which is quite palpable to us. As for the other matters, let us allow our colleagues from the medical team to share their insights. Wei Zhongzhu adjusted his glasses, closed his notebook, and nimbly descended from the stone platform. "Good evening, everyone. I am Zhao Shui from the medical team." A middle-aged woman stepped onto the stone platform, producing her notebook, her expression grave and earnest. "During this time, besides treating the injured and identifying edible flora and fauna, we have conducted some dissection experiments. We are grateful to the hunting team for the specimens they provided. Among the dissected specimens, we examined various species, including those resembling sheep, bees, snakes, and morning glories, among dozens of others. We found that while some flora and fauna share similarities with those on Earth, they possess certain organs entirely absent in our own world. Some bodily structures, though analogous, are fundamentally different, and we even encountered forms we had never seen before. We concur with the observations regarding oxygen levels, which explains the remarkable size of some plants and animals. A bee here, for instance, is as large as a palm. The organisms in this environment may have evolved more extensively, and they are correspondingly more perilous. One of our colleagues tragically succumbed after inhaling toxins, which is deeply sorrowful. You all recall that many felt fatigued, weak, drowsy, experienced chest tightness, dizziness, and diarrhea after disembarking the plane. These are unmistakable symptoms of oxygen intoxication. I shall say no more for now. The middle-aged man with a 7-part hairstyle continued to stand on the stone platform. Noticing that everyone was lost in thought, he cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Did you all hear what was just said? There is no need for excessive shock. As the saying goes, a boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. A car will find a road when it arrives at the mountain. Life must go on. Our significant challenge is the impending cold and food scarcity. We need to relocate to a more suitable area. Zhou Jigang and Shueding have shown us that humanity still exists beyond our immediate surroundings. Our primary concern must be to resolve our survival issues. I propose we collectively elect a leader to unify our opinions, to stand together and face our challenges head-on, to embark on this struggle for survival. I suggest Professor Wei as our leader. He is a renowned scholar and an esteemed administrator, making him an ideal candidate." "What does everyone think?" Immediately, a young person stood up in agreement. "We have no objections. Science is the foremost productive force. Let Professor Wei take the lead." Wei Zhongzhu quickly ascended the platform and waved his hands in refusal. "I am of advanced age. Let me enjoy some peace. I am already inundated with numerous research projects. This role is far too taxing. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. I detest leadership. I have no desire to lead even on Earth, let alone on an alien planet. Where is the joy in research? Whoever brings it up again, I shall take issue with them." Having said this, he moved to the edge of the crowd, visibly agitated, and sat down. Zhao Shui then stood up, stating, "Our medical team shares this sentiment. We do not wish to partake in management, as we lack the energy for it. However, we would like to retain our decision-making authority. The suggestions of scientists must be heeded. I propose that Su Xiaoyan from the hunting team should take on the role. She is a top student from a military academy, incredibly capable, with a clear mind, youthful and beautiful, an excellent fit. The camp has endured this long thanks to her adept organization. Otherwise, we would have long since disbanded." Chapter 20. Election of a leader. As soon as she finished, a group of young people whistled and cheered, expressing their support. Among the crowd, a tall girl rose. with a meticulously tied high ponytail and clad in snug athletic attire that accentuated her figure. She walked somewhat timidly into the crowd, her gaze parting the sea of faces. Upon making brief eye contact with Xue Ding, she quickly averted her eyes and said, "I do not wish to be a leader. I share the same stance as Professor Zhao. We would like to retain a vote in decision-making." Having spoken, she hurriedly retreated into the throng, breathing lightly to calm her racing heart. Her succinct statement left the crowd murmuring in surprise. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyan's name, Xue Ding's gaze followed her slender figure, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. After ruminating, he could not recall anything specific, inwardly chiding himself for likely having watched too many beauty videos online. Coming from a modest background with average academic performance, he had no connections to a military academy. The crowd buzzed with excitement, but some remained undeterred, attempting to persuade Su Xiaoyan further. She responded to each with a smile. Remaining unmoved. At that moment, a middle-aged woman raised her hand, signaling her desire to speak. With the crowd's consent, she declared, "Have you all forgotten about our logistics team? Our team leader is an executive from Xuanting Enterprises. You must have seen him on your phones before. Everyone knows Li Shuhai, right? Under his leadership, our logistics team has managed resources transparently, ensuring that no one goes hungry. I believe he would be an excellent choice for our leader." After her lengthy speech, more people began to express their agreement, showering further praises. The middle-aged man with the 7-part hairstyle stepped onto the stone platform, hastily waving his hands in modest refusal. "Thank you all for your kind words. I, Li, am merely striving to fulfill my responsibilities. Everyone here has contributed to the camp's efforts, and it is my honor to serve you during this extraordinary time." As he spoke, memories of warm moments with his family surfaced, and the sense of camaraderie among the group evoked tears in some. After his heartfelt address, more individuals were moved, raising their hands in support. Xue Ding, too, felt compelled to express his backing, but just then, Yu Datu firmly pressed down on his hand. Confused, Xue Ding looked at Yu Datu, who, with a resolute gaze, leaned in to whisper something to Zhou Jigang, Lao Mo, and others, before decisively stepping onto the stone platform. Was Yu Datu also intending to run? Xue Ding felt uncertain about the outcome. Why Yu Datu, having located a microphone from somewhere, managed to connect it to the aircraft's sound system. Testing, testing, hello, hello. His coarse voice reverberated from above. Silencing the once rowdy crowd at IT was imperative to maintain silence. No human voice could compete with a loudspeaker. Seeing someone speaking, Yu Datu took the opportunity to assert himself, effectively utilizing technology to command attention. "It seems you have forgotten that we have an exploration team," he declared. "Out of the 12 members of our exploration team, 5 have perished, 2 remain missing, and 1 is severely injured. The porridge and cakes you are consuming now were obtained at the cost of our lives. Ask yourselves, since arriving in this world, how many of you have eaten your fill without our exploration team?" Li Shuhai quickly responded. "Of course we have not forgotten our colleagues in the exploration team. We hold weekly memorials for our fallen brothers, and we appreciate the hardships you have endured and the supplies you have brought us. However, we cannot overlook the contributions of everyone. Each person has shed sweat for the camp. Indeed, we have also done a great deal," many voiced in protest. Why Yu Datu raised his voice. "I am not here today to vie for power. I wish to pose a pivotal question. Do you truly understand this world? You have not ventured beyond these confines." His words thundered through the loudspeaker, resonating in the ears of everyone present, drowning out any dissent. His message was undeniably impactful. "I may not possess the eloquence of you, Li Shuhai, who could bring others to tears with your words. My educational background is not as refined. However, I have served as the director of a leather factory, one teetering on the brink of collapse, with a throng of individuals demanding their wages. Have you ever experienced that? Have you felt despair? You have not, for while you may be a high-ranking executive in a large corporation, you know nothing of survival in times of crisis. You have never witnessed war, where thousands of unarmed captives, men, women, and children, are slaughtered by the enemy as if they were mere crops. Zhou Jigang and I were among those marked for death. Do you think I am merely recounting a story?" Yu Datu's passionate speech plunged the crowd into silence, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Shock, contemplation. Clearing his throat, he continued. "In our moments of despair, it was Xue Ding who wielded a sniper rifle, taking down a cavalry unit, saving us and eliminating their leader, turning the tide of battle. Yet afterward, he was pursued by a squad of over 30 men. He single-handedly fought them down to just a few, allowing us to secure the food necessary to aid everyone. Without that food, how many days do you think you could survive? We remain rather unfamiliar with this world, as it harbors many phenomena that transcend our comprehension. Have you ever witnessed someone capable of instantly dispatching a group of individuals with a mere punch? Have you seen anyone take flight without the aid of any apparatus? The prowess of those unknown creatures is well understood by the brothers of the hunting team, several of whom have perished. Yet, there stands Shweding, who survived alone in the forest for 2 months. I ask you all, who among you possesses such capability? At that moment, someone illuminated Shweding's location with a powerful light from the wing of an aircraft. The crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps, creating an immediate space around Shweding. All eyes turned towards him. Seated upon a tree stump, Shweding was startled by the sudden brightness, scratching his head in bewilderment. Taking advantage of the situation, Udata sipped some water to clear his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Only those who have faced countless dangers can save us at this critical juncture. It is only those with an indomitable will to survive who can lead us. I propose that Shweding be appointed as our supreme leader, guiding us through this life and death crisis." Shweding's eyes widened in disbelief, and the camp fell into silence. To everyone's astonishment, Su Xiaoyan from the hunting team stood up, breaking the silence as she calmly gazed at Shweding and resolutely declared, "I agree that Shweding should become the highest leader of our camp. While Li Shuhua has indeed managed the camp well, what we need now is someone to lead us out of adversity." Our medical team concurs. "We trust Xiaoyan's judgment. After all, she is a top graduate from a military academy," Zhao Shui added, smiling at Su Xiaoyan. "Our research team has no objections," Wei Zhongzhu rasped softly. "Our security team is in agreement. We from the cooking team also consent. The planting team agrees. The living group concurs," announced a little girl with a ponytail in a tender voice, eliciting laughter from those around. Seeing that all other teams had expressed their approval, Li Shuhua, though his voice was somber, raised his hand. "Our logistics team also agrees." "Very well, the motion passes unanimously. Therefore, I formally appoint Shweding as the highest leader and supreme commander of the camp." "What should we call him?" "Let us refer to him as the camp leader," Udata declared with righteous fervor. "Now, let us invite our camp leader to speak." Applause erupted from the crowd. As Shweding remained motionless, he was gently nudged onto the stone platform. He wiped the sweat from his brow and awkwardly told Udatu, "Brother Datu, I am just an ordinary person. I am not as remarkable as you claim. I do not wish to take on this role. I have never held a leadership position in my life." Why Udata placed his hands on Shweding's shoulders, gazing seriously into his eyes, and said, "Dingu, we need you. The camp needs you. The world needs you." I have watched many films and television shows about survival. Allowing someone who merely enjoys talking and adheres to convention to make decisions will lead us all to ruin. I wish to live a few more years. The truth is always held by a select few. With that, he firmly patted Shweding on the shoulder. Brother Datu, your reasoning leaves me utterly speechless," Shweding stammered, struggling to refuse again. Zhou Jigang approached with a serious demeanor. "Do you know why I was able to serve as a top special forces instructor for over a decade? While I may lack other skills, I excel at reading people. I believe in you." Shweding, feeling at a loss, took the microphone and recalled the few instances he had read aloud in front of classmates during elementary school, as well as various awards ceremonies. A sea of eyes was fixed upon him. Speaking before such a large audience made his voice tremble. "I am grateful. Thank you all. Thank you. To the organizing committee. Thank you." Closing his eyes, Shweding took a deep breath, reorganizing his thoughts. This was not the time for acceptance speeches. Our food supplies are dwindling, and our time is limited. The forest is 10 times more perilous than you can imagine, for I emerged from that very place. There are many oversized animals and unknown creatures lurking within, and we have offended numerous enemies who will not spare us. Our only option is to make our way to Jinxia City. I understand that many of you yearn for a tranquil existence, and some believe that we can bide our time and become self-sufficient, waiting until we grow stronger. However, we cannot afford to wait. The dire situation does not grant us that luxury. Our most pressing goal is survival. Only by persevering can we secure a future. We have at most 2 days to prepare. I implore the heads of each group to cooperate closely. Let us all make an effort. We must traverse mountains and valleys, carrying only what we can and burying what we cannot take with us. That is all I have to say. Xue gazed calmly at the audience. And after a brief moment of silence from those still processing his words, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Feeling bewildered, Xue hastily bowed and descended from the platform. The next morning, the camp's relocation commenced with great fervor. A few members of the exploration team received special privileges, allowing Xue to enjoy a restful slumber. Upon witnessing the bustling scene within the camp, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of their unity. In the cooking team, Wang Dayo stated, "Today, we must ensure that the remaining meat is properly smoked and dried, ready to be sliced and packed by evening. Otherwise, it will spoil by morning due to humidity. We will grind the grains we brought into flour to make cakes, ensuring each person has enough for 3 days, and we can prepare more on the road and the hunting team," Su Xiaoyan remarked. "First, we need to confirm the route with Zhou Jigang. We must set out early to eliminate any threatening large beasts. Different danger zones should be marked with different colored ribbons. If someone encounters an exceptionally powerful creature, they should use the red ribbon, and everyone else should avoid attempting a rescue." The medical team, led by Zhao Xue, stated, "We shall discard all animal specimens as they are prone to decay, except for that specimen resembling a morning glory. We must not forget to bring the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications. Handle the glass shards and the children's microscope with care. We must not break them. Each injured person should have a stretcher prepared. Have you informed the logistics team?" Zhao Dongli from the security team proposed. "We should divide into several small teams, allocating different numbers of members based on age groups. Women, the elderly, and children should be placed in the middle of the formation, as they are the most vulnerable. Remember, in the event of danger, shout loudly to alert others and minimize casualties. In case of an incident, do not move. Prioritize protecting your own members and assist only when called upon. A mobile unit will be on standby to ensure that no one is left behind." Li Shuhua of the logistics team added, "There are still seat covers on the plane. Let us remove them quickly and bundle them up for transport, large and small. Each person should carry something. Do not damage the foam from the airplane seats. It can be stuffed into clothing for warmth. We should distribute it to everyone. We must also dismantle the small radio on the plane. Along with those generators and copper wires, they will surely be useful in the future." Ino-1 was assigned specific tasks. Xue found himself wandering aimlessly around the camp. As people greeted him, he smiled in response, the unexpected respect filling him with a sense of elation. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into the hunting team's area, where he spotted a striking figure. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard light footsteps approach from behind, followed by a melodious voice, akin to a lotus blooming in midair, calling out, "Camp leader." Xue stood frozen for 2 seconds, clearly unaccustomed to this, before recalling that he had been appointed camp leader the previous night. He quickly replied, "Hello," then added earnestly, "I am inspecting the camp and will check other areas. Please continue your work. Do you truly not remember me?" Xue was utterly perplexed, then pondered carefully and realized he had no recollection. He playfully responded, "Beauty, perhaps we met in a dream. Is that so?" Xue Feng. Su Xiaoyan placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Xue raised his eyebrows in astonishment, stammering, "Why, you know my real name? Have we met before?" Su Xiaoyan, feigning wrath, widened her eyes and raised her hand to deliver a playful slap, exclaiming, "Still pretending? In our childhood, you called me Xiaoyan every day. Have you forgotten?" This familiar slap and tone of voice suddenly unlocked a flood of memories in Xue's mind. His eyes widened in disbelief, excitement coursing through him as he stuttered, Yin Jia, is it really you? Of course it's me. I recognized you at once. Even with your unkempt beard, I was afraid I might mistake you. But now that you have shaved, I am certain. Yet, you little rascal, how could you forget me?" As she spoke, her irritation grew, and she raised her hand again as if to strike. "I certainly have not forgotten. However, Yin Jia, you have become even more beautiful. They say a woman changes significantly as she matures. I hardly recognized you." The robust figure of the streetwise girl had transformed into the elegant goddess before him. Xue rubbed his head where he had been playfully struck, feeling a twinge of pain. Yet the fiery temper remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan burst into radiant laughter, as Xue beheld her smile. It gradually merged with the image of the cheerful girl he had once known. "I can't believe you are here too. What a remarkable coincidence. Indeed, Yin Jia, it truly is a remarkable fate," Xue said, sniffling slightly, feeling the urge to cry. Sister Yin Yin, why did your family suddenly move? One day after school, I couldn't find you, and I cried for a long time. How did you end up in the military academy? Su Xiaoyan's once radiant smile faded instantly, and the atmosphere became heavy as she slowly replied. That is because my father passed away unexpectedly. He was involved in a secret project and died in an accident. My mother has been ill since then, and we were relocated to another place. Eventually, I was recommended to the military academy, so that's how it is. No wonder I saw your uncle so rarely each year. I still remember the Transformers toy he bought for me. Xue felt a sudden jolt of emotion as the long-buried ties of childhood were unearthed. What about you? After we parted ways in high school, what did you experience? Su Xiaoyan asked, her smile returning to my experiences have been rather mundane. Without your assistance in reviewing my studies, my academic performance suffered, and I ended up attending an ordinary university. After graduation, I started working at an auto repair shop. You blame me for your poor studies? You never did enjoy learning and were quite lazy. You used to follow me around like a little shadow. Su Xiaoyan teased, pouting slightly. That's because the local delinquents were afraid of you. If I didn't stick by your side, they would often bully me. Xue replied helplessly. I heard some stories about you from Datu and Zhouji Gang, and they sent chills down my spine. Did you get hurt? As she spoke, she examined Xue, feeling him on both sides, as if afraid he were missing a part. Sister Yin Yin, I'm perfectly fine. Everyone is watching, Xue said, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed under the gaze of those around them. Let them look. I'm your sister. What do I have to fear? She said, her grip on him loosening. A surge of inexplicable emotions stirred within Xue. He longed to embrace the person before him. Sister Yin Yin, it's truly wonderful to see you. This is the best thing that has happened to me in years. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan paused momentarily, her eyes reddening as she embraced Xue tightly, burying her head in his chest and cried, I missed you so much, you silly little brother. Why do you have to be so sentimental? She playfully pinched his waist. Xue's eyes also reddened, but fortunately, Su Xiaoyan released him in time, wiping her tears and sniffing as they exchanged smiles. Soon, night fell, and their belongings were organized meticulously, with packages of various sizes aligned neatly on the ground. What was expected to take 2 days was unexpectedly completed in just one. They also received a list of traversers compiled by Su Xiaoyan, detailing names, occupations, specialties, and other information. As Xue perused the list, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of talent within the camp. The roster included veterans, firefighters, celebrities, internet influencers, chefs, crew and flight attendants, biomedicine experts, physicists, rocket specialists, meteorologists, and more. The variety of professions was astonishing, with several professors among them. The following day, a humble dwelling was transformed into a meeting room, soon filled with people. Xue entered the camp to initiate the first meeting, feeling quite cheerful as he greeted others. Inside the room, seating was limited, and people either sat or stood, but most wore serious expressions, their faces lined with fatigue. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyan again, their eyes met across the room, and they couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Qinyu crossed his arms, his expression stern, casting a menacing glare at Xue. Confused, Xue thought he must not have offended him. Why you data leaned in, whispering to Xue. This Xiao Qinyu graduated from a prestigious foreign university with double doctorates in law and finance. He's quite handsome and the CFO of a listed company. He has always been seen as a perfect match for Su Xiaoyan. He deliberately transferred to the hunting team to pursue her. And now you've become his rival, Brother Ding. I have high hopes for you. Xue's mood soured instantly, so they had mistaken him for a love rival. Don't be ridiculous. She is my sister, whom I've been separated from for many years. Why Datu, stunned, felt the long-dormant gossip in his heart awaken. Wei Zhongzhu cleared his throat a couple of times. Let us begin the meeting now that everyone is here. Previously, discussions had often devolved into lengthy arguments, but this was the first meeting since establishing the highest leadership, so Xue was asked to preside over it. All eyes turned to him. Feeling a bit nervous, Xue stood and earnestly pulled out his notebook. He silently encouraged himself, recalling that he had not only seen pigs, but also coaxed them up trees and bathed with wild boars. I have surveyed various areas of the camp, and everyone is doing remarkably well. Had I known I would traverse time, I would have preferred to take a flight here. Frankly, I imagine the camp would resemble scenes from Western dramas, where people fight tooth and nail for a morsel of food. exposing the ugliness of human nature and moral decay. He glanced at the movie ratings. The website had denied the ratings. Laughter erupted in the meeting, and many serious expressions softened. I genuinely admire everyone. I have witnessed the orderly nature of the camp, the hopeful smiles on everyone's faces, and the strength of our unity. We care for our comrades. So we will not end up like the tragic endings in Western dramas. Many expressed their agreement on the spot. If we stand united, we can overcome various hardships, but we must never be blindly arrogant. The reality we face is brutally stark. We have entered an unfathomably harsh and unfamiliar world. We are challenging a high-difficulty script, and a single misstep could lead to our annihilation. Our firearms and ammunition are extremely limited. If we encounter oversized creatures, we have no chance but to evade. If we meet a troop of cavalry, we lack the strength to resist and can only surrender. Why can't we fight back? Are you saying we are too weak? Can't we just shoot them? Didn't you fend them off with a gun? Someone protested. Schweding felt his temper flare slightly. Where did this contrarian come from? Just as he was about to retort, Zhou Jigang banged his fist on the table made of airplane materials, creating a loud noise. I tell you, as a special forces trainer, a person cannot withstand cavalry. In front of cavalry, a person can only be trampled or stabbed. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry are akin to tanks. We are left with barely a magazine of bullets. Of the 100 of us, only about 30 can fight. If the cavalry numbers 50, we can barely hold our ground. But if they exceed 50, we can only surrender. You are not Superman, so do not fantasize about applying movie plots to reality. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate. Zhou Jigang's powerful words left the young man speechless, and Schweding smiled with satisfaction. The meeting progressed smoothly, with no further dissenting voices. Schweding then earnestly shared his insights on the current situation and the potential challenges ahead. Finally, he urged everyone to maintain confidentiality regarding their modern identities. If captured, they should claim to be descendants of an ancient lineage and say they hail from an overseas Earth village. Each group reported their preparations, agreeing to set off the next morning. The following dawn, laden with sorrow, they bid farewell to those who had tragically passed away, placing flowers at the gravestones. The group set off gradually, with men, women, and children each carrying their belongings, some with large packs, others with bundles crafted from airplane seat covers, some wheeling hefty suitcases, and others bearing the injured on stretchers. A grand procession began. As they passed a hilltop, Schweding glanced back at the migrating throng. Feeling a sense of temporal dislocation, he gazed at the aircraft lying silently in the distance, resembling a white dove prostrate on the ground, silently blessing the survivors. Days quickly passed. The group faced frequent attacks from beasts. Yet through tight coordination among the teams, they advanced safely, even managing to improve their rations occasionally, far removed from the tense atmosphere at their departure. Each person carried a considerable load, some of which were crucial items salvaged from the aircraft. Causing their progress to be slow. One afternoon, as they passed another hill, Schweding quickly gathered Zhou Jigang and the others. Brother Gang, Brother Datu, Sister Xiaoyan, we previously discussed my experiences. I obtained my firearm from a downed helicopter. Preparing for a protracted battle, I retrieved everything I could from there and have hidden firearms and supplies in various locations along the way. What I carry now is merely enough for my mobility. And there are still plenty of firearms and ammunition concealed there. I see that mountain. That is where they are. The others looked in the direction Schweding pointed at, a seemingly modest mountain, its peak glowing red under the sunlight. Considering the distance, it must be about 20 kilometers away. Firearms and ammunition are vital for us. We need to make that trip, Zhou Jigang declared resolutely. Then let us go. Sister Xiaoyan, please take everyone to Shaoshi village. There is still plenty of food in the cave and the village cellar. Make sure to excavate it all. Be cautious of armored soldiers. We will return to meet you. Su Xiaoyan, her expression firm, immediately retorted, I want to go with you. Why shouldn't I be included? Are you afraid I'll slow you down? You all cannot go, Zhou Jigang interjected, halting their exchange. Why not? Both queried in unison, as none of you are suitable candidates. Do not doubt my professional capabilities, Su Xiaoyan, with her enchanting lashes fluttering, inquired, but isn't your profession that of a teacher? Indeed. While it is true that I am a teacher by vocation, prior to assuming that role, I must first be a competent special forces soldier. Schweding, stroking his chin, asked, then why were you captured before? We had traversed mountains and valleys, going several days without nourishment, leaving us in a state of physical weakness. When confronted by a group of individuals clad in ancient garb wielding blades, I was utterly bewildered. They outnumbered me, and I was unarmed. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to comply. Zhou Jigang, his forehead veins bulging and his temper flaring, concluded with clenched teeth. He then turned to Xue Ding and continued, "You are the least suited to go, and you should not go. Consider your responsibilities. Only you can lead everyone in the face of danger. If you encounter enemy soldiers, you can still retreat to the city. The old man with the white beard is no jolly Santa Claus. He values you above all else, having entrusted the token to you. Others attempting to knock on doors would likely find no success. If Su Xiaoyan were to go, the combat effectiveness of the entire team would diminish by half. How would you combat bandits then? I already have my candidates in mind. I will take Oldemo, Eru, and a few others with me. You all should remain and safeguard the base." Xue Ding handed Zhou Jigang his pistol and the few healing potions he possessed. Also removing his bulletproof vest to give to Eru, he meticulously explained the locations to conceal supplies and the surrounding features, emphasizing the peculiar flora and fauna encountered. The group exchanged no further pleasantries and shouldered their packs before parting ways. Days later, the members of the camp staggered into Little Stone Village, which remained in a state of disrepair, strewn with dried grass and fallen leaves, utterly desolate. A sudden war had obliterated a once thriving home. A group of modern individuals marveled at the ancient village houses. Xue Ding, upon discovering that the granary was still stocked, breathed a sigh of relief, as it appeared the enemy had overlooked this place. He quickly directed his team to retrieve the supplies hidden within the cave. To their astonishment, the provisions seemed inexhaustible. Someone estimated that the food would suffice for the entire camp for at least a year. The group joyfully organized a small celebration, smiles illuminating their faces. Even the 12 children of Little Stone Village, affected by the joyous atmosphere, involuntarily uplifted their corners of their mouths, revealing their innocent grins. After feasting, Xue Ding reclined upon the rooftop, listening to the accompanying melody while gazing at the distant moon and the unknown stars, lost in thought, clutching the talisman hidden within the shoe of the woman from the Bone Marsh. His mind raced with myriad reflections. Yes, the talisman had been cleaned, and the beauty had no athlete's foot. It seemed to be crafted from animal hide, undamaged by washing. This talisman was undoubtedly a treasure of the celestial realm. Though its usage remained a mystery in this extraordinary world, those who have cultivated their abilities to a certain degree can soar through the skies, and he resolved to explore this possibility when the opportunity arose. The thought of that woman stirred a complex array of emotions within Xue Ding. Her delicate oval face and the vivid hue of her lips against her fair skin were truly unforgettable. Bah, how sordid. Given another chance, he would certainly eliminate her to prevent future troubles. Su Xiaoyan stealthily approached the rooftop, intending to leap out and startle Xue Ding, but he caught her deftly. Su Xiaoyan blinked, gazing at him, and asked, "Are you still worried about Zhou Jigang and the others?" The two sat in silence. Xue Ding nodded slightly, discreetly tucking the talisman back into his pocket. After all, the secret of the Qingyun fruit was far too significant, and it was best that fewer people knew. You must trust your comrades. Oldemo is an experienced adventurer, and though Eru may seem young, he is a native of the mountains and can avoid many risks. The other team members are quite capable as well, Su Xiaoyan reassured him. Sister Yin, your words bring me some comfort. In truth, being appointed as the camp leader has placed immense pressure on me. I am merely an ordinary person, an underachiever from a second-tier university. Each time a minor issue arises, I am consumed with anxiety. I have no desire to be a leader. Chapter 24. The Kiss. Su Xiaoyan smiled, patting Xue Ding's shoulder. You are doing well. At least you do not gamble with others' lives, which indicates your compassion. Do not worry excessively. Each person has their own destiny, and you cannot bear the weight of their fates entirely. As long as you make the right decisions, even if unfavorable outcomes arise, do not feel guilt, nor waste time in regret. For we are not gods. Xue Ding gazed at the moon once more. Slipping into contemplation. It is often said that one's position dictates their mindset. Having accepted this role, he was constantly preoccupied with proving himself, leaving no room for tranquility, which contradicted his desire for a simple life. After consuming the Qingyun fruit, his time was limited, and it seemed prudent to find an opportunity to resign from this leadership position. After a while, Su Xiaoyan, as if struck by a thought, curiously asked, I have always wondered, When did you learn to paraglide? And how did you become proficient with firearms, especially the sniper rifle that took down the enemy leader? Snipers undergo rigorous training. How did you manage it? Shwedding scratched his head, recalling his past, and slowly replied, Actually, I was influenced by my father, a former paratrooper, which sparked my interest in paragliding, leading me to enroll in a training course. Since childhood, I have been fascinated by military equipment. My father bought me numerous toy replicas, and I became quite familiar with their mechanics. I even visited shooting ranges abroad to learn basic shooting skills. Alone in the depths of the forest, I encountered many fantastical creatures. I owe them my gratitude, for they became my finest teachers. They sought to devour me, and I had no choice but to eliminate them. It was through these experiences that I amassed considerable practical knowledge. Su Xiaoyan listened, her eyes sparkling. Playfully, she teased, I had no idea you've been through so much. Why, little brother is truly impressive. Come, let your sister give you a kiss. With that, she puckered her lips and leaned in towards Shwedding. He quickly raised his hand to push her away, exclaiming, No, no, you haven't even brushed your teeth. Undeterred, Su Xiaoyan tugged at his arm, shaking it playfully while asking, Do you have a girlfriend now? Are you starting to shun me? Quickly tell your sister. I want to hear all about it. Shwedding hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, really, there isn't one. Unwilling to relent, Su Xiaoyan continued to shake his arm vigorously, determined to extract the truth. Unable to resist her inquisitive nature, Shwedding reluctantly admitted, I dated someone in my freshman year, but we broke up after less than 3 months. She thought my family was poor. After graduation, she hurriedly got married, and even invited me to the wedding, which I did not attend. I have since forgotten what she looks like. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she pressed further. Really? Of course, it's true. I genuinely forgot everything about her. Later, a friend sent me a photo, and upon seeing it, I realized how blind I had been to have ever liked her. She was far from my type. By the way, Sister Yin, what about you? We can't discuss that. It only brings sadness. Shwedding quickly changed the subject. As for me, I've just never had one. Oh, you think getting into a military academy is easy? Su Xiaoyan rolled her eyes but decided to be honest. Unwilling to let the conversation end there. You were quite picky as a child. What type do you like? There are many beautiful girls in our camp. I can introduce you, she insisted. Come on, just tell me. Please. Finally, Shwedding, unable to resist, joked, I like someone like Sister Yin. Realizing his misstep, he quickly added, someone spirited. The emphasis on spirited softened his tone. Su Xiaoyan froze, staring at Shwedding, her eyes shimmering. As Shwedding gazed at her, he suddenly found her exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight, ethereal and dreamlike. Her brows resembled delicate spring hills, her eyes shone like autumn waters, her lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her lips were as red as cherries, exuding warmth and gentleness. Lost in her beauty, he instinctively leaned closer. In a moment of dazed surrender, he gently pressed his lips against hers. Upon feeling the warmth of Su Xiaoyan's lips, her eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Shwedding was instantly jolted back to reality, questioning his actions. Just as he prepared to retreat and apologize, Su Xiaoyan embraced him tightly, and an inexplicable sentiment surged between them. As Su Xiaoyan responded with equal fervor, the following morning, the camp lined up orderly for breakfast, with Shwedding among them, appearing weary from a sleepless night filled with contemplation. Yu Datu, standing behind him, spotted Shwedding and hurriedly approached, cutting in line, which stirred discontent. Yu Datu repeatedly apologized yet shamelessly followed closely behind Shwedding, making exaggerated gestures. When Shwedding remained unresponsive, he nudged him with his elbow. Bro, I must say, you've done well. In just a few days, you managed to win over the stunning Su. I was patrolling at the village entrance last night, but I didn't see you and Su together. Did what Wandama said hold any truth? How did you pull it off? Please, share your secrets. Shwedding's alarm bells rang, and he quickly replied, Don't spread rumors. You believe Wandama? Su Xiaoyan and I are like siblings, sharing no blood ties. We did nothing. I was with a few kids all night, and they can vouch for me. Do not attempt to deceive me, you rascal. Your surname is Shwe, while hers is Su. You are like siblings by blood. You two have crossed boundaries, and many have witnessed this. Do not think of evading responsibility, Yu Datu retorted mercilessly. Shwedding cast him a sidelong glance and fell silent, hastily finishing his meal after collecting his food. Yu Datu, sensing that the juicy gossip was slipping away, relentlessly pursued the matter, his expression one of incredulity that anyone would ignore such tantalizing news. Ding, exasperated, offered, "Comrade Yu Datu, you have endured a long night of vigil. Please do yourself a favor and get some rest." Yet Yu Datu, unfazed, replied, "Not at all. I am quite exhilarated. Until I have indulged in this gossip, I shall not sleep." Ding, feeling utterly helpless, patiently explained, "There is truly nothing between me and Sister Yin Yin. The atmosphere simply led us to share a kiss, one that I regretted immediately. We have grown up together since we were 3. We are as close as siblings. How could I have acted so foolishly? I have acknowledged my error and even slapped myself a few times upon waking. Just look at my swollen face now. Enough of this. I have shared the story. Will you please take a rest? There are many important matters still pending." Why Yu Data's incredulity was palpable. Is this true or merely a fabrication? Is it the moon's doing, casting such enchanting and gentle light? Su Xiaoyan is a renowned beauty. I refuse to believe you were unaffected. Indeed, it was a kiss. Yet there was no spark, you understand? The moment it happened, something felt terribly amiss. Would you ever harbor feelings for your own sister? I truly erred. I was swept away by emotions, and I beg of you to let this go. I am tempted to slap myself once more. As Ding's agitation mounted, he could no longer contain himself and, in a fit of frustration, dealt himself 2 sharp slaps. Why Yu Data's fervent enthusiasm for gossip was instantly quelled. Ding, feeling increasingly irritable, had hoped to clarify things, but Su Xiaoyan continually avoided him. He contemplated using work as an excuse to invite her out, but she always found various reasons to decline. Thus, he had yet to have a single conversation with her a day later, as Zhou Jigang and his group had yet to return. A restless Ding resolved to head out and meet them. At last, he spotted a hurried group approaching from a mountain hollow. Zhou Jigang and his companions appeared ragged, each one showing signs of weight loss. The others were laden with weapons and ammunition, their backpacks bulging. When Ding saw Zhou Jigang carrying Lao Mo, his heart sank. Zhou Jigang quickly asserted, "Now is not the time for explanations. We must move swiftly back to the village. Something is pursuing us." Without hesitation, Ding took Lao Mo from him, and the others swiftly grabbed the equipment and supplies. As Ding felt Lao Mo's warmth and heard the faint sound of his breath, he silently exhaled in relief. The group quickened their pace and finally returned to the village before night fell. Upon their return, the villagers immediately surrounded them. Zhao Shui and the medical team promptly began treating Lao Mo and the others. Zhou Jigang's group, disregarding their disheveled appearance, devoured the food that was handed to them, finally catching their breath to speak. "Lao Mo may have been bitten by a scorpion. I managed to administer some basic first aid, extracting the venom and giving him the healing pills you provided. He should survive. We were fortunate this time. No one died, though several sustained minor injuries. We brought everything you had hidden in the cave. With a total of over a dozen firearms, there was too much to carry in one go. We will need to return for the rest." Overall, the mission was quite successful, but more importantly, I located the helicopter you mentioned and retrieved something very significant. "What is it?" Wei Zhongzhu inquired eagerly. "The hard drive of the helicopter's log. The black box was far too heavy, and without the proper equipment to decode it, I opted for the hard drive." "Where is the hard drive? Hurry and give it to us. We can analyze it overnight and possibly find a way back." Wei Zhongzhu rummaged through the package until he found the palm-sized hard drive, excitement radiating from him as he exited the makeshift conference hall. "You mentioned something has been following you. Did you see what it was?" Ding pressed. It felt like a large gray bear, with a round head, drab in color. This bear was incredibly swift. We couldn't hit it with our guns, fearing the noise would attract more predators, so we refrained from shooting. After acquiring your gear, it followed us like a ghost. We attempted to set traps for it multiple times, but it easily evaded them times. It would swat them away or ignore them altogether, even triggering traps on purpose while making sounds as if it were laughing. It must have become quite clever. I've never encountered a creature so difficult to deal with, Zhou Jigang recounted, a shiver of fear in his voice. "Were you injured by it?" Ding asked urgently. "Not at all. Our injuries were inflicted by a large brown bear. Zhou Laoda took it down with a sniper rifle," a team member with a prominent nose replied. Ding remarked thoughtfully, "I wonder whether your encounter with it was fortunate or unfortunate." "So, you've encountered it as well?" Zhou Jiging pressed, I certainly have. You may refer to it as the mountain god. The mountain god? The group echoed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the mountain god. There is no other explanation for why you are still alive. Ding asserted, glancing at the captivated expressions of those around him. After a pause, he continued, what we see now is merely the outermost part of the forest. Venturing deeper reveals true terrors, with many unfathomably powerful creatures. I have an inkling that this place is entirely different from our OWN modern cities. We are surrounded by concrete and asphalt, rarely encountering forests. Here, however, the forest reigns supreme, and animals are the true rulers of this world. While we humans are but a species of monkey, with cities serving as mere pearls adorning a pond, an elder from the scientific team stood, visibly excited. I believe you may be onto something. This could completely upend our understanding of the world. In ancient times, humans were scarce, and vast expanses of primordial forest likely existed. Zhou Jigang interrupted the elder's lengthy discourse, his focus shifting back to the gray bear. Ding, please continue. I need to ascertain whether it poses a threat to us. It should have no malicious intent towards us. As far as it is concerned, we are not of interest as food. It likely followed you because it sensed my scent on the items you carried. It is neither a leopard nor a bear, but rather a colossal cat. Its presence may merely be for amusement. For amusement? Indeed, if it truly wished to end your lives, there would be no escape. It is far more powerful than ordinary predators. And how did you come to know it? Su Xiaoyan, who had remained silent until now, seemed curious. Ding sank into reminiscence, recalling a haunting memory of survival he was reluctant to revisit. I once glided into a valley where I broke my leg. It was this creature that saved me. I lingered by its side for quite some time. Perhaps it grew weary of me and eventually escorted me to the forest's edge. I became lost and inadvertently returned to the forest, where I encountered the helicopter. Had I chosen the opposite direction, I might have met the people of Shaoshi village. If you had reached Shaoshi village, you would have been captured on the battlefield, and we could have perished together there, averting all that has transpired. It is remarkable how fate works. You dad amused. Is that truly the case? How bizarre. Animals are known for their territorial instincts and often display aggression towards unfamiliar species. The elder from the scientific team questioned, I cannot explain it, but it is the truth. Perhaps it was my cooking that endeared me to it. When I grilled instant beef, it took some for itself. The look in its eyes after devouring the beef is forever etched in my memory. It was wide-eyed and utterly adorable. You dare to describe that creature as adorable? We were nearly frightened to death. Zhou Jigang interjected awkwardly. It may not have been intentional. Each time it returned, it brought some unique animal. A silver fish one time, a deer another, and sometimes creatures I could not even identify. I would start a fire to cook for it, and I benefited greatly from it. The hides of those animals were incredibly tough, akin to iron, and their teeth were as sharp as knives, with bones as hard as steel. It was only because it would chew through the flesh that I could extract the meat. What you describe is unfathomable. It feels like a tale spun from fantasy, Su Xiaoyan remarked, who had remained silent until now. I know you may not believe me. Well, the story is over. Everyone can resume their tasks. The group listened with rapt attention, and Su Xiaoyan urged, please, share more. What other experiences have you had? At that moment, a young woman from the medical team rushed over, breathless. Laomo's condition is grave. His organs are failing. Upon hearing this, Ding and the others dashed to the medical room, anxiously inquiring, how is Laomo? Wasn't his wound treated? A composed middle-aged woman replied, the wound was treated. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. Our plant remedies lack specificity. Under the microscope, the reaction to the toxin is incredibly severe. It has likely compromised much of his nervous system. He has no feeling below his legs. The conditions here are far too rudimentary for surgery. Even if we were to amputate his leg, it would only hasten his demise. How much longer can he hold on? We administered a coagulant derived from Professor Zhao Shui's plant extractions. Optimistically, he may last no more than a week. Chapter 26. The Big Cat You Datu, quickly bring Laomo with you, Su Xiaoyan. Prepare the carriage at once. Ding's voice was urgent and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, everyone hastily complied with his instructions. After a brief interval, Ding led Udatu to a hilltop. With a perplexed expression, Udatu inquired, Dingu, Why have you brought me to this place? Shouldn't we be heading to Jinxia City? And why is there a roasted lamb here on this hill? Jinxia City is too far. The bumpy ride would be unbearable for Laomo. You need to set me and Laomo down. In a moment, drive the carriage a little further away, and under no circumstances should you speak. Although Udatu was utterly bewildered, he obediently followed the instructions. Shueding carefully placed Laomo on the ground and set the roasted lamb on a large rock. Laomo's condition was dire. His lips were pale, his body motionless, save for the faint rise and fall of his chest as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. Shueding took a deep breath, closed his eyes and stood there silently, awaiting something. Meow. Suddenly, a resounding meow echoed at a cat, as large as a small automobile, crouched on the ground, gazing intently at Shueding. A faint smile graced Shueding's lips as he slowly opened his eyes. Joy illuminating his face, "At last, you have arrived," he exclaimed, raising his head and opening his arms wide, warmly declaring, "It has been far too long." The big cat seemed to comprehend human speech, affectionately rubbing its rounded head against Shueding. Reminiscent of a long-lost friend reunited, Udatu wiped his eyes with his hands, mouth agape, and hastily covered his mouth to stifle a scream. What followed was a conversation that shattered all preconceived notions. "Brother Cat," Shueding remarked with a chuckle, "I have missed you dearly. You've lost weight? Meow. The silver fish from that great lake is quite delectable. Eat your fill and bring me back a couple. Meow. Try to avoid fighting with other animals. If you cannot win, just insult them. Meow. Brother, this is my newly made companion. Could you help me see if you can save him?" With that, Shueding pointed at the motionless Laomo on the ground. The big cat lowered its head, sniffed, and then shook its head. "Brother, this is not for you to eat. I merely wish to know if you can save him. He has been poisoned. This lamb is for you." The big cat's eyes gleamed at the sight of the roasted lamb, and it feigned indifference, saliva instantly pooling at the corners of its mouth, yet it remained still. "Brother, I implore you to save him." Shueding's face was filled with urgency as he knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with sincerity and hope. The big cat seemed to grasp Shueding's intent, cautiously extending its tongue to lick Laomo's hand before disdainfully spitting out some saliva and shaking its head once more. Seeing this, Shueding sat up in disappointment but was struck by inspiration as he produced a peach-shaped token. "Brother, can you take me to Jinxia City?" He pointed towards the direction of Jinxia City, gesturing with the token in his hand, attempting to convey his meaning to the big cat. Observing the big cat's puzzled expression, he further elaborated by drawing an outline of a city gate in the dirt with a stone. The big cat tilted its head, watching Shueding's actions for quite some time, before finally seeming to understand and slowly nodding in agreement. "Brother, it must be late, and you haven't eaten yet. Why not have some lamb?" Shueding eagerly suggested, quickly tearing off a leg of lamb and stepping forward to respectfully present it to the big cat. However, the big cat merely shook its head. Confused, Shueding pondered whether it disliked the lamb's gamey flavor. Yet, in the next moment, the big cat turned its head, its hefty body jostling Shueding aside as it made a beeline for the roasted lamb on the stone. With both paws, it seized the golden roasted lamb and began to feast with apparent satisfaction, emitting continuous meows of delight. Fearing the big cat might not have enough to eat, Shueding offered the lamb leg once more, only for the big cat to drop it at his feet. Understanding the big cat's intent, Shueding chuckled, picked up the lamb leg, and mimicked the big cat's voracity in his own eating. He did not stop until he had eaten his fill and could no longer consume another bite. Meanwhile, the big cat was licking its paws, appearing to still crave more, having finished its meal some time ago and patiently waiting. The big cat leaped to a nearby clearing, bending low with its head held high. Shueding instantly understood. He dashed toward the carriage, swiftly untying the ropes, and turned to the astonished Udatu, saying, "There's no time to explain. Tell everyone to await my return. Have them move the supplies from the cave to a hidden location. Relocate as much as possible. This is of utmost importance," he added, patting Udatu's face and emphasizing, "If you encounter soldiers from Jinxia City, do not follow them. You must wait for my return. Oh, you understand?" Udatu nodded vigorously. Affirming his understanding, Shueding, adept and nimble, quickly secured the ropes to the big cat, then, cradling Laomo, mounted the big cat's back. He gently addressed it, "Brother, let us set off. Please take care." Upon hearing this, The big cat shook its head and then leaped off the hill. In an instant, the mountain wind roared into Shue-Ding's ears, the sound overwhelming, drowning out all other noises. The hills, streams, and forests whizzed by like scenes from a film, while the wild beasts and birds scattered in panic, creating a chaotic scene. Time passed, and when Shue-Ding opened his eyes again, he found himself at the base of a cliff. Yet the big cat pressed on, charging forward. The cliff wall loomed larger in Shue-Ding's view, prompting him to shut his eyes tightly in trepidation. After a while, when he dared to open his eyes again, the big cat had already leaped onto the cliff face, its powerful claws digging deep into the stone as it ascended with a swift grace, causing loose stones to tumble down. This big cat was not one to take the usual path. Instinctively, Shue-Ding looked down at the deep chasm below, feeling a wave of vertigo wash over him, and buried his face in the big cat's resilient fur. Before long, he sensed the big cat's pace slowing, the exhilarating sensation akin to a roller coaster fading away. They had reached a broad, level expanse, and in the distance, the towering city walls came into view. Having traversed this battlefield that once altered his fate, Shue-Ding felt a mix of nostalgia and anxiety. Below the city walls, a throng of people bustled about, creating a lively scene. The soldiers on guard, spotting the enormous form of the big cat approaching, immediately became alert, and several loud warning arrows shot into the sky. Whistling sharply, simultaneously, a multitude of silver-armored soldiers surged onto the walls, their long-awaited bows and crossbows glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Slowly drawn back, their arrows aimed directly at the big cat, the atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, the city gates began to swiftly close, sending the surrounding populace into a panic as they scrambled in all directions. In no time, the once vibrant scene at the city walls had dissipated entirely. Shue-Ding had not anticipated such a scenario. He saw the big cat charging forward heedlessly, even as he could discern the fearful expressions of the soldiers atop the walls, anxious and desperate. He shouted, "Brother, you are magnificent. Let us not go any further. We will be shot to pieces." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the once upright ears of the big cat had inexplicably drooped. It dawned on him that the big cat must cover its ears while moving at high speed, a revelation that left him astounded. He promptly patted the big cat's ears, and it perked them up in response. "Brother, stop!" Shue-Ding yelled, his voice strained. The big cat halted, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, its fur bristling as it scanned the surroundings, emitting a low growl. Observing the tense standoff atop the walls, Shue-Ding attempted to dismount, but found the knots far too tight to loosen, rendering him momentarily trapped. He raised his hands and shouted, "Do not shoot! Do not shoot! Do not shoot!" Upon hearing the commotion, the commanding general on the walls leaned over to peer down, only to discover that a person was riding atop the big cat. Instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat and commanded, "No one is to release arrows." To dare ride upon the back of the mountain spirit and approach alone could only indicate that this individual was no ordinary figure. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. He ordered his subordinates to report swiftly to their superiors. Chapter 27. Breaking your legs. Shue-Ding called out to the guards on the wall. "I mean no harm. May I request that the city commander come down for a discussion?" The guards exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, yet no one took the initiative to descend. Faced with the imposing presence of the big cat, none dared to step forward at that moment. One of the guards cleared his throat and called out, "Might we request the esteemed guest to ascend to the city for a discussion?" Shue-Ding glanced at the firmly closed city gates, which showed no signs of opening, and responded helplessly, "Please, open the gates." The guard hastily explained, "Esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but once the warning arrows are loosed, the gates cannot be opened without the command of the city lord. Any who do so will face execution. Please, allow the immortal to ascend." Shue-Ding found himself in a quandary, pondering how he could gain entry when the city gate remained shut. Suddenly, a realization struck him. These individuals had mistaken themselves for unparalleled masters, foolishly believing they could simply soar over the walls. Initially considering to bluff his way through, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He hastily produced a token from his possession, raised it high, and proclaimed loudly, "I demand an audience with Master Tao." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. It appeared there was no gentleman by the name of Tao within the city. The guard then inquired, May I ask which Master Tao you refer to? Does he have a full name? It seems there is no one of that name in the city. Perhaps, esteemed immortal, you should seek elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Ding's anxiety intensified. He mused to himself, could it be that the cat had miscalculated its speed and led him astray? Or was that old man deliberately deceiving him? Suddenly, he spotted two figures descending from the sky. Landing gracefully upon the city wall, one was clad in silver armor, wearing a splendid helmet that glimmered with silver light, his face obscured by a black veil, rendering his features unrecognizable. The other figure was draped in gray robes, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Upon closer inspection, it was the white-bearded elder he had encountered that evening. Upon seeing Ding, the elder approached the armored figure and whispered a few words. He then gestured to a disciple nearby, instructing him to investigate. A middle-aged man, also garbed in gray, responded promptly and leaped down from the city wall, sprinting swiftly towards the cat. As he approached, the cat instinctively tensed, causing the man to falter in his steps, apprehensively extending his hand and politely requesting, "Might the immortal allow me to examine the token?" Without hesitation, Ding threw the token towards him. The gray-clad man caught it deftly, scrutinizing it closely. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of respect as he clasped his hands together and said, "Indeed, this is the token of my master. Please, follow me." Ding, now free from his bonds, slowly descended from the cat, taking a few steps before feeling his limbs weaken and his stomach churn. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he carefully laid the elder Imo on the ground and checked for his breath and heartbeat. Relieved by the signs of life, he called out to the city wall, "My brother has been poisoned and is in grave danger. Please, I implore you to save him." The gray-robed elder, upon hearing this, turned to the armored figure and exchanged a few words. Upon receiving the nod of agreement, he descended from the wall and knelt beside Elder Imo, checking his pulse. He then pried open Mo's mouth, producing a white pill from his robe and administering it. Following this, he placed one palm on Mo's chest, performing a series of motions, while also propping him up and pressing a few fingers against his chest and back. After completing this sequence of medical interventions, the elder rose and addressed Ding. "I have temporarily stabilized his condition, but for a proper cure, we must await the skilled practitioners from the city. Young friend, please entrust him to the military physician and accompany me." The heavy gates of the city creaked open, and the elder continued, "Young friend, how shall we manage this spirit beast? If it were to enter the city, it may frighten the women and children." Ding approached the cat and whispered a few words to it. Then, opening his arms, the cat nudged its large head against his chest and, with a sudden leap, soared 50 meters away. This startled onlookers, even causing the gray-robed elder to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, eyes warily fixed on the retreating beast. Ding, reflecting inwardly, marveled at how his understanding of the cat had been utterly transformed. Its remarkable agility was akin to that of a spring. Following the elder into the city, he noticed that Elder Imo had been carried away by the military medics. The gray-clad middle-aged man respectfully presented the token, stating, "As a friend of my master, I must apologize for any prior misunderstandings. However, my master's surname is Yao, not Tao. The token indeed bears the character for Yao." Ding was momentarily taken aback, hastily accepting the token and examining it closely. Confirming the presence of the character Yao, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "It seems I have made an error. My sincere apologies." "Not to worry, merely a small misunderstanding. It happens often enough," the elder Yao chuckled. Stroking his beard, he discreetly signaled to his disciples to rectify the errors on the other tokens, emphasizing clarity in the writing and warned, "Should anyone misread again, I shall break your legs." As they walked, the gray-robed middle-aged man hurriedly diverted into another alley. Before long, they arrived at the imposing city lord's residence. Gazing up, the lord's manor exuded grandeur, imbued with an ancient elegance. The crimson doors seemed to carry the weight of time, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld them. Ascending the steps and crossing the threshold, they entered the grand hall, where the flickering candlelight illuminated the space. On one side, a display case brimmed with dazzling treasures, while on the other stood racks showcasing an array of weaponry. At the center, a figure clad in silver armor sat with an air of authority. This man, broad-shouldered and imposing, possessed eyes that shone like bright stars, radiating an extraordinary presence. Beneath his prominently structured nose, two meticulously groomed mustaches added to his commanding demeanor. Upon Xue Ding's arrival, the silver-armored lord did not rise to greet him but merely raised an arm slightly in acknowledgement. Elder Yao quickly guided Xue Ding to a seat on the right, and no sooner had he settled than a bevy of maidens arrived, gracefully presenting an assortment of dishes, as if fluttering butterflies. Each dish was meticulously arranged, and the maidens poured wine into goblets, the liquid swirling in a lively dance, adding to the festive atmosphere. Xue Ding glanced at the sumptuous spread before him but found himself lacking appetite. At that moment, the silver-armored lord lifted his goblet and took a measured sip, signaling the commencement of the banquet. Elder Yao raised his cup first, his face beaming with joy, declaring loudly, "Today, on behalf of Jinxia City, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest." With that, he drained his cup in one go. Xue Ding quickly raised his own cup in response, tilting it back to quench his thirst. Feeling a fiery warmth spread through his chest, Elder Yao set down his goblet, turning his gaze to Xue Ding, filled with admiration and curiosity. He inquired, "Young friend, your remarkable deeds have not gone unnoticed in Jinxia City. From a distance, you single-handedly felled the enemy chieftain, turning the tides of battle. It is truly commendable. May I ask your name and lineage, as well as your esteemed mentor?" Upon hearing this, Xue Ding hastily waved his hands, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he replied, "I hardly deserve such praise. I am Xue Ding, residing in Little Stone Village. In my youth, I learned blacksmithing under Wang Ergu." The seated lord nearly choked on his drink, struggling to suppress his laughter. Xue Ding, feeling awkward, added, "Elder Yao, you flatter me. I am not the one who struck down the enemy chieftain. That was the work of another." Elder Yao's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. "Oh, I witnessed it myself. Could it be that my eyesight has failed me?" With a reddened face, Xue Ding stammered, tears welling in his eyes. "That was not me. I was at home chopping wood when the bandits stormed in, rounding up the villagers for battle. Upon arrival, we found many old and weak, including women and children, so we organized ourselves to resist. Suddenly, a few thunderous booms echoed from the sky. Though the sound was not loud, we heard it clearly. Then, the enemy cavalry seemed to falter, as if struck by some terrifying force, scattering in disarray. Shortly after, more thunder sounded, and the enemy commander in the rear was struck down. You see, those bandits showed no mercy even to the weak. They intended to annihilate us, yet the enemy was struck down by lightning. Surely, it was the will of heaven." Chapter 28. The thunder god Elder Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "If what you say is true, that they were indeed struck down by lightning, but can lightning be so precise? Surely, it was not some artifact from your sect." Xue Ding's eyes widened, his words flowing fervently. Gesticulating animatedly, "Of course it is true. Have you not heard of the great thunder god? He wields a thunder hammer, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, striking down demons and monsters alike. This hammer can split into countless metallic particles or coalesce back into a single hammer, drawing lightning to attack foes. Truly a versatile and unmatched force." Elder Yao stroked his beard, unable to contain his amusement, reflecting on how adept this fellow was at spinning tales. Were it not for the thorough investigation that had been conducted, the obvious facts might have led one to be deceived by his fabrications. Mentioning even the legendary figures, could it be that the thunder god truly existed, and would he reveal his powers for your sake? The silver-armored lord interjected with a hint of skepticism. Elder Yao was taken aback, surprised that the lord seemed to believe it. Subsequently, he let out a hum, set down his wine cup, and with a frosty expression, declared, "As a formidable powerhouse of the sea-opening realm, with countless disciples and followers, I have treated you sincerely and honored you as a distinguished guest. Yet, you respond with utter nonsense, failing to recognize kindness. Do you take me for an old fool?" As these words escaped his lips, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted forth, causing the maids who served the wine and the guards inside and outside the hall to hurriedly kneel, trembling uncontrollably. The treasures adorning the hall, the weapon racks, and even the tables, chairs, and utensils trembled incessantly, as if the very building were quaking. Xue Ding was taken aback by the sudden commotion, momentarily mistaking it for an earthquake, and swiftly rose to flee outside. However, just a few steps into his flight, a wave of nausea surged within him, prompting him to rush to a nearby pillar where he emptied the contents of his stomach in a chaotic manner. The lamb leg he had shared with the big cat had weighed heavily on him, and the thrilling experience on the big cat's mount had been overwhelming. This release brought him considerable relief. Observing the crowd still seated in the hall, he felt too embarrassed to leave unceremoniously. After wiping his mouth, he returned to his seat, sat quietly, and, feeling a bit uneasy after the retching, cautiously picked at a dish and took a sip of wine to calm his nerves. Gathering his breath, Shwedding gingerly remarked, "I must apologize. I was genuinely startled just now, to the point of vomiting. I hope you can forgive me, esteemed guests." Old Yao was amused by his demeanor. "Were you truly frightened? An ordinary person would have long been brought to their knees by such oppressive force. Yet, you merely feigned concern, treating it lightly, and instead, seem to find relief in your retching. My exertion appears more akin to a gentle back pat for you." Indeed, as a prominent figure of the instrument sect, he had once commanded respect throughout the cultivation world and was a local overlord. With such profound heritage, how could he fear a mere rogue of the sea-opening realm? Laughter erupted throughout the hall, as the city lord sought to ease the tension. "Young friend Shwedding, you are quite the amusing character. If you choose not to acknowledge the truth, then so be it. It is not entirely untrue to say it is fate at play. I believe old Yao should refrain from pressing him further. We all understand the situation." Hearing this, old Yao's expression softened somewhat as he lifted his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp. "Very well, I was indeed muddled, and I hope for your understanding." Noticing the atmosphere had lightened, Shwedding boldly spoke, "I wish to discuss a business proposition with you all, Dutto." The city lord perked up at his words. Shwedding continued, "I would like to trade food supplies sufficient for 1,000 people for 3 months, in exchange for the chance for 100 of my companions to enter the city and live peacefully. However, the quantity of food is considerable, and we cannot transport it all at once. I can disclose the hidden location of the supplies to prevent any enemy from seizing them. That is indeed possible. May I inquire about the relationship between these 100 individuals and you?" the city lord questioned. "They are all my companions, including my family and brothers, individuals of utmost importance to me," Shwedding replied earnestly. "All from the same place as you?" the city lord pressed further. "Yes," Shwedding affirmed. "Where did you acquire this food? If it was taken from innocent civilians, I cannot accept it was seized from the enemy. You possess such capabilities? On occasion, the thunder god lends a hand when he is in a good mood." The city lord raised his cup and took a sip of wine. Suddenly, he sighed with feigned difficulty, as if confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. Shwedding, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something troubling you? Today, I have greatly enjoyed drinking with you, but I lament that our acquaintance has come so late. If you were to visit my Jinsha city on a usual day, I would celebrate your arrival with great fanfare. However, do you know what your thunder god has done? He has caused considerable trouble for my Jinsha city." The city lord spoke with a helpless expression. "Oh?" Shwedding internally scoffed, realizing this was likely a ploy to raise the stakes. The individual he had slain was none other than Hu Yin Haoyue, the third son of Hu Yin Shuofeng, who was deeply favored and had recently entered the spirit stream realm. His mysterious death at Jinsha City would undoubtedly not go unpunished. They would hold them accountable, demanding the true culprit be handed over or face the wrath of an army of 100,000. Hu Yin Shuofeng was no ordinary figure. He was not only a disciple of the Kuan Yuan sect, but also the sworn brother of the Prince of Pingsong. How could the citizens of Jinsha City endure such turmoil? Spirit Stream Realm? Is it truly formidable? The city lord chuckled. Are you truly unaware or simply pretending to be Navi? The Spirit Stream Realm is significant. The path of cultivation is broadly divided into Qi refining, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, and transformation. The foundation building stage comprises 3 realms: White Dew, Spirit Stream, and Sea Opening, with the Spirit Stream realm being the second tier of foundation building. Experts in the Spirit Stream realm are swift as the wind, possess strength akin to an elephant, and can wield minor magic. On the battlefield, one individual can contend against 1,000. Those with profound skills can even hover briefly in the air. Although Hu Yin Shuofeng has only just entered the Spirit Stream realm, his youth at merely 50 years of age speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent, having consumed countless rare materials and devoted the entirety of the Hu Yin family's resources to him. Shwedding felt a tumult within. Damn, the person I killed truly was no ordinary individual. But 50 years old and still young. Does that mean I am merely a half-grown baby in comparison? Furthermore, the old man in white claimed to be in the sea-opening realm, which is the third tier of foundation building, thus should be significantly stronger than the spirit stream realm. Wouldn't he be able to crush me effortlessly? If he were displeased, a single palm strike could turn me into a pulp. Schweding's palms began to sweat as he asked, "What do you plan to do about this?" The city lord pretended to ponder for a moment, then spoke with a semblance of seriousness. "My Jinxia city has no culprit to hand over, nor will we allow an innocent to take the blame. If we could enlist the assistance of the Thunder God, we could resolve the crisis in our city, and we would ensure to honor him properly. Since your Thunder God wields such a mighty thunder hammer and possesses such extraordinary abilities, could we possibly borrow his weapon? Have mercy on the citizens of my city to spare them from suffering." Schweding, impulsively rising to assure them that the Thunder God would assist if he were free, paused mid-sentence, realizing the trap laid before them. The food supplies were insufficient, and Jinxia City was embroiled in conflict with Huyen Shuofeng, nearly losing everything. They sought to drag him into their troubles, and he would be left roasting over the fire. Chapter 29. The transaction. Schweding slightly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to the city lord, his demeanor sincere as he said, "Esteemed city lord, I must confess, the Thunder God does not belong to my family. He is a deity for all, not solely worshipped by my village. I have never personally encountered him, nor can I command him. He only appears when he is in a bad mood. Furthermore, the person killed by the Thunder God has no connection to us. If there are grievances, they should seek him out appropriately." Upon hearing this, the city lord furrowed his brow, sighing deeply, "Alas, in such a situation, what am I to do? Huyen Shuofeng insists that my Jinxia city must provide an explanation. Otherwise, he will lead an army of 100,000 to attack. Should the city fall, the innocent citizens will be plunged into calamity, and those you brought will also be in peril. What can we do?" In light of this, Schweding fell silent for a moment, then slowly rose with a resolute stride to the center of the hall. He lifted his gaze, fixing his steely eyes upon the city lord on the dais, and spoke with unwavering conviction. "My big cat has only just begun to understand humanity, and being somewhat reckless, it has wandered into the wrong place. I shall return to discipline it, ensuring it learns a lesson. Since it has intruded, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave, Brother Xue." "What do you mean by this? Are you implying that my Jinxia city has failed in hospitality?" Old Yao, sitting nearby, interjected as he noticed Schweding's intent to depart. Schweding turned, his gaze sweeping over Old Yao, his expression serious as he replied, "It is not a matter of hospitality. I merely have some questions. That Huyen Haoyue waged war, attacking Jinxia City, slaughtering countless soldiers, and driving innocent villagers to the battlefield, mercilessly killing the elderly, women, and children, even sparing infants of mere months. Should such a person not face death? If I were in his position, I would kill one for every one that comes, two for every pair. Regardless of whether his father or even his ancestors came, I would show no mercy." His words flowed forth with fervor, passion evident in his delivery. The city lord squinted slightly, a glimmer of scrutiny in his gaze. "But Huyen Shuofeng commands a legion of skilled warriors. Do you not fear for your life, young friend Xue?" "Of course I fear," Schweding admitted, "but what purpose does fear serve? It is better to face it without fear, to be honest, after having died once. I have grown even more fearful of death. However, there are matters more significant than mere survival. A person's death can be as heavy as a mountain or as light as a feather. My life or death is trivial. What I truly desire is to ensure the safety of my family, brothers, and friends." As he spoke, memories of reuniting with Su Xiaoyan and the moments shared with Zhou Jigang and Yu Datu flooded his mind. Though their time together had been brief, those moments were filled with warmth and joy, a precious bond he had never experienced before. Schweding understood clearly that if he compromised today, it would lead to irreversible consequences for everyone involved. A toothless tiger would be slaughtered like a pig, and a hedgehog without its spines would be devoured by a fox. Both the city lord and Old Yao were astute individuals, surely seeking more. Their words dripped with veiled threats. If he did not cooperate, he might not even be able to leave this hall alive. Although he was still somewhat naive and inexperienced, he had watched enough dramas to grasp certain truths and had prepared himself mentally. Should the worst come to pass, he could only hope that Zhou Jigang and the others would remain cold-hearted enough not to seek revenge for him. If he were to die, then so be it. Xue Ding repeatedly expressed his desire to protect his brother, yet that poisoned sibling still languished in the infirmary. Has the young friend forsaken him? Old Yao emitted a cold snort. A flicker of anguish crossed Xue Ding's eyes as he helplessly remarked, "My poor brother, bitten by a scorpion while foraging for sustenance for us, is already at the mercy of fate. Please allow me to take him back for a proper burial. The food we have acquired will be incinerated." Leaving not a single grain for the enemy, he lamented internally, "Old Amo, forgive me, I shall repay you in the next life." Both parties held steadfast to their positions, refusing to yield, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The conversation reaching an impasse, the few individuals in the hall remained silent for an extended period. Suddenly, a child emerged from behind the screen, hastening to the city lord's side and whispering something. The city lord nodded and raised his voice. "Understood. Son, go play with your mother for a while. Your father is temporarily occupied with guests." Sitting upright, he slowly lifted his wine cup, preparing his words, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, my young friend, do not take offense. I was merely curious about your character, and you have indeed proven to be resilient. That Huyin child who attacked my soldiers and besieged my city deserved his fate. It was destiny. Our Golden Gorge city is fortified with skilled warriors and countless capable generals. We have nothing to fear from Huyin Shuafeng. Please do not take my earlier remarks to heart. Do not underestimate Golden Gorge City." The abrupt shift in the other party's demeanor prompted Xue Ding to promptly affirm, of course, that is certainly the case. If that is so, let us proceed as you initially suggested. We shall exchange provisions for safe passage into the city and ensure your well-being. Your friend shall receive our utmost medical attention, and Golden Gorge City will not let you suffer losses. We shall prepare accommodations for you. Does that sound agreeable?" Xue Ding felt a wave of relief wash over him, a glimmer of gratitude gracing his features. "That would be splendid. I thank the city lord in advance and raise a toast in your honor." Having spoken, he returned to his seat and took several hearty swigs from the wine jug. Seizing a moment of respite, he discreetly cast a glance toward the back of the screen, curious about the identity of the figure concealed there. Observing Xue Ding's exuberance, the city lord laughed heartily. "Ha ha, splendid. I shall drink to you as well." With that, he raised his cup and drained it in one go. Old Yao, noticing Xue Ding's actions, seemed to discern his unvoiced concerns and explained, "Rest assured, young friend, that our discussions today will remain confidential." Xue Ding's brow furrowed in confusion. Upon noticing, Old Yao continued patiently, "Please do not misunderstand. We are not the ruthless individuals you might envision. The individuals attending this banquet are congenitally deaf and mute. Struggling to survive outside, be wise serving at the city lord's manor, they can find sustenance and shelter. For them, it is a blessing. I see. Xue Ding replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. "When will you be relocating?" "I shall send someone to assist in your transition. There is no need to trouble the city lord. We shall commence in the next couple of days, though the journey is somewhat distant. And there are many tasks that may delay us," Xue Ding replied respectfully. "No problem at all. Y City possesses countless horses and vehicles. You may take what you need," the city lord generously declared. "Then I thank you. Once we are settled, we shall certainly inform you of the provisions location." Xue Ding downed another cup of wine and a brightly lit study. A crisp voice shattered the tranquility. "Grandfather Yao? Is it true that Xue Ding possesses the ability to tame mountain spirits?" When Jin Xian inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Old Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with composure, "That youth is indeed enigmatic. Yet there is no need for concern, young lady. I in my prime. I could have captured one with a single hand. I have interacted with them all, and there is not a trace of spiritual energy. They appear to be ordinary folk, beyond doubt." When Jin Xian tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with longing, "That mountain spirit is truly a large cat, simply adorable. I wish to keep one myself." Old Yao regarded her with bemusement, finding nothing particularly charming about it, and chuckled. "Such a drab creature is hardly cute. The mountains are teeming with extraordinary beasts. I shall catch a few for you later." Yet, when Jin Xian remained relentless, pressing on, "Such beings, having attained spiritual awareness, can scarcely be called spirits anymore. Perhaps they should be termed demons. I have heard that only the adept practitioners of cultivation can tame demon beasts as mounts. Could it be that Xue Ding is a hidden expert?" Old Yao stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying after a moment, I too find it perplexing, yet I have heard that some ordinary individuals can indeed resonate with demon beasts. Perhaps it is of that nature. When Jin Xian nodded gently, her curiosity intensifying, I am becoming increasingly intrigued by him. Within the fragrant confines of the infirmary, just before departing, Xue Ding glanced at old Mo. A hint of color had returned to old Mo's face, his breathing steady and serene. Only then did Xue Ding instruct the local laborers to ready the horses and carts for their journey to Little Stone Village. Chapter 30. Golden Gorge City. As Xue Ding led the farmers driving the carts, nearing Little Stone Village, the group was halted by sentinels from a distance. Upon recognizing Xue Ding, an unidentified voice shrieked, prompting a throng of mostly girls to swarm around him, chattering excitedly as they welcomed him into the village. Akin to stars orbiting the moon, a flurry of questions erupted, predominantly regarding the large cat. With the girls' eyes sparkling with curiosity, Xue Ding, exasperated, found himself explaining repeatedly, "It is a fierce beast resembling a cat, not a pet." Aunt Wan, observing the chaotic scene from afar, raised her voice, stopped the clamor, one at a time. Her shout resonated like a thunderclap, and the raucous crowd quieted considerably. One timid girl ventured to inquire, "Is your cat male or female? It's so adorable. When can we meet it and pet it?" Xue Ding found himself at a loss, realizing he was unaware of the cat's gender, and casually replied, "It should be male." "What do you mean I own it? It is clearly the one that owns me." "What does it eat? Is it easy to care for?" "It consumes spiritual birds and exotic beasts." "It's not particularly easy to care for," Xue Ding responded offhandedly. "Why you datu?" Unable to contain himself, chimed in with a loud voice. "I say, Xue Ding, you wouldn't he happen to be the reincarnation of Sehr Dinger, would you? Everyone knows Sehr Dinger's cat." Laughter erupted at this jest. Another chimed in, "His name is Xue Ding. Perhaps he truly is." Escaping the boisterous crowd, Xue Ding took a seat in the conference room, his expression grave as he faced the group leaders. Zhou Jigang spoke first. "Is old Mo all right?" "Old Mo is stable. When I left, his condition had improved," Xue Ding replied. As for the matter involving the large cat, several individuals observed it through telescopes and even took photographs. It cannot be concealed. Zhou Jigang suppressed a laugh. Xue Ding sighed. "I never intended to hide it. The situation was urgent, and in my desperation, I grasped at straws, not expecting it to actually work. The large cat comes and goes freely. I cannot control it from now on. Let us treat it as a tale to share after meals." Zhou Jigang reported, "After you left, we spotted a group lurking near the cave where the provisions were stored. Upon capturing and interrogating them, we confirmed they were enemy spies. To prevent information leakage, we executed them all. Then a troop of silver-clad cavalry patrolled the village, asked a few questions, and left without causing us any trouble. Well done. The enemy is beginning to seek provisions. More may come our way. We must act swiftly." "How much food has been transported out?" "Half has been transported. Located in another cave not far away, I met with the city lord of Golden Gorge City, proposing an exchange of provisions for our safe entry into the city." "What quantity of provisions do they require?" "Food sufficient for 1,000 people over 3 months. We have gathered quite a bit, but it feels insufficient. It is adequate. Given our consumption style, we need to grind the grains into fine flour to make food. If it were for their army, they likely would not require such refinement. Thus, the promised provisions will suffice. We can keep half. What shall we do with the remaining supplies?" "As a reserve. Once the enemy ceases their assaults and poses no further threat, we can venture out to live." "Agreed. We shall ensure the cave entrance is concealed, leaving no trace to guarantee they cannot find us," Zhou Jigang asserted confidently. "Once everyone is ready, we shall depart with the necessary items." Xue Ding paused, then rose and struck the table. "Friends, entering Golden Gorge City does not guarantee safety. We may find ourselves in an even greater predicament. Yet, we have no better options. Like Sehr Dinger's cat, we will only know the fate of the cat once the box is opened. What unfolds next is beyond my foresight. We shall tread carefully, step by step." Days later, a grand procession approached the city gates, the sound of clattering carts echoing. The crowd, having never seen such an ancient city gate, gazed in awe. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they beheld the walls marred by battle, vivid bloodstains visible, and a few arrows still embedded in the scorched remnants. The city walls were not as grand as one might have imagined. Perhaps the scars of past battles had rendered them uneven and rugged. Xue Ding produced his token, prompting the city guards to sprint off to report, while an officer promptly descended to welcome them. The soldiers at the city gate immediately cleared the passage. Following the protocol for entering the city, the group relinquished their swords and other weapons, and without thorough inspection, they were granted entry. This brought a sense of relief to Xue Ding and his companions, who had disassembled their firearms before arriving and hidden the parts in various locations. However, they still carried electronic devices such as smartphones and notebooks. Xue Ding had prepared himself to feign innocence, ready with a repertoire of expressions, but these proved unnecessary. The architectural style within the city showed little variation, with stone foundations and predominantly wooden structures. The streets and houses were densely packed, exuding a rich, antique atmosphere. Far from the anticipated dilapidation, it resembled a popular tourist attraction steeped in ancient charm. A group of young women glanced around, chattering excitedly, each embodying the curiosity of an outsider exploring a grand garden. For safety's sake, Udatu insisted that the beauties conceal their exquisite features to avoid attracting the attention of ruffian wealthy youths. With a loud call, the group hastily donned masks. Why Udatu felt a surge of frustration as he remarked, "Those few youngsters are one thing, but Wandama, why are you joining in? Professor Wei, at your age, do you not have any self-awareness regarding your appearance?" Wandama retorted sharply, "Datu, how can you speak like that? In my youth, suitors lined up for miles just to pursue me. Though I am older now, my charm remains, and I too fear the ruffians." Professor Wei, unwilling to back down, chimed in, "Indeed, who hasn't he been young? I can still run several kilometers daily, more robust than you youngsters. If a wealthy matron were to take an interest in me, it would hinder my research." Udata's lips twitched in exasperation as he waved his hand dismissively. "I failed to consider this adequately. Next time, I shall bring more mirrors." The group continued onward, with many spectators watching eagerly, particularly young men who were keenly awaiting the chance to display their gallantry in front of their crushes. However, the armored soldiers cleared the way, leaving no opportunity for such heroics. These individuals had clearly read too many novels. The soldiers led them into a spacious courtyard, where a plaque inscribed with the words Xue Mansion greeted them. Xue Ding was taken aback. Had they mistaken the entire camp for his family? He discreetly handed a note detailing the locations of hidden provisions to a soldier, who accepted it courteously before retreating. The resources within the mansion were well stocked. The rooms were furnished with blankets, pillows, basins, and candles. The kitchen was brimming with grains and vegetables. The camp members organized their quarters according to their respective duties, leading to a bustling scene. Chapter 31. Xue Mansion. Having safely ushered everyone into the city, Xue Ding exhaled deeply, finding a secluded spot to sit and collect his thoughts. Now within the city, safety was relatively assured, yet he remained uncertain about when Huyan Shuofeng would strike, necessitating prudent preparations. Should they flee at the first sign of danger, or assist in defending the city? What was the essence of the mystical arts? Did this world harbor substances or energies that could be harnessed by the human body, enabling flight through cultivation? The principles of energy conservation by Descartes, universal gravitation by Newton, the periodic table by Mendeleev, and relativity by Einstein. How I need you all. This realm was divided into martial arts and mystical cultivation systems, yet the disparities between levels remained unclear. If they encountered these factions, would firearms still be effective? Ammunition was exceedingly limited. Could they procure more? And most crucially, could they ever return to their original world? According to current deductions, the nexus for traversing between worlds likely resided in the skies. If a return were possible, how could they transport everyone to such heights? If returning proved impossible, how should they proceed? He missed the spicy hot pot, the steaming baths, the unfinished anime series, the uncompleted games, and his lonely father. How could he nearly forget his father? He hoped that his father would not rummage through his notebook, as their reunion would be exceedingly awkward. Would it sever their father-son bond? Furthermore, what was the nature of this world? Why did the aliens resemble humans and speak Mandarin? Many species shared similarities, and even common animals such as horses were present. It was baffling, utterly perplexing. Within the military camp, the sound of galloping hooves grew louder as a soldier rode swiftly towards the command tent, halting abruptly before dismounting, reporting, "We have indeed located grain supplies 50 miles outside the city. General Chun has dispatched personnel to transport the provisions, which are estimated to sustain 1,000 people for half a year." Understood, you may leave, came a crisp, youthful voice. A girl, light on her feet, stepped forward to tug at the sleeve of a woman engrossed in her reading, imploring, "Sister, stop reading and chat with me. I feel as though I might burst from boredom." When Jean Xian gently set her book aside, her face devoid of makeup yet radiating a simple elegance, her tone was soft as she replied, "Where, the military camp is inherently dull. Why do you not devote your time to proper training?" "Because I miss you, my dear sister. You did not attend today, and those individuals are quite peculiar. None of the men have hairstyles or adornments, their hair is short. The women look fine, but their hair is a riot of colors, yellow, purple, red, and curly. Their attire is strange as well. Many wear short styles without long robes or sashes. They do not resemble refugees, for their garments are quite exquisite. Why do they cover their faces? Do they think themselves unattractive?" When Jean Xian furrowed her brow slightly, replying softly, "You err, they are guests I invited from Zhengzhou. Their appearances may be unusual, but they are entirely normal. Should anyone inquire, you must relay this as well. Do you understand?" "Got it, sister. But can we not go see them? I wish to unveil their masks and see just how unattractive they might be." When Jean Xuan's expression darkened as she firmly stated, "You are forbidden from going tomorrow. Focus on your training here. No, I insist on going." When Jean Xian playfully poked the girl's adorable nose, feigning irritation, "If you go, I will send someone to escort you back to the clan, so you may listen to the elders' teachings." Upon hearing this, the girl pouted, her face filled with grievance as she mumbled, "Sister, if I promise not to go, will you let me off the hook?" On the second day in Jinxia City, the camp members had endured 2 months of hardship and finally welcomed a period of stability. Each face blossomed with smiles of happiness and contentment, akin to flowers blooming vibrantly in spring. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated at the door, thump, 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 like heavy hammers striking the hearts of all present, instantly silencing the laughter that filled the courtyard. Upon opening the courtyard door, a dense line of soldiers clad in silver armor stood arrayed outside, their expressions stern and resolute, weapons at the ready. Resembling an impenetrable wall of steel, an overwhelming aura of menace filled the air, instilling fear within the onlookers, until Xue Ding ascended the steps at the entrance. No orders were given, yet the soldiers swiftly parted in the middle, as if a tide receding to either side, creating a wide passage. Xue Ding looked up to see 3 figures clad in silver armor approaching. Momentarily taken aback, his mind raced to decipher their intentions. As he pondered, the 3 advanced with steady strides. The soldiers on either side bowed their heads in respect, and a realization dawned upon him. They were here to assert their authority. The leading silver-armored general approached, and to his astonishment, a woman's voice emerged from beneath the helmet. "What is this? No invitation to sit?" Xue Ding was taken aback. How could it be a woman? Collecting himself, he quickly replaced his surprise with a courteous smile and welcomed her warmly. The female general strode confidently across the threshold, making her way into the hall without hesitation. The 2 female guards behind her, though of lower rank, stood poised and imposing, their sharp gazes preventing anyone from entering the hall. Xue Ding understood and calmly stepped into the living room. The general removed her helmet with ease, handing it to one of the female guards, who accepted it respectfully before stepping back. The general, her voice uniquely androgynous, inquired, "Are you Xue Ding?" Without waiting for a response, she raised her chin slightly and began to pace, taking a keen interest in Xue Ding. He had black, short hair, uncommon yet striking. Though not particularly tall, he stood upright like a pine, with broad, sturdy shoulders that seemed to harbor immense strength. His black boots, though somewhat worn, remained tidy. He wore a form-fitting outfit adorned with green patches, riddled with numerous tears, indicative of recent battles. As for his visage, it was gentle and amiable, with full, rosy lips. Clearly, he possessed robust vitality, a promising candidate for martial prowess. With prominent brows and large, expressive eyes, she radiated an aura of warmth. Her gaze as clear and bright as a crystal spring. Yet beneath this serene exterior lay the semblance of a beast poised to pounce, compelling one to regard her with caution. The female general contemplated silently. Unable to gauge her cultivation level, cleverly concealed daggers nestled at her waist, and within her boots suggested a proficiency in stealth and ambush. Recalling the myriad signs observed at the Lord's mansion, This individual had exhibited remarkable composure in the face of a formidable opponent of the sea-breaking realm, maintaining an air of dignity and poise, unperturbed and self-assured. Furthermore, she possessed a mysterious cat demon as her spirit beast, indicating a significant background. Should she manage to recruit this person, Gold Gorge City would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally, enhancing its strength considerably. Schweding found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the female general. Unable to tear his eyes away, he had never encountered such exquisite armor and weaponry. It was a veritable masterpiece, breathtaking in its craftsmanship. The silver-gray armor appeared robust and majestic, reflecting light without blinding brilliance. Fitting snugly against the contours of her figure, with a gentle swell at the chest and a tapered waist that exuded the essence of a gallant woman. Each shoulder guard bore an intricately crafted lioness head, and a splendid dark crimson cape flowed beneath. On her feet were silver high-heeled shoes, the toes fashioned to resemble lion's claws, both realistic and aesthetically pleasing. The knee and elbow joints were adorned with exquisite embellishments, while white feathers adorned the seams and connections of the armor. Upon closer inspection, each piece of armor revealed intricate patterns, complicated yet imbued with an inexplicable order. At her waist hung a long sword, its scabbard of an indiscernible material, pristine white as jade, studded with flecks of golden gemstones. A pendant dangled from the hilt, glimmering softly in the sunlight, seemingly infused with mysterious power. Chapter 32. The soul has been snatched away. Her facial features were sharply defined, with a blend of strength and softness. Her brows conveyed a heroic spirit, and her eyes sparkled like brilliant black jewels, deep and luminous. Her long, crescent-shaped eyebrows framed her face with an unusual elegance. Delicate silver earrings adorned her ears, enhancing her captivating beauty. Her dark crimson lips were alluringly lush, imbued with temptation. A composed smile graced her face, exuding fearlessness and nonchalance, further underscoring her inner strength. Was she not the very embodiment of a heroine from an animated series? Schweding's heart cried out, "Saber, allow me to be your sheath." The moment the female general removed her helmet, Schweding felt as if the world had shifted in hue, the flames of youth igniting within him, primal impulses awakening deep within his soul. Antoine observed the two with keen scrutiny. Schweding was unremarkable in appearance. He lacked the allure of youthful charm, appearing rather plain in his tattered garments, which were riddled with holes, garments he had benevolently mended himself. In stark contrast, the female general was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of authority. Her face was petite, her nose elegantly upturned, and her figure was undeniably alluring, with a curvaceous backside that suggested a capacity for motherhood. Surely, any child born of her would be stunning. In modern terms, she resembled a powerful CEO clad in a form-fitting pencil skirt, exuding confidence and allure. Professor Zhao Xue also assessed the two. They were of similar stature and seemed quite compatible at first glance. Their gazes suggested mutual affection, perhaps hinting at a budding romance. This was akin to the cliché opening of a melodrama where a wealthy heiress falls for a poor boy. It had been ages since she indulged in such dramas. The videos cluttering her phone had grown tiresome. Little did she expect to witness such a scene resembling The Overbearing Woman Always Falls for Me in reality. How exhilarating! A golden-haired girl chimed in. That armor is simply exquisite. If it were to be auctioned, it would fetch an astronomical price. In a museum, it would undoubtedly be a prized exhibit. How I long to touch it. Jealousy twists my features. One of the female guards expressed her confusion. "Miss, your behavior today seems rather unusual. Why have you been gazing at that man for so long?" Another guard scoffed dismissively. "What is so special about that man? He is not tall, his arms are scrawny, and his belly is even substantial. He is merely a weakling, nothing compared to my Ulung." You dat to observe the pair, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. They've been staring at each other for 5 minutes. Something's bound to happen. Su Xiaoyan's expression soured. "Humph, their souls have been snatched away, it seems." Schweding vowed. "I, Schweding, will never become a sycophant. I must retract my earlier thoughts. True men cannot merely be a sheath for blades. If I must be anything, let it be the blade itself, or at the very least the hilt, held firmly in her grasp." Ugh, how sordid my thoughts are. Suddenly, a light, unidentifiable sound pierced the tranquil air, akin to an arrow shattering the silence. Schweding swallowed nervously. You are the one behind the scenes at the Lord's mansion, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be so formidable. What? I didn't expect you to be so foolish, the female general exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Schweding's heart raced, and he hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, no, I meant I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. May I inquire your esteemed name, General? His face beamed with a smile, his tone filled with politeness and humility. Wen Jinxian. The fair-skinned beauty's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cradled her sword gently against her chest. Her demeanor somewhat shy as she feigned composure. You are the one who killed Huyan Haoyue on the battlefield? I didn't expect you to be so young, I did not. It wasn't me. Do not speak nonsense, Schweding vehemently denied. Humph, if you wish to deny it, so be it. Where do you hail from, and who is your master? Speak the truth, or I shall have my people investigate. Should you be found to be lying, consider the consequences. When Jinxian's expression darkened as she thrust her sword firmly into the ground. Though the movement appeared minor, it concealed a tremendous force, creating a dull thud as the hard floor yielded to her might. Clearly, she was not to be trifled with. Schweding straightened his posture, declaring, We come from a distant village on Earth, having traveled here on a large white airplane for leisure. Only to suddenly lose consciousness and arrive in this place. My masters are numerous. I have had several from primary school to university. Whom would you like to inquire about? You claim you arrived aboard a large white fat chicken? Elaborate on this so-called fat chicken. When Jinxian coughed sharply, her sword flashing as it swiftly came to rest against Schweding's throat. For the first time in his life, Schweding felt the chilling steel of a sword against his neck, the blade hovering a mere 0.05 centimeters from his throat. Yet, he believed that a quarter of an hour later, the sword's owner would utterly fall for him. Such was the confidence of an ordinary man. Gathering his composure, he began, The airplane is quite large, akin to 4 or 5 rooms. It possesses 2 enormous wings, each equipped with larger cylindrical engines, serving as its power source. Moreover, we do not sit atop it. Rather, we reside within its belly, soaring to great heights with a thunderous roar, requiring a runway for takeoff. When Jinxian felt a pang of alarm, this information closely mirrored what she had heard. Could they be part of the same group? She demanded sharply, How many of these fat chickens do you have? Schweding, uncertain of the woman's intentions, hesitated. There are many, but I know that only one has arrived here. Humph. Do you know why Huyan Haoyue attacked us? A fat chicken fell into Huyan Haoyue's military camp, resulting in the destruction of food supplies for thousands, which compelled Huyan Haoyue to strike against us. Schweding was taken aback. There had indeed been an airplane in this world, and it had met with disaster. He mourned silently, fearing that none aboard would survive. Gently pushing the sword aside, he looked resolutely into her eyes. You are mistaken. That aircraft saved you. Had it not scorched their food supplies, they would have been better prepared and would have attacked Gold Gorge City unawares. You would not even have had the opportunity to stand here. When Jinxian's demeanor softened slightly as she sheathed her sword, her gaze flickering as she pondered. She then summoned a female guard, who bowed respectfully to heed her command. The general, her expression fierce and her voice raised, ordered, Issue a command for Xiao Yunqi to surround this courtyard with 1,000 troops. Those within are permitted to enter but not to exit. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Schweding was taken aback, questioning, Why? Are you intending to imprison us? You have the audacity to exchange false information about grain locations for entry into the city. My people have gone to investigate, and the food has long been burned. Without supplies, you shall not leave. How is that possible? Schweding countered immediately. Zhou Jigang was concealed near the food. If it had been burned, such a commotion would not have gone unnoticed. How could the enemy have been allowed to destroy food supplies? Was it simply that there were too many of them, and they had faltered? Unease crept into Schweding's thoughts. If the food had not been secured, we could simply withdraw. Why then would they surround us? Humph. Though Gold Gorge City may not be a grand city, we shall not tolerate the bullying of scoundrels. If you cannot produce the grain, you shall not leave. Schweding pondered carefully, sensing something amiss. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, The grain wasn't burned at all, was it? If it had been, on such a clear day? Why is there no smoke to be seen? I say it was burned, so it was burned. Do you dare to argue? When Jinxian chastised sternly, Schweding felt exasperated. This fair-skinned beauty was utterly unreasonable. After some contemplation, he shifted his tone. We intended to assist Gold Gorge City in its defense with our ancestral skills, yet we find ourselves treated in this manner. Very well, surround us if you must. Even if we starve, we shall not beg for mercy. You spoke of assisting us in defending the city, yet how can a mere 100 of you truly aid us? Such grandiose claims are nothing but mockery. Chapter 33, 200,000 arrows. We possess ancestral skills and can craft arrows. Provided the materials are ample, we shall assist you in producing them. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Our intelligence reports indicate that the enemy may soon launch a significant offensive. Should Jinxia City fall, your demise is assured. Within 2 months, I require no less than 200,000 arrows. Failure to deliver will result in execution for all, with a swift motion of her sword. When Jin Xin mimicked the act of beheading, "What, 200,000? Is that not excessive? I can guarantee that your materials will be sufficient. Not a single arrow less than the required count will be tolerated." With that, when Jin Xin stormed out of the hall, Shueding hurriedly pursued her, suggesting they consider alternative solutions. Everything is negotiable. After all, very well, if you join my personal guard, it will offset 5,000 arrows. 15,000 remains quite a substantial number. Is there no room for further reduction? I can have a few individuals join the personal guard, if that would suffice. When Jin Xin paid him no heed, exiting the courtyard and mounting her horse, her soldiers following in perfect unison. The camp was abuzz with the general's command. 2 months, 150,000 arrows, and failure to produce them would lead to execution. How could they accomplish this? Few had ever wielded a bow and arrow, and their understanding was utterly lacking. Shueding, though he had anticipated the difficulty of entering the city, felt a deep unease at the fate of those in the camp being so precariously controlled by others. Akin to a fragile boat at the mercy of the wind. On the way back to the barracks, a curious female guard whispered, "Miss, did we not receive provisions? Why then must we compel them to craft arrows when they hardly appear to be craftsmen?" When Jin Xin replied softly, "Forcing them to make arrows is not the objective. We need to entwine their fates with ours, thus we must concoct some rationale. I aim to compel them to provide what I desire without frightening them away, nor allowing them to turn against us, and certainly not permitting them to slacken their efforts. But if they are unable to produce the arrows, will they truly be executed? Military orders are absolute. Solutions will present themselves in due course, and remember to address me as general within the camp." The 2 guards immediately straightened their postures in response, as the kitchen stove had yet to heat. The camp's inhabitants were herded by a group of soldiers into a nearby forest, where they beheld towering piles of timber, crates of arrowheads, and a room filled with feathers. It dawned upon them that this was no jest. A leading figure cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Fanyuchi, the overseer for this endeavor. Let us begin, for 150,000 arrows is no trivial task." Shueding clenched his fists, fiercely demanding, "We are not criminals. Why must the elderly, weak, and women be dragged into this? If any harm befalls them, I will not accept it." Fanyuchi, sensing the gravity of the situation, softened his demeanor, having been cautioned repeatedly against offending this man. "I apologize for my oversight. I had assumed you all would be joining the fray as for the crafting of arrows. You may manage that as you see fit. The others may return to the courtyard to rest, as we will not interfere. However, due to strict orders from above, your safety must be assured, so soldiers will accompany you wherever you go. I hope for your understanding. And do not forget, Lord Shui, to report to the barracks tomorrow morning." With that, Fanyuchi took his leave, offering assistance if needed. Shueding, speechless, addressed the camp. "Those with experience in mechanical processing may remain. The rest may return for now." Aunt Wan, with a resolute expression, spoke up. "We shall not return. While we may lack skills, we can assist with feathers, water, and scraps. The labor cannot fall solely upon you. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Aunt Wan's resonant voice, the crowd erupted in agreement. Their spirits lifted. Shueding raised his hands to quell the noise. "I appreciate everyone's goodwill. What I meant was, those with engineering experience should stay behind so we can devise a plan together. That way, our efforts will be more effective." After calming the crowd, a few individuals gathered in a clear space. "Captain, what shall we do? None of us have ever crafted arrows before. In the factory, it was simply a matter of inputting commands for machines to produce goods. Now, without electricity or machinery, how can we succeed? A young man named Xiao Hongyu expressed his concern. Are we to emulate Zhuge Liang's strategy of borrowing arrows with straw boats? But where are the boats? Are you even educated? The straw boat tactic was a scheme of Sun Quan, not Zhuge Liang.it worked because both sides were familiar with each other's strategies after prolonged conflict. We do not even know who our enemy is. So where would we borrow arrows from? Your naivety is astounding. Another countered, we could create a lathe to assist in production. That would enhance our efficiency, but we lack power. How would we drive the machines? Must we construct a steam engine? Producing machinery requires a substantial amount of iron. Should we build a blast furnace to smelt it? The group remained undecided, glancing toward Xue Ding for direction. With arms crossed and an air of calm, he stated, producing 150,000 arrows is not an insurmountable task. Our greatest advantage lies in our modern knowledge and thinking. Hear us what we can do. On the third day in Jinxia City, Xue Ding was roused by the crowing of roosters. After dressing and washing up, he had a steamed bun and a bowl of cool water before stepping outside. Awaiting him was a cavalryman, yawning, who expressed his reluctance to ride. The cavalryman, with a resigned look, allowed Xue Ding to sit behind him. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as they approached the military camp. Xue Ding was escorted to a grand military tent, flanked by solemn female guards. After a brief wait without any reaction, he boldly approached the tent's entrance. Just as he reached to lift the curtain, a commanding female voice rang out, test his skills? But be careful not to injure him severely. A playful voice chimed in, rest assured, General. Xue Ding quickly retreated as a guard in silver armor with black trim emerged, and he took the opportunity to glance inside. But the interior was shrouded in darkness. The female guard parted the curtain with a radiant smile, revealing a petite and charming figure with two adorable canine teeth peeking through her smile. Xue Ding greeted her warmly, hello, I am Xue Ding, I look forward to your guidance. With that, he assumed a martial arts stance, recalling his university training, pondering how long a single punch from such a beautiful girl could keep him in tears. Hello, I am Wendayu. I will be lenient, the girl replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 34, Military Tent Sparring. Xue Ding suddenly found himself in a dilemma, glancing left and right, hesitant to strike. He pondered, as a grown man, is it appropriate to strike a delicate girl? Would I be ridiculed for this? Still lost in thought, Wendayu gracefully advanced, swiftly striking with her palm. Xue Ding snapped back to reality. Hastily sidestepping, before he could regain his balance, Wendayu launched another sweeping strike, which he narrowly avoided. To his surprise, her strike was feigned. She leaped into the air, spinning gracefully, and delivered a lightning-fast kick. Xue Ding had no time to react, and the kick sent him flying like a kite severed from its string. Unwilling to accept defeat, he struggled to rise, brushing off the dust and resuming his stance. Wendayu approached without mercy, delivering another kick, prompting Xue Ding to retreat. Thinking that by keeping his distance, she could not reach him, he planned to counter once she exposed a weakness. However, as he stepped back, Wendayu's speed surged, and her other leg shot out like a phantom. Xue Ding barely registered the movement before a thundering impact sent him crashing backward. From a rooftop in the distance, a figure watched through binoculars, clicking his tongue in disbelief at the spectacle. Suddenly, the binoculars were snatched away, and he turned to find it was Su Xiaoyan, who inquired curiously, what is happening? Who is being so soundly defeated? With a mischievous grin, Udata replied, why, of course it's Ding Gu. He hasn't even entered the tent and has already been kicked out by a beauty. Xue Ding coughed uncontrollably, struggling to regain his composure. A sharp pain throbbed in his chest, and he began massaging the area anxiously. Confusion swirled in his mind as he contemplated, surely something is amiss. Could it be my initial moves were flawed? I recall the legendary martial artists I've seen in films, Huang Feihong, Fang Shiyu, Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee, Yip Man, and Tang Boho, each a paragon of invincibility. Various legendary techniques such as Drunken Fist, the Shadowless Kick of Foshan, and Jeet Kune do have become quite familiar. Even if I cannot replicate them, surely I can mimic their essence. Am I simply inadequate, or is my opponent extraordinarily skilled? It must be the latter. It appears I have encountered a true master today, and I must treat this seriously. Wing Chun relies on the principle of the weak overcoming the strong and speed defeating speed. A revelation seemed to dawn upon Xue Ding, and he immediately positioned himself, feet apart, grounding his stance, aligning his toes inward, and slowly spreading his palms before his chest, containing his breath as his gaze sharpened. The two watchers in the distance were momentarily stunned by this display. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment, while Yu Datu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. When Dayu observed the stance displayed by her opponent, she couldn't help but sense an air of mastery reminiscent of a grandmaster. Despite having never witnessed such prowess before, it appeared formidable, prompting Wen Dayu to cautiously retreat a step. Xue Ding, his body taut and poised, awaited Wen Dayu's advance. Adopting a cautious demeanor, the two remained locked in a stalemate before the military tent. As an increasing number of soldiers gathered around, creating an atmosphere akin to spectators at a spectacle, even the general within the tent did not intervene. A figure resembling an officer shouted, "Everyone has been waiting for quite some time. Are you going to fight or not? We're all eager to finish and have our meals." The soldiers chimed in, urging, "Come on, let us get started." A grown man dawdling about. Amidst the clamor, Xue Ding's composure began to wane. Determined, he resolutely charged forward, knowing that this was a moment for quick reflexes. It was already the third round, and he felt compelled to strike even once, to demonstrate to her the strength of an elder brother. He aimed a punch to make her cry, then feigned nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back, as if imparting profound insights on her feeble attempts. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, he envisioned himself departing with panache. "Humph, you forced my hand," he mused as he approached with purposeful strides. Suddenly, he weaved left, then right, his footwork unpredictable, resembling a martial arts master from a film. When Dayu clasped her hands before her chest, her small fists tightly clenched, her gaze fixed intently on Xue Ding's every movement. Xue Ding's strategy bore fruit. When Dayu's several attempts landed in vain, her punches slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Seeing this, Xue Ding's confidence surged. He resolved not to waste any more time. He advanced once more, seizing her moment of vulnerability, delivering a powerful punch that whistled through the air. Crack! Darkness enveloped Xue Ding's vision as a searing pain erupted on his face. Crack! Another punch followed, causing warm blood to spurt from his nose. Before he could gather his wits, a forceful kick from Wen Dayu struck his abdomen, sending him sprawling across the ground, face first into the dirt. Clutching his belly in agony, unable to rise, Wen Dayu retracted her fists, rubbed her wrists, placed her hands on her slender hips, raised her chin defiantly, and with a disdainful smirk remarked, "I expected more from you. Tomorrow, at this very spot, I shall await your arrival. If you dare not show, you shall face dire consequences." With that, she turned elegantly and skipped into the military tent. Once inside, Wen Dayu eagerly shed her heavy leather armor. Revealing her delicate frame, a light sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, a few strands of hair clinging to her skin. With a long sigh, she exclaimed, "This armor is unbearably thick. It nearly suffocates me." Tossing the armor aside carelessly, she lifted a cup of tea and gulped it down, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Sister, how did I perform?" When Jin Xian, engrossed in her book, remained silent. "Did you see? That fellow is quite amusing. Ha ha ha, he can't fight at all. I knocked him down with a single kick right at the start. Ha ha ha." After a while, he was still pretending to be fierce. Ha ha ha, when Dayu raised her arms in delight, mimicking Xue Ding's poses while laughing uncontrollably. I was taken aback. Who knew it was all just for show? Ha ha ha. He bled from his nose after my 2 punches, then I sent him flying with a kick, leaving him to eat dirt. Ha ha ha. Sister, did you see? Did you watch? You're holding the book upside down. What are you pretending for? When Dayu laughed breathlessly, it was only then that when Jin Xian noticed her inverted book, unable to contain her amusement, bursting into laughter. After a bout of playful banter, when Jin Xian pondered silently, this girl, Yue, is quite lazy, with cultivation only at the qi refinement stage. Her skills are utterly mediocre. I had hoped to temper her temperament. How could she possibly defeat that killing machine without employing her cultivation? Humph, Xue Ding, you are quite the schemer. You performed splendidly in public, and now no one will suspect you as the true culprit behind the death of Huyan Haoyue. Meanwhile, Xue Ding, burdened by a heavy heart and a battered spirit, wandered back in a daze to the Xue residence, utterly taken aback by having been bested by a mere girl. At this moment, his composure crumbled, and his resolve shattered. Cleverly, he tore the inner t-shirt to cover his face. Not wishing to draw attention, he limped quietly past the throngs in the main hall, sidestepping carefully towards the periphery. Suddenly, a bright voice called out, "Xue Ding! Why didn't you greet us upon your return?" The gazes of those around instantly converged on Xue Ding. He halted, his voice muffled by the cloth covering his face. "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Please, continue with your business." With that, he attempted to slip away. Yu Xiaoyan hurried over, her footsteps creaking on the wooden floorboards. She seized Xue Ding by the collar and yanked the tattered cloth from his face, revealing bruises tinged with blood and a nose swollen and dark. Xue Ding hastily covered his face with his hands. "Are you going to hide in a wardrobe and cry like you did when you were a child?" Su Xiaoyan asked, her tone one of exasperation. In the hall, several people noticed Xue Ding's condition, casting looks of concern and curiosity. A pretty girl gasped, "Captain, what happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" "You look terrible." "I'm fine. I just tripped over something on the road," Xue Ding replied awkwardly, struggling to pry Su Xiaoyan's grip from his collar, anxiously insisting, "Sister Xiaoyan, I'm just a bit tired. I need to rest." Su Xiaoyan, suddenly enraged, kicked Xue Ding in the stomach. Unprepared, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground with a thud. Old wounds reopened, and new pains joined the fray, causing Xue Ding to contort his face in agony as he clutched his belly. Lamenting, "Sister Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I simply cannot stand your pathetic demeanor," Su Xiaoyan retorted. "Xue Ding, you were clearly beaten in the barracks. Why won't you admit it?" Her voice rose in indignation. Seeing this, the pretty girl quickly interjected, "Oh dear, Captain. You look so badly hurt. You should let the medical team take a look. I'm fine. I just tripped. A little rest will suffice." Xue Ding waved his hands, urging everyone to not worry. Su Xiaoyan clenched her fists, poised to lash out again, but the pretty girl intervened just in time. "You coward! You can't even fight back after getting beaten up, and by a girl. No less. Aren't you ashamed?" Su Xiaoyan scolded angrily. Xue Ding, feeling wronged, retorted, "It's not that I didn't fight back. I did, but I just couldn't win. You call that a fight? I heard from you data that you single-handedly cut through over 30 elite scouts. Where did all that bravado go when you faced her? Are you mocking me? Do you think everyone else is a fool?" Su Xiaoyan's brow furrowed deeply. "Come on, this is just a scuffle, not a life-or-death battle. You always stood up for me when we were kids. You know I'm not good at fighting," Xue Ding explained, looking utterly helpless. The pretty girl, touched, remarked, "Captain, you're so pitiful. That female general said you were only spared 5,000 arrows because you entered the personal guard. They must be making things difficult for you, forcing you to accept conditions you'd rather not. You bore this humiliation for us, suffering such injuries, and now you can barely walk, limping along. You came back silent to avoid worrying us. Enduring it all alone." As she spoke, her eyes glistened, and a few crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xue Ding, already feeling awkward, was moved by her words, silently appreciating her effort to uphold the captain's dignity. "Actually, it's not that by the way. What's your name?" he inquired of the pretty girl. With her big, watery eyes and an adorably sweet demeanor, she replied, "Brother, my name is Zhuang Xinyu." Xue Ding felt a warmth spread through him at the endearing term, as if a gentle current flowed through his body, leaving him feeling both euphoric and flustered. Su Xiaoyan, arms crossed and eyebrows raised, suddenly found her anger dissipating, her tone softening. "Really? Or are you just smitten because she is pretty? Do you have ulterior motives? Of course it's genuine. What could I possibly gain from her? She has a fiery temper and kicks hard. Her strikes were so swift that I didn't even see them coming. She must be a formidable master," Xue Ding protested, looking quite wronged. Su Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, retorting, "A formidable master? I could take her down in 2 moves. You have no real combat experience. How can I have you as a brother?" Xue Ding, glancing at the onlookers, wished to maintain some dignity, countering, "I have many strengths. I'm just not particularly skilled at fighting." Su Xiaoyan pointed at his forehead. "This afternoon, I'll come to your quarters and teach you a few moves. You'd better fight back, or I'll pummel you every day." "Okay, sister. Can you teach me the 18 dragon subduing palms?" Xue Ding asked eagerly. Su Xiaoyan scoffed. "Teach you? You wish? How about the sunflower manual instead?" "Forget it. Let us leave that for Datu," Xue Ding said, curious about how she knew what had transpired in the barracks. Not far away, I was on the roof with you, Datu, using binoculars to watch. She explained. Schweding felt a surge of anxiety, then hurry and tell Udata not to spread rumors. I was merely sparring with someone. Udata already informed Aunt Juan, and he has spun quite the tale. It is now too late to seek him out. Informing Aunt Juan means that everyone is aware, does it not? Schweding, consumed by rage, felt his temper flare. You Dezue, I am your sworn enemy. Chef Wang Yu hurried over. Company commander, we have sufficient provisions. The kitchen is nearly overflowing, so why have more supplies arrived? We are not in need of food. Did you somehow procure this through hardship? Schweding rolled his eyes, realizing he had become the one enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. The group proceeded to the kitchen, where soldiers had already unloaded the supplies, creating a substantial pile on the ground. Schweding inquired, why has the young lad brought more provisions? A burly soldier wiped his brow and respectfully reported, Mr. Schwe, my general mentioned that she searched the vicinity you indicated and unexpectedly found a considerable amount of food. To express her gratitude, she has sent the surplus your way. A chill coursed through Schweding's heart. Had Zhou Jigang been captured? He hastily asked, what else did the general say? How could it be so fortuitous? The general conveyed that you should diligently craft arrows, ensuring their completion before the deadline. Military orders are as firm as mountains, or she would struggle to account to others that, oh, and by the way, the total now stands at 140,000 arrows. The soldier bowed and promptly withdrew. The group looked at Schweding in confusion. He was not elated by the reduction of 10,000 arrows, but instead wore a particularly grim expression. Wang Diyu, perplexed, could not restrain himself from asking, what is amiss with the arrival of provisions? Why are you not pleased? Is there an issue with the food? Su Xiaoyin replied coldly, there is nothing wrong with the food. It is safe to eat. However, these supplies were hidden away for our escape from the city. Now they have been discovered. Time progressed to the afternoon. Under the delicate fingers of the soft-spoken Zhuang Xianyu, Schweding gracefully applied ointment, eliciting a disdainful curl of Su Xiaoyan's lips. He had not anticipated such perks as a company commander. And a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Once Schweding was properly attended to, Su Xiaoyan commenced her teaching. They first engaged in a sparring match. Schweding's movements were a dazzling flurry, while Su Xiaoyan remained composed and unruffled, effortlessly throwing him to the ground in various styles. Unbeknownst to him, he had absorbed countless punches and bore numerous footprints on his body. The former street queen remained as fiery as ever. Su Xiaoyan, exasperated, stamped her foot. What is with all these flashy movements? How many times must I say it? Your actions must be clean and efficient. Why are you flailing about like a clumsy rooster or a grand bird in flight? Is this not childish? Schweding, with a serious expression, responded, is it not meant to confuse the opponent? To gradually test and uncover their weaknesses for a final strike? Are you the legendary genius? Schweding's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Yin Yin, so you think so as well? Su Xiaoyin rolled her eyes. Humph, please, have some self-respect. You are overcomplicating things. Even if your thoughts are correct, can your body and experience support them? You are still a novice. When faced with an opponent's punch, you must evade to avoid injury while seizing opportunities to exploit their weaknesses. That is what you can do. Feeling sheepish, Schweding scratched his head. Easier said than done. Once I step into the ring, I forget everything in my nervousness. Before a match, you must think within a framework. Consider how to utilize your strengths against your opponent's weaknesses. Did you contemplate this when battling Wang Diyu? If I were Wang Diyu, how would you approach the fight? Schweding grinned. Sister Yin Yin, if you were Wang Diyu, I would not dare strike. I would simply crouch and let you hit me. Su Xiaoyin burst into laughter, patting Schweding's shoulder. You truly are my brother. Schweding felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, suddenly confronted with a trick question. Why were all the girls he encountered so formidable? My advantages lie in my size and strength, while my shortcomings include lack of agility and experience in combat. Wang Diyu's strengths are her small stature and agility in combat, allowing her to swiftly adapt her movements. So, what should I do? Sister Yin Yin, do you know? Su Xiaoyin rolled her eyes. Isn't the answer obvious? You truly have no talent. Your best course of action is to close the distance and use your imposing physique to restrict her agile movements. Then Su Xiaoyin flashed a mischievous smile, her hands forming a grip. Then, take the opportunity to. Unconsciously, Schweding tightened his legs, feeling a chill that reminded him of a childhood incident. A group of ruffians surrounded him and Su Xiaoyan, brimming with arrogance and insults. The leader, with bleached hair, attempted to intimidate Su Xiaoyan by using his height advantage to get in her face. However, Su Xiaoyan was unfazed, employing a technique she had learned somewhere: monkey steals the peach. Their proximity left the blonde thug vulnerable, and his face turned beet red as he attempted to retaliate. Spewing curses, Su Xiaoyan relentlessly exploited his weakness, pulling and tugging at him until only his anguished cries echoed through the street. His mouth contorted into various shapes of despair, a sensation beyond description. None of his cohorts dared to utter a word. That leader was never seen again. It was said he withdrew from the underworld that very night, and rumors circulated of his demise. Only later did Xueding understand that there exists a form of death known as social death. Xueding, too, had his vulnerabilities, and weakly said, Sister Yin Yin, I wish to learn some conventional techniques. It may not be appropriate to treat a girl this way. Su Xiaoyan, perplexed and seemingly forgetting the monkey steals the peach, replied, What nonsense! Let me teach you grappling techniques. It's close quarters combat. Master this, and you should be able to handle that little girl. With determination, Su Xiaoyan demonstrated several sets of boxing techniques, showcasing various styles of combat, her tall frame quickly accumulating dust and debris. She meticulously broke down each movement. Xueding attentively absorbed the instruction, occasionally engaging in sparring with her, rapidly enhancing his combat knowledge. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Sister Yin Yin, how do you know so much? Did you study this in military school? Not at all. My martial arts practice is purely a hobby. The more I practiced, the more I enjoyed it. Once someone finds a reason to start, they will continuously deepen their passion. And what was your initial reason? Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before replying. It was because I did not want to see myself or my loved ones bullied. Asked the leader. I must protect my younger brothers. She glanced at Xueding and smiled brightly. An inexplicable emotion welled up within Xueding, and he bit his lip, his tone laden with regret. Sister Yin Yin, I apologize for that night when I kissed you. Su Xiaoyan's ears flushed. Which night? The night on the roof of Shaoshi village. I am truly sorry. It was an impulsive moment. I couldn't sleep all night, pondering how I could have done such a thing to my sister. The more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I felt. I don't remember that, she said that night. I was playing cards with Zhuang Exine Yu and a few other girls. I never went outside. Su Xiaoyan's gaze darted away. Playing cards? Oh, right. Xueding finally realized. I have already told everyone. We are childhood friends? Siblings, the kind that does not spark romance. Aunt Wan and the others know this. Xueding secretly sighed with relief, grateful that their relationship had returned to normal. To alleviate the awkwardness, he chuckled, It's dark now. Let me walk you back to your dormitory, Sister Yin Yan. Su Xiaoyan replied. No need. My dormitory is right next door. Xueding was taken aback. Su Xiaoyan added, To facilitate your lessons, I swapped rooms with you too. Isn't it more convenient for practicing martial arts? Did you two agree without even a word? Xueding's tone shifted. Su Xiaoyan nodded. He agreed on the spot. I mentioned there were several beautiful girls in my dorm. And he eagerly moved out. What about Hu and the others? They said they moved to the security team to seek revenge for their families. Su Xiaoyan blinked. Is it just the two of us left in this courtyard? Xueding asked anxiously. Yes, so what? Su Xiaoyan queried. Nothing, it's just fine. Xueding's mindset began to waver. On the fourth day in Jinxia City, Xueding was once again awakened by the crowing of roosters. He hastily dressed, washed up briefly, consumed a warm bun with pickles, and drank a bowl of warm porridge before heading outside. The cavalry awaited him, the same person as yesterday. Xueding admitted he still could not ride a horse. And the cavalry, with no other option, allowed him to sit behind. The sound of hooves clattered as they raced to the military camp. What puzzled Xueding was that upon waking that morning, there was inexplicably an extra pillow at his bedside, and the blanket exuded a pleasant fragrance. Upon reflection, he realized that Sister Yin Yin had made his bed last night, possibly swapping her blanket with his. After the change, he indeed felt warm and cozy. As dawn had yet to fully break, Xueding approached the tall military tent, where two female guards stood solemnly at attention. After waiting for a moment, a slender figure emerged, clad in silver armor. She approached Xueding, stopping 10 steps away, hands on her hips, chin held high, gazing down at him with a cold huff. Who goes there? State your name. I do not strike nameless individuals. I am Shweting. Did I not report this yesterday? And you still go by Wendayu? With unwavering resolve, I declare myself Wendayu. Shweting let out a cold snort. Humph, what pretense? I'll surely make you weep before the day is done. Wendayu, brimming with confidence, retorted, Humph, defeated foe. I shall bring you to your knees with just 2 moves. The two raised their fists in unison, their gazes colliding, sparks igniting in the air. The dawn had yet to break, casting shadows across the buildings. On the rooftop of the distant Shwe residence, 2 figures covertly observed the military camp through binoculars. Suddenly, the tiles emitted a cracking sound, and Udata looked up, alarmed. What are you all doing up here? The roof can't bear so many people. Go to other houses. There's space elsewhere. Oh, all right, got it. Various voices murmured in response. Why Udata felt exasperated, blaming himself for his loose tongue. In a moment of excitement the previous day, he had revealed that the rooftop offered a view of the military camp. As a result, before dawn, a crowd of all ages had gathered on the roof, eager to witness the spectacle. He wanted to ask them why they were all up so early. Had they always been this industrious? After exchanging glances for a few moments, Shweting and Wendayu launched their attacks. Cautiously, Wendayu circled Shweting, searching for an opening. Shweting, refusing to concede, mirrored her movements, determined not to reveal any vulnerabilities. Upon noticing Shweting imitating her, Wendayu quickened her pace, prompting Shweting to follow suit, leading to a relentless dance of pursuit and evasion, their heads spinning as they spun around, silently gritting their teeth in determination. From afar, some onlookers expressed their confusion, unsure of what the two were doing. Others took it upon themselves to explain. They began with exceptional moves, testing each other, engaging in a battle of endurance. Ultimately, it's a psychological game meant to wear the opponent down before swiftly striking to secure victory. In a duel between masters, the outcome can be determined in an instant. Indeed, that makes sense. Several bystanders concurred. Suddenly, Shweting shouted loudly, executing a sweeping kick. Anticipating the move, Wendayu gracefully leapt to evade it. Seeing his initial attack fail, Shweting threw a punch, feigning a strike, then crouched and delivered another sweeping kick. Wendayu leapt again to avoid it, narrowly missing Shweting's pants leg. A chorus of unspoken commentary filled the air. Shweting. I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, Wendayu. I'm jumping, I'm jumping, I'm jumping. The duel intensified, with one sliding and the other leaping, both fully engaged. Shweting, realizing his repeated assaults were ineffective, retreated to catch his breath. The onlookers on the rooftop stood in stunned silence. One quickly explaining, what a spectacle! The consecutive sweeping kicks have all been countered. It seems the opponent is formidable. Despite the seemingly simple maneuvers, it was akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the psychological battle becoming increasingly fierce. Doesn't it remind you of Street Fighter or King of Fighters? The resemblance to the games is remarkable, cheered the crowd, laughter and excitement filling the air. Go, Captain! Let me enjoy this a little longer. Ha ha ha. The spectators erupted in lively discussion. With many remaining tight-lipped, Fu Xiaoyan could hardly bear to watch, burying her face in her arms, her teeth clenching in frustration at the embarrassment unfolding before her. As the soldiers gathered around, eager to witness the valiant display of the female guards. They cheered exuberantly. The contest continued, with Wendayu launching a flurry of punches towards Shweting's face. Shweting defended himself with crossed arms, feeling the sting of her blows and swiftly dodging her follow-up kicks. Wendayu leapt to deliver a flying kick, but Shweting nimbly sidestepped. After 2 failed attempts, Wendayu quickly assumed a defensive stance, while Shweting, unfazed, began to circle around her, adopting a butterfly step and taunting her with expressions of provocation. Wendayu's gaze remained fixed on Shweting's movements, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. Suddenly, she unleashed a rapid series of jabs. Shweting, caught off guard, could only block with his palms. Wendayu spun midair, aiming a kick at his head, but Shweting managed to deflect it with a curved arm, absorbing the impact. Struggling to maintain his footing, Shweting remained vigilant, his butterfly step allowing him to evade further attacks. Wendayu executed a forward kick, but Shweting cleverly hooked her foot, yanking her backwards. With a sudden loss of balance, Wendayu tumbled to the ground, performing an exaggerated split, as she lay there. She quickly attempted a scissor kick, but Xue Ding leapt away just in time. Propelling herself up with one hand, when Dayu unleashed a sideways kick, catching Xue Ding on the calf, sending a jolt of pain through him. Staggering but determined, Xue Ding rolled to regain his footing just as when Dayu pressed her advantage, driving a knee into him. Xue Ding barely managed to evade, his elbow coming down forcefully in defense. The impact of knee against elbow resonated with a dull thud, both adversaries recoiling in pain. The spectators on the rooftop watched with bated breath, finally exhaling in disbelief. One exclaimed, "Wow, this is serious." The dazzling moves and swift responses create a cinematic experience. The female fighter is aggressive, while the male remains composed. He is utilizing agile footwork to counter her strikes, aiming to destabilize her mentally for an opening. Yet, why did I find the previous exchanges more entertaining? This is no longer amusing at all. Xu Xiaoyan could no longer contain herself. Her forehead veins bulging, she shouted for the first time, "Chen Jibin, can you please shut your foul mouth? If you can't keep quiet, I'll have Aunt Wan sew it shut." All right, I'm just used to commentating on games. I can't help it," Chen Jibin replied with a pained expression. When Jin Xian, engrossed in her book within the military tent, was surprised that the match had not yet concluded, cautiously peering through the thick curtain. When Dayu, hands on her hips and panting heavily, glared at Xue Ding, her frustration palpable as beads of sweat formed on her brow. "You little brat, why are you hopping around like a rabbit?" Xue Ding, breathless yet composed, straightened his posture, hands clasped behind his back. "Humph, this is a sophisticated footwork technique I recently learned. If you're unconvinced, come and challenge me." Feigning bravado, "I will surely make you cry today." When Dayu declared, her teeth clenched, "Humph, you? I have never wept before." Xue Ding continued to stand with his hands behind his back, but then caught himself. "Pooh, I've never been bested in a fight." Chapter 38. Are you a dog? Humph, take this. When Dayu charged forward, executing a soaring kick aimed directly at Xue Ding's face. Instead of retreating, Xue Ding advanced, stepping forward, clamping her leg with one arm, spinning his body to redirect her momentum. When Dayu's kick was deflected, sending her rolling across the ground, kicking up dust and leaving her in a disheveled state. After a moment, when Dayu rose, spitting out dust and glaring fiercely at Xue Ding, her face flushed with anger. The surrounding soldiers cheered enthusiastically, but none dared to voice their approval outright. Xue Ding felt a shiver of fear. It seemed he had truly enraged her this time. When Dayu extended her palms, gathering energy, the edges of her hands glowing red, transforming her palms into the appearance of searing blades, her aura elevated significantly. Xue Ding sensed impending doom, wondering what kind of sorcery this was. The soldiers around him held their breath, an older soldier recognizing, this is a technique of a cultivator, something akin to the fiery wave palm. This lad is finished. Suddenly, two cold snorts emanated from within the military tent. When Dayu snapped back to reality, her hands clenching into fists, the technique dissipating, reverting to her delicate fists, with a sharp cry. She dashed forward, striking Xue Ding before he could react, sending him staggering backwards. As Xue Ding slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lip, he was bewildered. What had just transpired? The opponent's movements had been like a blur. And before he could respond, he had already been hit. The consecutive blows ignited Xue Ding's fighting spirit. "I refuse to believe this. I will prevail." Xue Ding focused intently on Wen Dayu's movements. His muscles coiling with anticipation, his mind sharpened to its peak. When Dayu smirked, her form flickering once more. Although her actions remained elusive, the life and death resolve honed in the forest had taken over her body. Xue Ding quickly ducked and dodged a punch, bending his legs to propel himself forward. Seizing Wen Dayu's slender waist and spinning behind her, he summoned his strength, lifting Wen Dayu high, preparing to execute a throw that would have her head hitting the ground first, ensuring a knockout. Suddenly, he recoiled at the thought of causing serious injury. If he killed her, it would spell disaster. Xue Ding hastily released his grip, shifting his body to execute a side throw instead. The intended move fell apart midair, and both collapsed to the ground in a tangled heap. From the rooftop, Chen Jibin could not help but comment, "As you can see, the match has reached a fever pitch." The girl suddenly unleashed her power, while Ding Gu skillfully countered. It was meant to be a decisive blow, but he hesitated, showing mercy. It's a clash of titans. I merely wish to express that having never endured the blows of my younger sister, I remain unaware of her virtues. Release that girl and allow me to. Yet, before I could continue my rambling exegesis, a size 44 leather shoe came crashing down upon me, striking my cheek with a resounding thud. The shoe remained on the ground, and the foul odor assailed my nostrils. Chen Jibin nearly choked on his breath, covering his nose and mumbling incoherently, "Who is it? Who threw that foul shoe?" From above, a vibrant voice echoed, "Chen Jibin, if you have any grievances, come down for a one-on-one. I can take you on with one hand tied behind my back. If you dare to open that filthy mouth of yours again, I shall stuff you dada's socks into it." Chen Jibin bristled with indignation. "Tomboy, I may submit outwardly, but I remain unconvinced." Xu Xiaoyan, having snatched you dada's shoe, was poised to throw it again when you dada hastily intervened. "I say, beautiful lady, why not toss your own shoe instead? Throwing mine is quite nonsensical, don't you think? Why should I suffer for his sake?" That was indeed a valid point. I shan't let that rascal benefit. Yu Datu wholeheartedly agreed. Meanwhile, when Dayu staggered to her feet, appearing unscathed but clearly having taken a hard fall, her delicate, oval face was flushed, and she was determined to rise and continue the assault. Just then, Xue Ding glided over, seizing Wen Dayu's arm and employing a jujitsu hold to firmly restrain her, his legs encircling her neck. When Dayu rolled and twisted, desperate to break free, initially believing that persistence would secure her victory. To her surprise, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Xue Ding's calf. Xue Ding cried out in pain, hastily releasing her. He limped away, glancing down at his bloodied leg, astonished at the force of her bite. When Dayu spat out the blood in her mouth, which was merely Xue Ding's, frustrated, Xue Ding bellowed, "Are you a dog? Biting in a fight?" When Dayu displayed her blood-stained little fangs, retorting, "Who told you to extend your leg so close to my mouth? I had no choice but to bite." Upon seeing Xue Ding's injured calf, Wen Dayu swiftly approached and kicked him to the ground, mounting him to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks. Xue Ding, infuriated, disregarded all decorum and retaliated wildly. The two of them rolling on the ground in a raucous brawl. As the dust settled, Xue Ding managed to seize one of Wen Dayu's arms, pinning her beneath him, panting heavily as he asked, "Do you concede?" Wen Dayu's clear voice rang out, "I do not concede." She forcefully twisted her body, breaking free from his grip. They rolled once more, and as the dust cleared, Wen Dayu found herself pinned again, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with dirt and sweat. Xue Ding questioned her once more, but suddenly felt something amiss. His grip had become soft. Unconsciously, he squeezed. Wen Dayu followed his hands downward and let out a loud shriek. Embarrassed, Xue Ding released her, forcing a smile as he hurriedly apologized. Wen Dayu, now completely enraged, exclaimed, "You filthy rogue, I shall end your life." With her small fist freed, she struck him sharply, causing his vision to darken. Wen Dayu seized the opportunity to escape his grasp, flipping him over and delivering a barrage of blows. Xue Ding, displaying remarkable experience, curled his body tightly, shielding his face. It wasn't until a female guard from the general's tent intervened that they finally ceased their combat. With Wen Dayu cursing as she withdrew, Xue Ding was summoned into the military tent, where he finally beheld the frosty yet alluring female general. His once proper visage was now marred with bruises, his eyes resembling those of a panda, barely able to squint through the slits. His appearance was far from appealing, a stark contrast to the composed demeanor he had exhibited upon their first meeting. Glancing at Wen Dayu, her hair was tousled, adorned with bits of dry grass, her lips stained with blood, and her face grimy, resembling a wild child of the streets. One could hardly imagine a pampered young lady accustomed to being doted upon ever experiencing such treatment. When Jane Xuan's lips were tightly pressed, her fists clenched as she struggled to suppress her laughter. Turning away to face the elegantly embroidered screen, she took several deep breaths before spinning around to address them coldly. "You two engaging in a brawl before my military tent is utterly unbecoming. Oh, you take my camp for a playground? Guards, take them away and administer 20 strokes of the military staff each." Upon hearing this, Wen Dayu immediately protested, ready to retort. Xue Ding, quick to sense the situation, gritted his teeth and displayed his masculinity. "If punishment must be meted out, let it fall solely upon me. My constitution is robust. I can endure it. I cannot bear to see a young lady suffer. All this chaos is my doing. If punishment is to be given, let it be me alone. When Dayu paused, looking at him with suspicion, Shueding scoffed inwardly, recognizing the intent to establish authority. Very well, I shall submit, he thought, understanding that by taking the blame, he might evade further repercussions. Indeed, when Jinxian seated herself, leaning on her sword, and spoke slowly, considering this is your first offense, I shall let it pass this time. However, should a similar incident occur, the punishment shall be doubled. She then turned to Wendayu. Wendayu, do you not see your disheveled state? Had Shueding not shown mercy, you would have been injured. Now do you comprehend that there are greater forces beyond your own? Wendayu replied weakly, her face filled with grievance, on the verge of tears as she vacated the military tent. Shueding seethed internally. When Jinxian was strikingly beautiful, even more so with each glance, her presence commanding attention. Yet beneath that beauty lay a depth of strategy and a cold aloofness that was astute. She had chastised him while simultaneously reprimanding her unruly subordinate, achieving two goals with one action. When Jinxian regarded Shueding with intrigue, when shall I receive the 14,000 arrows? Why have I yet to see any progress? Do you not understand that military orders are as immovable as mountains, and the law allows for no leniency? Shueding replied calmly, neither obsequious nor arrogant. We have actually devised a more efficient method for arrow production, ensuring rapid output. Have you heard the saying that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood? Oh? What kind of method? When Jinxuan's interest was piqued, unable to convey it succinctly, he replied, once we have completed it, you shall understand. Very well, I shall grant you some time. Having triumphed over Wendayu today, you are now eligible to join the personal guard. My personal guard is divided into left and right. Before she could finish, Shueding interjected, I wish to join the left guard. When Jinxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, are you certain? Shueding hesitated momentarily. Traditionally, the left is favored over the right, and the left guard undoubtedly possessed greater combat prowess. Aligning with the strong would increase survival chances in battle, yet her smile seemed to carry a hint of derision. Defiantly, he replied, I am certain. I wish to join the left guard. Very well, do not come to regret your decision. When Jinxian tossed him a token inscribed with the character for left and the character for personal on the reverse, she continued, I confiscated a substantial amount of provisions yesterday. Are you not curious how it was obtained? Shueding firmly shook his head, unconcerned with whether he was curious or not, when Jinxian clapped her hands twice, and the tent flaps parted to reveal a soldier clad in silver armor, a towering figure of remarkable stature. The newcomer bowed to Wen Jinxian before slowly removing his helmet to reveal an exceptionally handsome face. Shueding's composure shattered, his swollen eyes widening as recognition dawned. Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu nodded politely in response. When Jinxian announced, allow me to introduce you. This is the sergeant of the right guard, Xiao Qinyu. Recently, he reported the location of a hidden cache of provisions, which enabled our forces to seize a significant amount. As a result, he has been promoted to sergeant of the right guard, and you are permitted to reduce your production of arrows by 10,000. Shueding's fists clenched in unexpected fury as he glared into Xiao Qinyu's striking eyes. Why? Unfazed, Xiao Qinyu replied, I merely did what was necessary. Those provisions were not something you could retain. I made the most prudent choice. Is it not better to exchange provisions you cannot keep for the safety of everyone? What prudent choice? You are simply serving your own interests, you selfish scoundrel. Xiao Qinyu placed his hand over his heart, his expression earnest as he declared, say what you will. To protect Jinxia City and our encampment, I am willing to bear the blame. I know that I can stand before my conscience, for I fight against the invaders. Uphold justice and defend the lives of our citizens, even if it costs my last drop of blood. But those were the provisions we depended on for survival, and you betrayed us. How will you face my sister after this? Xiao Qinyu hesitated, his voice thick with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. I loved her dearly. I once would have given my life for her, but with the enemy at our gates, wreaking havoc, personal feelings pale in comparison to the greater conflict. I, Xiao Qinyu, must be a true man of honor. We must unite under the general's banner to resist the external threat and safeguard our homeland. As for my feelings for her, I shall bury them deep within my heart. She will understand in time. Shueding's lips twitched in disbelief at the audacity of his words, the flattery ringing hollow. when Jin Xin smiled, slamming her palm on the table. Well said. A truly lofty aspiration. If all our soldiers possessed the integrity of Xiao Chunyu, what fear would we have even against an additional 100,000 enemies? She then cast a meaningful glance at Xueding. If you happen to have any provisions left, you may hand them over, and I shall promote you to sergeant. With war looming, I, Jinxia City, shall not fail to reward those who contribute. Xueding let out a cold snort, questioning the motives of his counterpart. You are not only someone who has been keeping me in mind, but you also covet our weapons. Xiao Qinyu directed his gaze toward Xueding, primarily observing his lips, while his heart prepared for the next line of dialogue. Xueding's lips quivered slightly as he inhaled deeply, a mouthful of phlegm brewing within him. Upon sighting Xiao Chunyu's handsome visage, he swallowed the phlegm along with the accompanying curses, choosing to endure. I shall not grant you the opportunity to show off, as the two fell into silence. When Jin Xian waved her hand, her voice authoritative. You may all withdraw. Xiao Qinyu clasped his fists and bowed in deference before departing. While Xueding turned to leave, just as he was about to step out of the military tent, when Jin Xian called out to him. Xueding, go to the supply office to collect your military uniform. Report for duty tomorrow. Additionally, here is a bottle of healing medicine for you. She tossed a small porcelain vial in his direction. Xueding made no effort to catch it, allowing it to tumble to the ground as he strode out of the tent without a backward glance. From a young age, he understood that yielding excessively would not earn him respect, and might even invite a more severe beating. As he inquired along the way, he successfully located the supply office and retrieved a large package. Although his face bore bruises, this time he returned with clarity of mind. Passing through a cluster of antiquated buildings, he arrived back at the courtyard under the watchful gaze of passers-by this time. However, he had learned to be clever, having borrowed a pink mask from Sister Yin in advance. Chapter 40. The trader entering the courtyard, he did not intend to avoid the onlookers. Surprisingly, he did not encounter a throng of people. Instead, he found Chen Jibin sprawled on the ground, his face a canvas of bruises as he groaned in pain. Approaching to inquire about the situation and assist him to his feet, Chen Jibin waved him off. No need to help me up. I'm quite comfortable here, relishing the memory of being beaten by a beautiful woman. Xueding felt as though he had been mocked and spat a mouthful of disdainful words in response. With that technique, it was evident who had dealt the blows. Sister Yin had done well. Uninterrupted, he made his way to his courtyard, where a sandbag was tied to a tree, producing a rhythmic thud. Su Xiaoyan, with her lustrous black ponytail bouncing energetically, was clad in fitted trousers and a tank top, showcasing her athletic physique. Upon noticing Xueding, she ceased her movements, wiped the sweat from her brow, and spoke. Take off your mask. Let me see your face. Xueding revealed a woeful expression. Su Xiaoyan gestured for him to sit down and picked up the ointment that had been prepared on the stone table. She gently applied it to his bruises, her delicate fingers caressing his skin. The warmth of her touch resonated deeply within him, and as he gazed into her earnest face, a wave of unexplainable emotion washed over him. It was as if he had been transported back to his childhood, reliving a similar moment in a daze. Everything seemed altered yet unchanged. Zhou Jigang appeared quietly, arms crossed over his chest, questioning. Why have we returned? Were we not meant to serve as a deterrent? Surely we could have played a crucial role. Xueding continued to bask in the warmth of her fingers, savoring her gentle breath, and slowly began. The food we had concealed outside the city has been discovered, thwarting our plans to escape. We are now bound to Jinxia City. Jinxia City has transformed into our ally. Your threat has diminished significantly, and it could even provoke their ire, making you the most vulnerable. It would be wiser to allow you to enter the city openly, signifying our stance, freeing you from your nomadic existence. Moreover, war may erupt in 2 months. Tightening the siege on the mountains, the enemy will be more ferocious this time. If the city gates fall, we must carve a bloody path together. How could the hidden food be discovered? I disguised it myself. Could it be that someone informed on us? It was Xiao Chaniyud. Su Xiaoyan paused her application of the ointment, then resumed her task. Xueding continued. He has risen to the rank of right sergeant in the personal guard due to his contributions in providing food. The skirmishes I fought were likely instigated by him. Zhou Jigang's knuckles cracked ominously. That traitor. Calm down, brother Gang. Perhaps he speaks truthfully. The food was never meant to be retained. Even if the enemy had not discovered it, It would have spoiled after months of war. Schweding hastily reassured him, fearing that if Brother Gang's temper flared, he might use a sniper rifle on Xiao Qinyu, leading to chaos. Who knew what demands that female general would impose then? Zhou Jigang spat in disgust. Scoundrel. Brother Gang, go check on old Imo if he can walk, bring him back. My current state is not presentable, and I wouldn't want to frighten him unduly. I have already visited old Imo. His condition is not ideal. He requires more time to recuperate at the medical facility. I have heard of your recent exploits, beaten senseless by a young girl. Frankly, your performance as a leader is quite lacking. Hand yourself over to me, and I guarantee a complete transformation in 2 months, allowing you to shine before the masses. Zhou Jigang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Schweding was taken aback, goosebumps rising on his skin. What do you mean by handing myself over to you? Such predatory words sound alarming. As for being beaten senseless, I bested her today. You know, Uncle cannot tolerate this, nor can Aunt. Brother Gang, you have no idea. That girl is formidable. I fought several rounds with her and ultimately forced her to call me father. Sister Yin can vouch for me. Do not believe the rumors. He turned to Su Xiaoyan, expectantly inquiring, Sister Yin, how did I perform? Su Xiaoyan wiped the ointment from her fingers onto Schweding's clothing, pondering for a moment before shaking her head, delivering her verdict. It appeared to be a contest of equals. Yet in reality, it was merely two novices pecking at each other. Within the military tent, when Jin Xin, donned in exquisite female armor, sat regally at the center, while the venerable Yao Lao, exuding an aura of wisdom, occupied the left side. Xiao Qinyu stood in the middle of the tent, his helmet cradled under one arm. When Jin Xian began to speak slowly, Yao Lao, this is Xiao Qinyu, who has resolutely joined my personal guard for the safety of Jinxia City, intending to assist us in fending off external threats. Schweding has concealed half of our food supply, intending to wait until we finish our conflict with the Huyan family before attempting to escape amidst the chaos. Fortunately, Xiao Qinyu, with his sense of justice, has provided me with the location of the other half of the food supply. Thwarting his plans, I now officially promote him to sergeant. The purpose of calling him here is for you to hear about the so-called Qizong. Oh. Yao Lao stroked his beard, revealing a look of skepticism. Could it be that I have misjudged them? They are not from the Qizong? Xiao Qinyu, speak truthfully. How did you arrive here? What is this thunderous noise on the battlefield? When Jianchuan's tone was authoritative. Yes, Xiao Qinyu replied respectfully, lifting his head slowly, sincerity etched on his face, his eyes bright and clear, his voice resonating with elegance. In truth, we are not from the Qizong. We hail from another realm called Earth. We traveled here by airplane, soaring thousands of feet in the air. Upon our arrival, everyone immediately fell unconscious. We suspect an unknown force affected the space at high altitudes, causing our sudden passage here. As for the specifics of our crossing, I truly do not know. Yao Lao squinted. You claim to have crossed over and flew in a flying artifact at great heights. Preposterous. Please elaborate on the thunderous sounds on the battlefield. To respond to Mr. Yao, that is a type of anti-material sniper rifle that can penetrate armor from 3 kilometers away, and when fired, it produces a deafening sound, which is what you refer to as thunder. What kind of gun? Yao Lao inquired, intrigued despite having lived nearly 2 centuries and encountering things beyond his comprehension. A sniper rifle. A rifle. Is that not a weapon employed by foot soldiers? Its immense power and thunderous noise must surely be augmented by a potent array. It is said that some formidable cultivators wield similarly powerful weapons. The term rifle is rather fitting. Yao Lao, calm and composed, offered his interpretation, sipping tea to signal Xiao Qinyu to continue. May I ask what further inquiries Mr. Yao has? Xiao Qinyu questioned, puzzled. Having answered both questions, he believed he had fulfilled his duty. Whether they believed him was their concern. Chapter 41. How dare you call me foolish? What I wish to know is the situation of your sect. Which faction do you belong to, and how many members remain in your sect? We do not have a sect. We come from various regions across the nation, and we are not well acquainted. By a twist of fate, we boarded the same plane, and now fewer than 100 of us remain. What nation do you belong to? Yao Lao pressed. We are from the Republic of Huaxia. Well, what? I have never heard of it. We are quite distant from here. Perhaps you have not heard of it. Then tell me how many people reside in your country. Our population is approximately 1.5 billion. Yao Lao abruptly rose, visibly irate. You speak utter nonsense. How can any country possibly have so many people? You appear quite handsome. yet I did not expect you to be rather foolish. To respond to Mr. Yao, it is indeed true. Our nation is one of the largest in the world, vast in territory and abundant in resources. Thus, a large population is only natural, although Xiao Qinyu maintained a respectful facade. His heart seethed with resentment. He could tolerate being called handsome, but how dare they label him foolish, a dual PhD in law and finance? Yao Lao snorted coldly, feeling as though a century of understanding had been challenged. His own empire, the Shangsong, was already the wealthiest nation, and the combined population of all surrounding nations paled in comparison. Setting that aside, since you hail from a single nation, how did you acquire this rifle? Would you be willing to produce rifles for my army to fend off formidable enemies? Xiao Chunyu, feeling somewhat distressed, remarked, "Rifles are solely in the hands of the military. Civilians cannot acquire them. The fabrication of firearms is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. One must first smelt high-quality iron, then precisely machine it using a lathe, and additionally manufacture ammunition. The composition of gunpowder is a complex science, and its formulae are closely guarded secrets. While I possess a modicum of understanding regarding these principles, I am not adept in manufacturing. Such tasks do not align with my expertise." Seated regally upon a high platform, when Jin Xian parted her crimson lips, "We have an abundance of fine iron, and skilled craftsmen are plentiful. Given sufficient resources, how long would it take you to produce them? The general may not be aware." Xiao Qinyu replied that the process of firearm manufacturing is quite intricate. Each component must be meticulously crafted to the finest precision, and the gunpowder's ingredients must be exact and appropriate. Without specialized knowledge, even the most abundant steel and skilled artisans would yield little fruit. Even if, by some stroke of luck, I were to manufacture a few firearms, their efficacy would be minimal. A mere couple of rifles would hardly sway the course of battle. Xiao Qinyu felt a chill in his palms, and beads of sweat began to form on his back. Drawing from his professional experience, he knew that repeatedly rejecting his superior would not bode well. Suddenly, Elder Yao seized a teacup and smashed it to the ground at Xiao Qinyu's feet, shattering it into a fine powder. Startled, Xiao Qinyu stumbled back 2 steps, while Elder Yao's expression darkened. "I asked you how long it would take to produce them, yet you offer me nothing but excuses." Xiao Qinyu bent lower, his mind clear. Should he agree to manufacture firearms, the ramifications were dire. Irrespective of whether he succeeded or failed, his expertise would be rendered moot, and he would be relegated to the status of a mere craftsman. How then could he control the economic lifeblood of the city? How could he fulfill his ambitions or win back the heart of the one he cherished? The carefully prepared discourse on economics he had intended to deliver remained unspoken, as the conversation remained ensnared in the quagmire of firearms. He could not acquiesce to a task he could not accomplish from the outset. Straightening his attire and raising his head, his gaze turned resolute. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. I am not skilled in the manufacture of firearms. My expertise lies in economic matters, and I implore you to seek another." Elder Yao glared fiercely, his beard quivering with agitation. "Humph, obstinate and ungrateful. You shall regret this." With that, he raised his right hand slowly, then suddenly flipped it over, pressing downwards. Xiao Qinyu felt as though several tons of oceanic weight crashed down upon him from above, causing him to stagger and kneel on the ground. His chest felt as though it were being crushed under an incomprehensible pressure, making it difficult to breathe. He attempted to rise, but it felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his back, rendering him immobile. His gaze, however, remained defiantly fixed upon the old man in the gray robe. Seeing Xiao Chunyu's resilience, Elder Yao let out a cold laugh, increasing the pressure of his hand. Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu felt his chest constricted violently, and with a retching sound, he expelled a mixture from his stomach, filling the air with a sour stench. Blood began to flow from his eyes and nose, followed by a resounding ringing in his ears. The oppressive force was not merely physical. It struck at the very core of his soul. The threat of death invoked a paralyzing fear, leaving him with a tingling scalp and an overwhelming desire to flee. Yet he found himself unable to move. Sweat, like pearls, dripped to the ground as he beheld the elder's serene smile, feeling as though his very life lay in the old man's grasp. His arms could no longer bear the strain, and he collapsed to the cold ground, truly realizing the elder's terrifying power. Upon releasing his hand, Xiao Qinyu felt an immediate sense of relief, akin to a near-death creature gasping for life, greedily inhaling air. Speak the truth from start to finish, and any further deception shall lead to your demise. The voice was laced with chill. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Chunyu involuntarily shivered, quickly nodding in compliance. Elder Yao was quite satisfied with his reaction. Yet, Xiao Chunyu promptly presented another narrative. We indeed hail from the Qizong sect, having concealed our identities for generations. Many have forgotten our lineage. Xueding is the young master of our sect, and we come from a remote island known as Earth Village. As the island faces imminent submersion, we activated our sect's divine artifact, the airplane. We all arrived by plane, which, for reasons unknown, crashed, and we nearly perished. As for the firearms, they are our sect's secret weapons, remnants of a lost ART. Go produce them en masse is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. His response was urgent and unambiguous. What? Dare you deceive me? Elder Yao's hand lifted once more, ready to exert his oppressive force again. Xiao Chenyu, spitting as he spoke, exclaimed loudly, I speak nothing but the truth. If there is a single falsehood in my words, may I be struck by divine retribution and meet a wretched fate. Elder Yao stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. At last, you speak plainly. Without suffering some hardship, one fails to learn a lesson. Very well, rise. I hope you will diligently assist Jinxia City. It shall not neglect its benefactors. Trembling, Xiao Qinyu rose, his chest a flurry of sensations, his entire being drenched in sweat. With utmost respect, he bowed deeply. I shall remember your teachings. The poised female general spoke with concern. Xiao Chunyu, are you unharmed? He shook his head, his heart still reeling. This was a true master. Extinguishing his life seemed as simple as crushing an ant. He realized how little he understood of this world and vowed to exercise greater caution henceforth. Xiao Chunyu, I offer you an opportunity. I wish to support you as the young master of the Qizong. Would you accept? Xiao Chunyu, puzzled, carefully chose his words. The position of young master is not easily unsettled. There are many supporters. If I am forcefully appointed as young master, it may lead to discord and render me ineffective. When Jin Xian regarded him with a cold gaze, I can support you and provide the resources you require. Whether you can assume the role of young master will depend on your abilities. Do you not wish to marry Xueding's sister? I have seen her once, and she is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. If you become the young master, I shall facilitate your union. Would you accept? Xiao Qinyu's expression grew fervent. I would be honored to accept. And I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 42. The wall is breached apart now. This is a healing potion. Take one, and you shall recover by tomorrow. With that, when Jin Xian tossed a small porcelain vial, Xiao Chenyu, quick of hand, caught it, his face alight with gratitude, and then respectfully withdrew from the military tent. Once Xiao Chenyu had left, Elder Yao's face bore a look of concern, as if he had words unspoken. Observing his expression, when Jin Xian inquired, Elder Yao, please speak plainly. Do you harbor any concerns? Miss, your actions may not be prudent. The struggle for power has always been the most treacherous of games. Many have perished in its wake. 300 years ago, the Qizong was renowned, and though it may seem diminished now, a centipede, even when dead, does not easily fall apart. I do not believe their strength is merely superficial. Should this provoke Xueding? He will not let the matter rest. At that point, not only will he not be of use to us, but we may also gain a new enemy, Elder Yao said with evident trepidation. When Jin Xian rose, sunlight glinting off her armor, giving her an air of valor. With a calm expression, she replied, Elder Yao, they have come with their families and now face a formidable enemy. Collaboration is their only option. I am confident they will not act recklessly. Since they have shown insincerity, do not blame me for seeking to divide their unity. What I desire is not a united Qizong, but one that is advantageous to us. If we do not sow discord among them, we cannot truly bring them under our control. I have dispatched my disciples to monitor them. Should they take any action detrimental to Jinxia City, do not blame me for being ruthless and removing the threat at its roots. Elder Yao concluded, his aura surging as his robes billowed. Xueding returned from the courtyard of the conference room. Visibly weary, he had finally finalized the details of the schematic for the arrow-making lathe, yet many crucial cast iron components remained to be resolved. He resolved, even if it meant enduring a beating tomorrow, he would procure these items. Why do I have such thoughts? Why am I suddenly thinking of enduring punishment? I must have been influenced by that masochist, Chunji Bean. He muttered to himself, Umitba, Umitba, I must rid myself of this negative thought. Recalling the fiery palm technique exhibited by Wen Dayu during their contest, Xueding felt an unprecedented curiosity about the so-called immortal arts. On a whim, he began to organize his backpack, which contained numerous peculiar items. Among them were several vials of unknown elixirs, talismans made from animal hides, sparkling gemstones, a mysterious jade ring, a golden sword named Yinhongjian, and a string of silent red bell charms. All these treasures had been obtained from that woman. At the time, she had been injured by his senior brother, yet had still managed to hold her own against the great cat, indicating her strength rivaled that of Elder Yao. The items he had collected were undoubtedly related to cultivators. But aside from the extraordinarily sharp sword, he had yet to uncover any real insights into their use. It was akin to possessing a treasure mountain without knowing how to utilize it. Finally, he unearthed the strange golden rod, discovered at the Bone Marsh. This was the most peculiar item. He speculated it might be made from the bones of a demon beast, but what sort of creature could possess bones akin to metal? What could it have consumed to grow such formidable bones? Could it have been feasting on gold and not succumbed to heavy metal poisoning? Pondering these questions without resolution, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. A blinding flash of lightning streaking across the night sky like a ferocious dragon, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Yu Datu, drenched to the skin, burst through the door and rushed to Xueding's bedside, shaking him vigorously to awaken him. He then thrust a rifle into Xueding's hands, urging loudly, "It's bad. The walls are swarming with enemies. They are attacking. We must fight back together. Hurry, hurry." Xueding, startled awake by the sudden commotion, found himself momentarily dazed, holding the rifle in confusion. Observing his state, Udata seized Xueding, rifle in hand, and led him out into the courtyard. At this moment, 7 or 8 individuals had gathered in the courtyard, each equipped with precision and bearing solemn expressions. The dark muzzles of their firearms glimmered with a chilling light amidst the rain-soaked night. Zhou Jigang raised his hand to render a crisp military salute. Xueding, gazing at the familiar faces below, each resolute and undaunted, understood that Zhou Jigang had already conducted a pre-battle mobilization and was fully prepared for combat. Awaiting Xueding's command, the camp's inhabitants were roused by the thunderclaps. Men, women, and children clutched emergency bundles, gradually converging upon Xueding's courtyard. Yu Data urged, "Captain, what are we to do? Please make a decision. Shall we fight our way out? Or temporarily surrender?" Another rumble echoed through the sky, prompting Xueding to look upward. In that instant, he was struck dumb by the bizarre spectacle before him. What should have been a sky thick with dark clouds and torrential rain had transformed into an immense crimson vortex. Resembling the eye of a demon, radiating a terrifying luminescence in the darkness. The vortex spun madly, its powerful pull mercilessly drawing in the surrounding black clouds, assimilating them into its ever-expanding form. The crackling lightning danced around the vortex like a legion of enraged electric serpents, each flash illuminating the night sky, revealing the faces of the onlookers, stricken with fear. The vortex gradually expanded, resembling a blood-red shroud that devoured the heavens, while at its core, a brilliant golden light surged like boiling water, as if nurturing a terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. The crowd, transfixed by the horrifying scene, was rendered speechless, as if they stood at the eye of a cataclysmic hurricane, confronting the apocalypse. The entire Jinxia city resembled a precarious leaf upon a turbulent sea. Xueding raised his binoculars for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, within the center of the colossal vortex stood a figure, an elderly man with white brows and beard. His attire a deep blue robe, dancing wildly in the wind, surrounded by the golden glow, as though he were a deity from the underworld. He muttered incantations, the ancient and obscure words resonating like a tolling bell across the expanse, while his hands flitted like butterflies, forming intricate and mysterious seals, before he suddenly pointed towards the city walls. In that moment, the immense energy gathered within the vortex surged forth like a cascading river from the heavens, pouring from his fingertips and transforming into a colossal beam of light that thundered towards the city walls with apocalyptic force. The once formidable walls crumbled like tofu before this radiant assault, disintegrating into rubble. The beam traversed along the walls, sending massive stones flying in all directions, each projectile carrying the weight of destruction, crashing into nearby buildings. Those structures, akin to toy houses built of blocks, were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere ruins. Within mere breaths, the vicinity of the city walls had devolved into a hellscape. Amidst the shattered remnants, cries of anguish and wails intertwined, forming a mournful requiem that echoed through the night sky. Xue Ding stood atop a rooftop, gazing into the distance. The once towering city walls had vanished, leaving only desolation in their wake, revealing the slopes of distant mountains and the starry sky. Chapter 43. The instant demise of Elder Yao. Meanwhile, the aged Elder Yao, his hair similarly white, hastened from the camp. He soared into the sky. However, constrained by his limited power, he could ascend no higher than 100 meters before an invisible force firmly held him back, rendering him immobile. Clearly, he was not of the same caliber as the mysterious figure. Elder Yao bowed respectfully towards the individual at the vortex's center, calling out, "Senior, why do you seek to destroy Jinxia City? I implore you to cease. Take all the riches from our city, but spare these innocent lives." Yet, the mysterious elder seemed to pay no heed, his lips parting to utter two chilling words, "Noisy." In an instant, those words detonated in the ears of the assembled crowd, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the high-ranking figure crashing down upon them like a colossal tsunami, forcing everyone to kneel, their bodies trembling as if their very souls were being ground to dust by this force. Xue Ding stood frozen, bewildered at the sight of everyone collapsing to the ground, their expressions etched with terror. He hurriedly reached for Yu Datu, bewildered by the sudden prostration of all. After a moment, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Yu Datu, still shaken, inquired, "Just now, I felt as if I couldn't breathe. An overwhelming terror washed over me, as if a lion had fixed its gaze upon me. Did you not feel it?" Xue Ding, perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "I felt nothing at all." The mysterious elder flipped his palm, and a flash of light appeared as an arrow shot forth like a meteor, its speed so extreme that Elder Yao had no time to react before being reduced to ashes, dissipating into the endless rain-soaked night. Having accomplished his task, the figure swiftly departed, leaving behind the once revered Elder Yao. Now eliminated in an instant. In that moment, the terrifying vortex in the sky vanished like a fleeting dream, replaced by an oppressive blanket of dark clouds, as if all that had transpired was merely a nightmare. The suspended rain resumed its relentless downpour, slamming down from the heavens. In the distance, the sound of thundering hooves echoed like rolling thunder, shaking the earth beneath. The opposing armies had already clashed, the cacophony of battle cries rising like tumultuous waves, rendering the rainy night particularly harrowing. The crowd remained prostrate, still in shock, until Yu Datu regained his senses first, veins bulging on his forehead as he anxiously turned to Xue Ding. "Ding Gu, please make a decision. Shall we surrender or fight?" Xue Ding's gaze swept over the gathered individuals. Men and women, young and old, all wielding weapons. Those with firearms gripped them tightly, their eyes filled with resolve. Those without clutched kitchen knives and clubs, their faces marked by fear yet devoid of any intention to retreat. Among the throng, several young women bit their lips, tears brimming in their eyes, yet they held back the flood. All eyes were fixed on Xue Ding, awaiting his choice, a silence enveloping the crowd as they anticipated his answer. In that moment, Xue Ding hesitated. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly raised his head, shouting with all his might, "Kill, follow me, let us fight our way out." On this stormy night, the wind howled fiercely, the rain diminishing to a drizzle, yet the droplets remained cold as ice. A group hurried forward, like phantoms, stealthily making their way towards another city gate, before they could approach. The deafening sound of battle reached their ears. Soon, they beheld the fierce clash at the city gate, soldiers clad in black armor surging forth like demons from the depths of hell, ferocious as a tide of darkness. Overwhelming the silver-armored soldiers, blood pooled on the ground, mingling with the rain, a glaring crimson stream. On the walls and streets, flames roared skyward, illuminating the night as if it were day. The battle cries reverberated like a tempest, assailing the eardrums of all present. As the numbers of the silver-armored soldiers dwindled rapidly, and the city gate neared its breaking point, Xue Ding, frantic, roared, leading a few comrades into the fray without hesitation. Xue Ding focused on the enemy, raising his firearm and decisively pulling the trigger. In an instant, several foes fell lifeless to the ground. The sight of his teammates witnessing his prowess invigorated their spirits, and they surged forth like hungry tigers, the sounds of triggers being pulled filling the air, the sharp gunfire weaving a symphony of death in the night sky. Under the onslaught of such overwhelming firepower, enemies fell like wheat before the scythe. As Xue Ding beheld the grim faces of the foes collapsing in defeat, an inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. The group fought fiercely, scaling the city walls. Xue Ding moved through the fray, as if in a realm untouched by others, his rifle spitting flames, the screams of enemies echoing in his ears. In a brief moment, the enemies upon the walls were cleared away, and the silver-armored soldiers, witnessing this, felt their morale rise, regrouping for a counterattack. However, the glimmer of victory was fleeting. Below the walls, enemies continued to pour in like an unending tide, relentless and inexorable. As Xue Ding reached the edge of the walls and looked down, a sudden wave of suffocating dread gripped him, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. Before him loomed an endless sea of enemies, their torches creating an unbroken line, while in the distance, a phalanx of foes marched with thunderous footsteps, akin to a surging river of crimson. The walls were thickly populated with soldiers in black armor, resembling a swarm of crickets blanketing the battlements. Seeing that the silver-armored soldiers had been utterly depleted, and no allies remained standing, Xue Ding bellowed, "The walls cannot hold. Retreat. Quickly, escape in another direction." The group hastily descended from the walls, yet before they could recalibrate their course, a thunderous sound of hooves erupted from behind. Turning, they beheld a vast horde of black-armored cavalry surging towards them like a torrent of steel, instantly severing their retreat. The cavalry, like a whirlwind of darkness, swept through, casting torches like meteors, igniting wooden structures into infernos, the flames raging wildly, painting half the night sky in hues of red. The black-armored cavalry rushed forward with unstoppable momentum, engulfing the elderly, weak, and women in the camp, resulting in countless casualties, their heart-wrenching screams piercing the night air. The sounds of hooves trampling and cries of despair intertwined, creating a mournful dirge of hell. Xue Ding's eyes blazed with fury, his chest ablaze with anger as he longed to reduce everything before him to ashes. At that moment, a sudden cascade of hoofbeats, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated from the right. Xue Ding turned to gaze, and to his astonishment, a contingent of silver-clad cavalry surged forth like a bolt of lightning. At the forefront rode a female general, resplendent in her brilliant armor, shimmering in the glow of the flames. It was none other than Wen Jinxian, the valiant general. Behind her, a formidable battalion of female riders followed closely, each exuding an air of gallantry, their eyes radiating determination and fearlessness. Wen Jinxian merely cast a fleeting glance at Xue Ding before darting past him like a gust of wind, resolutely charging towards the black-armored cavalry. Chapter 44. Sworn to fight to the death in an instant, the two cavalry forces collided, and a cacophony of flashing blades and the deafening whinnies of warhorses filled the air. Alas, the black-armored cavalry was far too numerous. Surging like an unrelenting tide, before long, the silver-armored female riders began to fall in this brutal confrontation, blood splattering in the rain, pooling on the ground in crimson patches, each fallen figure embodying a tragic yet heroic beauty. At that moment, more black-clad soldiers poured forth from the ramparts, and with the cavalry advancing head-on, a double envelopment ensued. Soon, Xue Ding and his companions found themselves surrounded, their ammunition long expended, rendering their rifles akin to mere firewood. The throngs of black-armored soldiers encroached upon them like a dark cloud. Suddenly, a figure clad in silver armor soared into the encirclement, crashing heavily to the ground. It was the barely conscious female general. Upon witnessing this, Xue Ding rushed forward to assist her. At this juncture, when Jinxian had lost her helmet, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, the once magnificent armor now appeared dull and marred. Riddled with pockmarked scars, the haughty demeanor she once possessed had vanished, leaving her to gaze blankly at Xue Ding, her voice barely a whisper as she uttered, "If only I had met you sooner. How wonderful it would have been." Beyond the encirclement, the enemy's cries echoed like the whispers of demons. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. With a fierce effort, when Jinxian broke free from Xue Ding's embrace, trembling hands grasping her sword, using it to prop herself up as she struggled to stand. When Jinxian, I swear to fight to the death. With every ounce of strength, she raised her sword, swinging it like a frenzied lioness. And in an instant, several foes fell, their throats gushing blood beneath her blade. Ultimately, a long spear, like a venomous serpent, pierced through her chest from behind. Her body stiffened, unable to withstand the onslaught, and she collapsed forward. Succumbing to exhaustion, the ancient sword quivered as it remained embedded in the ground, seemingly lamenting its master's unwillingness to yield. Until her last breath, when Jinxuan's gaze remained fixed on Xue Ding, her eyes brimming with unspoken words that could never escape her lips. Xue Ding felt as though the heavens had shattered within him, witnessing the pitiful state of his comrades and the lifeless bodies of his companions nearby, all his fury coalescing into a singular word: kill. Xue Ding seized Wen Jinshuan's sword, charging at the nearest enemy like a madman. Yu Datu and Zhou Jigang closely followed, one on each side, picking up the fallen weapons of their foes, engaging them like two ferocious tigers in a desperate struggle. Chen Jibin, Eru, Zhou Qi, Wang Dayo, and others, their faces contorted with rage and sorrow, roared as they brandished their weapons, charging forth like a band of fearless warriors. Time seemed to stretch, and gradually, the din of battle subsided. Leaving behind a chilling silence, the battlefield was a grotesque tableau of carnage, with dismembered limbs scattered about, resembling a hellish purgatory. Rain mingled with blood, forming pools that spread across the ground, staining the earth a deep crimson. Xue Ding gasped for breath, his hands swollen from exertion, gripping the hilt of the sword as he plunged it into an enemy's chest. The foe's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Yu Data lay beside Xue Ding, a long knife embedded in his chest, having sacrificed himself to save Xue Ding in a moment of peril. His life had already ebbed away, his eyes wide open, forever unclosed. Zhou Jigang stood guard nearby, one arm gruesomely severed. Xue Ding slowly turned his gaze, witnessing the tragic fates of his comrades scattered across the battlefield, lifeless and pitiful. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of light appeared in the sky as the sun timidly peeked out. Like a frightened quail, pale and hesitant, the black-armored soldiers, their armor clanking, cautiously approached Xue Ding. He knelt down, gently closing Yu Data's eyes, taking a deep breath as he rose, raising the ancient sword high above his head. He faced the encroaching black-armored soldiers. The jade pendant hanging from the sword's hilt glimmered softly in the sunlight. Stand back! A towering figure pushed through the ranks of soldiers. It was the bearded black-armored general, the very one whose sniper rifle had missed its mark on the battlefield. The general stood before Xue Ding, his gaze complex as he spoke slowly. You are a hero. It is truly a pity for you to perish here. Surrender, and I will make you my general. Xue Ding's lips curled into a slight smile, mustering every ounce of strength to steady his trembling hand. Injured and utterly exhausted, he could only muster a single word through clenched teeth: get lost. The black-armored general's expression darkened as he slowly drew his military knife, his gaze turning increasingly malevolent. Since that is your wish, I shall grant it. Though die at my hands would not be a disgrace. I promise to give you a proper burial. Unfazed, Xue Ding's eyes grew fiercer, locking onto the black-armored general. Just as they faced off, Zhou Jigang, with his remaining hand clutching the bloody stump of his severed arm, limped forward to Xue Ding. His lower body was soaked in blood, yet he stood tall, back turned to Xue Ding, and glanced back with a faint smile, a smile filled with pride. I knew you were destined for greatness. Xue Ding's eyes brimmed with tears, his lips quivering. Brother, take care. With his single arm, Zhou Jigang released his grasp on his severed shoulder, blood long drained from his body, his lips pale from loss. He struggled to pick up a long knife at his feet, wavering as he pointed it at the black-armored general. His eyes hardened with resolve, a fierce spirit emanating from him as he faced death head-on. The black-armored general remained silent, inclined his head slightly, and in a swift motion, his military knife descended towards Zhou Jigang's head. As expected, Zhou Jigang's head soared into the air, blood sprang forth as the general instinctively stepped aside to evade the splatter. From the shadow of Zhou Jigang's falling form, Xue Ding suddenly emerged, thrusting his sword towards the black-armored general's chest. The general, caught off guard, felt the blade pierce through him. Darkness enveloped Xue Ding as his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing heavily onto the ground. This was the opportunity Zhou Jigang had sacrificed his life to secure, the final vestige of his strength. Kill him! Avenge the general! The black-armored soldiers erupted into a frenzied roar. Akin to a pack of ravenous wolves lunging at Xue Ding, he felt a massive foot crash against his neck, followed by a searing pain in his abdomen as a long knife plunged deep into him. Staring blankly at the blood-red sky above, Xue Ding's hand fell open, inadvertently releasing a high-explosive grenade that had lost its safety pin. 3 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted into the sky. Chapter 45. Why are you in my bed? Xue Ding jolted awake from the nightmare, sitting up abruptly, gasping for breath. The room was shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling outside and torrential raindrops pelting against the window. Soaked in sweat, he instinctively reached for his neck. Feeling no suffocating pressure, only a soft, delicate arm draped over him. Hastily, he checked his abdomen. No wounds, just the warmth of a smooth thigh. Suddenly, he froze, realization dawning upon him. With a startled gasp, he leapt from the bed to the door. Trembling as he lit a candle, the dim flicker illuminated a small area. At that moment, the covers on the bed rustled, startling Xue Ding, whose heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from his throat. What is happening? Have I been kidnapped and transported to another realm? Am I in a tale of strange encounters? His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. Just then, a disheveled woman slowly emerged from beneath the covers. Sitting up with sleepy eyes, rubbing them as she yawned, and impatiently asked, "Why are you shouting? Aren't you going to sleep? You. Xue Ding stammered, still disoriented from the nightmare. What are you stammering for? Speak. The woman's tone was stern. Clearly displeased at being awakened from a deep slumber, Xue Ding struggled to articulate, his tongue failing him as he gulped down his anxiety, finally managing to stammer, "What are you doing in my bed? Sister Yin Yin?" Su Xiaoyan yawned again, her eyes struggling to focus, mumbling, "It rained and thundered. I was scared alone, so I came to your place. You nearly scared me to death, Sister Yin Yin," Xue Ding exclaimed. His eyes wide, his fingers flailing in confusion as he was overwhelmed with emotion. "How did I scare you? I was sleeping here last night too. Don't you know?" Su Xiaoyan looked at Xue Ding with a face full of confusion. Xue Ding felt a buzzing in his head, instantly overwhelmed. "I was here last night? I didn't even notice. Perhaps you were in such a deep sleep that you were completely oblivious. I thought you were aware. The breakfast on your desk was made by me. If I hadn't prepared it for you, would I have woken up so early? After making you breakfast, I went back to wash my face and brush my teeth. But you can't sleep in my bed. There are boundaries between men and women, sister." Xue Ding's face flushed with urgency. "What's wrong with sleeping in your bed? Didn't I used to hold you while we slept when we were kids?" "Humph. You're so petty," Su Xiaoyan pouted, clearly displeased. "But you must understand that I have grown up now. I'm a normal man, and it's not quite appropriate for us to sleep together." Xue Ding's expression twitched. "You a man?" Xue Ding was filled with confusion, countless question marks floating above his head. "Am I not?" Had he somehow transformed into a sister after crossing over? He hastily checked his chest and turned away to discreetly adjust his pants. Confirming that he was still a man, letting out a long sigh of relief, Su Xiaoyan lifted the blanket, rolled off the bed, and with a swift motion, slapped Xue Ding on the head. Xue Ding was momentarily stunned by the sudden strike. "You are my brother! What kind of man do you think you are?" Su Xiaoyan said angrily. Xue Ding felt as though his mind was still trapped in a nightmare, struggling to regain clarity. After a significant pause, he confirmed that it was indeed just a dream, and he hadn't crossed over again. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, he shouted, "Sister Yin Yin, don't you have your own room? Why did you sleep here? What will others think? There are only the two of us in the yard. Who could possibly see us? Did it affect you in any way?" Su Xiaoyan retorted angrily, turning on her heels and returning to the bed. Clutching her blanket tightly, and said fiercely, "If you don't want me to sleep here, then I won't let you sleep in my room anymore." With her long, flowing black hair cascading down her shoulders, she wore a pink silk pajama top and matching pants, her feet clad in light pink plush slippers. Wrapping her arms around the blanket, she stormed toward the door, not forgetting to bump into Xue Ding harshly. Instinctively, Xue Ding grasped Su Xiaoyan's arm, causing the blanket to fall to the floor. Emotions from his nightmare surged within him, and tears began to fall. I'm sorry, Sister Yanyan, Xu Xiaoyan, still groggy, yawned and looked displeased. What's wrong? Is it really necessary to cry over just sleeping on your own bed? Schweding then realized that tears were staining his face and hastily wiped them away. I had a terrible nightmare, and it felt so real. There was a particularly strong enemy who could fly exceptionally high. Using some kind of divine technique, he collapsed the city walls, and then their cavalry rushed in. I led everyone to escape but ended up going in the wrong direction. There were too many of them, and we ran out of ammunition. Everyone fought valiantly, but they all died. Yuda, Zhoujigang, Eru, Oldemo, Aunt Wan, everyone in the camp perished. I failed to protect them. Yes, all my fault. I should have made them escape sooner. Perhaps we shouldn't have entered Jinxia City in the first place. Schweding's voice trembled as he spoke. All right, it's okay. It's okay. Come here, sister will give you a hug. Don't be afraid. Xu Xiaoyan opened her arms compassionately, and Schweding, feeling helpless, leaned into her embrace, savoring the warmth of her slender body, which brought him a long-lost sense of comfort. Everyone is fine. It was just a dream. They say dreams are always the opposite, right? It means everyone will be safe and sound. You just under too much pressure. Relax, relax, Xu Xiaoyan gently reassured him. As Schweding breathed in the fragrance of her hair, he gradually calmed down, feeling that the world still held beauty. The experiences from the nightmare were too profound, too bloody, too brutal. The pain felt incredibly real, and the sense of despair was indescribable. He was immensely relieved that it was merely a dream, seriously questioning whether he would end up with a mental breakdown. Xu Xiaoyan continued to offer comforting words and, seeing Schweding's emotions stabilize, yawned loudly. Are you feeling better now? Yes. Can we go back to sleep now? I'm so tired. Yes. Schweding nodded. Xu Xiaoyan swiftly released him, bent down to gather her blanket, lay back down and neatly covered herself. She turned her gaze towards Schweding. Aren't you going to sleep? It's still early. Sleep. Xu Xiaoyan rolled over, snuggling into the blankets. Making room for Schweding. With a heart full of apprehension, he lay down, turning his back to her. Xu Xiaoyan, carefree, threw an arm around Schweding's neck, curling her legs up, her calves resting across his waist. Schweding felt the familiar embrace from Xu Xiaoyan, recalling a memory from childhood when he had been bullied and had run to her house, falling asleep in just such a position. Drowsy, he suddenly felt two soft, warm objects pressing against his back. Startled awake, he instantly realized what was happening, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. When they were children, it was innocent. A chubby sister holding a chubby brother felt perfectly normal. But why did it seem so awkward now? Chapter 46. Golden Bones. Schweding quickly scooted away. Xu Xiaoyan let out a soft snore, her arm that had been around Schweding now hanging in the air. After a moment, she shifted slightly, unconsciously leaning closer, pressing those soft objects against him once more. Just as Schweding was about to fall asleep, he fought against his drowsiness and edged away again. But before long, Xu Xiaoyan leaned back against him, in a daze. Schweding reflexively moved again, but unexpectedly, with a loud crash, he fell off the bed, hitting the floor hard, his forehead stinging painfully. What happened? Xu Xiaoyan asked. Still in AFOG, TS nothing, nothing. Schweding rubbed his forehead, carefully stepping over Xu Xiaoyan to return to the inside of the bed, flipping the blanket over himself to ensure he wouldn't fall off again. Then drifted back into a deep sleep. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a sudden scream pierced the air. Schweding jolted upright, tense with alarm. What happened? Are the enemies attacking? Xu Xiaoyan, clutching her pillow, blushing furiously, looked at Schweding. Confused by her expression, Schweding pressed further. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare too? Xu Xiaoyan nodded, speaking each word slowly. I dreamt that someone was pushing against my backside from behind. And then I woke up. Schweding was bewildered, his mind racing with questions. Had he unintentionally reacted physically? But wait, he was facing away from her. How could that happen? Just as he was about to explain, he reached down to feel something hard and elongated on the bed. Lifting the blanket, he found it was the object he had picked up from the creek. Sister Yin, you've misunderstood. It was this thing that bumped into you. Not me. It must have come to bed with me when I was organizing my backpack earlier. Schweding spoke earnestly, his eyes fixed on her. Xu Xiaoyan reached out to take it, weighing it in her hand. It was surprisingly light, shaped like a short, irregular stick. The surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling gold but far too light. Most of it was smooth, though some areas were dark and pockmarked, giving it a mysterious appearance. What on earth is this? Where did you find it? It looked so strange. I was paragliding and landed in a valley filled with white stones. While I was fishing in the creek, I didn't catch any fish, but my foot got cut on something, and when I reached down, I found this bone. It looks like a bone, but the material is too hard, and it shines like metal. Where would you find a bone that looks like gold? Right? I thought it was fascinating, so I brought it back. Xu Xiaoyan examined the dirted parts, digging her nails in to reveal a golden patch. Lighting a candle, she looked closely and discovered tiny writing on it. Look, there are words on it, Xu Xiaoyan exclaimed, presenting the short stick to Xue Ding and pointing at it. Where? Xue Ding leaned in, squinting to see, and indeed, there were characters, though they seemed ancient and unreadable. Could it be Oracle Bone script? Xu Xiaoyan leaned closer, nudging Xue Ding's head aside, then immediately denied her own thought. No, the brush strokes look more like calligraphy. What could it be? A supreme technique or a treasure map? Xue Ding stared at it for a long time, drowsiness creeping back in, and he turned to cover himself with the blanket. Xu Xiaoyan quickly grabbed him, excitement gleaming in her eyes. It might be a divine artifact. Does it need blood to recognize its master? Have you dripped your blood on it? Xue Ding, growing impatient, shrugged off her hand and clutched his blanket, yearning for sleep. The nightmare had drained too much of his energy, and he simply wanted to recover his wounded spirit. Sister Yin Yin, you've been reading too many novels. It's all fictional. Upon entering the cave, one might expect to find a martial arts manual. Leaping off the cliff surely leads to a water pool. Such fortunate occurrences are hardly commonplace. Have we not traversed realms where the impossible becomes mere trifles? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed to experiment. Xu Xiaoyan forcibly tugged Xue Ding from his slumber. With a sinister grin, she unveiled the bedding at the bedside, producing a 30-centimeter dagger, which she unsheathed with a resounding clang, revealing its gleaming blade. Xue Ding, upon witnessing Xu Xiaoyan brandishing the polished dagger with a mischievous grin, instantly shook off his drowsiness. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. I am your brother. Even if an accident were to occur, it would merely be a physiological response, not a deliberate act. You cannot harm me with that knife. Xu Xiaoyan chuckled devilishly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. What nonsense. Fear not, it won't hurt. Just a tiny nick on your hand. A few drops of blood is all I require. Then why not inflict it upon yourself? With her delicate, alabaster fingers extended before him, Xu Xiaoyan urged, Look at my lovely fingers. Would you really deny me this small indulgence? I must still prepare your meals. Xue Ding hesitated, but ultimately closed his eyes and tilted his head. Very well, but be gentle. With joy illuminating her face, Xu Xiaoyan grasped Xue Ding's large hand, and without a moment's hesitation, the blade flashed. Xue Ding winced as a crimson line appeared on the pad of his finger, blood gushing forth. Xu Xiaoyan eagerly caught it with an odd stick, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Inwardly, Xue Ding berated himself. Am I truly your brother? What family keeps a knife beneath the pillow while sleeping, as if to preempt my nefarious deeds? Regrettably, the stick did not emit the anticipated glow. The blood merely pooled momentarily on its uneven surface before cascading to the floor. Irritated, Xue Ding shot a glare at Xu Xiaoyan while sucking on his injured finger, the metallic taste filling his nostrils. Are you satisfied now? Can we sleep? Xu Xiaoyan, eyes wide with scrutiny, remarked, It seems the blood has seeped in a bit. Perhaps we should try again. Having witnessed fingerprint and facial recognition unlocks, who has ever heard of blood being a key? You can attempt it yourself. I am going to sleep now. With that, Xue Ding shook his blanket, yawned, and turned over to rest. Xu Xiaoyan, unsatisfied with her lack of drowsiness, decided to play a prank. She began poking Xue Ding's lower back with the stick, making sounds akin to, I poke, I poke, I poke, poke, poke. Sister Yin, will you ever cease? Let me get some sleep. What a predatory phrase. Sleep is not on the agenda. I poke, I poke, I poke, poke, poke. Xue Ding turned to grasp Xu Xiaoyan's hand. In a swift motion, Xu Xiaoyan jabbed the stick into his abdomen, and suddenly, she felt it slip from her grasp. Xue Ding was hit by a wave of electricity coursing through his body, his abdomen tingling with an unfamiliar sensation. What have you done? he exclaimed in alarm. Yu Xiaoyan's expression turned blank as she murmured, "It's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" Shueding's eyes widened, panic etched across his face. "The stick has vanished. It seems to have entered your belly." Yu Xiaoyan's eyes widened even further, disbelief etched on her features. You mustn't frighten me, sister." Shueding felt as though struck by lightning, his body bristling with a chilling sensation coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he felt his abdomen. Searching for any irregularities, he scoured the bedding, frantically lifting the mattress, yet all was in vain. Then he turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoyan's curvaceous figure. She brandished the dagger, refusing to allow him to search her body. "I speak the truth. It truly did enter you." Yu Xiaoyan's serious demeanor suggested sincerity, not deceit. Shueding conducted a meticulous search of the room, but the stick remained elusive in a fit of disbelief. He began to examine Su Xiaoyan's soft, delicate hands, scrutinizing every inch of her skin, flipping over her hand in a desperate exploration. He then lifted her short-sleeved nightgown, examining her arms, as if they were tender lotus roots. Not yet satisfied, he traced his fingers along her smooth, slender calves, squeezing her soft, rosy feet. Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, suppressing the urge to kick him away, allowing his investigation to continue. "How is it possible? It truly isn't here, Sister Yin. That object has genuinely entered my belly. This is no prank." Shueding's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Su Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. Shueding felt as though he were unraveling, his worldview collapsing under the weight of absurdity, his mind a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. All he desired was for Su Xiaoyan to smile brightly and declare it had all been a jest. Seeing Shueding's anguished expression, Su Xiaoyan hesitantly asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to see a doctor?" "Sister Yin, I simply wish to know if that object has indeed entered you, and if you feel any unusual sensations." Su Xiaoyan blinked, replying earnestly, "Not at all. I felt that stick vanish the moment it touched your abdomen." It is indeed true. Such a long stick within me. I feel sullied, utterly sullied." Shueding covered his face with his hands. On the verge of tears, his features contorted in despair. "Your focus seems rather peculiar. However, fret not. Things will naturally resolve themselves. You appear to be fine now." Yu Xiaoyan laughed awkwardly, inwardly regretting her reckless actions. "By the way, I suddenly recalled that I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Time for sleep." Sleep. With that, she lay beneath the covers, hastily concealing her head, deliberately producing snoring sounds, leaving Shueding in a state of disarray. Before long, the crowing of a rooster pierced the morning air. Shueding rose, rinsed his mouth with cold water, consumed a couple of vegetarian buns, donned black military boots, and slipped into silver armor, albeit feeling a tad snug. As he stepped outside the courtyard, the same soldier awaited him. The soldier quietly perched upon the saddle, subtly shifting forward to make room for Shueding. The rain from the previous night had ceased unbeknownst to him, and the sound of hooves clattering against the muddy street echoed as mud splattered. Shueding glanced at the towering city wall. Though weathered, it still stood, harmoniously merging with the distant mountains. His gaze swept across the surroundings, observing the neatly arranged houses, each appearing intact. The delicate morning sunlight cascaded over rooftops and walls, casting a soft golden hue. People had already begun their morning activities along the streets, in the blacksmith's shop. Craftsmen expertly wielded their tools, placing iron blocks into the roaring furnace. As the bellows pumped, the flames blazed brighter, sparks flying amidst the crackling sounds. Nearby, steam billowed from a steaming basket, the shopkeeper preparing fresh buns. The aroma wafting through the air and tantalizing the senses. Watching the bustling crowd, their faces radiated with genuine, heartfelt smiles. Men either hawked goods or toiled diligently. Children frolicked and laughed, their innocent giggles echoing through the throng. These ordinary yet authentic scenes stirred something deep within him. Every face was so vividly alive, their eyes gleaming with hope and anticipation for the future. This vibrant, uplifting atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the cruel world he had witnessed in his dreams. A realm steeped in darkness, fear, and despair, devoid of warmth. What lay before him now appeared as a beautiful tapestry, indelibly etched into his heart, a fall rain, a dream. One side hell, the other side humanity. Shueding arrived at the military camp's training ground, where soldiers were divided into two formations. To one side stood a slender line of female soldiers clad in silver armor with red linings. To the other, a robust assembly of men, equally clad in silver, but with black linings. One side was quiet, while the other buzzed with energy. His gaze crossed paths with a group of soldiers, locking eyes with Xiao Chenyu, and Xue Ding instinctively moved toward the male contingent. As the roll call began, this era termed it calling the watch, akin to modern-day clocking in point one by one. The named individuals responded. As a newcomer, Xue Ding felt no rush. The previous night, after a nightmarish episode, he had explored the peculiar stick and thereafter found sleep elusive, his lack of rest rendering his mind foggy. When he heard his name called, he instinctively responded, his mouth opening in the process. Suddenly, the surrounding cacophony fell silent. The entire unit paused momentarily. Xue Ding, rallying his focus, glanced around to find every eye fixated upon him. "What's the matter?" he inquired, utterly bewildered. A nearby young soldier remarked, "The female squad leader is calling for you." "Let her call. What is the fuss?" he replied, still puzzled. "Brother, are you sure you haven't wandered into the wrong squad?" The male soldiers stared at him. "How could that be? There are only two units." Xue Ding surveyed, certain he hadn't erred. Just then, a tall female soldier approached, prompting the men to part ways. She strode up to Xue Ding, her expression impassive, seizing his ear and pulling him from the ranks. Xue Ding recalled the last time someone tugged at his ear was his elementary school teacher. The humiliation ignited a desire to retaliate, yet he restrained himself. The female squad leader spoke up. "You belong to the left guard. What are you doing in the right guard?" A single sentence rendered Xue Ding momentarily speechless. He glanced down at his red-lined attire, the perplexed expression of the old man from the logistics office flashing through his mind, and then at the wooden plaque hanging from his waist, boldly inscribed with the character for left. Surrounding him, the female soldiers cast incredulous glances, for the left guard camp was comprised entirely of women. It was, in essence, a female battalion. He realized he would be the solitary male among them, and Xue Ding felt his dignity deeply insulted. The female squad leader, disregarding all else, shouted at him, "Get back to your unit." At that moment, a female general emerged from the military tent, exuding grace, followed closely by several personal female attendants. He recalled a dream where she lay in his arms, uttering the words, "How wonderful it would have been to meet you sooner." Coupled with her final resolute gaze, having witnessed a nightmarish scene, seeing her poised figure again made the general appear extraordinarily exceptional. If the dowry were not exorbitant, he might consider her as a wife. Xue Ding hastily approached with reverence, inquiring about entering the right guard camp, questioning whether there had been a mistake. The general regarded him coldly. "It was you who insisted on joining the left guard camp. I tried to dissuade you, but you would not listen at that time. I simply did not hear clearly. Perhaps you could advise me once more, and I shall heed your words this time. It is too late. Registration is already complete. Do you think the military is a mere game?" The general firmly rejected him. When Dayu, hiding behind the general, stuck her tongue out at Xue Ding, making an unflattering face and silently mimicking laughter. Clenching his fists, Xue Ding returned to stand in formation with the female soldiers. The female battalion was what it was. It was nothing of great consequence. The soldiers of the personal guard lined up neatly as the general began to speak. Xue Ding could not help but admire her eloquence. She referenced classical texts, articulating concepts that were both accessible and engaging, weaving tales of contemporary heroes that nearly lulled him to sleep. The essence of her address was clear. The enemy outside was formidable. Think of your wives and children and strive diligently in your training. Yet, we are not weak. We must possess confidence, considering our numbers and reserves. All of you must strive diligently. Those who do not wish to perish must work earnestly. Those who perform well shall be rewarded with promotions and raises, and so forth. Chapter 48. Fury Xue Ding was utterly uninterested in the general's discourse, harboring grave suspicions that she too had traversed through time. Her former profession, likely that of a master painter, was evident she resembled a modern-day female boss, adept at painting grand visions. However, it was clear that these robust soldiers were not akin to Xue Ding, who had experienced the hardships of life. The soldiers, spurred by her speech, gleamed with excitement, their spirits soaring, each eager to throw themselves into battle. The general indeed possessed a compelling presence. Xue Ding acknowledged this as a quality he lacked. Yet he could not shake the feeling that this address was tailored for him. Once the general concluded her speech, she mounted her steed and departed, leading to the customary training routine. Due to the rain the previous night, all soldiers, regardless of gender, were instructed to remove their leather armor for training, to prevent sweat or mud from compromising its integrity. Indeed, it was just like a scene from a television drama. The commanders of the left and right guard camps, along with their respective leaders, demonstrated marksmanship in front, while the soldiers followed suit in learning the movements: block, grab, thrust, jab, deflect, twist, and chop. With the demonstration exuding vigor, Xue Ding imitated the actions with impressive accuracy. It must be said that the techniques of cold weapons offered much to learn, and Xue Ding immersed himself in the practice, soon breaking into a sweat. Throughout the session, the soldiers maintained a buoyant spirit, with the left and right guard camps demonstrating a competitive fervor, each striving to outdo the other in volume. Thanks to the attentiveness of the female battalion leader, Xue Ding, standing out among them, was placed in the front ROW. To his surprise, these female soldiers were not as fragile as he had imagined. Most had sun-kissed skin, robust physiques, and voices that rang out powerfully. Wielding their long spears, they appeared even more formidable than some male soldiers. The sky was overcast, and a light rain began to fall. Yet the enthusiasm for training remained undiminished. The male soldiers of the right guard camp stripped off their shirts, revealing their well-defined muscles, actively smoothing out the moisture on their skin to accentuate their physique, all in an effort to attract the attention of the female soldiers. The female soldiers of the left guard camp seemed unperturbed by such antics, appearing accustomed to them. The rain soaked through their loose-fitting attire, clinging to their bodies and revealing their alluring shapes. Xue Ding, like his female counterparts, feigned disinterest. In truth, he too desired to shed his clothing. The fabric, designed for durability, was exceedingly thick, akin to wearing a piece of leather when wet. A most uncomfortable sensation. However, having already drawn attention to himself, he refrained from doing so. The male soldiers, emboldened, spotted Xue Ding among the female ranks and seized the opportunity to hurl insults at him. Some even went so far as to fling mud at his face. Unable to endure the provocation, Xue Ding thrust his spear into the ground, ripped his shirt open, and tossed it aside with vigor. The instant relief was exhilarating, as he tore his clothing, revealing his chiseled abs. His physique, though not overly muscular, was well-proportioned and robust, in contrast to the majority of the rough soldiers, who were hardened by labor. Xue Ding, having been pampered in modern society, had dined on fine flour and delicacies, akin to an affluent young master of ancient times, his skin remarkably fair. His pale complexion quickly drew the attention of those around him. Nearby female soldiers gasped in astonishment as they beheld the scars that marred his chest, back, and arms, each a testament to his tumultuous past, resembling a mottled white tiger. 3 prominent scars, each 2 fingers wide, stood out prominently. Xue Ding vividly recalled that they were inflicted by a massive brown bear during a fateful encounter. In that fleeting moment of collision, he had been struck down by the bear's paw. Thankfully, he had managed to pull the trigger in time, sending a bullet into its eye, and afterward endured immense pain to stitch himself up, resulting in his current appearance. Xue Ding glared menacingly at the provoking soldier. The lingering fury from his nightmares unquenched, and this soldier would serve as a vessel for his wrath. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the impending clash. The atmosphere shifted, and training was swiftly forgotten as a circle formed around the two adversaries. In the face of Xue Ding's fierce gaze, the taunting soldier seemed invigorated, charging at Xue Ding with disdain. The two engaged, muscles taut, and in an instant, they were locked in combat. Surrounding soldiers formed layers of spectators, hurling piercing jeers, questioning Xue Ding's prowess based on his scarred appearance, assuming him to be merely superficial, predicting he would soon be bested. The male soldier swung a punch toward Xue Ding's face. Xue Ding appeared to be caught off guard, but suddenly ducked low, executing a swift sweep that toppled the soldier. Seizing the moment while the opponent was still off balance, Xue Ding sprang up and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the soldier's back, who collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a while. The skirmish ended as swiftly as it had begun. A hush fell over the crowd. Unexpectedly, a muscular soldier, referred to as the captain, stepped forward. His scarred visage a terrifying sight. His eyes glinted with a mix of confidence and challenge as he fixed his gaze on Xue. The female squad leader, sensing the tension, hastily warned Xue, "Be careful. This one is not easy to handle." Xue nodded slightly, his focus unwavering on his opponent. The two squared off, and the captain made the first move, launching a straight punch that whistled through the air toward Xueding's chest. Xueding sidestepped just in time, countering with a punch aimed at the captain's abdomen. The captain, quick to react, tightened his core to evade while simultaneously lifting his leg to kick at Xueding's knee. Xueding leapt back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The captain shifted tactics, moving swiftly to disrupt Xueding's line of sight before suddenly lunging forward, hands clawed, aiming for Xueding's shoulders. With little time to ponder, Xueding crossed his arms to block, yet the force of the captain's strike sent him stumbling back a few steps. The captain pressed forward, and in a flash, Xueding deflected the captain's punch with his elbow, letting out a fierce shout as he summoned all his strength to deliver a punch that howled through the air, landing squarely on the captain's cheek. The captain was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. For a moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent, no one daring to issue another challenge. To everyone's astonishment, the light rain transformed into a downpour, leaving everyone drenched. The planned training session was abruptly concluded, and the soldiers returned to their respective quarters in haste. Xueding continued to reflect on the meaning behind each move, still craving the practice. The commander of the left guard camp kindly provided Xueding with a clean set of clothing, preventing him from remaining bare-chested in the general's quarters. Looking around, he found himself in a quaintly furnished space, with a low wooden desk surrounded by shelves filled with books. Resembling a library, he was captivated by the enormous map hanging above. Realizing that to understand the current environment, one must start with the map. Given the sensitive nature of the collaborative period, it was unwise to collect information overtly. The general resided in a two-story loft, its decor unembellished yet exuding an extraordinary elegance through its simplicity. It stood at the heart of the military camp, a vital command center. Xueding gazed out, astonished at the vast expanse of the military encampment. It turned out that what he had previously known was merely one of the training grounds for the personal guard. Most of the troops stationed at the fortress did not reside in tents, but in sturdy brick and tile houses, interspersed with watchtowers that harbored imposing crossbows, their menacing presence suggesting that a single arrow would surely inflict considerable pain. The general resembled an orchid blooming in a cold night, strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of freshness and grace. As if she had just emerged from a bath, her damp hair cascading like a waterfall, draped in a soft, luxurious cream-colored satin robe that accentuated her alluring silhouette. The subtly rounded bosom resembles a ripe peach, full and elastic, further enhancing its allure wrapped in luxurious satin. Her bright eyes sparkled with life, and her delicate, rosy lips were as enticing as freshly blossomed cherries in the morning. She glided gracefully to the writing desk, seated herself with poise, and a young maid in a verdant attire promptly presented a cup of tea before Xueding. Having never seen a female general out of her military garb, Xueding was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty, momentarily rendered speechless. After sipping her tea to moisten her throat, the female general inquired, "What do you seek from me?" Regaining his composure, Xueding replied, "I wish to request the general's assistance in forging some iron implements." "Oh? What kind of iron implements?" The general raised an eyebrow slightly. "I need to create some critical components for machinery essential in the production of arrows. If accomplished, it would significantly enhance the efficiency of bow and arrow manufacturing." Though the engineering blueprints had been drafted, he was too weary to explain the specialized terminology, striving to communicate in terms she could comprehend. "What is efficiency?" the general asked, perplexed. "Efficiency means accelerating the speed of arrow production." The general set down her teacup, fixing her gaze on Xueding. "But why should I help you? What are you to me?" Xueding found himself at a loss for words, his mind filled with questions. "I am merely your worker, dear boss. Could you please be more aware?" Though internally he bristled, he maintained a respectful demeanor, smiling as he said, "All of this is to produce arrows more effectively and swiftly, to aid your army in defending the city. I have instructed Fanucci to prepare everything you require." "Is there anything lacking?" the general inquired. "There is nothing lacking. Could it be that he had embezzled much?" "There has been no embezzlement," Xueding hastily gestured. "The 140,000 arrows are indeed part of your responsibilities. Then why should I waste our scarce iron on your behalf? The general's eyes glinted with scrutiny. Xue Ding felt his tongue falter. The arguments he had rehearsed failed to materialize. Do you not wish to witness the capabilities of my craft? The general rolled her eyes. I do not that I can offer the completed components as tribute. The general flatly refused. I do not want them. Xue Ding's anger flared. This woman was insufferable. The rapport they had just established evaporated. What is it that you truly desire? The general glanced at her elegantly manicured nails, casually stating, I need nothing. You may leave. Fuming, Xue Ding shrugged off his sleeves and turned to exit. Pausing at the door, if this disrupted the plan, and arrows were not produced as agreed, would she indeed execute him and his comrades? Surely, her demands would escalate further. Calm down. One must navigate this woman with care. With this thought, Xue Ding instantly donned a radiant smile, making a complete about-face to sit down, beaming at the general. I was rash. I ask for your forgiveness. Seeing Xue Ding, who had been on the brink of fury, now smiling at her, the general found it amusing, a smile playing at her lips as she lifted her teacup, signaling the maid to refill it. Xue Ding seized the moment to flatter her. Your grace is unparalleled. The last time I beheld you, I thought I had encountered a celestial being descending from the heavens, and now to see you again is even more breathtaking. As the saying goes, in the Golden Gorge, there is a beauty, peerless and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates the city. With another, she enchants the nation. Just as the general sipped her tea, she sputtered, spraying it across the table, coughing incessantly, feigning indignation. Why is this tea so hot? The maid hurried over, checking the cup with a puzzled expression. It's not hot. The general's face grew cold. Take it away. I shan't drink it. The maid retreated cautiously. Xue Ding lifted his teacup, attempting to soothe his throat, but the maid, incensed, stormed up to him and snatched the cup from his lips, spilling tea down his trousers. Stunned, Xue Ding glared at the departing maid, muttering indignantly, Your master reprimands you. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Xue Ding's discomfiture, the general stifled a laugh, quickly resuming her dignified demeanor. This is a new maid I just acquired. She is unfamiliar with decorum. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Xue Ding pondered a moment, mustering a tale worthy of the occasion, clenching his teeth in a feigned anguish. Once, when my brothers were besieged at the city's foot, they were driven back by the enemy's cavalry, brutal and merciless, trampling lives and advancing towards my brothers. Just as their lives hung by a thread, arrows rained down from the city walls, repelling the enemy and preserving my brothers' lives, allowing us to meet again. And then? The general rested her head on her hand, a hint of impatience in her voice. Later, I suffered immense regret for not having introduced you to our sect's improved techniques for crossbows and bows sooner. Had they been employed, they would greatly reduce the size of the bows while significantly enhancing their range and power. Thousands could flank the enemy and unleash a torrent of arrows. What a joy that would be! In fierce battles, the compact design would offer greater maneuverability, allowing for agile movements. Moreover, the enhanced power would facilitate penetration of enemy armor. Who knows how many lives could be saved, how many regrets could be averted? The improvements to bows and crossbows would benefit the present and serve future generations. Xue Ding spoke passionately, his eyes shimmering with fervor. He had observed the bows and crossbows used by the army. They were remarkably outdated. In his world, the Tang dynasty had already perfected the torsion crossbow, while the Song dynasty boasted a bed crossbow with 3 bows, 2 in front and 1 recurve at the back. With a range of approximately 130 meters, the general's jewel-like eyes flickered as if deep in thought. After a long pause, she turned away, rummaging through a low bookshelf behind her, searching for something. Oblivious to her image as she knelt and crawled toward another shelf. The exquisite fabric of her clothing clung to her body, accentuating her graceful silhouette. The dim light of the candle cast a glow upon her back. Reminiscent of a classical vase's elegant curves, her well-proportioned figure, partially hidden beneath her skirt, emitted a soft, enchanting radiance, exuding endless charm and allure. The subtle reveal of her long legs beneath the gradually unfurling skirt was akin to white jade, each movement radiating a captivating allure. The delicate exposure of her ankle and slender, rosy feet stirred Xue Ding's heart. Xue Ding found himself entranced, unable to suppress his desire. his heart racing uncontrollably. Hastily moistening his dry throat, it was all the fault of that maid who had taken away the tea he was about to savor. Suddenly, he understood why ancient watchmen would call out, "The weather is dry, beware of fire." For now, it was he who was parched, a mere stick of wood, while Wen Jinxian, this enchanting creature, was the flame. Indeed, one must be cautious of fire. Having watched countless videos featuring beauties in stockings, he still retained some measure of self-control. Striving to dispel his frivolous thoughts, he turned his gaze to the expansive map above, attempting to memorize its contents. Relying solely on memory would yield little. He should bring a camera next time. Frustratingly, his eyes seemed to have a mind of their own, perpetually drawn downward. After a moment's search, the general finally unearthed a dusty booklet from the bottom shelf. Returning to her seat and laying the tome on the desk, she flipped through a few pages before looking at Xue Ding, who immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The general parted her crimson lips. "Come look at this. It contains various styles of collected bows and crossbows." Xue Ding stepped cautiously beside the general, mindful not to make any impolite gestures. The general glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Can you see the illustrations from that distance?" Xue Ding inched closer, catching a whiff of the fragrance from her hair. Had she used shampoo? The general pointed to the illustrations in the booklet. "Is it this one?" "No. How about this one?" The general turned to the next page. Xue Ding continued to shake his head. "Then what about this one?" she asked, flipping to the last page. "Somewhat similar. The curve of the bow's limbs should be more pronounced." The general snapped the booklet shut with a displeased expression. "Is this what you call an improvement?" "Of course, it entails more than just these adjustments. Besides enhancing the bow's structure, the materials must be fortified, and the bow should feature graduated markings for novice users. Moreover, I observed that the crossbows atop the walls require 2 people to load arrows manually. One pulls the string while another shoots. A single crossbow necessitates 3 people to operate. If we install a system of pulleys, one person could manage a crossbow, allowing for quicker loading." The general furrowed her brow in contemplation. Xue Ding moved to the opposite side of the desk, gazing earnestly at the general, flipping open the book before her, continuing, "Additionally, training archers is highly time-consuming. We should vigorously promote the crossbow, enabling anyone with some strength to retaliate against the enemy with minimal training. However, we must consider costs and production time. While crossbows are advantageous, they are challenging to manufacture. Compared to bows, they are more prone to failure, and if they break during warfare, it could severely impact morale. It is quite simple. If we design the components of the crossbow to be modular, replacing the bowstring with steel would prevent breakage. Soldiers could carry multiple spare strings. If the bowstring snaps, it should be replaced immediately. If other components are damaged, alternative parts from other bows may be utilized to assemble a new one. How could a crossbow be substituted with steel? Steel is notoriously rigid. Such a notion is unheard of." The female general, with her bright almond-shaped eyes, gazed at Xue Ding. "That of course it can be done. When iron is subjected to carbon treatment, it transforms into steel, by incorporating other metals into the alloy. Elasticity is enhanced, allowing it to regain its form even after thousands of uses." The general fell silent, deep in thought. Xue Ding quietly admired the general's captivating beauty, waiting for her to make a decision. It felt akin to the nervousness of requesting a raise from a boss for the first time. A palpable tension in the air. The general, catching sight of Xue Ding's fervent gaze, he quickly averted his eyes and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "How do you propose we collaborate?" "There are 4 proposals for the enhancement of the bow and arrow. First, we could modify the structure using a recurve design to amplify the bow's power. Second, we could incorporate a pulley system to expedite the crossbow's firing rate and reduce the number of personnel required. Third, we could improve the materials by utilizing steel, thereby increasing the bow's durability, making it resistant to wear over the years. And fourth, we could redesign the bow and crossbow to enable interchangeable parts. Which option does the general prefer?" The general displayed her commanding demeanor. "What if I desire all of them?" "That is indeed possible, but one must be aware that the complexity of each proposal escalates progressively, as does the time required. The general should be prepared for this. Let us focus on enhancing the crossbow first. Ordinary bows are ineffective against skilled archers. The crossbow is a formidable defensive weapon. If time permits, I would like to produce additional powerful crossbows, significantly bolstering the city's defenses." Xue Ding clapped his thigh in delight. Realizing success was within reach, I need to see the modifications to the crossbow within 3 days. I will have Fan Yuchi assist you wholeheartedly. Now, off you go. Schweding's heart sank momentarily, as he had yet to propose his own requirements. How could such decisions be made with the mere exchange of words? Do all bosses operate this way? Have you heard of a type of horse that requires no feed yet can gallop swiftly? It never rests, yet can traverse 1,000 miles in a day. If such a horse exists, where might it be found? The general inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Schweding straightened his posture and coldly retorted. The techniques for enhancing bows and crossbows, while not overly sophisticated, cease to be secrets once they are made public. What would my sect gain from this? Furthermore, I have my own guards to attend to. And my kin have over 140,000 arrows to produce. How could I possibly have the leisure to engage in other matters? Expecting a horse to gallop without feeding is utterly unreasonable. Though my sect may be in decline, we are not to be bullied. Taken aback by the general's petty nature, Schweding decided to take his leave. What do you truly desire? The general called after him. My intention was to reward you based on the merits of your achievements, as is customary in the military. If what you propose can genuinely enhance our combat capabilities, the rewards will be substantial. Schweding prepared to state his demands: iron, money, clothing, and shoes, a plethora of requests. Just as he was about to voice them, he hesitated, realizing that this would place him at a disadvantage. Those capable of becoming generals are certainly astute. He promptly rephrased his request, though you know why my clan chose Jinxia City over other territories? Glancing at the general's face, he noticed her look of intrigue. Go be candid. The grain we have found could sustain us for years. We have no need to ally ourselves with any city. In truth, all matters are preordained. Why clan's elders, through their celestial observations, predicted the time of the impending calamity, and the direction of its descent indicated the path to our clan's revival. Initially, I was skeptical until I fortuitously befriended a great cat, which led me to Jinxia City. A series of coincidences compelled me to select this city. This is destiny at work. I have come to understand the elders' dying words. The revival of our sect cannot rely solely on fervor. We require quality allies, as well as the right timing, location, and people. Each is indispensable. Hence, I am willing to offer my clan's expertise in pursuit of collaboration. If you are truly sincere about this partnership, I wholeheartedly welcome it. However, I have no tolerance for deceit. I do not wish for you to hoard grain or entertain ulterior motives. The general's voice was soft, yet Schweding detected an undercurrent of threat. She then turned to the desk and withdrew a letter. The envelope was black, half the size of a standard letter, with the words "Urgent Military Report" inscribed along its edge. The enemy has begun to gather provisions, and their forces are expected to reach at least 60,000, accompanied by numerous skilled warriors. This report arrived today. You may examine it for yourself. Schweding was taken aback. Military reports were not accessible to just anyone. Meeting the general's certain gaze, he quickly accepted the report with both hands. Gently extracting the letter, he felt its soft texture, likely a special material designed to withstand damage during transit. After perusing the report, which was brief, he grasped the essence. The enemy was confirmed to be planning an assault on Jinxia City, with details regarding their troop numbers, provisions, and weaponry to follow. After reviewing the report, he carefully resealed it and returned it with both hands. Suddenly realizing a pressing question, may I inquire how many defenders currently protect Jinxia City? Fewer than 30,000. I should inform you that in our last confrontation, my cavalry achieved considerable success in their sortie. Yet it did not fundamentally alter the outcome. This time, however, they come seeking vengeance for Huyan Haoyue. They will not cease until they have annihilated Jinxia City. One might say that to preserve life while sacrificing land is a fair trade. Yet, if we forsake the city, we must strategize anew. Your reasoning is quite sound, the general replied, her tone laced with sarcasm, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, she slammed her hand onto the table, glaring like an enraged leopard. If you abandon the city, do you think the military would hesitate to obliterate the one family? Do you wish to see the centuries of my family's legacy crumble under my watch? That was not my intention. Startled by her sudden outburst, Schweding paused, feigning composure. As the last scion of the Qi sect, I am naturally concerned for its future. If the general's resolve wavers, why should I risk the lives of my kin? Now that I understand the general's stance, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting you. Very well. If you can help me bolster our combat strength and defend Jinxia City, I shall endeavor to meet your requirements." The general leaned forward, her breath heavy upon Xue face, her once bright eyes now filled with malice. Her voice chilled him. "However, let me make myself clear. Should Jinxia City fall, I will expose your sect's whereabouts to the world, and you shall experience the relentless pursuit that ensues." Chapter 51. A fortune Xue despised being threatened. After 3 months of life and death trials, his temper had grown exceedingly fierce, having become a frequent visitor to the underworld. He would not be intimidated by mere words. If it came to it, he would not shy away from mutual destruction. His face flushed with anger, he took a moment to compose himself. "Very well. If that is the case, we are now allies. In addition to your efforts to meet our needs, I also require intelligence. After centuries, the landscape has shifted and our understanding is lacking. I need to reacquaint myself with the current world. Certainly, you may borrow books from here. However, some may pertain to military secrets, and you will need my permission to review them." As their conversation concluded, Jinxia City was enveloped in a torrential downpour. Xue borrowed an umbrella, only to discover that it was no ordinary one. It was light as a feather, its handle adorned with gold thread. The wealth of the one family was truly astonishing, as he squelched through the muddy streets back to the courtyard. He had barely sipped his tea when a convoy arrived. Without a word, the crew braved the rain to unload the cargo, 2 plump pigs squealing incessantly. Fan Yuqi wiped the sweat from his brow, snatched the teacup from Xue hands, and drained it in one gulp before returning it to him. He then produced a list from his pocket. At a glance, the list detailed 2 pigs, several rolls of fabric, military crossbows, various iron materials, and available craftsmen, culminating in an eye-catching total of 2,000 taels of silver. While the conversion to modern currency remained unknown to him, it was undoubtedly a significant sum. Seeing the cargo had been unloaded, Fan Yuqi bowed and said, "Please check the list against the goods. If everything is in order, kindly sign." Xue retrieved a brush, feeling as if he were signing for a package at his doorstep. His handwriting was crooked, eliciting an obvious look of disdain from Fan Yuqi, whose mustache twitched in disapproval. "Mr. Fan, I wonder why you were in such haste to deliver these items?" Fan Yuqi's face brightened at the address. "The general instructed us to deliver the goods within 2 hours. And I arrived in 1. I'm averse to delays. I bid you farewell." Xue politely escorted Fan Yuqi out, only to turn around and find the courtyard crowded with people, all chattering excitedly. "Wang Dayo! Wang Dayo! Wang Dayo!" Xue cupped his hands to his mouth and called out several times. "Here." Wang Dayo promptly stepped forward from the crowd. "I entrust these 2 pigs to you. Let's indulge in a feast today and let your culinary artistry delight everyone's palate." "Yes, sir." Wang Dayo enthusiastically saluted. "Wan Dama, here are the fabrics for you. Please use your beautiful hands and loving wisdom to craft some garments for the children, warming their bodies and hearts." "Certainly, Captain," Wan Dama replied, her expression serious as she awkwardly mimicked a salute, cradling the fabrics with joy. "Your words are so delightful today. It sounds like your mouth has been smeared with honey." Sheo Hongyu, present, using your wise intellect and genius ideas. Please study the crossbow, incorporating a labor-saving gear mechanism, aiming to achieve a level of operation manageable by a single individual. This task is of utmost importance and requires prompt completion. Understood, Captain. I assure you the task will be accomplished. May I ask, Captain, is today the new year? There seems to be an abundance of supplies. No. It is something I have procured under certain conditions. Before the sentence could be completed, it was interrupted by a crescendo of sobs. The beautiful girl, Zhuang Xinyu, was weeping, her tears cascading down, and her swollen eyes evoked a sense of pity. The young men around her immediately offered comfort. After a prolonged bout of crying, Zhuang Xinyu, through her sobs, remarked, "It must be that the captain endured humiliation and toiled tirelessly to secure this for us. The last time he returned, he was limping, always bearing heavy wounds. The captain is a good man. He silently bears his injuries, and this time he must have agreed to their harsh terms again. There is no tranquility in this world. It is all the captain who quietly bears the burden for us." Upon hearing this, the crowd was deeply moved, casting admiring glances at the captain, whose stature seemed to grow larger in their eyes. Xue was equally touched, silently praising Zhuang Xinyu in his heart for her perceptive nature. How could such a compassionate girl exist in this world? Why did I not encounter anyone like her in my past life? Wait, I am a being who has traversed time. Why did I not meet someone like her in university? Who would believe me if I said that I, a rare and extraordinary man, could also be rejected in romance? The heavens are indeed unjust, a youth questioned, but the captain seems unharmed this time. His face is clean and unblemished. Could it be a moral decline? Chen Jibin, habitual in his skepticism, widened his eyes, appearing distraught. Could it be that those women forced the captain to sacrifice himself? No wonder he was gone for so long. How heartless, how brutal. I should have gone instead. Chen Jibin thumped his chest in frustration, as if he had missed out on a lucrative deal. Suddenly, a fist struck him, blood oozing from his nose as he shielded his face with his hands. Another blow landing on his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Xue Ding recognized Su Xiaoyan as the assailant and felt a sense of relief, having indulged in an extra 2 buns and a large bowl of braised meat that evening. Upon returning to his quarters, he stared blankly at the several large boxes of silver, feeling slightly lightheaded. In modern times, how much would this be worth? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? How many fried rice dishes could it buy? How many large plates of chicken? How many video memberships could it afford? Ugh, I must abandon such trivial thoughts. For the first time, I have lost my grasp on the concept of money. Happiness has come too suddenly. Indeed, the adage rings true. To thrive in one's career, one must master the art of flattery. Observing the expressions of those who had benefited from such praise, I felt as though I had unlocked a new realm. Xue Ding called for Su Xiaoyan, who was equally astonished by the boxes of silver. Each silver ingot lay adorably arranged on the red cloth, and upon lifting one, it felt substantial. Where did all this come from? Is there really so much silver? Did you sell yourself? Sister Yin, how could you say that about me? It would hurt my feelings. Ugh, children speak without thinking. I was merely jesting. This is the result of a deal made with the female general. I observed that their crossbows were quite outdated, thus I proposed to assist in their improvement. She agreed, and these are merely the advance payments. I sought you out to manage these funds, to distribute salaries and procure necessary supplies. As you are the person I trust most, Sister Yan, Su Xiaoyan smiled brightly, her eyes shimmering. Your words bring me joy, but I am no housekeeper. Managing such trivial matters would surely lead to hair loss. There are others more suited for this task. Who? The logistics team leader, Li Shuhua. Although he opposed you during the leadership election, his capabilities are recognized by all. He has played a significant role in uniting the camp and ensuring its stable development. After the plane made an emergency landing, many within the camp had differing opinions, forming various factions, and it was he who mediated to achieve our current situation. I believe you should earnestly seek his cooperation. Chapter 52. Distributing silver. Then I shall seek him out now. No need to go. I have already summoned everyone for a meeting. With such a large sum of silver, improper distribution could lead to significant issues. I have taken the liberty to make a decision. Let us pool our wisdom. Yu Xiaoyan's bright eyes sparkled with beauty. The rain had ceased, and the sky turned dim. The small room was illuminated by numerous candles. With various opinion leaders of the camp gathered, some seated, others standing, each in different postures, a few individuals who had inspected the large boxes of silver wore expressions of astonishment. Xue Ding surveyed the room, directly narrating the details of his agreement with the female general before calmly stating, I propose to divide this money into 3 portions. The first will be for improving everyone's living conditions, clothes, socks, blankets, food, and medicine, to ensure basic security, with particular attention to the 2 pregnant women. The second portion will be allocated for salaries, rewarding hard work. For those without jobs, we will strive to provide them with work opportunities, ensuring everyone has a means to earn and thus a motivation to live. The third portion will primarily fund the necessary materials for production, aiding everyone's development, including crafting metal components, materials for modifying crossbows, hiring craftsmen, and supporting the scientific and medical teams in their research. Pausing, Xue Ding turned his gaze towards Li Shuhua, whose hair was styled in a 7-part fashion, and sincerely remarked, Mr. Li Shuhua, I hold your management skills in high regard. I would like to entrust all this money to you for management. Would that be agreeable? Li Shuhua regarded Xue Ding's kind smile with hesitation, not immediately assenting. His expression was grave, and his gaze sharp as an arrow in the cold night, reminiscent of a stern mathematics teacher from high school. Xue Ding patiently awaited Li Shuhua's response, the room falling into silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the burning candles. Li Shuhua lowered his head, clutching a dented thermos, his gaze wavering. After a lengthy pause, he slowly lifted his head, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he queried, "But I previously opposed you. Are you certain you wish for me to manage this money? Granting me full authority?" Shwedding felt a flicker of confusion within, pondering what Li Shuhua might be doubtful about. Did he suspect ulterior motives? Shwedding sighed softly, responding, "It is not entirely entrusted to you. The heads of various teams and others will hold oversight. Your primary responsibility will be to enhance everyone's living conditions and manage salary distribution. I have a few stipulations. Firstly, ensure the basic needs of all individuals are met. Secondly, salary distribution must not be arbitrary. It should adhere to principles of fairness and justice, ensuring that hard work is rewarded and that funds are managed sustainably. Thirdly, ensure that funding for production is sufficient, avoiding wastefulness." Upon hearing this, Li Shuhua scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. "You say all this, but may I inquire what I stand to gain? Money, options, or shares? I have plenty of money, and I own shares in numerous enterprises. I have witnessed my fair share of commercial battles and seen all manner of faces. While I was making waves in the business world, you were likely still in the shadows. I have been around for half my life. I no longer wish to be under someone else's command. And you? What do you possess? What qualifications do you have? Do you truly believe yourself to be the leader? Will you need to rely on your loudspeaker again?" His words struck like daggers, mercilessly piercing Shwedding, and the atmosphere in the room turned tense. Zhou Jigang stood silently nearby, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists. The others fell silent, their gazes fixed on Shwedding. Awaiting his reply, Yu Dada slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and began to shout, "I can't stand your face. Don't walk alone at night. You might get lost. I'll definitely smash your nose. So what if you have a high education, or are a senior executive, or have wealth? You think you're so impressive? You're replaceable. The camp would still function without you. After all this time, UVE become nothing. Shwedding was chosen by us. If you refuse to uphold the agreement, you can go wherever you please." Udato's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck, his furious demeanor akin to a predator poised to pounce on its prey. Yet, Li Shuhua did not retort. He merely cradled the thermos, leisurely sipping water, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze towards Shwedding carrying an evaluative quality. "I graduated from a second-tier university and went straight to work in an auto repair shop. And you, old man?" Shwedding stated calmly. Li Shuhua ignored him, opening the thermos and taking another sip. Shwedding had no desire to deliver grand speeches about the camp or world peace, nor did he wish to engage in a shouting match with Udatu. He also did not want to lower himself to speak in a submissive manner. After a moment of silence, Shwedding continued, "I have nothing to offer you. If you do well, you will earn my respect, that is all." His voice was steady and resolute, reverberating in the quiet room. Li Shuhua erupted in laughter, mockingly asking, "Then may I inquire, what is your respect worth? What kind of grand illusion is this? It is not worth much. Nor is it an illusion, and I do not wish to threaten anyone. Nor am I anyone as superior. I believe my respect may one day save your life." Shwedding's expression remained placid. As unperturbed as a tranquil well, Li Shuhua laughed heartily, his previous aggressive demeanor dissipating. "Your response is quite amusing. At least it is not so detestable. I accept this responsibility. Tomorrow, I will have the silver moved. You may rest assured." Shwedding nodded slightly, and then discussed the creation of arrow-making machinery and labor-saving pulleys with the relevant personnel, exploring how to construct a cutting machine, the methods for creating metal components, and leveraging water flow or horses for power, among a myriad of critical issues. Everyone expressed their opinions, meticulously dissecting all matters, subsequently establishing individual tasks and deadlines. Shwedding initially aspired to undertake the fabrication of a crucial component. Intending to utilize his work experience and innate craftsmanship, a young man named Xiao Hongyu resolutely emerged, engaging in a heated argument with Shwedding, causing Su Xiaoyan to frown in disapproval. Shwedding invoked his status as a company commander, while the individual surnamed Xiao brandished his senior woodworking certification and showcased his viral videos, leaving Shwedding speechless and tearfully relinquishing his claim to the production of the vital component. Who understands the plight of family members? Everyone has traversed time. Who among the sane carries identification? Discussions on various issues continued late into the night, As the saying goes, one's position determines one's thoughts. Xue Ding, seated in the commander's chair, felt as though overnight, one head was insufficient to contain his thoughts. Now, his mind was profoundly wearied. In his previous job, decisions were made by the boss, and as a mere cog in the corporate machine. He simply needed to follow orders and execute tasks without excessive contemplation. However, now that the responsibility of decision-making fell upon him, every issue required comprehensive consideration, leaving him utterly fatigued. After politely escorting everyone out of the courtyard, Xue Ding trudged back to his bedroom, collapsing into slumber. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, a blinding flash illuminating the night, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Nightmares descended once more. Chapter 53. The Master Strikes the City. Udata hurriedly arrived, drenched, yanking Xue Ding from his bed and thrusting a rifle into his hands, shouting, "This is bad. The city walls are swarming with enemies. They're attacking. We must fight back together. Hurry, quickly!" Xue Ding, stunned and dazed, held the rifle, recalling the harrowing scene of his last nightmare. Once again, Udata pulled Xue Ding along, leading the bewildered man into the courtyard. By this time, 7 or 8 individuals were fully equipped and ready for battle. Zhou Jigang gazed intently at Xue Ding, his eyes radiating determination and resolve, as if awaiting Xue Ding's final command to charge. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, and a massive red vortex materialized from thin air. Stirring the surrounding dark clouds, which began to shrink, the vortex's edge revealed a starry night sky, and the eerie sight sent chills down their spines. Xue Ding hastily grabbed a pair of binoculars. Witnessing a dazzling golden light at the vortex's center, where an elderly man with white brows and beard floated, enveloped in shimmering gold, continuously chanting incantations as the vortex spun around him, resembling the apocalypse. Am I dreaming, or is this surreal event unfolding in reality? Xue Ding bit his lip, fiercely pinching his thigh. Feeling a sharp pain, he closed his eyes and then opened them wide. The courtyard still held familiar faces, the red vortex still swirling above. This was not a dream. Suddenly, he raised his arm to bite, his teeth sinking into flesh until blood welled up. Upon opening his eyes again, he shivered in fright. Confronted by Udata's colossal face resembling a meteorite crater, anger and urgency surged within him as he shoved Udata away. Why Udata? Puzzled, asked, "Do you think this is a dream too?" I pinched myself already. It feels real, not a dream. Xue Ding scrutinized each person's expression, searching for clues in their faces. The team members gazed back at him, their faces mirroring shock and confusion. At that moment, the white-haired elder in the sky resembled an ancient deity, proudly suspended among the clouds. His snow-white hair danced wildly in the wind, akin to agile white serpents intertwining with the swirling dark clouds. Clad in an ancient robe adorned with peculiar runes that shimmered with golden light under the lightning. The elder extended his arms, rapidly shifting hand seals as if performing a finger dance, then pointed towards the city gate. The vortex's energy coalesced swiftly, and a golden orb manifested at his fingertips, transforming into a colossal beam of light that stretched several kilometers, enveloping the distant city gate. The city wall crumbled as if made of tofu, losing its gravitational hold, with massive stones soaring through the air. Moments later, not a single building remained intact near the city walls. Wails and cries echoed, reminiscent of the previous nightmare. Elder Yao soared into the sky from the camp, directing a distant plea at the figure at the vortex's center. Imploring mercy. "Enough of this noise," the elder declared, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned a flying sword, which instantly pierced Elder Yao, reducing him to ash as if he had never existed. The architect of the vortex then elegantly fled, leaving behind a rapidly dissipating terrifying whirlwind that transformed into dense dark clouds. The suspended rain resumed its descent, drenching the ground. With the city walls no longer providing protection, the enemy immediately launched an assault, and the clash of distant armies reverberated through the AI. Why Udata posed the question once more. Should we surrender or fight? Xue Ding gazed at the faces around him and resolutely shouted, "Fight! Follow me out. Let us carve out a future." A throng of individuals surged towards another city gate, not the one from the previous nightmare, having learned from past misfortunes and choosing a different direction. Soldiers clad in black armor had already scaled the city wall, and the defenders were valiantly resisting. with both sides locked in a stalemate. Xue Ding led a few individuals swiftly up the wall. Raising his rifle, he took down several foes in a matter of moments, while Zhou Jigang and the others opened fire, the rapid gunfire echoing through the air. Soon, all enemies on the walls were vanquished. Xue Ding approached the edge of the wall and peered down, instantly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness as he beheld the distant formation of enemy troops marching swiftly towards them. Resembling a massive crimson worm writhing across the earth, just like last time. Why? Why was there no escape from this Golden Gorge city? Xue Ding's heart roared with frustration, his gaze betraying a mix of defiance and despair. But it swiftly transformed into resolute determination. I refused to believe it. He hurried back down the wall, rallying everyone to break through in a different direction. However, before they could act, a horde of black-armored cavalry suddenly appeared behind them, swiftly surrounding them like a torrent of iron, completely cutting off their escape route. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed like thunder, raising clouds of dust as if heralding the arrival of hellish messengers. Xue Ding commanded the elderly and vulnerable to gather in one spot, to be led by designated individuals to swiftly move in another direction. He could not allow the tragedy of the past to repeat itself. Subsequently, he and Zhou Jigang remained behind to hold off the enemy, ready to sacrifice their lives to secure a slim chance of survival for others. Suddenly, a contingent of silver-armored cavalry appeared to their right, led by none other than Wen Jinxian, her armor gleaming brilliantly. Without hesitation, she charged forward with a battalion of cavalry closely following her. Wen Jinxuan's expression was stern, her gaze as unyielding as iron, embodying a battlefield goddess leading her riders into a fearless clash with the black-armored cavalry. Observing this, Xue Ding and the others hurriedly moved closer, raising their rifles to shoot. In an instant, gunfire erupted, flames igniting the air. The black-armored cavalry fell one after another under this sudden onslaught, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling into crimson rivers. The silver-armored cavalry, in tight coordination with Xue Ding and his companions, swiftly overwhelmed the pursuing black-armored soldiers through their indomitable fighting spirit and seamless collaboration. At last, victory was theirs, and cheers erupted among the group. Wen Jinxian, riding a majestic steed, exuded an aura of authority. Her beautiful armor stained with enemy blood, beaming a smile at Xue Ding. Just as she was about to speak, a long spear darted through the air like a venomous snake, piercing her from behind. Her smile froze instantly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Weakly, she tumbled from her horse, resembling a proud snow lotus abruptly plucked from its stem. Xue Ding rushed forward to catch her, blood gushed from her mouth. Her gaze fixed on Xue Ding, as if 1,000 words were trapped within her but could not escape. Her voice, faint as a flickering candle in the wind, struggled to utter the words. If only I had met you sooner, how wonderful it would have been. A tear of reluctance fell from the corner of her eye, followed by her arm falling limply, her life extinguished. Chapter 54. Sacrificing the Secret Treasure. Xue Ding's mind was struck like a bolt from the blue. His heart wrenched in agony, an excruciating pain that felt as if it would tear his soul apart. Though he had experienced this once in a previous dream, witnessing such a scene again was unbearable. As if the entire world crumbled at that moment, he could not deny that, at some point, when Jinxian had carved out a significant space in his heart, "Those who surrender shall not be killed," proclaimed a middle-aged man in a blue robe, unfamiliar to Xue Ding. Judging by his attire, he seemed to belong to the same lineage as the formidable figure within the vortex. Before he could finish speaking, a dozen experts, appearing like phantoms, surrounded them from all directions, eyeing the remnants of collapsed buildings and the streets. Each corner held a blue-robed master. Varying in height and build, they all shared a disdainful and contemptuous glint in their eyes as they coldly regarded the group, as if observing a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Any silver-armored guards that approached were swiftly dispatched, either decapitated or bisected. The scene unfolded with horrifying ease, blood quickly staining the ground, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. These individuals possess an overwhelming strength, one that instills a sense of despair. In but a moment, the scattered inhabitants of the camp were driven back upon inspection. It was evident that their numbers had diminished significantly. Zhou Jigang inquired in astonishment, "Why are there so few remaining?" Zhuang Xinyu, covering her mouth, wept bitterly, "Many have perished. We encountered formidable foes. Eru, Chen Jibin, and Wan Dama have all been slain. Woe is me. The middle-aged man at the forefront gazed calmly at Xue Ding and spoke slowly. I am Zhang Mengzi, an elder from the outer sect of Kunyuanzong. These are all masters of our sect. Beyond the city, there lies an army of tens of thousands, watching with bated breath. You cannot escape. If you command your companions to cease their resistance, I shall grant you the privilege of becoming my direct disciple. I will impart to you my teachings, bestow upon you elixirs of immortality, and you shall enjoy worldly riches. Zhang Mengzi contemplated silently. Judging by the sounds of the recent battle, they bear a resemblance to the thunder described in the reports. They must be the very ones who killed Hu Yin Haoyue. Offering them up would surely earn me the sect's favor. All awaited Xue Ding's response. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xue Ding took a few strides forward, knelt before the middle-aged man in blue robes. His rear elevated, forehead pressed firmly to the ground, and with an impassioned tone declared, I wish to be your disciple. Esteemed master, it is my greatest fortune, and I am overwhelmed with honor. I am willing to serve you with all my strength. I implore you to allow my companions to surrender to Kunyuanzong. The swiftness of his appeal to become a disciple left the crowd in shock. Moments ago, he had appeared resolute in his resistance. Yet now he had transformed so dramatically. The middle-aged man in blue robes leaned in slightly and whispered, under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable, but Hu Yin Shuofeng has commanded a massacre. I cannot openly defy his orders, lest I incur the wrath of my superiors. Choose 10 individuals instead. I am powerless to assist the rest. Master, I cannot bear to witness the demise of my friends and family, I beseech you. Exercise mercy and allow them to depart quietly, as if they had never come. The middle-aged man in blue robes, his expression grave, replied with a hint of resentment. How could you be so foolish? Since ancient times, the path of cultivation has been one of defiance against the heavens. I am aiding you in severing your ties to the mortal realm. If you do not extricate yourself from the mundane, how can you stabilize your mind and attain enlightenment? If you seek to enter my sect, the first step is to renounce your earthly attachments. Choose wisely. Why you Datu, standing nearby, discerned Xue Ding's dilemma and suggested, Brother Ding, select those children. Every life saved is a victory. I fear not for my own. The pale and bloodied captain of the female guard, struggling to raise her hand, pointed weakly at Xue Ding, spitting bloodied phlegm as her teeth ground together. Coward. You have disappointed the young lady. You will live like a dog henceforth. Zhou Jigang let out a soft sigh, gently patting Xue Ding's shoulder, his voice low yet resolute. Do not bear the weight of guilt, Xue Ding. This is a matter of life and death, and you must consider it carefully. Whatever decision you make, we will stand by you. Make your choice. His gaze revealed a mix of resignation and unwavering support for Xue Ding. After much hesitation, Xue Ding finally inhaled deeply and resolved to act. He abruptly lifted his leg and hastened to the middle-aged man in blue robes, dropping to his knees with a thud, his body bowing forward in complete humility. His voice trembled yet remained earnest. Master, I have been ungrateful. Becoming a cultivator is my lifelong aspiration. I am willing to offer treasures, one for each life spared, and I hope you will grant me this boon. His eyes brimmed with supplication as he gazed at the blue-robed man, who appeared to be his last hope. Oh, what treasures do you possess? If they satisfy me, it may be possible, the middle-aged man in blue robes replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This youth is indeed shrewd, and I need not fear any tricks. I am in the foundational stage, nearing the middle tier of spiritual refinement, and eliminating him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Please wait, esteemed master. Xue Ding, having spoken, hurriedly retrieved a cylindrical object from his chest, handling it with the utmost care as if it were the most precious of treasures. With a subtle twist, he removed the iron ring, controlling its direction as he placed it into the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. Why Dada's expression twitched, while Zhou Jigang and Zhou Qi instinctively took a couple of steps back. Exchanging complex glances, the middle-aged man in blue robes examined the metallic cylinder, its weight substantial and its surface cool, faint red glimmers flickering upon it. Could it be some sort of magical artifact? As he released the lever, the head emitted a hissing sound, startling him as he queried, What is this slender lever? At that moment, Xue Ding was beaded with sweat yet maintained a smiling demeanor. His voice tinged with urgency, This is a handle. designed for easily opening the cylinder to extract the elixirs within. These elixirs were left by my clan. They are of no use to mortals. Yet are exceedingly precious. One of the disciples exclaimed in excitement, Elixirs? Who do you think you're fooling? Open it and let us see. If not, I shall slay you. The brothers eagerly grasped the lever, tugging with all their might, yet the head remained unmoved. Shueding silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. He immediately dropped to the ground, covering his head, while Zhou Jigang and the others quickly followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. High explosive grenades detonated in the hands of the master and brothers, enveloping the area in flames and a powerful shockwave that toppled everything around them. After a moment, Shueding, having been closer to the blast, was left disoriented and dazed. However, having endured similar experiences before, he suffered minimal injury. He raised his head to exchange a glance with Udatu, who chuckled, each of them giving a thumbs up. Turning back, he beheld a scene of billowing smoke. The recently acknowledged master stood amidst it. Steam rising from his body, arms vanished without a trace, his jaw missing, and his face a gruesome sight, a far cry from its former imposing visage. His voice emerged from his throat, strained and raspy, as if uttering a curse from the depths of hell. You dared to scheme against me. Shueding's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, You're still alive. In a fit of rage, the master staggered forward, each step a laborious effort, his blood staining the earth beneath him. His body swayed precariously before suddenly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Shueding scrambled to his feet, shouting, Brothers, attack! Follow me into battle. The remaining silver-armored guards, roused by Shueding's rallying cry, swiftly armed themselves and joined the fray. Yet, what they had hoped would be a breakout turned into a dire entrapment as enemy forces surged forth like a tide, encircling them with an ever-increasing number of black-armored soldiers. With ammunition running low, facing the enemy's oceanic tactics left them severely constrained, forcing them to conserve every shot. Grasping Wen Jinxian's sword tightly, Shueding swung it with fervor, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. He fought fiercely on all sides, each strike imbued with boundless rage and power, striving to break free. However, upon glancing back, his heart sank. His companions lay lifeless in pools of blood. All who had followed him were gone. A wave of sorrow engulfed him, and in a moment of distraction, an enemy severed his arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet the foe was not satisfied and raised a long knife, cleaving his leg as well, leaving him unsteady as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Surrounding soldiers surged forth, countless spears aimed at him, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. A Shueding jolted awake from the nightmare, his eyes wide in fear and fury. The room was enveloped in darkness. Rain continued to pour outside, droplets pattering against the window. He quickly raised his arm, relieved to find it intact, then checked his abdomen and calf. Discovering no wounds, the intense pain had vanished. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt a lingering heat at the phantom wounds, massaging the area in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, yet the sensation persisted. An unwelcome shadow. Rising, he lit a candle, filling the room with a warm, flickering glow. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine. He reached back to find his shirt damp with sweat, clinging to his skin. Observing the disheveled bed, he noted the absence of Sister Yinyan, yet the lingering warmth suggested she had recently left. For reasons unknown, a profound emptiness settled within him. He longed for someone to confide in, to dispel the gloom and terror that plagued him. Glancing over, he spotted 2 steaming buns and a bowl of thin porridge on the table. Only when the steamed bun filled my stomach and the warm porridge slid down did the tension in my heart begin to dissipate. In the realm of dreams, no one survived, not even myself. What on earth was happening? I found myself trapped in a series of nightmares, each so vivid that I genuinely believed I had perished until the very last moment. Moments later, the crowing of a rooster broke the silence, its sound piercing through the quiet rain. The sky continued to weep, and Shueding donned his military uniform before stepping out the door. The cavalryman who awaited him had changed. He clasped his fists in salute and said, The general has requested that you expedite the improvements on the crossbows at the manor in the coming days. The training of the personal guard can be addressed later. Suddenly, the proprietor announced that there would be no work today, filling my heart with unrestrained joy. an elation ingrained in the bones of one accustomed to toil. This dreary weather, with its incessant rain, was truly best suited for sleep. My wife, ever compassionate, had touched my heart, justifying the tears I shed in my dream, overwhelmed by emotion. Next time, I must converse more with you in my dreams. Your lines were but a single sentence, even fewer than those of a mere extra. Since it was merely a dream, could it be possible that, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild? While outwardly I remained courteous, responding, "Thank you for the information, young sir. Do come by for a drink whenever you have the chance." "Very well, my gratitude. I take my leave now," the cavalryman said before turning his horse around. The sound of hooves gradually fading into the distance. The scenes from the dream lingered vividly in my mind. That celestial master was named Zhang Mengzi. Dingu, what Zhang Mengzi? Was it not simply a nightmare? Why the fuss? Udata munched on his steamed bun as he emerged from the room, his words muffled by food. Early that morning, Xueding solemnly summoned Udatu, Zhou Jigang, and Su Xiaoyan to the courtyard. His expression was pained, his eyes reflecting profound worry. This dream felt too real. My arm was severed by the enemy, and I could truly feel it being cut off. My belly was pierced by a spear. And I felt as if my stomach had been laid open. My senses, smell, touch, hearing, were indistinguishable from reality. I was on the verge of madness. Had I not risen from my bed to see you all again, I would have been uncertain whether I was dreaming. Moreover, I have had this dream twice, each time drenched in blood, where no one survived in Jinxia City, not even myself. That Huyan Shuofeng ordered the massacre and would spare no one within the city. His voice brimmed with fear and helplessness, as if recounting an inescapable curse. Chapter 56. I will die of embarrassment. Zhou Jigang inquired, "Did you summon us for this?" "Indeed. I suspect this is not merely a nightmare. It serves as a warning to me. It must be connected to that golden bone." "What golden bone?" Zhou Jigang and Udata asked in unison. Xueding swallowed his words, casting a glance at Su Xiaoyan, who rested her chin on her hand, her face turned away in displeasure. "Well, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is, should the events in the dream come to pass, what shall we do?" Zhou Jigang analyzed. "Since we crossed over, our very existence is extraordinary. When I saw you riding that large cat, delivering old Mo to Jinxia City, I thought I was dreaming. Perhaps your instincts are indeed accurate, suggesting that we may face such a situation in the future." Why Udata perked up. "Do elaborate on the dream you had." "First, there was a superlative immortal cultivator from the Kuan-Yuan sect. He wielded celestial powers, summoning a massive red vortex in the sky, then unleashed a beam of light that obliterated a segment of the northern city wall, slaying Old Yao with a flying sword. Following that, a multitude of cavalry surged in the first dream. I fled toward the eastern city gate, only to be besieged by two enemy forces in the second dream. I ran to the western city gate, encountering masters from the Kuan-Yuan sect. All ended in failure, and ultimately, we perished. The trio fell silent after hearing the details of Xueding's dream. Why Udata asked, "How did I fare in your dream? Was I particularly majestic?" Xueding silently scoffed. "How dare you ask? The first to perish among us was you. Your prominent head is a beacon for enemies. They spot you at first glance, and those blades and spears do not hold back." "Honestly, it's quite hurtful," Xueding said with a pout. "Brother Datu, you were indeed quite impressive, single-handedly wreaking havoc. You moved in and out, south and north, without a single adversary to match you. Your grand presence could change the very heavens, and all soldiers, armed with sharp blades, dared not advance, fleeing in terror at your roar. Really? Am I truly that formidable?" Udatu, full of admiration, eagerly inquired, "And what happened in the end?" "In the end, we fought together until the very last." Xueding's expression darkened. The atmosphere grew somber as everyone sensed his despondency. "What about me?" Su Xiaoyan broke the oppressive silence. "You said everyone perished. How did I meet my end?" Xueding was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the question. Indeed, in both nightmares, he had failed to notice the absence of one person, his only kin in this unfamiliar world. "You were not in my dreams." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan pouted, her eyes reddening with tears that threatened to spill as she gazed toward the sky, holding back her emotions. From a psychological perspective, dreams are manifestations of the subconscious. Xueding's subconscious likely wished to shield her from harm. hence her absence in his dreams. She must hold great significance in his heart, Zhou Jigang analyzed. Su Xiaoyan turned her head away, hastily wiping her tears with her fingers, though the mist in her eyes remained evident. If we follow this logic, the next time you cannot distinguish reality, just check if I am present, and it will clarify everything, right? Indeed. You truly are a bright scholar, Udata praised, giving a thumbs up. How could you have such peculiar dreams? What makes you so unique? What triggered this? Do you have any clues? Zhou Jigang asked earnestly. Su Xiaoyan interjected. I know. He discovered a golden bone in a peculiar stream from a strange valley, about the length of an arm. And for fun, he acknowledged it with low blood. To his surprise, the golden bone entered his belly directly. Su Xiaoyan gestured to indicate the length of her arm, speaking without a hint of embarrassment. Udatu immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, his excitement palpable. Could such a thing happen? Let me examine your body. His eyes darted toward Xueding's rear. Xueding swiftly moved behind Su Xiaoyan, glaring with wide, startled eyes. Don't you dare. I would rather die than bend. Quickly, tell me, do you possess any special abilities? Can you fly? Or has your strength increased? Or can you shoot lasers from your eyes? After pondering for a while, Xueding replied, aside from having nightmares, I don't seem to have any special abilities. I suppose I have become more handsome. Does that count? To be honest, I don't believe you're significantly more handsome than I am. Udata said with utmost sincerity, before his eyes wandered. Have you tried calling for a system or an elder? I've seen other travelers do that. I tried everything I could think of. But nothing worked. Then this is intriguing, Udata mused, stroking his chin. Seeing his expression, Xueding suddenly slammed the table. From this moment forth, I declare this matter a top secret as your camp leader, and one is to disclose it. What about me? Udata retorted. I am always tight-lipped, brother. Do not let slip a single word, or it could cost me dearly, Xueding warned, narrowing his eyes. Why Udatu's playful demeanor vanished as he nodded gravely. Of course, it could cost me dearly. Just imagine, on a sunlit afternoon, you stroll through a meadow filled with flowers alongside a stunningly beautiful woman, engaging in delightful conversation until evening falls, as the atmosphere becomes charged. You wish to share a kiss and perhaps more. At tea that moment, the lovely lady gently inquires, what about that long stick inside you? Will it poke me? How would I respond? I would die of embarrassment. Such a scenario must never happen. Suddenly, Xueding remembered something. By the way, brother Gang, what about that enormous sniper rifle? I need it tonight. Zhou Jigang, taken aback, asked, who are you planning to shoot? You must know there are spies in the city. If gunfire is detected, we will be obvious targets. I don't intend to shoot anyone. I merely wish to see if I can eliminate that little golden figure in my dream. I want to find out whether he is formidable or if my weapon is. Xueding's gaze hardened. Zhou Jigang fell silent, pondering whether that heavy sniper rifle was even a game for him. Noticing Zhou Jigang's silence, Xueding continued, to ensure everyone's safety, we must first safeguard Jianxia City. If the walls are breached and a multitude of enemies pour in, the consequences would be dire. Should the events of the dream materialize in the future, then eliminating that powerful adversary may be our only chance of survival. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jigang chose to trust Xueding's judgment. I have hidden the rifle in a secret location. I will deliver it to you this afternoon. The scientific team has deciphered part of the recordings from the plane's hard drive and found that the rifle was not intended for human use. Xueding stared at Zhou Jigang, sensing a hint of mockery in his words. That is a weapon still undergoing testing, intended for deployment with robots, belonging to the high-precision anti-material series. The sighting devices and reserve sockets on the gun body attest to this fact. Only machines can endure such significant recoil over extended periods. Wow, Ding Gu is impressive. I always knew he was no ordinary person. Why Udata once again extended his thumb in admiration. I never expected you to handle that gun so expertly. It currently lacks a name. Why don't you give it one? Zhou Jigang's voice emerged, heavy with contemplation. Chapter 57. Seeking medical advice. Xueding reflected on the scenes from battle, astonished that each time he used that gun, he felt as though he would be shaken to pieces. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, how about shaken to pieces? Su Xiaoyan scoffed disdainfully. Do you have no culture? With a gun of such magnitude, anyone struck by a shot would surely perish. Listen to me. Let us call it equal for all beings. Zhou Jigang placed a hand on his forehead. What sort of names are these? Can't they be more imposing? The courtyard bustled with activity. Upon receiving their share of silver, everyone greeted Xue Ding with beaming faces, affectionately addressing him as boss. Under the guise of an inspection, Xue Ding entered the medical team's quarters. The small room was cluttered with moldy, green fruits, and he found Professor Zhao Xue, who was engrossed in an experiment. Seizing the opportunity with no one else around, he quickly pulled Zhao Xue aside, requesting a physical examination. Professor Zhao, clad in a thick, coarse mask and large plastic glasses, furrowed his brow, her voice muffled. "Can you please not bother me? I'm in the midst of creating penicillin. If you need a physical checkup, others are available. Seek them out." The matter was serious. "I have something peculiar inside my abdomen." "What peculiar thing? Are you about to give birth? If you dare deceive me, I shall strike you," Zhao Xue said, a hint of anger rising, fearing that her batch of penicillin might be ruined. After removing her mask and cleaning up, Zhao Xue was led by Xue Ding to a private medical room, locking the door behind them. Xue Ding immediately removed his upper clothing, revealing his toned abs. Zhao Xue's eyes widened. Adjusting her bifocals, she teased, in broad daylight, "What are you trying to do? I'm over 50. I can't view this." Xue Ding's expression turned fearful as he waved his arms, gesturing the length and girth. "Professor Zhao, something entered my abdomen. It is this long and this thick. I can feel it moving inside me, gradually pushing upward." Zhao Xue circled around him, probing his strong abdomen with her hands, but found nothing unusual. She inquired, "What is going on? Where did such a long rod enter? It wouldn't be from the back, would it?" "Oh, you young people have such creative ways of playing." A smirk curled at her lips, revealing disdain. Xue Ding, near tears, implored, "Stop joking. That thing didn't enter from the back. It came in from the front, right at my navel. That golden rod simply touched my abdomen and vanished. It didn't follow any normal route. Then I felt a current surge into my belly, tingling all over. I need you to remove it. Do you have any means?" Zhao Xue's expression turned grave as she instructed Xue Ding to lie on the examination table, pressing firmly on his abdomen. After flipping him over and examining him thoroughly, she sighed. "I can't find anything. If only I could order an ultrasound. If what you say is true, then such a large rod, unless it's a magical staff that can change size, I should be able to detect it. This is truly bizarre." In a moment of desperation, Xue Ding handed Zhao Xue a surgical knife. "Professor, don't you perform surgeries? Come, open me up and take it out." Zhao Xue hesitated, replying, "I do enjoy dissecting things. Typically, it's for experimentation. I've performed numerous surgeries in my youth, but consider the current conditions. No plasma, no instruments, and even the scalpel was sharpened by me. I can cut you open, but I can't guarantee I'll find that thing. The risks are too great. Perhaps we should wait until you pass away." Xue Ding was left speechless. Do these experts speak so freely? He insisted to Zhao Xue that this matter was of utmost importance and must not be disclosed to anyone else. Then, he followed Zhao Xue to where Chen Jibin was joyfully interacting with the young female doctors. To his surprise, Chen Jibin turned out to be a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. His usual carefree demeanor had obscured this fact. Chen Jibin examined Xue Ding's tongue and abdomen, finally adopting a composed posture as he took Xue Ding's pulse, producing a series of clicking sounds. The surrounding female doctors and Xue Ding watched anxiously. "Ah, this pulsed. This K. Your body done. This K. Xue Ding's heart sank. "Could it be that I am gravely ill, and that rod is corroding my body?" After a while, Chen Jibin furrowed his brow and finally spoke. "Your body shows no signs of illness. You're as robust as an ox, capable of plowing the fields 3 times in one night." Xue Ding blinked innocently, questioning, "What does it mean to plow 3 times in one night?" The nearby young female doctors burst into laughter. Feeling dejected, Xue Ding made his way to the scientific team, where wooden bicycles were lined up in the corridor. He spotted Wei Zhongzhu, sweating profusely as he pedaled away. Clearing his throat, he joked, "You just received your payment, and you're already so brazenly slacking off? I might have to dock your pay. You have no idea. We've been trying to decode that hard drive recovered from the helicopter. The solar panels aren't generating enough power. That's why we created this bicycle generator. Didn't you see the massive copper wire coils below? These wires were brought directly from the aircraft. I was just joking. I wanted to know when you could charge my phone. The primary power supply should prioritize scientific research. If you wish to charge your phone, you can come here at night to pedal the bicycle." Or you can rent a power bank for 10 copper coins a day. Wei Zhongzhu chuckle point 10 copper coins could buy 20 buns. Is it really that exploitative? It's already a discount. Use it or leave it. Xue Ding shifted the topic, pulling Wei Zhongzhu aside to a secluded spot, grasping the professor's withered hand with a pained expression. Professor Wei, you are my only hope. Have you ever seen a rod so long that it suddenly entered my navel? Wei Zhongzhu yanked his hand away. What are you talking about? Is your navel that large? Can it even fit anything? Yes, but you must promise me not to tell anyone. This is top secret. Understood? After a lengthy discussion, Wei Zhongzhu found Xue Ding's account hard to believe and began palpating his abdomen. In the macro universe, energy is conserved, right? Yes. And matter cannot spontaneously arise or vanish. Correct. So it shrank and then entered your body. Is that what happened? That seems to be the case. This is truly perplexing. According to my understanding, it should have transformed into energy the moment it touched you, entering your abdomen. How could normal matter shrink? But what would that imply? Following the novelist's explanation, could it be that the golden rod harbors a residual consciousness, which transformed into energy and entered your body with the intent of seizing control over you? Aiming for resurrection? Wei Zhongzhu's hypotheses sent shivers down Xue Ding's spine. He handed over the books he had received from Wen Jinxian to Professor Wei before departing. To distract himself, Xue Ding ventured to the construction site to check on the progress of the machinery fabrication. The site was bustling with activity, a large shed erected, with everyone performing their tasks diligently, producing numerous components laid out on the ground. The design for the crossbow's pulley system was taking shape, and a lathe for crafting arrows had been set up, alongside several massive wooden frames, part of the power structure. The advantage of so many travelers was that certain tasks need not be personally attended to. Specialized matters could be entrusted to experts. However, the downside was the lack of a sense of involvement and the satisfaction of manually crafting machinery. It was imperative to uncover the secrets of the nightmare. If it persisted, it might drive one to madness, leading to a fate of recklessly slaying deities. With funds in hand, Xue Ding invested in a frail yellow horse and trotted along to the second-floor residence of the female general. Chapter 58. The beautiful monkey. The study on the second floor exuded an air of tranquility, with rows of neatly arranged bookshelves that evoked the charm of an ancient library. Xue Ding returned the gold-threaded umbrella and encountered Wen Jinxian, adorned in a green dress. Today, she was not in battle armor, her hair simply tied back, resembling a scholarly figure. Despite her scholarly demeanor, her beauty was undeniable. A petite maid stood by the window, playfully tending to the plants, occasionally refilling Wen Jinxian's crystal-clear teacup. Wen Jinxian sat at the desk, quietly perusing a book, yet her mind was restless as she observed Xue Ding rummaging through the shelves, frowning as she asked, "Is there a treasure hidden among my books? You've been searching for half an hour." Hearing this, Xue Ding paused, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. How time flies. The general's collection is indeed extensive. I momentarily lost track of time. When Jinxian, irritated, slid a delicate jade bookmark into the book. "What are you looking for? Perhaps you could tell me about it, and I shall assist you in your search." Xue Ding meticulously perused the collection, yet found not a single mention of the Qingyun fruit. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously described, "I am investigating a lead concerning a golden bone. An elder from the sect mentioned that there exists a bone as long as a human forearm and as thick as a wrist. Although it resembles a bone, its surface possesses a metallic luster, akin to gold yet reminiscent of bone." When Jinxian searched her mind for a moment and replied, "On the third shelf, second row, fifth book, illustrated bestiary, page 53, take a look." Following her directions, Xue Ding indeed located the book, swiftly flipping through the pages to examine its contents. When Jinxian continued, "This creature is known as the fire-swallowing gold, which dwells in the vicinity of molten lava, fond of devouring metals. The text reveals that after it is hunted, its bones are golden, though they are not made of gold. Once removed from the valley, they turn black. Is there anything more?" Xue Ding inquired, sensing there might be more to discover. "The sixth book on the third row, Chronicles of the Supernatural, page 24. You might find something there." When Jianchuan's voice was clear and melodious, like a golden aureole, there, it records a spirit beast called the phoenix spirit bird. After its demise, its bones can emit a golden sheen in sunlight, making it excellent material for crafting bone flutes. Its length is roughly that of a forearm. Xue Ding scrutinized the illustrated text and its descriptions, finding the content captivating. However, he closed the book, shaking his head. The bones of the phoenix spirit bird are actually white. They only reveal a golden hue under sunlight. Is there anything else? When Jin Xian sighed in impatience, this world is teeming with rare and mystical beasts, who knows how many? How can you expect to find them in my modest library? It would be far more prudent to bring forth the item and let an erudite individual discern its nature. Perhaps they could provide you with some clues. Xue Ding remained undeterred, his urgency palpable. Aside from these creatures, is there a possibility that one could cultivate to achieve a golden bone? Generally, practitioners focus on cultivating themselves in their early stages and abandon such notions upon ascension. Who would endeavor to cultivate a golden bone? Though, one cannot say for certain. The world is replete with various techniques, and it is conceivable that certain methods might yield such an effect. It is also possible that some individuals transform their own bones into magical artifacts. Beyond that, I cannot offer further insight. You may seek elsewhere. Xiaofu, please see our guest out. With a flick of her delicate hand, she signaled her maid to escort him away. I shall set this question aside for now. But do you happen to know of a spell that gathers dark clouds, siphoning the power of lightning within, to condense golden light in one's hand, which can then be unleashed as a beam capable of demolishing an entire city wall? Xue Ding illustrated the actions from his nightmare with great seriousness. On the 5th shelf, 3rd row, 11th book, Records of Celestial Arts, page 130. Xue Ding hurried to the shelf, promptly opening the book, where he found an illustrative demonstration. When Jin Xian spoke softly, this technique employs formations to channel sword energy for breaching city walls, yet it can only create a single breach at a time. What you describe would either require a formidable practitioner of the nascent soul stage or the use of an immensely powerful formation. However, with the strength of the nascent soul, crumbling mountains and stones is a trivial task. One could eliminate any foe at will. Why then would they waste effort on dismantling a wall? If it were indeed a formation, it must have been meticulously prepared over a long period. Otherwise, the experts within the city would have discovered it long ago. Xue Ding gazed at the records of celestial arts, feeling it was beyond comprehension. The various techniques such as cloud-turning palm, tidal wave skill, and azure water sword displayed an array of effects and characteristics, all peculiar and diverse. Yet, most were combat-oriented. He questioned whether there might be an element of exaggeration involved. While they might be formidable in ordinary circumstances, breaching a thick earthen city wall of several meters was no simple feat. Even a slightly weaker nascent soul practitioner would struggle. Should this be a formation, what kind would possess such power? Xue Ding asked, furrowing his brow. I cannot say for certain. The intricacies of formations are profoundly enigmatic. Most formations serve to assist practitioners in gathering energy for combat. I have seldom heard of one specifically designed to obliterate city walls. Why do you inquire about these peculiar matters today? Have you encountered some troubling circumstance? Xue Ding hesitated, feeling compelled to share. After all, they were in a collaborative relationship, and the destruction of the wall would bode ill for all. To be candid, I have been plagued by nightmares, twice, identical in nature. Initially, a powerful being hovered in the sky, employing celestial arts to gather clouds, and subsequently unleashed a devastating beam of light that annihilated the city wall completely. An elder named Yao endeavored to intervene but was slain by a flying sword. And then an immense army surged forth from beyond the city, leaving no survivors within Jinsha City, including you and me. As he spoke, he found himself unable to contain his agitation, his fists clenched tightly. When Jin Xian observed the anguish etched upon Xue Ding's face, sensing his sincerity, and replied solemnly, after all, it was merely a dream. It cannot be taken as truth. Surely, it is a manifestation of your incessant thoughts, leading to such visions. Perhaps you do not believe that Jinsha City can withstand an assault. This is not a matter of belief. We are all monkeys on the same tree, sharing in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. What if these nightmares are prophetic? What if there truly are nefarious individuals secretly arranging a formation, poised to strike when the army arrives, breaching the wall in one fell swoop? Pa, you are the monkey. An ugly one at that, bouncing about whenever a fight breaks out, the young maid interjected, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Xue Ding retorted playfully, indeed, I am the ugly monkey, but you are merely a little monkey. Your lady is a stunningly beautiful monkey. Oh, oh, oh. He mimicked the sounds and movements of a monkey as he spoke. The young maid's face flushed crimson with indignation. She set down the teapot, rolled up her sleeves to reveal her petite arms, and raised her tiny fists, ready to retaliate. Schweding swiftly leaped aside, exclaiming, "What are you planning? I must inform you. I am a master of martial arts. I cannot engage in petty squabbles with you." "Pah! What kind of master are you? Sister Yuer can easily knock you down, and so can I." The young maid rushed forward, brandishing her tiny fists. Finding nowhere to escape, Schweding dashed behind Wen Jinxian, exclaiming, "Your little maid has quite the temper. Does she not know how to treat guests?" Wen Jinxian interjected, diffusing the standoff as she addressed Schweding. "There are experts monitoring the city daily. Should anyone set up a formation, there will undoubtedly be fluctuations in spiritual energy, and we will be aware of it in due time." After this commotion, Wen Jinxian lost her desire to continue reading. Rising to her feet, she prepared to depart. Schweding hastily asked, "May I take these books to read?" "No, these books were painstakingly collected by Grandpa Yao and our fellow disciples. You may read them here. Xiaofu, accompany me for a stroll with that." She descended the stairs with a swift gait. Xiaofu followed closely behind, and as they left, she did not forget to display her tiny fists in a show of defiance. Perfect timing, Schweding thought. Quickly retrieving his phone to snap pictures, bustling with excitement, before long, he had captured several images of the books. Without hesitation, he poured himself a cup of tea from the jade pot, drinking several cups in quick succession. Once Schweding felt satisfied, he exited the small building, only for Xiaofu to reveal herself. "Miss, that fellow was using a black wooden block aimed at the books. He even sat in your seat and drank from your cup. How outrageous. There's no need. Just wash it. What will I use if you throw it away?" "Ah, miss, how is there such a beautiful box on the table?" Xiaofu exclaimed, pointing in surprise. Wen Jinxian quickly took the box, opening its exquisite packaging to reveal a note that read, "This is a moisturizing cream, known for its beautifying properties. I could not bear to see the general toil, causing her beauty to suffer. This small token is merely a gesture of goodwill." When Jinxian gently extracted the contents, the cream box shimmering like colorful crystals, exquisite and radiant, exuding an enchanting glow. Beneath the box lay a palm-sized mirror. The young maid gasped, "Miss, how can there be such a beautiful stone in the world? And such a bright mirror?" When Jinxian gazed into the mirror, which reflected her stunning visage, murmuring to herself, "Beautiful monkey?" Upon returning to his quarters, Schweding meticulously examined the contents on his phone. He pondered uncertainly about the gift he had sent. He wondered whether the female general was pleased, having acquired it at great cost and with much persuasion from the camp's female soldiers. Gift-giving was an art in which he excelled. In a moment of distraction, Schweding drifted into slumber, only to be assailed once more by that nightmare. Chapter 59. Destructive golden lightning Udativ burst through the door. Drenched and in a hurry, yanking Schweding from his bed and thrusting a rifle into his hands, Schweding, bleary-eyed, responded with a sense of urgency, "There's trouble. Outside the city wall, enemies swarm in dense numbers. And they are attacking. We must fight our way out. Hurry, quick." Two voices overlapped, speaking in perfect unison, causing Udadu to blink in astonishment. "How did you know what I was about to say?" Schweding ignored him, focusing on tying his shoelaces, leisurely dressing, sipping cool water from the table, and even attempting to tame his tousled hair, while Udatu, growing increasingly anxious, urged him on, but Schweding remained unfazed, feeling beneath the bed and retrieving a large box. Pulling it out to reveal its contents, a radiant smile blossomed on Schweding's face. He had indeed guessed correctly. Reality could influence dreams. He swiftly assembled the firearm, clutching the sniper rifle, and confidently strode out of the room. The atmosphere was charged, yet he lacked a pair of stylish sunglasses and the dramatic music befitting a hero's entrance. The individuals in the courtyard had long awaited, and Schweding gazed upon the familiar faces, knowing that they had already met a tragic end in his dreams twice before. This time, he resolved to shatter this nightmare and bring an end to this detestable dreamscape. Schweding commanded them to bring out all the blankets from the room and spread them across the damp ground of the courtyard. Then placed a table atop, carving a hole in the edge and securing it with heavy weights. The crowd, puzzled, watched as Zhou Jigang inquired about Schweding's intentions, but Schweding offered no explanation. With a telescope in hand, he peered skyward, waiting until a thunderclap echoed through the previously overcast skies. A small vortex appeared amidst the persistent rain, resembling a tiny freckle on the dark skin of a face. Initially a mirrored, the vortex expanded, its center glowing a fiery red, while the surrounding dark clouds were drawn into its spiraling embrace. The thunder rolled incessantly as the vortex grew, gradually obscuring the entire sky. And its core began to amass golden light, as though brewing immense energy. Xueding adjusted his telescope to scrutinize the golden glow. Suddenly, an elderly man with white eyebrows and beard materialized, chanting incantations as the vortex spun rapidly. The familiar pattern resumed. Xueding swiftly ducked beneath the table, resting his shoulder on the thick blankets, aiming the rifle skyward towards the center of the vortex, with the stable table serving as a makeshift sniper's rest. He patiently adjusted the rifle's sights. A resounding bang echoed as Xueding fired without hesitation. The powerful recoil combined with the weight of the rifle sent him rolling to the right. The blankets beneath him compressing and then rebounding, he tumbled beneath the table, the rifle slipping from his grasp. Thankfully, Zhou Jigang, with quick reflexes, caught the rifle. Had it been damaged, there would have been no means to repair the scope. Looking up, he saw the old man at the vortex's center remained unaffected. Zhou Jigang comprehended Xueding's intent and promptly yanked him from beneath the table. Diving in himself, he pushed aside the blankets. I will take the shot. You observe. ATA distance of 652 meters, with an elevation angle of 85 degrees, adjust down by 2 clicks, Xueding instructed. What is the wind direction and speed? Xueding hesitated. Quickly calculating. The wind direction is at your 3 o'clock position, with a speed of approximately 7 meters per second, a force 4 wind, good. Adjust the sights left by 1 click. Ready. Zhou Jigang swiftly regulated his breathing. Xueding, holding the telescope at maximum magnification, meticulously observed the reactions above. Bang! The bullet was discharged. Instead of striking the old man, the bullet seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, tracing a fiery arc. The elderly man in the blue robe faltered momentarily, his spell disrupted, his fury palpable as the golden light enveloping him intensified. Silence. Suddenly, the word erupted from his lips like a spell of doom, crashing down upon the crowd like a tempest. Everyone was struck by a deafening roar, blood erupting from their mouths and noses, their vision blurring. Just the sheer pressure of his presence was enough to instill terror throughout the city. What level of power did this man possess? Xueding was astounded, glancing around to see others collapsing, writhing on the ground, as if he alone could still move. How could they fight now? The blue-robed elder shook his wide sleeves, hands shifting through complex gestures, rekindling his spell, the golden light around him surging once more. It was evident he would unleash a formidable beam of light shortly, and when that happened, the city walls would crumble, allowing a flood of enemy troops to surge in, repeating the horrors of their previous encounters. Gritting his teeth, Xueding pulled Zhou Jigang, who was wincing in pain, from beneath the table, seizing the massive sniper rifle and swiftly aiming at the blue-robed elder. Bang, bang, bang. Enduring the tremendous recoil, Xueding fired multiple shots. Through the scope, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The bullets, as if melting, exploded into a fiery spray of molten metal beneath the blue-robed elder's feet. His spell was once more interrupted. The continuous gunfire revealed his position to the blue-robed elder, whose anger was palpable as his whiskers quivered violently. He extended his right hand, golden lightning crackling in his palm. Swelling rapidly, the lightning resembled countless enraged golden serpents, coiling and writhing, emitting a violent hissing sound before descending mercilessly towards the crowd. The colossal hand of golden lightning loomed in the eyes of the onlookers, akin to a harbinger of annihilation from the heavens above, threatening to engulf the sky in a blinding golden hue, surging down with the force to obliterate all in its path. Suddenly, Xueding felt a fierce kick that sent him tumbling uncontrollably from beneath the table. Almost simultaneously, the gigantic hand of golden lightning struck the earth with immense power. The intense heat from the golden thunder erupted, and in an instant, the moisture in its wake detonated like a bomb, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as everything it touched vaporized. The objects affected, whether sturdy tables or piled bricks, were reduced to wisps of smoke, vanishing without a trace under the searing heat. Although Xueding narrowly escaped disaster, he felt the scorching wave of heat sting his face. His outstretched arm burned crimson, radiating a sharp pain. His mind blanked, trembling in fear. After what felt like an eternity, Xue Ding shakily rose to his feet, eyes wide, surveying the devastation around him, his heart plummeting into despair. The spot beneath the table where he had been shooting was now a deep pit several meters wide. The rear half of the sniper rifle completely melted away, leaving only a fiery barrel. Had it not been for that sudden kick, he would have been reduced to ashes. Glancing around, he saw that where the golden lightning had passed, homes were ignited like matchsticks, flames shooting skyward. Some were calling out in terror, their arms severed by the relentless golden lightning, blood spraying forth like a fountain, only to be evaporated before it could touch the ground. Others had their lower halves obliterated, their upper bodies collapsing forward, dragging long trails of blood, their vacant eyes filled with confusion and despair. Some were vaporized within the beam of light, leaving only their unwilling heads behind. Solitary and frozen in expressions of profound terror and hopelessness. The once warm courtyard was now a hellish inferno, ravaged by the golden thunder, with gaping chasms resembling grotesque wounds upon the earth. Deep and unfathomable, while the surrounding land cracked and fissured like the skin of a shattered world, emitting a foul, charred aroma. Every structure in the courtyard had been annihilated in this catastrophe, and the camp's inhabitants suffered grievous losses. Their pained groans intermingling with desperate cries, reverberating through the air thick with death and despair. Why you Datu? Zhou Jigang, Eru, Zhou Qi. Xue Ding's voice trembled as he shouted hoarsely, I am here. A faint voice emerged from beneath the rubble. It was Yu Datu's voice. Xue Ding disregarded the burns on his hands, desperately clawing through the debris, straining to pull Yu Datu free. Upon seeing the tragic scene around him, Yu Datu's expression turned blank. His lips quivering, struggling to articulate a single word. Chapter 60. The battle for the city. With a choked voice, Yu Datu lamented, Brother, we cannot possibly win. We must accept our fate. Just now, Gang Jidai in order to kick you. He could not evade in time. I watched helplessly as he was instantly engulfed by the golden flames, reduced to a skeleton in the blink of an eye, and then boom, he exploded, leaving not a trace behind. Xue Ding's eyes turned red, tears streaming forth. Wiping away the tears that obstructed his vision, he suddenly lifted his head to the sky, where the once radiantly glowing, imposing blue-robed elder had vanished. Gazing into the distance, the tall city walls still stood. At least his efforts had not been in vain. Accept fate. I, Xue Ding, have never known what it means to accept fate, Xue Ding shouted vehemently at Yu Datu. His voice hoarse with anger and emotion. The enemy surrounds the city, intent on exterminating us all. You must awaken to this reality. We are already at this point. How can we accept fate? Do we deserve to die? Xue Ding's eyes blazed, his clenched fists turning white from the pressure of his grip. Since we have embarked on this path, there is no turning back. The nightmare has not ended. Let it continue. For I shall see whether I can break through the heavens. Why Yu Datu? Gather the remaining personnel and weapons. Follow me. We are going to eradicate these bastards, Xue Ding declared, grinding his teeth, each word deliberate. Suddenly, a grayish-white figure darted past in the blink of an eye. The elder revealed himself, the esteemed Yao Lao of Jinxia City. Yao Lao slowly turned, surveying the area, his expression frozen as he beheld the courtyard. Now resembling a hellfire, and a hint of realization dawned upon him. Was it you who thwarted the powerful spell being cast by the one in the sky? Yao Lao inquired, surprise and confusion evident in his gaze as he looked towards Xue Ding and the others. Who else could it be, if not us? Yu Datu retorted angrily, Master Yao, why did you only arrive now, when your martial prowess is unparalleled? I did not intend to arrive late. The enemy's formidable experts were watching intently. My primary duty is to ensure the safety of the commander and execute high-level orders. I did not anticipate that the adversary would unleash such formidable power with such ease, a force I could not withstand. I am deeply grateful to young Master Xue for coming to my rescue. I cannot express my appreciation enough. After speaking, I clasped my fists toward Xue Ding's head, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. A mere bow would suffice, but I felt compelled to reprimand the large-headed one, only to be stopped by Xue Ding's raised hand. Xue Ding spoke in a solemn tone. I wish to see General 1. When Jinxuan.my lady is currently overseeing the battle at the northern city gate, I kindly ask young Master Xue to follow me. Each time the dream unfolds, the northern city gate is the first to be breached. The very place where the army surges in. This time, I am eager to observe what strategies they might employ to breach the city while the walls remain intact. Xue Ding led a few men, filled with righteous indignation, toward the northern city gate, where they encountered the fully armed Wen Jinxian. When Jinxian lowered her mask and removed her helmet, revealing a delicate visage, her stature was tall and imposing, and her spirited aura never failed to captivate those who beheld her. Upon noticing Xue Ding's burned arm, her brow furrowed slightly as she spoke in a calm tone. "Thank you. I shall compensate you." Xue Ding, however, had no time for pleasantries and urgently inquired, "How many enemies are outside the city?" 30,000 elite troops at the northern gate, 10,000 at the east gate, 10,000 at the west gate, and another 20,000 stationed in the rear. "Can we hold?" Xue Ding asked bluntly. "We can." When Jinxian replied decisively, on the city walls, a fierce battle raged, the clamorous sounds of shouting and clashing weapons intertwining. Clad in the armor of the personal guard, Xue Ding ascended the walls, and the scene before him was overwhelming. The cacophony of tens of thousands of voices was akin to the simultaneous reverberation of several loudspeakers from a dance gathering. The orders from the messengers relied on flag-waving, and when that failed, on their resonant voices. Seeking to vent his pent-up frustration, Xue Ding joined the ranks of the defenders. Upon recognizing the attire of the personal guard, the soldiers gratefully made way for him to take action. As soon as he spotted an enemy's head appear, Xue Ding swiftly grasped his wooden spear and struck with all his might. The spear whistled through the air, landing a resounding blow on the enemy, who fell from the walls, howling, into the throng below. Gazing downward, he saw a mass of soldiers, shields raised, attempting to fend off the attacks from above. Suddenly, a sharp sword hurtled towards him, but Xue Ding reacted swiftly, ducking just in time. A hoarse voice cried out nearby, "Dodge the arrow rain! Dodge the arrow rain!" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a fellow soldier yanked him down beneath a shield. The sound of arrows raining down on the shields was like the thumping of beans in a piano. "Do not emerge during the second wave of arrows." "Take cover!" another shouted. More arrows whizzed by, the sound of impacts echoing. At last, the barrage ceased, and a messenger shouted, "Archers, form up quickly. Aim at the enemy archers, prepare, and fire." The shrill command rang out, and arrows flew toward the enemy ranks. The casualties unknown, below, the black-armored soldiers showed no sign of retreat, launching yet another wave of attack. Enemies continued to surface, and Xue Ding executed a whack-a-mole maneuver, his wooden spear swinging relentlessly, his hands growing numb and his arms aching. The captain on the wall shouted, "Be cautious. Hot soup is coming." Hot soup? At such a moment, who had the time to sip soup? Xue Ding was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers pushed carts filled with large barrels toward him. He stepped aside as each cart bore several massive barrels, steaming ominously, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of rancid oil, enough to turn one's stomach. They swiftly distributed the barrels, each soldier carrying one toward the edge of the walls. Tipping them over without a word, a deafening wail erupted from below. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding soldiers had ignited numerous torches, hurling them down. Instantly, flames engulfed the area below. This tactic was indeed ruthless. The soldiers drenched in boiling oil would surely suffer severe burns. Their flesh cooked in an instant, and the added fire would only amplify the devastation. Looking down, numerous black-armored soldiers ignited in flames, retreating in desperation, their agonized cries echoing as they attempted to extinguish the flames. Inadvertently igniting even more dye in that moment, the soldiers below cast aside their weapons and shields, abandoning all caution as they retreated. Meanwhile, the archers had already knocked their arrows, ready to shoot downward. A fellow soldier fighting alongside him spoke up. "Brother, go rest and drink some water. The fire will take a while to burn out. I'll keep watch for you." Xue Ding indeed felt parched, as a regular citizen with 9 years of compulsory education. He never imagined he would be in such close proximity to the brutality of war. He reflected on the world's cruelty, yearning to return to Earth. If only I could return, I would never again complain about my boss's meager salary. Nor would I secretly call him the balding one. I would work diligently to buy my father a new car and marry a woman who has a house and a car without asking for a dowry. His mind was filled with visions of a brighter future, his pent-up violent emotions dissipating, the bloodied spear in his hands, feeling utterly powerless. After a brief respite, the flames below gradually extinguished and the battle cries resumed. Xue Ding slapped his cheeks, regaining his composure. He was still trapped in his nightmare. He must endure a bit longer to complete this game and conclude this imperfect nightmare. Suddenly, a fierce clash erupted on the left section of the walls, and numerous soldiers were ordered to converge there. Could the enemy be breaching? Chapter 61. Explosive Juice. Xue Ding seized his spear and rushed over, only to find fallen comrades strewn across the ground. 5 individuals fought valiantly, slashing and thrusting as if they were tigers among sheep, wreaking havoc among the ranks, unstoppable. Nearby soldiers fell as easily as if they were chopped vegetables. The soldiers armed with bows and arrows attacked. But the 5 moved with lightning speed in the blink of an eye. They reached the archers, their weapons transforming into lethal instruments, unleashing a flurry of blows. The archers were thrown into disarray, their screams filling the air. Suffering heavy casualties, and no one dared to advance further. Enemies continued to scale the walls using ladders, dark figures swarming like ants, an overwhelming presence that spelled dire danger. The 5 wore pale green robes, a sight Xue Ding recognized as disciples of the Kuan Yuan sect. In my dreams, they were so audacious, such insolence could not be tolerated. Xue Ding discarded his spear, swiftly drawing his pistol from his waist. Executing the motion seamlessly, without hesitation, he raised his hand, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto a target, and without a moment's pause, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, piercing the clamor of the battlefield. The bullet racing forth with unbridled speed, striking one of the assailants in the shoulder. Another shot followed, hitting another in the thigh, who let out a piercing scream, collapsing to one knee, blood gushing from the wound and staining his pale green robe. The remaining 3 reacted swiftly, recognizing the peril, seeking cover to evade the onslaught. Seeing this, Xue Ding quickly kicked up his shield, grasping it in one hand while brandishing his pistol in the other. Suddenly, the 3 charged simultaneously, their speed remarkable. Xue Ding remained composed, pushing off the shield toward one of them. The sound of gunfire erupted as he fired rapidly, and no matter how skilled one might be, bullets remain a formidable foe. The 2 struck fell back, blood spraying as they crashed to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. The last adversary dodged the shield, a gleam of cold steel flashing as a large knife hurtled toward Xue Ding. He swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, his helmet knocked off, nearly losing his life. Xue Ding redirected his aim and fired twice, dropping the disciple with the goat-like beard. Still shaken from the previous peril, he prudently fired another shot to ensure the threat was neutralized. Witnessing the enemy numbers swell, Xue Ding expressionlessly switched magazines, gripping his pistol tightly, firing rapidly. The gunfire echoed along the walls, each shot accompanied by the fall of an enemy. Soon, the magazine was empty, and the black-armored soldiers surging against the walls found no one left standing. A few disciples clad in gray robes arrived belatedly, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the fallen foes. Speechless. Did this many fall to one person? The carnage unfolded like a tempest, and in no time, the once fierce black-armored soldiers faltered, their momentum waning, forced to retreat below the walls to regroup. Injured soldiers helped one another to their feet. Their expressions towards Xue Ding varied, most filled with a mix of fear and respect, cautiously avoiding the presence of this harbinger of death. Despite the adoration reflected in their gazes, Xue Ding felt no stirring in his heart. Casually blowing the smoke from his gun's muzzle, at that moment, a sudden thunderclap erupted, the booming sound reverberating overhead, catching Xue Ding off guard, causing him to shiver. Instinctively, he looked skyward, where the once dreary sky revealed a crimson vortex. Swirling rapidly, expanding as if it were a colossal beast with a gaping maw, Xue Ding's heart raced in terror. That unparalleled expert had not left. Instead, he lay in wait, now launching an assault. The brain instinctively yearned to pull the trigger of a sniper rifle, only to be jolted by the realization that the rifle had been reduced to nothing more than a melted barrel. The cyclone rapidly expanded, as the golden light within the clouds converged. An elderly man with a white beard, having amassed his energy, positioned his fingers to unleash a powerful spell. Run, run, run. Xue Ding snapped back to reality, his voice rife with terror. Yet, it was too late. The golden light suddenly enveloped him. Schweding found himself surrounded, as the heavy city walls beneath him cracked and crumbled, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Soldiers, both living and dead, scattered in every direction. His body lost its center of gravity. Drifting upward alongside the massive stones, he tried to scream for help, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of the walls collapsing. Then, he felt his body, along with the boulders, plummeting downward. To his horror, he realized he was encased in these enormous stones, potentially becoming a sandwich, a cream-filled biscuit, a meat bun, a pancake roll, or a hot dog. And then he was crushed, juices bursting forth. Schweding awoke with a start, bolting upright, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, gasping for air, his eyes wide with fear. The terror of that deathly sensation lingered, rendering his nerves numb. He could not feel his own breath or heartbeat. His body devoid of sensation, struggling to inhale the fresh air, it took a considerable time for the dreadful feeling to subside. Gradually, he began to hear sounds. Someone seemed to be shaking him, calling his name. At first, the voice was indistinct, but slowly it became clearer. Schweding, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare again? Schweding, Schweding. Schweding felt his body being shaken persistently. After a moment of hesitation, he finally recognized the person before him, Su Xiaoyan, dressed in a pink short-sleeved nightgown. Schweding, please don't scare me. Why are you in such a daze? What kind of expression is that? I died such a tragic death. Schweding wept, tears streaming down his face. Su Xiaoyan's expression froze as she processed his words, then began to pat his back in consolation, saying, it's all right, it's just a dream. Schweding forcefully pushed Su Xiaoyan away, rummaging through several layers of bedding at the head of the bed to retrieve a dagger. You damned bone, I will dig you out with a determined heart and gritted teeth. He raised the dagger high, its cold gleam flashing as he shouted and plunged it towards his abdomen. Su Xiaoyan screamed in horror. The dagger pierced his skin, blood flowing forth, but it halted just in time. Schweding's expression was one of fury as he gripped the dagger tightly, his fingers turning pale, yet he could no longer drive it in. Reflecting on the countless life-and-death situations he had faced to reach this point, he could not so easily succumb to death. There was still so much he had yet to accomplish, deflated, like a deflated balloon. He released the dagger and collapsed onto the bed, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Su Xiaoyan was terrified by Schweding's actions, her fingers trembling as she cautiously picked up the dagger and returned it to its sheath. Then, summoning all her strength, she hurled it into a distant corner of the room, fearful he might act irrationally again. Su Xiaoyan was utterly frightened, her nose twitching, and then she burst into tears, collapsing onto Schweding's chest, crying out, if you die, what will I do? What will I do? You are my only family in this world. You are my only relative. Her tears flowed like a dam bursting, quickly soaking the fabric of Schweding's shirt. Schweding stared blankly at the ceiling, listening to Su Xiaoyan's anguished cries, and it took a while for his thoughts to return to normal. He finally realized how impulsive and frightening his earlier actions had been, and understood Su Xiaoyan's emotional state. He gently patted her trembling shoulders and, with a hoarse voice, said, I'm fine now, Sister Xiaoyan. We will surely return. We will see Auntie again. Su Xiaoyan cried even louder, her body convulsing. We can't go back. We can't go back. I will never see my mother again. After my father left, she fell ill, and after the spring festival, she passed away, clutching my father's photograph in her hands. I will never see her again, boo-hoo. How could this be? Schweding's heart sank, as if struck by a heavy blow, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. In his memories, Auntie was such a wonderful person. Whenever she was bullied, she would hide at Su Xiaoyan's house, where she would always be treated to a warm bowl of beef noodles. That comforting taste lingered in his mind even now. He had once fantasized about marrying a wife as virtuous as Auntie. When he grew up, Su Xiaoyan was engulfed in her pain, her weeping seemingly an outlet for the years of suppressed sorrow. Only then did Schweding understand why Su Xiaoyan had always sought his company, displaying such overt affection. She had endured such heart-wrenching experiences and now regarded him as her sole pillar of support. Reflecting on his own mother, who had divorced his father long ago, he recalled how he would often receive double the pocket money as a child, taking pride in it. Yet, what about Su Xiaoyan? Both of her parents were gone, leaving her to bear everything alone. It was hard to imagine the internal struggles she had faced all those years. It became evident that behind every seemingly strong woman lies an untold fragility. Schweding could hardly bear to contemplate this, his heart a tumult of emotions, and he diverted the conversation, saying, "Sister Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I never realized how you have lived these years. But why were you so plump before? And now you've become so slender?" Chapter 62. The woman pretending to sleep. Schweding's hand gently rested on Su Xiaoyan's back, rhythmically patting her, as her sobs gradually diminished, only occasionally interrupted by soft sniffles. Her body slowly calming down, Su Xiaoyan sniffled, remnants of tears still on her face, and with a muffled voice, she said, "During college, the girls in my dorm would always bring a pile of cosmetics, constantly applying makeup in front of me and striking various poses. How could I indulge them? Don't forget, I practiced martial arts. I went to train every day, and as I trained, the weight gradually melted away. And I became slimmer." Schweding let out a long "oh," his face lighting up with understanding, quickly affirming, "So that's how it is. Sister Xiaoyan is far from superficial, comparing beauty with them. Those girls truly overestimated themselves, daring to show off in front of Sister Xiaoyan. They couldn't even hold a candle to her." Su Xiaoyan was amused by Schweding's words, letting out a chuckle that chased away much of her earlier sadness. She wiped the tears from her face and said, "Sharing this with you feels much better. Time to sleep, time to sleep. A good night's rest will make everything forgotten." Su Xiaoyan nestled into Schweding's embrace, and soon she began to emit gentle snores. Schweding felt a surge of admiration. She fell asleep so quickly, perhaps a mechanism she had developed over time. If someone were overly sentimental, it might lead to deep depression. After his nightmare, Schweding found himself wide awake, unexpectedly reminded of his college days, growing increasingly troubled by his thoughts. He had believed he could let go, but those past experiences were like a fine vintage wine, becoming richer with the passage of time, fermenting within his heart. Wanting to unburden himself, he turned to glance at Su Xiaoyan's peaceful face as she slept, calling her name twice, but she did not awaken. Her breathing was even and strong. It seemed she was genuinely asleep. Schweding sighed softly, as if caught in a whirlpool of memories, and began to speak slowly. "Ah, who doesn't carry scars in their heart? My college days were quite bitter as well. In my freshman year, I started dating a girl who was the belle of the design department. When she agreed to be my girlfriend, I was overjoyed. Ecstatic for 2 sleepless nights." He paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face, and continued, "I adored her so much that I would message her daily, wishing her good morning and good night. I would always escort her back to the dorm, rain or shine, waiting for her or arriving early at the classroom to pick her up. During holidays, I would either send her flowers, give her heartfelt red envelopes, or take her to the movies. We traveled together, and those were the happiest moments of my college life. But happiness comes at a price. I spent most of the money I earned from my part-time jobs on her. This continued for 3 years, and on her birthday, I finally gathered the courage to propose. It was incredibly romantic. My dorm mates and I spent a week planning it. When the moment came, I had her stand in the center of a heart made of candles, and I knelt in my suit, presenting her with a large bouquet of roses. But to my shock, she tossed the roses back at me and coldly said that she already had a boyfriend and requested that I never disturb her again. I couldn't believe my ears and confronted her, asking why, if she didn't want me. She had accepted my kindness for 3 years. Schweding recounted this. His emotions surged, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, he continued. She said that after 3 years together, she could see how capable I was. She felt that being with me held no future. She questioned how much of a bride price I could offer to marry her. Her friends had received bride prices of $1 million when they got married. She could not settle for anything less, and so, we parted ways. The next time we contacted each other, it was to inform me that she was pregnant and invited me to their wedding. I was furious, and what made me even angrier was that after some inquiries, I learned that she hadn't married some wealthy man. Her rich boyfriend had dumped her, and she had ended up with her current boyfriend, whom she had known since childhood, effectively her childhood sweetheart. Her boyfriend owned a pork belly shop, struggling in business and buried in debt. Later, I discovered that she had been using my money to support him all along. At the time, I found it utterly incomprehensible. I asked her why she would invite me to their wedding, and she said it was because I was a good person. It turned out that I was truly a fool. A sycophant who ended up with nothing. Who was the imbecile that coined this phrase? It describes me perfectly. It is undeniably true, I vowed then and there to never be a sycophant again. That experience was simply unbearable. After Schweding finished speaking, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he turned to see Su Xiaoyan staring at him with wide, bright eyes, her lashes unblinking, listening intently, her breath seemingly suspended. Schweding's tongue trembled as he spoke, struggling to articulate. Yin, sister, when did you wake up? Did you hear everything I just said? Su Xiaoyan paused for a moment, then quickly closed her eyes, pretending to yawn, stammering, No, I didn't hear anything. I was asleep, just woke up. I'll sleep a bit more with that. She emitted a loud snore. Schweding tentatively continued, Well, Yin. Actually, my ex-girlfriend texted me saying she has been doing very poorly, regretting our breakup, and if given another chance, she would want to be with me again. She claimed she was forced by her mother to marry her then-boyfriend, had a miscarriage, and subsequently divorced him. She said she still loves me and asked if I could accept her again. I realized that I still have feelings for her. If we could go back, and she stood before me asking to reconcile. Do you think I should agree? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan immediately sat up, throwing off the covers, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, What? Isn't she pregnant? How could she be so shameless? You treated her so well, and she was sneaking around with another man. A woman like that deserves to be punished severely. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. Why cling to one flower? No matter how good-looking she is, if her character is lacking, then everything else is meaningless. No. She heard me. She definitely heard me. This may well be the gravest mistake of my life. I severely underestimated a woman's penchant for gossip. And I was careless. It turns out gossip can awaken a woman pretending to sleep just as swiftly as a fighter jet taking off. Suddenly, I felt an urge to slap myself. Why didn't I tell a ghost story instead? Schweding, looking utterly helpless, mustered the courage to ask, Sister Yin, I was just talking in my sleep. You wouldn't tell anyone what I said, would you? Su Xiaoyan patted Schweding's chest vigorously, assuring him, I'm not that kind of person. After that, Su Xiaoyan, full of energy, encouraged Schweding to move on from his failed relationship, to lift his spirits and find true love again, advising him not to hang himself on a single tree. In her fervor to help him heal from his romantic woes, she insisted on acting as his matchmaker, repeatedly assuring him that she would introduce him to all the beautiful girls in the camp. Schweding, feeling utterly bewildered, found himself muddled by her words, and as sleep washed over him like a potent intoxication, he mumbled incoherently in agreement before collapsing into slumber. The next morning, Schweding, Su Xiaoyan, Zhou Jigang, and Udata gathered once more in the courtyard. Schweding's eyes were heavy with dark circles, his entire being appeared exceedingly haggard, his fists clenched tightly as he excitedly exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Jigang, Brother Gang, I'm ready to start training. I want to grow stronger. Zhou Jigang was taken aback by Schweding's fervent demeanor, pausing momentarily before responding, Great. I knew you would come around eventually. Ive already tailored a training plan just for you, and I've been waiting for this moment. I love training others. Trust me, follow my lead, and you will become increasingly formidable. You'll shine in front of everyone. So what are we waiting for? Let us begin right now, Schweding urged impatiently. Zhou Jigang curiously inquired, Did the sniper rifle help you? Schweding's expression turned serious as he replied in a low voice. I found the sniper rifle under my bed. Reality can alter dreams. I successfully interrupted Santa Claus's spell with it, but the issue was that I couldn't inflict any damage on him. Bullets are utterly insufficient against someone of that caliber. Before I could even get close, they were turned to molten copper and shattered immediately. Furrowing his brow slightly, Schweding continued, This nightmare has once again reshaped my understanding of the cultivators in this world. I personally experienced the power of two of his spells. One, a golden thunder that generates extreme heat, vaporizing anything it touches without a trace. The other, a finger technique that unleashes massive light waves, rendering castle walls weightless, fracturing them into pieces. Brother Gang and most of the camp perished under the golden thunder, while I fell victim to the latter. Chapter 63. Discussing love. Zhou Jigang's lips twitched at this revelation. Udatu, brimming with excitement, queried, What about me? How did I perform? Schweding shifted his expression, raising his voice in enthusiasm. In my dream. You were an unstoppable hero. Upon hearing of your exploits, several girls gazed at you with adoration, clamoring to pledge themselves to you, wishing to bear your children. Really? Truly? Udata gleefully rubbed his hands together. Schweding suddenly adopted a tone of disdain. Unfortunately, in your current state, without firearms, you couldn't even defeat a mere child soldier. You'd be gasping for breath after a few steps, and your head is still so large. TSK, it's going to be tough for you in this lifetime. Big brother Datu, train with me. Udatu, eyes wide, pointed to his own nose. Don't joke with me. I'm no longer a child. What use is training now? Besides, with a rifle in hand, I can conquer the world. Anyone who dares to defy me will face my wrath. Zhou Jigang's training session commenced that very morning, atop a nearby hill not far from the construction site. It must be said, despite Udata's verbal protests, his body was quite honest, as he participated in the basic physical training. Many others eager to grow stronger joined in as well. Zhou Jigang designed training regimens for numerous individuals that would not interfere with their work schedules. Some sessions were in the morning, while others took place in the evening. The morale of the campus residents significantly improved, blossoming with vitality. Not long after the special training began, Zhou Jigang, stopwatch in hand, furrowed his brow. Schweding asked, "Am I doing something wrong?" "You're not doing poorly. In fact, you're doing exceptionally well. Your metrics are on par with national-level athletes, yet you've never undergone training before. How can there be such a vast difference among people?" After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at Udatu, who was still panting heavily after just one lap. Schweding chuckled. "That can be easily explained. Big brother Datu has probably never been chased by a wild boar the size of a small mountain. Only he understood the reason behind his extraordinary performance, which was due to consuming 7 Qingyun fruits during a near-death experience. But this secret must not be shared with anyone. Go test his strength." Schweding was tasked with lifting stones, moving logs, and performing push-ups. After completing various exercises, Zhou Jigang expressed immense satisfaction and promptly adjusted the curriculum, skipping the basic physical training to formulate a new training plan that would directly transition into tactical training. Due to the omission of much modern weaponry combat knowledge, the course progressed swiftly. After an entire day of training, despite his deep-seated fears of the bed, he could not resist the pull of exhaustion and slipped into a deep slumber. When Schweding awoke the next day, he felt rejuvenated, finding a bowl of rice porridge, 3 steamed buns, and a large plate of shredded potatoes laid out on the table. To his surprise, he had not dreamt this time. Having slept soundly until dawn, upon entering the courtyard, he saw a bustling crowd gathered around a large bulletin board, animatedly discussing its contents. The headline read, "Now Public Information. Point 1. Geographic Overview. Jinxia City is a remote border town belonging to the Shangsong Empire's Chuanxia County. This small city houses a vast copper mine, which serves as the primary source of income for its residents. Including miners, the estimated population is around 200,000. The Shangsong Empire is bordered by the sea on 2 sides, covering a vast area, and is known for its abundant rice and wheat production, boasting a relatively developed economy. It is a nation that abolished slavery and has a history of over 300 years. For further details, please consult the geographic records." The Yuanwu Empire is another large empire situated to the north of the Shangsong Empire and is in a state of enmity with it. They are the ones attacking Jinxia City. Compared to the Shangsong Empire, their land is barren, yet their people are fierce and unyielding. The Qian Kuan Holy Nation encompasses over 100 countries, with both the Shangsong and Yuanwu empires being part of it. 2. Calendar Overview. This nation's calendar also consists of 12 months per year, with each year having 396 days. Every 99 days marks a season, and each month consists of 33 days. According to the calendar, today is the 20th of August in the 3350th year of the Holy Nation. Point 3. Structure of cultivation sects. Each country has various sects to some extent. Some sects can control multiple nations. While some nations may be governed by multiple sections, the largest sect in the Shangsong Empire is the Xintian sect, whereas the largest sect in the Yuanwu Empire is the Kuan Yuan sect. The relationship between the courts of each nation and the sects is complex and intertwined. One can understand it as follows. Sects are institutions that supply talent, sending cultivators to serve as military generals in the courts, while the courts are administrative bodies that allocate benefits to the sections. Both are mutually supportive. According to the residents of this small town, written records of history date back thousands of years. The historical depth here may be even more substantial than we can imagine. Point 4. On practitioners in this world. Practitioners represent the elite combat strength of various factions. A formidable being at the golden core stage is akin to a fighter jet or a tank. The lifespan of a practitioner can be gradually extended with the advancement of their cultivation levels. It is recorded that those with the highest cultivation can live up to 5,000 years. Reaching the golden core stage marks the initiation into the realm of immortality, while attaining the nascent soul stage signifies a departure from the mortal domain. There are a total of 6 levels, which are body refinement stage, chi refinement stage. This information has been jointly reported by the exploration and science teams. All intelligence has been disclosed with the authorization of Xueding. Professor Wei originally intended to withhold information regarding practitioners, reasoning that it lacked scientific basis, suggesting that it should only be released once thoroughly understood and verified. However, Xueding disregarded the majority opinion, asserting that the true nature of this world should be disclosed promptly to recognize the current situation, rather than being an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. Despite the Wen family's vigorous suppression of news and their fervent proclamations about mining iron ore, the presence of numerous laborers and the large copper mine in Jinxia City is already an open secret. The Wen family is quite wealthy, and copper mines typically yield accompanying minerals such as gold and silver. If these veins are rich in gold and silver, then they have indeed struck it rich. It is no wonder the Wen family is so determined to defend Jinxia City, able to support numerous adept practitioners, which deters surrounding clans from provoking them. Rumor has it that this is merely one of the Wen family's cities. With abundant industries in the interior, Wen Jinxian is undoubtedly a super-rich heiress. Next time, one must be more cautious in attitude. Where can one find a wife who is wealthy, beautiful, and skilled in combat? Stay calm, stay calm. One must not indulge in fanciful thoughts. As the saying goes, a sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. Xueding, swear never to be a sycophant. If these recent nightmares are prophetic, then in the face of the Yuanwu Empire's assault, the fall of Jinxia City is inevitable, and even the little heiress cannot escape disaster. What love talk can there be? Fleeing to preserve one's life is the priority. If reality can alter dreams, then one must take action to change the outcome of the dreams. Xueding summoned all the trusted core members of the camp and disclosed his thoughts, solemnly describing the scenes from his nightmares. The crowd listened in silence. Some were skeptical, while others continuously posed questions. It was the first time Xueding lost his temper in a meeting, smashing a teacup onto the ground, with shards scattering everywhere. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Wake up, everyone! Stop being ostriches with your heads buried in the sand. This is a world of cultivation, a world where strength reigns supreme. The weak are prey to the strong. Only the fit survive. There's little room for reasoning here." Yu Datu observed Xueding's agitation and quickly attempted to smooth things over. Xueding is merely exhausted and has lost a bit of emotional control. Experiencing 3 consecutive nightmares must be incredibly harrowing. Witnessing everyone perish before his eyes is unbearable for anyone. In all 3 dreams, Jinxia City was breached, and none of our camp's members survived. Given the current situation, the enemy is indeed too formidable, and Jinxia City is relatively weak. This indicates that Jinxia City may very well not withstand the siege. We must prepare accordingly. Zhou Jigang added. I wholeheartedly agree with Xueding's perspective. We have lingered in peaceful times for too long. Our thinking remains stuck in the past. It seems we have been overly sheltered by Xueding, having never encountered war nor practitioners. Our journey to Jinxia City has been remarkably smooth. If this shell of Jinxia City is breached, our situation will become exceedingly perilous. Chapter 64. The so-called celestial techniques. Professor Wei Zhongzhu cleared his throat. I am a scientist. I only believe in science. This is the creed of researchers like us. The celestial techniques mentioned in the book must be phenomena we do not yet comprehend. If they exist, they are reasonable and must possess scientific explanations. Our subsequent research direction will focus on these celestial techniques. I require more research materials. I am not keen on dying just yet. I wish to live another 500 years. I am uncertain what Xueding has experienced in the past 2 months. But I trust him. Let us not forget he has a large cat. Everyone has witnessed it. I believe he can bring us miracles. I fully support Xueding's decision. Yu Data jested, Professor Wei. If you manage to unravel the mystery of those celestial techniques, you could win 10 Nobel Prizes. You could sweep all global scientific awards. Xueding had regained his composure, and the topic sparked the interest of the group. As he articulated his own viewpoint, I have several speculations regarding celestial techniques. This world likely harbors a type of energy that can be absorbed by the human body, which we shall refer to as spiritual energy. Practitioners cultivate to condense or compress this spiritual energy within themselves, employing unique methods to harness it. When the condensed spiritual energy reaches a certain level, it leads to a qualitative leap in strength, which signifies the cultivation stage. This energy can react with other forms of energy, triggering various effects through certain means. This is what we term celestial techniques. The book states that spirit stones can replenish a practitioner's spiritual power at any time. Spirit stones are crystallized forms of spiritual energy, typically stored within the Earth's veins, shaped over millions of years of geological compression. Professor Wei, you may wish to investigate further, Wei Zhongzhu responded. But where do we procure spirit stones? Ive inquired, and spirit stones are exceedingly expensive. This moment, Schweding opened his pocket and clattered several exquisite stones onto the table. The stones rolled before Professor Wei, who hastily pressed down on them to prevent them from bouncing. The crowd was baffled as to why he suddenly threw down a few stones. Schweding made a startling declaration. These are the spirit stones mentioned in the book. Take them back for your research. Spirit stones? The crowd gasped in unison, eagerly competing to examine them. Are they real? Are they fake? The lowest grade spirit stones are worth 1,000 taels of gold. Having money doesn't guarantee one can acquire them. This is hard currency. Udata held a spirit stone and bit into it. Schweding, it turns out you are the real big shot. Your ex-girlfriend, whom you wish to reconcile with, wouldn't even be worthy of carrying your shoes. Everyone perked up at the mention of gossip, their ears instantly pricking with interest. Schweding solemnly regarded Su Xiaoyan, who was awkwardly fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. He was curious to ask, "Are you Udato's ex? Wasn't it said that confidentiality was guaranteed?" Someone interjected, "May I ask where spirit stones can be obtained?" Schweding promptly declined. "It's inconvenient to disclose. I merely found them on the road. In truth, they had been discovered on the alluring woman's person, initially mistaken for worthless rocks. Upon consulting the book, he realized that a whole bag was filled with spirit stones, some of which were of such quality that they met the standards of medium-grade spirit stones. However, he had not brought them out. Medium-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for hundreds of low-grade spirit stones." Professor Zhao Shui stood up, her face glowing with excitement. "Schweding, I don't want spirit stones. I adore dissection. Can you procure a practitioner for me to dissect? The book states that spiritual energy is stored in the dantian. I am very curious to see what lies within." Schweding was left with a head full of exclamation marks. The book mentioned that prior stages to the golden core stage have bodily structures indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Only upon reaching the golden core stage does one truly enter the realm of cultivation. That sniper rifle had managed to take out a foundation establishment stage practitioner. It remains to be seen if firearms are effective against golden core stage practitioners. The formidable practitioners can soar through the skies. Where would I go to find one for you? He sighed quietly before tactfully responding, not at the moment, but there will be opportunities in the future. Li Shuhua interjected, changing the subject. "So, what shall we do next?" Schweding replied. "Our focus must be divided into two parts. First, we must expedite the upgrade of Jinxia City's weaponry to gain Wen Jinxian's trust. Second, we must employ all means necessary to escape Jinxia City amidst the chaos of the enemy's assault." Someone inquired, "Are we not assisting Jinxia City in its defense? The Yuanwu Empire is attacking with at least 60,000 troops, while the defenders number only 30,000, many of whom are adept practitioners. Based on previous performances, these defending troops are clearly inferior to the black armored soldiers. I lack confidence, so we must prepare for both outcomes." One person questioned, "Shall we manufacture explosives?" Professor Wei took over the conversation. "Jinxia City itself has mineral veins. As long as we have niter and sulfur, we can easily produce them." Why Udata added, 1 part sulfur, 2 parts niter, 3 parts charcoal, and a dash of sugar. Right, old Wei? Wei Zhongzhu shook his head. "I'm not well versed in that. It's not my specialty. The rocket expert Xiao Qidong should be the most adept." He pointed to a man sitting in the corner. The middle-aged man, slightly plump and wearing glasses, with deeply set eyes, stood up and said, "Explosives are trivial matters. My specialty is rocket propellants. I can use optimal fuel to launch rockets. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts niter, that's black powder, which is too heavy and has poor detonation performance. Give me manpower, and I can produce more powerful explosives in bulk. Schweding slammed the table and stated, everyone must prioritize safety and confidentiality in our operations. We must not leak our plans. If the one family learns of them, the consequences will be dire. Within the military camp, in the general's tent, a female general clad in silver armor sat upright. She inquired, Xiao Chunyu, what progress have those individuals made recently? Report all the information you possess. Xiao Chunyu respectfully bowed and responded, reporting to the general, the lathe for crafting bows and arrows has taken shape and can be used to trial some arrows. The improvements to the crossbow are nearing completion and are undergoing final adjustments. The female general continued to question. What else? What is Schweding currently doing? Schweding inspects the construction site daily. He is practicing on the mountain, claiming he wishes to enhance his strength. What more? The female general pressed forcefully. Additionally, I have heard some rumors regarding Schweding's romantic affairs. They are trivial matters, and I fear they might sully the general's ears. The female general emitted a high-pitched nasal sound. Intrigued? Oh? Pray tell. Xiao Qinyu pondered for a moment before speaking eloquently. During the youth of Schweding, he had a girlfriend of extraordinary beauty, to whom he was exceedingly devoted. He attended to her every need, showering her with affection and care. However, when the time came for discussions of marriage, Schweding went to propose. The woman questioned him, recalling how her close friend had been wed with a lavish bridal procession and a dowry worth a fortune, asking what he could offer. Schweding found himself at a loss for words, and the woman replied that her heart had long been claimed by another. Thus, years of companionship were abruptly cast aside, leaving Schweding despondent. Years later, the woman married and invited Schweding to the banquet. Upon inquiring with acquaintances, Schweding discovered that the one she married was none other than her childhood sweetheart. A mere butcher, it dawned on him that the wealth he had lavished during their courtship had been used to support her lover. The female general furrowed her brows in disbelief. Such audacity exists in the world. What happened next? Xiao Qinyu patiently recounted. Enraged, Schweding confronted her through letters. The woman replied, lamenting her own dissatisfaction in marriage, which had been arranged by her parents, professing that she still harbored feelings for Schweding and inquiring whether he could reconsider and accept her once more. Schweding reflected on his deep affection for her. Still torn in indecision, wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Qinyu muttered to himself, Goodness, this is exhausting. My vocabulary is insufficient. Just then, the female general struck the table with force, startling Xiao Qinyu. Chapter 65. The traitor. When Jin Xian stood up, exclaiming vehemently, How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? They deceive with emotions and then use wealth to support their paramours, only to later claim they wish to reconcile. Is Schweding a fool for hesitating? In our left guard camp, there are countless virtuous women. I shall ensure Schweding selects one who surpasses that woman. Xiao Qinyu hesitated, stating, Matters of the heart are complex, and only those directly involved can truly discern right from wrong. Humph! What does he understand? A man of valor should never be burdened by a mere woman. Xiao Qinyu contemplated the philosophy of life, realizing that all women are alike, and gossip thrives everywhere. When Jinchuan's tone shifted as she questioned, How do you know so much? I have exerted every effort to uncover Schweding's weaknesses, hence I must understand his words and actions thoroughly. When Jinxian nodded in satisfaction, Xiao Qinyu mused that in such a primitive age, lacking entertainment, gossip was the greatest source of joy for the people, and Schweding was the man dominating the entertainment headlines daily. At the Shui residence's dining hall, Schweding suddenly felt his appetite had increased. While others consumed but a small bowl, he found himself devouring 3 without feeling sated. Was this a side effect of his training? Zhou Jigang remarked that this was normal. Excessive physical exertion naturally led to increased food consumption. Schweding finished his rice in large mouthfuls and prepared to get more tea. That moment, 2 soldiers clad in silver armor approached, brandishing their own utensils and brazenly cutting in line. Chef Wang Dayo, who was serving the queued patrons, immediately dropped his spoon onto the counter, splattering broth everywhere. Rolling up his sleeves and placing his hands on his hips, he exclaimed, How dare you show your faces here? Why don't you go to the barracks to eat? There is no place for you here, nor any food for traitors. Get out! A young soldier threw down his bowl and charged at Wang Dayo, tackling him to the ground. The two began to grapple, with onlookers urging them to cease. Schweding stepped forward to confront the leader, asking, Xiao Chunyu, what brings you here? Xiao Qinyu shook the wooden bowl in his hand. His expression earnest. I've come to eat. I, too, am a member of the camp. Am I not welcome? Eating is fine, but causing a commotion is not to Hu Xiangjia. Stop fighting, the camp leader said. We can eat. At that, the two, still grappling on the ground, reluctantly released each other, both bearing bruises as they glared at one another. A crowd had gathered around them. Xue Ding inquired, Do you need me to serve you? Xiao Qinyu quickly waved his hands, smiling. No need. How could I trouble the esteemed camp leader? I'll serve myself. With that, he picked up a ladle and scooped a portion into his bowl, handing it to a fellow soldier. Suddenly, Wang Dayo spat into the bowl, perfectly landing the saliva inside. Xiao Qinyu's arm froze midair, his facial muscles twitching. He then quietly set the bowl and chopsticks aside. Looking at Wang Dayo, Brother Dayo, what is the meaning of this? Wang Dayo grinned, revealing his white teeth. Apologies, my throat is a bit inflamed. I couldn't control it. However, it seems this meal is mine to prepare. And I simply refuse to feed a traitor. Brother Dayo, you must be mistaken. I have never betrayed the camp. When we entered Jinxia City, we were surrounded. They threatened us to produce 200,000 arrows within 2 months, or face execution. This is known to all. What was the cause? Xiao Qinyu surveyed the crowd of men, women, and elders, stepping onto a stool to elevate himself above Xue Ding. He continued, Everyone should be aware. It was because we hoarded grain that suspicions arose among them. Was it not Xue Ding's unilateral decision that led to this? Can we guarantee that storing grain in a cave is truly safe? Who can assure that the enemy will not discover it? I could leverage that grain to secure benefits for everyone. Why retain what we cannot protect? Why should we all bear the consequences of his individual mistakes? Is that fair? Do you think it is fair? It is not fair. The crowd displayed varied expressions, murmuring amongst themselves. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu withdrew a letter from his sleeve, unfurling the paper, which bore a red seal. Everyone knows I study law. Do you recognize what this is? After much effort and struggle, I have finally obtained the general's authorization. Anyone under 45 and over 15, regardless of gender, may join the military. The general promises that those who successfully enlist will be exempt from punishment, escaping the fate of execution for failing to complete tasks on time. Moreover, there will be generous rewards. Those who achieve merit will rise in rank and wealth. Consider this. Since we have traversed time, it is akin to living anew. What does one seek in life? Why not pave a better path for oneself? Perhaps in the future, one of you may become a formidable presence on the battlefield. Renowned across the world at that time, you may marry as many wives as you desire and spend your riches as you please. Those who wish to follow me, step forward and enlist immediately. Some in the crowd, upon hearing Xiao Qinyu's stirring words, glanced around, visibly tempted. 3 young men stepped forward, addressing Xue Ding. Camp leader, we wish to join the military, not out of cowardice, but because we have grown too comfortable. We are young and wish to take risks, to achieve merit and perhaps even become generals. We hope you can understand. Xue Ding regarded the trio with an impassive expression. Every individual has the right to determine their own fate. I harbor no resentment toward you. Regardless, I wish for your well-being. The 3 immediately beamed in gratitude. Thank you, camp leader. At that moment, another approached the group. It was Eru. Eru, somewhat conflicted, addressed Xue Ding. Brother Xue? I am happy to follow you. Yet my greatest desire is to fight in battle and avenge my fellow villagers from Little Stone Village. Xue Ding nodded. Go forth, slay as many as you can. But keep a cool head, and don't rush ahead. Xiao Qinyu was taken aback. After so much effort, only 4 had been recruited. He felt his eloquence had been misjudged, thinking it should have pierced the hearts of many. Could anyone truly resist the allure of immunity from execution? Could anyone refuse such generous rewards? Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and he turned to see the woman he had longed for. Beaming, team leader, good. Su Xiaoyan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Chunyu's handsome face, leaving a red imprint in her wake, his face flushed with anger. Chapter 66, Transformation into a Model. He was about to receive another slap when Xue Ding caught her wrist. Sister Yin Yin, do not stoop to his level. It is not worth hurting your hand. Su Xiaoyan huffed, shaking off Xue Ding's grip, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Qinyu before turning away. Xue Ding looked at the disheveled Xiao Qinyu and teased. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Qinyu clenched his teeth. I am very satisfied. Just you wait. Shwedding shrugged. Bring it on. 2 days later, after breakfast, Xiao Qinyu summoned Fan Yuqi and borrowed a carriage, draping it with black cloth as they made their way to the barracks. Following a series of announcements, they were commanded by the general to await at the training grounds. The expansive training ground was adorned with fluttering banners, and without command, a considerable number of soldiers gathered, gazing at the peculiar crossbow concealed beneath the black cloth on the carriage. The front resembled a conventional crossbow, while the rear was entirely shrouded. Standing amidst the crowd, Shwedding became the focal point. Dressed in the left guard camp uniform, which had been tailored by Aunt Wan for a better fit, accentuating his physique with intricate decorative patterns that exuded a heroic demeanor. Shwedding transformed into a model by the carriage, continuously striking poses, sometimes raising his chin to reveal his chiseled jawline, other times shaking out his robe to display his muscular build, and at times drawing his sword, assuming a cold demeanor. Soon, the stored poses in his mind were exhausted, and he nearly resorted to an embarrassing display. Being a model was indeed tiring. While it appeared glamorous, internally he felt utterly drained. When Jin Xian led a contingent of military officials, arriving fashionably late, Shwedding met her gaze from atop her warhorse. What gaze does that little wealthy lady possess? Why does she look at me with a hint of anger? For the past few days, I have spent most of my time at the construction site, and I have not provoked her in any way. The female general spoke in a neutral tone. Shwedding, unveil the black cloth and allow the soldiers to witness the fruits of your labor over these past days. Shwedding, already weary of the weight, seized the rope and swiftly pulled down the black cloth, revealing a robust winch along with various peculiar designs. This crossbow had undergone a significant transformation through the collective efforts of the camp's personnel. Firstly, there was a change in concept. The primary adversaries were those skilled practitioners, swift in movement and fierce in attack. Thus, the requirement shifted to a mechanism that could be operated by a single individual, capable of precise aiming and rapid firing, preferably a mobile crossbow. The original crossbow was too large, suitable only for launching projectiles from the front lines, lacking precision and reliant solely on suppressive fire. Whether the enemy could be strung up like meat skewers depended entirely on luck. Consequently, this modification drastically reduced its size, with all crucial components replaced with cast iron. Elastic steel plates were affixed to the bow arms, significantly enhancing its power while maintaining a smaller form. Most importantly, an iron winch was added, allowing the drawing mechanism to be activated simply by turning the winch to prevent the string from losing tension. A row of ratchet teeth was installed on the winch, providing an additional safeguard when the clasp was released. The crisp and pleasant sound of the winch turning could be heard at the rear of the crossbow mechanism. A long-range sight was installed, marked with numerical distances on each significant scale. The reduced crossbow was mounted on a thicker round log, allowing for directional adjustment. Beneath the log was a large base, securely fixed to the cart. The military officials, upon seeing this peculiar weapon, began to murmur among themselves, touching and pointing, constantly posing questions to Shwedding. He, in his pride, ignored them and eagerly approached Wen Jinxian. Bowing slightly as an invitation, he had no desire to waste words on these individuals, who were neither patrons nor financiers. They were simply brutish men who understood little, and further discussion would be futile. The little wealthy lady understood, stepping gracefully to the side of the cart as the crowd parted to make way. Shwedding leaped onto the cart, extending his hand eagerly. When Jin Xian, not one to be shy, extended her petite hand, which Shwedding grasped firmly as she ascended. This marked their first physical contact, causing an involuntary blush to rise on Shwedding's face. He felt a rush of certain hormones as he sensed the smoothness of her touch. To his surprise, despite her delicate hand being warm and silky, he could feel the calluses, indicating she had practiced swordsmanship. She was indeed a seasoned practitioner. Shwedding began to explain patiently, when Jane Xuan's lovely brows furrowed and relaxed intermittently as she posed questions. Eventually, their discussion turned to the smelting of steel, and Shwedding was astonished by her sharp intellect and vast knowledge. It was evident she had done considerable research. When Jin Xian beamed, indeed, a great deal of ingenuity has been employed. How about a contest to determine the effectiveness? Xiao Yunqi was summoned to bring 2 crossbows and a pair of skilled soldiers, along with 2 groups of recruits, at your command. Soon, the soldiers arrived. And when Jin Xian assigned 1 group of recruits and 1 of veterans to Shwedding for training. Once all the soldiers had become proficient in operation, the contest commenced. Initially, the new recruits competed against each other. Due to the simple design of the mobile crossbow, only one person was needed to operate it. The recruits attached the hook, began to turn the winch, and soon the bowstring was taut, fitting a thumb-sized arrow before promptly pulling the trigger. Alas, they missed the target entirely. In contrast, the veteran group wielded an old-fashioned crossbow, with two soldiers pulling the wooden lever back with all their strength. One then placed the arrow and pulled the trigger, successfully hitting the target. The old crossbow triumphed. As the second round began, the new recruits using the mobile crossbow forgot to release the locking clasp, resulting in a failed shot. Meanwhile, the old crossbow managed to hit its target, albeit slightly off. The scores were even. In the third round, the new recruits quickly prepared their bowstring and successfully fired, hitting the bullseye amidst cheers. The mobile crossbow narrowly won. The veteran group then began their contest. Leveraging their experience, they could activate their arrows more swiftly, while the mobile crossbow group faced frequent errors due to inexperience, yet still managed to fire successfully. After 3 rounds, the old crossbow emerged victorious. The new mobile crossbow drew a chorus of sighs from the soldiers, who did not shy away from mocking Xue Ding. As the technical supervisor, Xiao Hongyu was furious, ready to retort, even wanting to confront Xue Ding, but was swiftly dissuaded. As a senior carpenter, can you truly take on all these men? The little wealthy lady stood by, observing with a cold demeanor, revealing no hint of joy or discontent. Xue Ding raised his voice. The competition is not over yet. The battlefield is ever-changing. Why not hold a few more rounds? What format do you propose? When Jin Xian inquired, 3 rounds do not suffice. Let us directly compete for 20 rounds. I will use one person against the other 2 old crossbows, with each group allocated 20 arrows for free shooting. Let us see who can shoot accurately and rapidly. Agreed. Xue Ding turned to Xiao Hongyu, grinning. Here's your chance for revenge. Will you take it? Xiao Hongyu calmly retrieved a sports headband from his pocket and donned it, revealing a perplexed expression on Xue Ding's face as he noticed the words "victory certain" written in red. Xiao Hongyu pointed to his forehead, exclaiming, "It means certain victory, brother. Ancient characters are written from right to left. Are you uncultured?" Chapter 67. The inadvisability of marrying. And Xiao Hongyu unzipped his jacket, tossing it back with flair, revealing his muscular physique, preparing as a standard athlete would before a competition. The command of the messenger. The new round of contest officially began. Xiao Hongyu fitted the hook onto the bowstring and promptly activated the winch, setting the bowstring in place, placing the arrow, releasing the clasp, and pulling the trigger in a fluid motion. The other 2 groups acted even more swiftly, launching 3 arrows almost simultaneously. The difference was that the veteran group hit the target dead center, while the new recruits shot off target, with Xiao Hongyu missing entirely. The 2 groups quickly proceeded to the next round. Xiao Hongyu, unfazed, casually chewed on a toothpick, meticulously adjusting the sight behind the trigger, and then took out a file to refine the grooves of the crossbow. By the time he finished, the other 2 groups had already fired their arrows. Undeterred by lagging behind, Xiao Hongyu became increasingly exhilarated. The more he shot, the more accurate he became, enjoying the process with ease and delight. Soon, he completed his 20 arrows, seeming unsatisfied, only slightly panting from the repeated actions of drawing the string. The target was now covered in arrows. Looking around, he noticed that everyone had fallen silent. The other 2 groups had also ceased their activity. Xiao Hongyu dejectedly approached Xue Ding, mumbling, "I have failed." Xue Ding consoled him. "You performed admirably. Next time, perhaps tone it down a bit and refrain from stealing my spotlight." Xiao Hongyu emitted a questioning hum. Xue Ding elaborated. The other 2 groups encountered issues. The new recruits exhausted their strength after 10 rounds and had to take a break. The veteran group broke their bow arm after 13 rounds. "Just as you completed your 20 arrows, is that so? I was having too much fun and lost track of time. 20 arrows are too few. Next time, I shall aim for 100. Xue Ding patted Xiao Hongyu on the shoulder. "I now acknowledge your advanced carpenter certification. Only someone as dedicated as you could reach such a level." When Jin Xian surveyed the military officials, "Is there anyone else who wishes to compete?" The crowd exchanged glances, the disparity evident, and none stepped forward to challenge. When Jin Xian slowly approached Xue Ding, "Xue Ding, you have won." Then, dismissing those around her, she leaned closer to Xue Ding and whispered, "The Yuanwu Empire is making moves. Their army has already set out. I need you to enhance this crossbow as much as possible. Rest assured, I will find you a suitable wife. The preceding words were clear enough, merely implying a need to bolster strength, but the latter statement left Xue Ding bewildered. Surely, one cannot dictate marriage. Does she not understand the concept of romantic freedom? Xue Ding questioned. Find a wife. What kind of wife? Is there a bride price involved? When Jin Xian was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. How could the esteemed young master concern himself with bride prices? They are all daughters from noble families, beautiful and refined. They would not bring disgrace upon you, if you are financially constrained. I can lend you a portion. It appeared she was still fixated on our firearms. Xue Ding feigned distress, resolutely refusing. I do not want a bride who requires a bride price. When Jin Xian was left speechless, querying, do you wish to marry in? Xue Ding gazed at the onlookers, who cast him bewildered looks, feeling the need to set an example. Of course not. Bride prices are a remnant of outdated customs. I shall commence the rejection of such practices. You are utterly unreasonable. When Jin Xian clenched her teeth, flicking her sleeve in frustration before storming off, Xiao Hongyu, witnessing when Jin Xian leave in a huff, quickly approached Xue Ding. I say, brother, you are quite bold. You were just smiling at each other. Yet things turn sour so quickly. Offending anyone is ill-advised, especially not a benefactor. Be cautious lest she retract her orders. You do not understand. She presents one face while concealing another. Worry not, I shall return home to await my payment. After lunch, Fan Yuqi indeed arrived as scheduled, though not as ceremoniously as last time. He brought only 2 modest-sized boxes. Upon delivering them to Xue Ding's courtyard, he turned to leave. Xue Ding hurried after him, grasping Fan Yuqi's hand and pressing silver into his palm. Fan Yuqi tucked the coin into his sleeve, weighing it and nodding with a smile. Mr. Fan, why such haste? You do not even stop for tea. How could I dare? I wish to prolong my existence a little longer. Today, I heard that the general returned from the training grounds and, in a fit of rage, shattered the cup that was nearly at his lips. We, the subordinates, were utterly terrified. Do you happen to know when the general last broke a cup? Xue Ding was left pondering this question with a significant furrow in his brow. When was that? It was 3 years ago, when the master suddenly vanished without a trace. In a bid to successfully take control of Jinxia City, the general had invited the commanders to a banquet, but when the conversation soured, he smashed the cup as a signal. That event resulted in over 1,000 casualties, a scene of carnage and wailing. Regardless of rank, anyone deemed unsatisfactory met their end at the hands of death itself. A chill ran through Xue Ding. This was indeed reminiscent of the cup smashing as a signal. In truth, the general had a message for you, stating that your improvements to the crossbow were commendable. And she was quite pleased, instructing me to deliver 2 boxes of gold to you. Additionally, I have pinned some further remarks in a letter enclosed within the box for you to peruse. It seems you have offended the general, and I suggest we maintain a measure of distance moving forward. Xue Ding wished to inquire further, but Fan Yuqi waved him off and took his leave. Clutching a heavy box in each hand, Xue Ding hurried back to his quarters and locked the door. Upon opening the boxes, he was momentarily blinded by the gleam of gold, but he quickly retrieved the letter inside. After a thorough read, it conveyed 4 primary messages. First, for the successful enhancement of the crossbow, he would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, while the previous punishment of 140,000 arrows had been reduced to 100,000. Second, all the materials required for the improved military crossbow were to be sent to the construction site, with the expectation of producing 1,000 units swiftly. The craftsmen of the entire city could be allocated by Xue Ding, provided that their wages were not withheld. Third, with the crossbow now taking shape, Xue Ding was mandated to report to the military camp for duty the following day. The military's regulations could not be disregarded. Lastly, the bride price is a matter of dignity. Entering the family through marriage is not acceptable. The emotions conveyed between the lines were palpable. After finishing the letter, Xue Ding did not erupt in fury nor cry out to the heavens. He could only mutter in resentment. What offense have I committed in opposing the bride price? Why must I be treated in this manner? Why must I be punished with a job? The message regarding the bride price suggests that the female general wishes for you to formally marry her rather than enter her family through marriage, lest she looks down upon you. Ding Gui, however, considering her wealth, what an exorbitant bride price must one pay to win her hand? Yu Datu interjected, murmuring. Xue Ding was taken aback and swiftly closed the letter, turning to find Yu Datu. Zhou Jigang and Su Xiaoyan before him. Schweding's mouth twitched. When did you arrive? I distinctly remember locking the door. Isn't that window open? Ding Gu. We've all heard about the incident at the military camp. The female general was quite upset when she left. We were concerned about your mental state. We came to offer you some comfort. However, as we entered the courtyard, we saw you sneaking into your room with 2 boxes. Locking the door behind you, we climbed in through the window. Your vigilance leaves much to be desired. Why you Datu explained, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 68. The camp commanderess duel. Su Xiaoyan's eyes were glued to the 2 boxes of gold. She picked up a gold ingot and held it before her, admiring it closely. Wow, gold ingots. I've never seen so much gold in my life. Why you Datu, quickly bite one to see if it's real. Udata took a hefty bite out of the gold, leaving a row of teeth marks. It's pure gold. Su Xiaoyan snatched it back, exclaiming in exasperation. Why did you bite it so hard? If you damage it, how can we spend it? Zhou Jigang changed the subject. Schweding, these 2 boxes of gold weigh about 70 pounds, which would convert to approximately 8,000 taels of silver, 4 times the amount from last time. How do you plan to spend it? I oppose you using this money to marry the female general. That would merely return the money to her. However, one could argue otherwise. Ding Gu, you could enter her family through marriage, and perhaps she would grant you a substantial dowry. Udata teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Schweding rolled his eyes in exasperation. You misunderstand. This money is a reward for the improvements made to the crossbow. Everything else is mere nonsense. Stop imagining things. Su Xiaoyan turned to Schweding and asked, how do you intend to handle this gold? Schweding pondered deeply. Zhou Jigang expressed his opinion. I believe we should distribute it among everyone. The news of the gold's arrival cannot be concealed. If we do not share, it will surely breed discontent. Why you Datu immediately interjected. I think we should hide some. If we distribute it all, what will we do when we need funds later? Everyone is receiving wages now, and the camp's expenses are significant. How can we rein in everyone when we run out of money? Su Xiaoyan slammed her hand on the table. I believe that when Jin Xian appears generous but harbors a cruel heart. First, there was 2,000 taels of silver, and now 1,000 taels of gold. Whether distributed in abundance or scarcity, it will become a problem. Such a ruthless strategy aims to sow discord among us. She is merely waiting for an opportunity to divide us. Why Udata countered. Not necessarily. I believe that the female general has taken a liking to Ding Gu. Continuously sending gifts is quite reasonable. As for how to handle it, that is our prerogative. She has not interfered, has she? The 3 held their ground, arguing without reaching a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, Schweding resolved. The best course of action is to spend it all, leaving not a single coin behind. If we do not spend it, it is merely a heap of metal. Only when spent does it become money. First, let us distribute some funds to everyone, rewarding those with merit more generously, and then use the remaining money to upgrade our equipment and enhance our survival capabilities. The next day, Schweding was awakened by the crowing of roosters. He dressed, washed quickly, and had a stack of pancakes and a large plate of salted pork for breakfast. Though it was rather salty, so he compensated with several bowls of porridge before stepping outside. To his surprise, he encountered several individuals along the way, all warmly greeting him and urging him to rise early for breakfast before hastening to the construction site. A warm current surged in Schweding's heart. He felt genuinely touched. Everyone was so enthusiastic. Upon reaching the entrance, however, he did not see the familiar cavalryman, only a frail yellow horse meandering in front of the gate. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to riding, and the clattering of hooves soon carried him to the military camp. The area before the general's tent was already bustling with soldiers of both genders. Upon seeing Schweding approach, their expressions were far from welcoming. If only they knew that my disagreement with their general stemmed from matters of bride price, I wonder how they would react. He felt weary of explaining. In the center of the military tent square stood a girl with her nose held high, when Dayu, clad in silver armor that appeared to have been tailored for a better fit. It accentuated her slender and graceful figure, radiating youthful vitality. Strangely, beside her was a cross-shaped wooden frame, with stones piled at its base and several thick logs nearby. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered in a certain courtyard of the Shui residence. Filled with chatter, on a modest wooden table lay an array of telescopes, accompanied by a sign that read, Camp Commander Duel, Viewing Resources Limited, 1 tael of silver per person, first come, first served. Why you data shouted from the rooftop. Qian Jibin. Shueding has arrived at the military camp. The duel is about to commence. Qin Jibin, sweating profusely, called out to the crowd in a panic. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. This is all my fault. I had no idea there would be so many attendees. Resources for viewing are limited. If too many gather, the roof will not support it. The remaining 5 tickets will retain their price. We will draw lots to determine who gets them. For those who do not acquire a ticket, please remain calm. I used to be a game commentator and will provide live commentary from the rooftop. Additionally, I will record the entire event for everyone to watch later. We have also set up betting options, totaling 3 choices. Each person may only bet on one option, with a maximum of 200 copper coins per person, purely for entertainment purposes, once you buy. You cannot change your mind. Option 1. Shueding loses. Option 2. Wen Dayu wins. Option 3. A draw between both. By now. Udata glanced at the fuming Su Xiaoyan beside him and quickly reassured her. Sister. We had agreed on this beforehand. You mustn't get angry, or it will stir public outrage. After all, Ding Gu is quite popular. Everyone has arisen early to witness his prowess, Su Xiaoyan shouted below. Chen Jibin. Why on earth is there no option for Shueding to win? Only then did Chen Jibin realize. Oh, I see, I was confused. Option 2 will now be changed to Shueding wins. Zhou Jigang cautioned. Ignore him. It's about to begin. Let us see the results of the training over the past few days. When Dayu looked down her nose at Shueding, her gaze haughty. You dare to anger the general? You are in grave trouble. Last time, I was careless and ended up in a tie with you. But today, if I unleash my full strength, you will witness what true practitioners are capable of. Xiao Chenyu, come forth and assist me. Upon hearing her call, Xiao Chenyu approached with steady strides. His imposing physique and handsome features immediately drew the attention of several female soldiers. Observing the reactions of the women, when Dayu smiled, this dashing man had secretly expressed his feelings for her. How enviable! Xiao Chenyu reached the wooden frame, extracted a log as thick as an arm, and knelt before Wen Dayu, lifting the log high above his head with both hands. Seeing Xiao Chenyu's earnest demeanor, Wen Dayu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her expression brightening as she gently said, No need for such formality. Please secure the wood at one end. I fear I might lose control and injure you. Xiao Chenyu's voice was rich with charm. I am well aware of your strength. Breaking this log is but a trifling matter. I merely worry that your delicate hands may get scraped, which would be quite distressing. After speaking, he rose to his feet, obediently placing one end of the wooden beam on the rack while firmly gripping the other end. Shueding inwardly cursed this individual. Pa? Relying on his good looks, he thinks he is remarkable. In order to ingratiate himself with Wen Dayu, he has gone to great lengths to flatter, even sacrificing his dignity. Truly, he brings shame upon us time travelers. Wen Dayu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly remarked, I understand. I'll be careful. Shueding could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat twice. Wen Dayu's expression turned serious as she extended a pale hand. Channeling her internal energy, the edges of her palm transformed from pristine white to a fiery red, resembling a searing blade. The energy surged around her, causing her black hair to dance in response. With a delicate command, she exclaimed, Open! Chapter 69. The leaky armor with a swift motion, her fiery palm descended, and the raw wood was instantly cleaved in two, followed by the acrid scent of charred timber. Impressive, truly remarkable. The soldiers in the barracks erupted in applause, showering her with compliments without reservation. When Dayu gazed triumphantly at Shueding's expression, which indeed reflected surprise at this display. However, having witnessed the devastating prowess of a formidable adversary in a nightmare, he dismissed this feat as trivial, akin to a child's clumsy attempt at Tai Chi, endearing, yet lacking in substance, prompting him to shake his head. This is the Lai Tao palm. I knew you would be unconvinced. When Dayu teased, raising an eyebrow, Xiao Chenyu immediately grasped her intent and called upon their companions to move a large stone. Upon seeing the stone as large as a grinding wheel, when Dayu's expression shifted slightly, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Chenyu, he feigned being struck by the stone, discreetly substituting it with one the size of a watermelon. When Dayu observed him with a disapproving gaze, Xiao Chenyu quickly understood and replaced the watermelon-sized stone with an even smaller one, earning a nod of approval from her. Taking a deep breath, When Dayu shouted, "Open!" her fiery palm sliced through the stone, which split effortlessly in two. From a distant rooftop, Qian Jibin, witnessing the spectacle, began his commentary. "I am now witnessing an astonishing scene. The girl named Wen Dayu is, astonishingly, a practitioner. With a mere breath, her palm turned crimson, first cleaving a timber as thick as an arm and then bisecting a stone the size of a watermelon. Is she going for a powerful move right from the start? How formidable she is. Could the camp leader be in danger?" Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoyan immediately set down her binoculars, exclaiming anxiously, "No, I must grab my sniper rifle. I cannot watch him come to harm." Zhou Jigang promptly intervened. "Do you not have faith in him? Do you not believe in the speed of his growth over these past few days? You should trust me as your coach. If you accidentally fire your weapon, it would truly endanger him." Ding remained calm and contemplative, marveling at the ease with which she could cleave stone. This would certainly make labor more efficient on construction sites, where so much would require cutting. Just a few swift motions would yield greater productivity. When Dayu taunted, "Are you afraid? If so, just concede now. From now on, you shall refer to me as Annie, understood?" "Annie it is," Ding replied with unwavering resolve, catching her off guard. After a moment of stunned silence, when Dayu, flustered, retorted, You shameless person, I've changed my mind. From now on, you must kneel and call me master when you see me," recalling a previous encounter where he had been bitten on the calf. Ding firmly refused. "That won't do. I don't bite, only dogs do." When Dayu gritted her teeth in anger, "Then let us engage in battle. I will make you feel like a dog." Ding proudly lifted his chin. "I am more than willing to oblige." The two assumed their stances, their gazes clashing in a fiery exchange, the atmosphere thick with tension. When Dayu struck first, enhancing her speed with her cultivation, her fiery palm aimed squarely at his face. Ding deftly leaped aside, evading her attack and adopting a boxing stance. When Dayu quickly closed the distance, executing the Black Tiger Prowling Heart technique, Ding sidestepped, countering with a rapid jab, striking her wrist. The impact caused her fiery palm to dim slightly. Cautious now, when Dayu mimicked Ding's agile movements, swiftly grasping the advantages of his technique. Her bouncing form resembled a graceful butterfly, flitting effortlessly through the air. Suddenly, as if telepathically synchronized, both launched simultaneous attacks, one delivering a flying kick while the other executed a sweeping leg strike, narrowly missing each other. They exchanged a flurry of blows, the sounds of their impacts ringing out continuously. The surrounding soldiers cheered enthusiastically. When Dayu was astonished to discover that her cultivated speed matched Ding's. His confidence surged. Following Zhou Jigang's intense training regimen, his physical capabilities had tripled, unlocking his body's potential. Now, both his strength and speed had markedly improved, elevating his control to new heights. The benefits of the Qingyun fruit were becoming evident, and he resolved to learn more about it, pondering the remaining 6 seeds and their potential uses. Engaging in rapid exchanges, neither rushed to determine a victor. Opportunities to duel with practitioners were rare. He aimed to gather as much information as possible. Reflecting on Wen Dayu's earlier stone-splitting feat, he realized it required considerable build-up and technique, akin to what he had seen in videos of masters breaking stone, suggesting that the so-called mystical arts were not as enigmatic as they appeared. When Dayu suddenly accelerated, seizing the moment as Ding was momentarily distracted, delivering a horizontal slice. From afar, Qian Jibin, still narrating passionately, gasped as he witnessed the situation unfold before him, lamenting, Ding has been struck in the chest by Wen Dayu's palm. "Oh!" A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd below, listening to the live commentary. Unable to bear it, Su Xiaoyan prepared to rush down for her sniper rifle, only to be restrained by Zhou Jigang, who insisted, Ding is fine. The match is about to reach a conclusion. Suddenly, Qian Jibin's tone shifted. "Ah, you gave me quite a scare. It turns out the palm strike merely impacted his armor, leaving Ding unharmed. However, the armor has transformed into a leaky design, exposing a considerable expanse of skin. How awkward." Hearing that Ding was unharmed, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, their worries finally laid to rest. After being struck, Ding quickly leaped back, glancing down to find his armor torn, revealing 2 finger-width gaps through which cold air rushed in, sending a shiver down his spine. The acrid scent of singed leather filled the air, and he felt a cold sweat seep down his back. He had narrowly escaped disaster. However, he confirmed that the armor was indeed genuine leather, with a tenfold compensation for any counterfeits. Chen Jibin, peering through his large binoculars, exclaimed, "Shueding has taken the initiative," executing a swift turn and side kick. The girl narrowly dodges, but Shueding strikes again, this time hitting her backside. My word, what a sight! The two stood still for a moment, seemingly exchanging words. The girl, incensed, chased after Shueding, who fled from her grasp. The spectacle continued, with the crowd encouraged to exercise patience. Finally, they engaged in a flurry of dazzling exchanges. Oh, what is this? The girl has caught Shueding off guard and executed a shoulder throw. What a forceful move, as she lands squarely on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shueding struck back, and after a series of exchanges, he grasped one of her arms, pinning her down with his knee. Their lips moved, as if asking, "Are you convinced?" When Dayu, raising her adorable face with defiance, glared at him, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Her lips formed the words, "I refuse to yield." With that, Shueding released her, and both resumed their stances, ready for another round. This promised to be a protracted battle. Those who had purchased tickets were indeed fortunate, while those who hadn't could still catch the replay. Suddenly, it became apparent that the girl's palm was no longer as red. Could it be that her energy was waning? Was Shueding employing a kite strategy, waiting for her to exhaust her energy before striking decisively? What a cunning boy he was now! The girl attacked once more, and amidst a dizzying flurry of exchanges, Shueding received several blows. What is happening? Shueding unexpectedly turned and seized her reddened hand. Was it not hot? Despite her small stature, her hand was capable of cleaving stone. Chapter 70. The crying match in a sudden motion. Shueding yanked her hand toward him, catching her off guard. As was I. The girl stumbled and fell, and one might expect him to embrace her, perhaps even share a kiss. Shueding, the quintessential straight man. Fortunately, he refrained from delivering a follow-up blow. How gentlemanly of him! The girl, rising once more, remained undeterred, her spirit unyielding. Let us have unyielding emblazoned across the screen. She launched her assault, and Shueding retaliated with a fierce knee strike to her abdomen. Showing no mercy, the girl bent over in pain, clearly affected by the blow. Shueding stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling aside her skirt armor in a public spectacle that was decidedly inappropriate. What is happening now? What I witnessed was simply blinding. Shueding grasped the young girl's waist, audaciously administering a series of slaps to her behind. Smack, smack, smacked. Having delivered over 10 strikes, who would have thought that the camp commander held such a fondness for this sort of display? Truly a vigorous age. However, is it appropriate to engage in such conduct in public? Why not retreat to a room for such antics? Chen Jibin was in the midst of commentary when suddenly the binoculars were snatched away, followed by a punch to his eye. Covering one eye, Chen Jibin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Su Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Don't think I fear you. Be cautious, or you might end up unmarried. I have endured your behavior for far too long." Su Xiaoyan retorted fiercely, her gums clenched, spitting as she spoke. "Ah, a gentleman speaks without resorting to violence. Do not strike me. I surrender." On the rooftop, Chen Jibin continued to plead for mercy. Shueding glanced at Wendayu, who lay on the ground, motionless and in a sorry state, then looked up at the sky and exhaled deeply. His body and mind felt particularly at ease. One word, refreshing. Surely, nothing serious would come of this. Approaching to inspect, he noticed Wendayu's shoulders trembling, accompanied by the sound of quiet sobs. To his surprise, she had been brought to tears. Having indulged in his own pleasure, he had momentarily lost control. Perhaps an apology was in order. Just as he was about to step forward, Xiao Qinyu immediately blocked his path, pushing Shueding forcefully. She is no longer resisting. Must you go so far? How can you treat a young girl so shamelessly? Are you even a man? Shueding's actions sparked outrage among the surrounding soldiers, leaving him speechless. Xiao Qinyu turned, cradling the weeping Wendayu, and gazing down at the girl burying her face in his chest. Comforted her, "Dayu, it's all right now. With me here, I will certainly avenge you. Let us find the military doctor." When Dayu nodded weakly, Shueding was left speechless. Xiao Qinyu's methods of courting were indeed remarkable. Holding Wen Dayu, Xiao Qinyu turned his head with flair, ominously warning, "Xue Ding, wait for it. I will ensure you pay in blood for your debts." That chiseled face, that broad chest, those blood-red eyes did not go unnoticed by the female soldiers nearby. Each heart stirred. The incident of Xue Ding striking the girl, deftly instigated by Xiao Qinyu, ignited a powder keg of emotions, leading to an immediate backlash. The soldiers around could no longer stand idly by, their anger rising as they rolled up their sleeves and gathered closer. At that moment, dressed in a flowing white satin military uniform, when Jin Xian arrived, gallantly mounted on a majestic horse, causing the surrounding commotion to momentarily halt. With a simple gesture of her hand, all soldiers swiftly dispersed like the tide. When Jin Xian strode directly into the military tent, her steps imbued with an air of indignation as she forcefully threw her sword onto the tea table. Shattering the teacups, with her delicate brows furrowed, she exclaimed, "I have just returned from an inspection of the city gates, only to stumble upon this farce. I must ask, why do you repeatedly bully my guards? What are you pretending for? There is fighting in the army. I refuse to believe you are unaware." This woman must have been watching from a distance, and only after the altercation did she arrive. "Clearly seeking trouble," Xue Ding retorted defiantly, standing tall. "I merely engaged in a simple spar with your guard, and who would have known she would cry after just a few exchanges? Such a weak will cannot defend the general. If she is so easily bullied, then on the battlefield, it is the general who would be the one vulnerable." Provoked, when Jin Xian countered, "Silence. Do you understand nothing? On the battlefield, can victory be claimed through mere individual valor amidst a sea of troops?" Xue Ding fell silent. If she herself did not mind, then what he said was of no consequence. The imposing aura of Wen Jinxian diminished as she took her seat at the head of the table. Pouring 2 cups of tea, her tone softening slightly, "I have received intelligence that the enemy's march is hastening. If you have any strategies, present them swiftly. I am not stingy towards those who contribute." Although Xue Ding had already devised plans for this dire situation, hearing of the enemy's movements tightened his chest. The forces of the Yuanwu Empire's Huyin family loomed like a sword hanging over their heads. Yet they had yet to fall. The agony of awaiting judgment was truly unbearable. When Jin Xian handed a cup of tea to Xue Ding, who accepted it and drank deeply, upon noticing the jade cup in his hand, he realized it was personally poured by the young lady of wealth. In modern times, an employer pouring tea for an employee is a gesture of courtesy. In ancient times, it was typically the maidservants who poured tea. When a superior personally serves tea to an inferior, it elevates their own status, and it would be more customary to offer a polite gesture instead. Xue Ding set the cup down, thick-skinned, pretending he had not drunk. "Now that we have discerned the enemy's movements, can we not take the initiative? Why not launch a surprise attack while the enemy is vulnerable?" When Jin Xian seized the opportunity of passing the tea to closely examine the 2-finger-wide gap in Xue Ding's leather armor, revealing his well-defined chest muscles, despite being struck by a fierce blow, he remained unscathed. She mused internally, "This heir of the Qi clan truly conceals his strength. Even old Yao could not uncover it." Xue Ding noticed when Jin Xuan's unusual gaze and looked down. Oh, the design of this armor allowed for a direct view of 2 small points. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he quickly turned his body, facing away. Seeing his reaction, when Jin Xian lightly stepped in front of him, looking into his eyes, she said, "What you do not know is that the military department stipulates that the number of troops cannot exceed 30,000. I took over Jinxia City 3 years ago and have invested considerable resources since, yet time has been short, and overall strength has not significantly improved. If these troops were to face the battlefield, a single misstep could lead to total annihilation, resulting in a complete loss. It is better to guard the city diligently." Xue Ding silently turned his body, responding sideways, "You make a valid point. Since you have reached a conclusion, I truly have no good strategies. I take my leave. Wait, since you are aware of the sword hanging over us, why not be forthright with me? Shall we not face this together? Do you intend to watch Jinxia City run red with blood?" When Jin Xuan's tone brimmed with anger and confusion, Did I not provide you with the improved techniques for the bows and crossbows? Is it truly insufficient for city defense?" Xue Ding scratched his head, inquiring. "Far from it. The soldiers of this small city have not experienced much warfare, while the Hu Wei army has long been one of Huyan Shuofeng's main forces. Fighting on the flat ground would be no match for them. Only by relying on the city walls can we hope for victory, and a battle is not solely between the mundane. There are also battles among cultivators. The only ones in this city capable of contending with them are the experts cultivated by my Wen family over the centuries. When Jin Xian stepped once more before Xue Ding, her gaze intense and her words earnest, "Do you possess any strategies to elevate my army's combat effectiveness in a short time? But I am not well versed in battlefield combat. I truly feel powerless." Xue Ding quickly shook his head and waved his hands, turning aside to avoid her gaze. "If that is the case, may I request you to slay a few experts akin to Hu Yin Haoyue? Then victory would be within reach." When Jin Xuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Easier said than done. Hu Yin Haoyue is at the foundational stage, and moreover, those experts will not simply wait for me to kill them. I still need to craft bows and arrows and improve the crossbows. I simply lack the energy for this. What to do? Xue Ding frowned, his face filled with helplessness. The improvements to the bows and crossbows can be entrusted entirely to Fan Yuqi. As for the production of the remaining 100,000 arrows, for each foundational stage expert you slay, I shall reduce the count by 50,000. How does that sound? When those experts appear, I shall send my own to hold them off while you take the opportunity to strike. Xue Ding contemplated inwardly. This plan was indeed meticulously calculated. The food has already been placed in your hands, and you are still not satisfied. The matter of those 100,000 arrows is a clear attempt to frame me. If I assist you in slaying the experts, what benefit do I gain? If things were to come to light, the enemy might let you go due to your status, but would they easily spare us? Yet, now is not the time to sever ties, since you have plotted so carefully. Do not blame me for being heartless in the future. With these thoughts, Xue Ding maintained a facade of cordiality and said, "Very well, let us proceed with this plan. However, I require you to investigate a certain individual. If you cannot manage this simple task, I shall be unable to comply. Who is this person?" When Jin Xian inquired curiously, her eyes filled with intrigue. Kuan Yuan sect, Zhang Mengzi. Zhang Mengzi? I have never heard of this individual. Why investigate him? When Jin Xuan's curiosity deepened as she tilted her head to look at Xue Ding. After I killed Hu Yin Haoyue during my escape, I encountered a cultivator from the Kuan Yuan sect. He was overly confident, declaring he would find us faster than his junior brother Zhang Mengzi. Claiming victory, I suspect that besides the individual pursuing me, another has been dispatched here for reconnaissance, named Zhang Mengzi. I suspect he is within the city. Xue Ding patiently explained in detail. If you knew, why not inform me sooner? When Jin Xuan's expression darkened, her tone laced with reproach. At that time, I was gravely injured. My mind muddled, and I could hardly recall such details. It was only upon your mention of wanting to kill a foundational stage expert that I remembered. Xue Ding replied with an innocent expression. All right, I will investigate. But what if he is not in the city? I am convinced he must be here. If he is not, I will assist you in slaying a few foundational stage experts. Xue Ding raised his fist, speaking with conviction. Agreed, it is settled. When Jin Xian extended her fair hand, the two sealed their pact with a clap. Finally, this matter was resolved. Zhang Mengzi, the name was mentioned by the outer sect elders of that group of experts during his second nightmare. Since the dream is tied to reality, it is possible that this name is not merely a fabrication. He may indeed exist. Upon exiting the military tent, the compassionate female captain of the left guard thoughtfully presented a set of clothing to Xue Ding, unabashedly insisting on watching him change. Perhaps such behavior was customary within the ranks. With a thick skin, Xue Ding removed his tattered garments and donned the fresh attire she provided. Upon turning around, he found the captain gazing intently at him, sending a shiver down his spine. There was an unsettling quality to her stare. Could this woman harbor ulterior motives? One must always be cautious in the presence of others. At last, he managed to replace his revealing outfit with a brand new suit of armor, which, though still somewhat snug, would need adjustments from Ant One upon his return. The remainder of the day was dedicated to practicing cavalry formations. The female cavalry of the left guard demonstrated the intricacies of their tactical maneuvers. They began with the double arrowhead formation, dividing into two groups, with the captain positioned at the tip of the arrow. Using vocal commands and reins, the unit moved with the fluidity of a serpentine creature, swiftly completing the formation changes. Following this, they simulated a charge, maintaining both speed and order. Under the commander's directive, the two groups swiftly merged into a single arrowhead formation, enhancing their impact. They then showcased how to adapt their formations when faced with casualties. As some members were injured and exited the field, the surrounding cavalry seamlessly adjusted their positions, either quickening their pace or altering their spacing, communicating through mere glances and simple shouts, restoring the stability of their formation with remarkable fluidity. Next, they delved into more cavalry tactics, such as flanking maneuvers against infantry formations. Instead of charging directly, they would throw their long spears as they approached the infantry, swiftly turning their mounts to regroup at a distance before launching another charge, maximizing the cavalry's inherent advantages. During combat scenarios, once both sides clashed, the formations inevitably became disordered. The decisive factor in determining victory lay in which side could more quickly reorganize and initiate another charge. After several falls, Schweding finally learned to ride and eagerly joined the cavalry formation training. Such knowledge was invaluable and might prove useful in the future. Despite numerous challenges, he managed to keep pace. It must be said that riding was indeed a skill. Dodging left and right was no easy feat. The greatest fear was falling from the horse. Should he be trampled by a comrade's steed? It could be fatal. After joining, he suddenly noticed that the entire unit had tacitly slowed down to accommodate him. Schweding, undeterred by embarrassment, persisted in his training, eager to familiarize himself with their movements and commands. Training among a group of female guards presented no discomfort, yet gradually, Schweding began to discern some peculiarities. Firstly, why did everyone regard him with such strange looks, tinged with sympathy and an unusual warmth? Secondly, this female guard unit was far from ordinary. Their discipline was exceptional, and their strength rivaled that of men. Their movements were crisp and decisive, as if shaped by countless battles, ingrained into their muscle memory. The fact that when Jin Xian commanded an all-female guard unit was intriguing in itself. Compared to the male unit, which boasted greater strength and inherent advantages in formation charges, she surely recognized this disparity. It could not merely be for aesthetics or to showcase women's rights. Hence, the answer became apparent, startling Schweding. He had thought himself a lamb among wolves, but in reality, he might just be the lamb. These women were indeed wolves in sheep's clothing. This entire female guard unit was composed of practitioners, likely a true assembly of elite warriors. Upon observing the expressions of those around him, they morphed into ones of intrigue. Reversing the situation, it became chillingly clear why he and Wen Dayu had been compelled to duel before the military tent. It was to conceal the true combat prowess of this army. Where might one find the Wen family's elite warriors? The answer perhaps lay within the riddle itself. Wen Jinxian, your calculations are profoundly intricate. Chapter 72. False military orders. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Schweding rose early and adeptly donned his armor. He tightened his belt and adjusted his tunic before departing the Shui residence as usual. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted a cavalryman clad in silver armor. Standing quietly at attention, the rider sat firmly upon a tall, majestic chestnut steed, wearing a face guard, and appeared to have been waiting for some time. The cavalryman shifted slightly in his saddle to create space, nodding to Schweding, indicating he should mount behind him. Schweding replied that he had learned to ride and did not require such trouble. He turned back into the courtyard and shortly emerged leading a somewhat frail yellow horse. Upon reaching the entrance again, the cavalryman spoke. The general has instructed me to invite you to the training grounds at the back mountain today, indicating there is military training awaiting you. Hearing this, Schweding felt a flicker of confusion but thought little of it, nodding in agreement. If that is the case, let us set off. Thus, the two spurred their horses forward along the winding mountain path. The sound of hooves echoing through the forest, startling birds into flight. Before long, they arrived at a secluded and deep valley. The valley was overgrown with weeds and strewn with rocks, showing no signs of human activity. Gazing upon the desolate landscape, Schweding turned to the cavalryman beside him, puzzled, and asked, "Brother, what is the meaning of this? Why is the training scheduled in such a remote and barren place?" The cavalryman smiled slightly, responding calmly, "Cavalry training must naturally strive to simulate real combat environments. Do not question too much. Come with me, as everyone is waiting for you inside." With that, he urged his horse forward into the valley. Schweding raised an eyebrow, discreetly checking the dagger at his waist, and followed closely behind, venturing deeper into the valley. The cavalryman, like the wind, led Schweding swiftly through the winding path, covering the distance in mere moments and entering a serene valley. The scenery within was pleasant, yet aside from a solitary white tent in the center, there were no other structures to this moment. The cavalryman reined in his horse and steadied it, turning to Xue Ding and saying, "You may dismount here. The general has ordered that you enter alone. I shall remain here as a guard and will not intrude." Xue Ding nodded, gracefully dismounting before handing the reins to the cavalryman. Without hesitation, the cavalryman turned the horse around, pressing his legs against the steed's flank, and soon vanished from sight, dust swirling behind him. Alone, Xue Ding approached the tent with steady, measured steps, his gaze alert as he meticulously observed and memorized every detail of the valley's terrain. When he was about 100 paces from the tent, he halted and announced, "I am Xue Ding, here to pay my respects to the general. May I inquire how this training is to proceed?" No sooner had he spoken than a deep voice emerged from within the tent. "Now that you have arrived, kneel and pay your respects to me with several bows. I possess an unparalleled skill to impart to you. Once mastered, your power will undoubtedly surge." Xue Ding crossed his arms in annoyance, retorting, "I am not in need of any martial arts, General. Why do you remain hidden within the tent? Do you not feel stifled?" The tent flap was lifted, revealing Wen Dayu, now donned in a set of black chainmail, her previous disheveled appearance entirely transformed into one of competence and charm. She smiled sweetly at Xue Ding. Captivatingly, following her, a dozen armored male soldiers emerged, their expressions fierce and eager, radiating an intimidating aura. At the valley's entrance, several more male soldiers also appeared, encircling Xue Ding. Feigning terror, Xue Ding glanced around nervously, his voice quaking as he raised his tone. "Did you? Wasn't this supposed to be training? Where is the general? I demand to see the general." "The general is currently at the training grounds with the guards," she declared, her eyes sharp and fists clenched. "She instructed us to ensure you are well entertained. There's no need for such hospitality. I don't require it. We are only just getting to know one another. Why public display of mischief yesterday was my fault. I have reflected deeply on my actions and admit I failed to maintain control." As he spoke, Xue Ding found the humor in the situation, chuckling lightly. Wen Dayu was infuriated. "You speak nonsense. I allowed you leniency in our 3 matches, yet you so shamelessly dared to spank me in public. How about this? In private, I will apologize to you. Extend your backside so I may strike it and relieve my conscience." Xue Ding turned, raising his rear playfully and lightly patting it, jovially suggesting. The mention of the previous day's incident sent Wen Dayu into a fury, her small fists cracking in anger. "Silence, you shameless wretch. If I do not beat you to the point that even your mother cannot recognize you, I shall not bear the one surname." Xue Ding, bewildered, inquired, "Not bear the one surname? Then what is your true surname? Do you not fear the repercussions of falsely relaying the general's orders? Do you not worry that I might report you to the general and see you receive a punishment of several lashes? Experiencing the pain of a spanking firsthand? Humph! Since you stepped into this valley, you have lost all chances," she sneered. "Xiao Qinyu, come forth. Maim him and cut out his tongue. I wish to see how he retains his arrogance." Xue Ding instinctively took a few steps back, hastily exclaiming, "Wait, wait. This is not quite right." At that moment, Xiao Qinyu emerged from the crowd, a smug expression on his face, declaring, "Xue Ding, did you ever consider this day would arrive? Here, we are 14 strong, with 2 more guarding the entrance point, 16 of us against you alone. Are you satisfied?" Xue Ding cast a slight smile at Xiao Qinyu and replied, "Satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. I must land a few punches on that handsome face of yours, so you may understand why the flowers bloom. So are at that moment, when Dayu suddenly shouted, "Let us all go at him. If he ends up injured, I'll take responsibility. Beat him to a pulp." As soon as the words left his mouth, when Dayu charged forward, leading the assault, the wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Xue Ding turned on his heel and fled. The combat manual by Zhou Jigang and Su Xiaoyan clearly states that when faced with multiple attackers, one must first escape, finding a way to break free from the encirclement. Lest one be overwhelmed in the confined valley, Xue Ding dodged the attacks with nimble agility, evading strikes as if playing a game of tag. Yet after a prolonged chase, he found himself cornered beside a large rock. Surrounded and under assault, he endured several kicks, and whenever he attempted to retaliate, he would receive blows from another direction. Gritting his teeth, he managed to knock one assailant aside, breaking free from the encirclement. Seizing a stone to hurl at the soldier's point, one soldier, struck on the head, cried out in pain, blood oozing from the wound. The soldiers nearby were met with Xue Ding's fierce counterattacks, as stones rained down upon them, causing them to wince in agony, reluctant to advance. When Dayu, having received a blow to his arm, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Everyone, grab stones and smash him." Chapter 73. The siege. Xue Ding, agile as ever, continued to leap and retaliate with stones. The soldiers, trained and possessing considerable stamina, relentlessly pursued him, occasionally taking hits themselves. Though clad in leather armor, the pain from the strikes was undeniable. Each time he exposed himself, a flurry of stones would rain down, and Xue Ding adeptly discerned the pattern, first luring them into launching projectiles before seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps due to his experience with firearms, his thrown stones were both accurate and forceful, rendering the skirmish evenly matched. When Dayu, attempting to charge in, found himself particularly targeted, receiving several brutal hits that left a large bump on his head, causing him to cower behind a rock and direct the ambush in this small valley. A chaotic scene unfolded, with shouts and the sounds of stones flying creating an uproar. It was unclear how long the battle had raged, but both sides soon found themselves panting and weary, exchanging glances from atop the stones. When Dayu scornfully yelled, "Xue Ding, all you do is run. From now on, you shall be known as Xue Rabbit. Are you even a man?" Xue Ding retorted defiantly when Dayu, "From now on, I shall call you an puppy, always biting when you can't win." When Dayu, teeth clenched in frustration, vowed, "If I catch you, you will be finished. Give me another chance and I will turn your rear into 4 pieces." Xue Ding boasted back, "Just give me one shot, and I'll split you into 8 pieces with my split-tied palm." When Dayu immediately countered, "What is this split-tied palm? You should be selling fruit instead." "What is selling fruit?" Xue Ding questioned. "This time, I will surely make you cry." The two exchanged barbs, their voices echoing through the valley. Unbeknownst to them, 2 soldiers stealthily approached Xue Ding, confirming their plan with a glance before lunging at him. Caught off guard, Xue Ding was firmly grasped by both. Nearby soldiers rushed to assist, restraining his limbs. When Dayu stood up, laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha, Xue Ding, you've fallen for it. My insults were merely a distraction. Am I clever, or what?" Pinned down by several soldiers, Xue Ding struggled, but 2 blows to his abdomen subdued him. When Dayu, with a gleeful smile, lifted Xue Ding's chin, only to suddenly wince in pain from where the stone had struck him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Coldly, he commanded, "Hold him down, remove his leather armor, and I will give his backside a sound thrashing." "Xiao Qinyu, fetch me a stick." Xiao Qinyu hurried back, eagerly handing the stick to Wen Dayu, a gleeful look on his face as he glanced at Xue Ding. "I've always found him displeasing. Ever since he arrived at the camp, he has overshadowed me. This time, I'll teach him a lesson." With that, he slapped Xue Ding's face twice. Xue Ding's eyes widened in shock. The blows left him momentarily dazed. "Xiao Qinyu, the tides of fortune turn. Be careful on your night walks, lest you fall into my hands." As when Dayu took the stick to strike Xue Ding's backside, the latter cried out in pain. After a while, fatigued from the beating, he handed the stick to Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Go break his legs. Let him learn a lesson for the future." Xiao Qinyu hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too much?" After all, he is from the personal guard. The general will be angry. Just strike him. It won't endanger his life, but a broken leg will heal in 2 months, and I'll provide him with the best healing medicine. I will bear all consequences." Xue Ding raised his head and asked, "You've already slapped my backside. We're even now, aren't we?" "Humph, who told you to provoke me?" Xiao Qinyu retorted as he prepared to strike. Just then, taking advantage of everyone's momentary lapse in vigilance, Xue Ding summoned his strength, swiftly twisting his body. He felled the 2 nearest soldiers with a flurry of punches, instantly finding himself behind Wen Dayu. Clutching one of her arms, a dagger poised at her slender, fair neck, everyone froze. Xiao Qinyu quickly interjected, "Xue Ding, don't do anything rash. We were just having fun." Wen Dayu defiantly declared, "If you must kill, then do so, I fear not. If I die, you shall not live either." Xue Ding leaned close to Wen Dayu's ear, saying mockingly, "I let you hit me, yet you remain unsatisfied. Wanting to break my legs is truly excessive." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Wen Dayu's waist, sending her sprawling aside. She clutched her stomach, astonished. "So you were prepared all along. Did you truly think I was easy to bully? Come on. Ding assumed a fighting stance. Zhou Jigang once said that the best way to enhance combat skills is through practical experience. Having gauged the strength of his opponents through their earlier tussle, he sensed that everyone was now exhausted. Today, perhaps, was the perfect opportunity for a proper fight. When Dayu, incensed and invigorated, revealed her small tiger teeth, "Get him!" At that moment, Ding had shed his playful demeanor. His expression serious and solemn, as if transformed into another person entirely. Facing the tide of soldiers rushing forth, he stood undaunted, his eyes gleaming with resolve and courage. Ding engaged one soldier after another, utilizing his stamina and speed, akin to a swift leopard, darting left and right, each strike precise and powerful, swiftly laying each attacker low. Not only that, but even the two individuals watching over the horses at the valley's entrance were summoned into the fray by Wendayu. However, as they approached, they were met with Ding's overwhelming onslaught. Akin to a mountain crushing an egg. Two resounding thuds echoed as the soldiers were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to rise for some time. Under Ding's ferocious assault, the surrounding soldiers cried out in despair, yet none could stand against him, as Ding pressed forward relentlessly. When Dayu's face turned increasingly pale, her eyes filled with terror as she watched him approach. Instinctively retreating, her heart laden with helplessness, at that moment, a figure flashed before Wendayu like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Qinyu, standing tall and handsome, exuding an air of determination. He lifted his chin, meeting Ding's gaze, and declared loudly, "All of this is my doing. I instigated the discord and orchestrated their assault against you. All blame rests solely upon my shoulders. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me alone. Is that so?" Ding replied with a sinister smile. Xiao Qinyu's heart sank in a flash. Ding lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, landing a kick to Xiao Qinyu's abdomen, causing him to bend like a shrimp, rolling on the ground in agony. Ding's expression was one of astonishment as he thought, "I barely exerted myself. Are you an actor?" When Dayu, heart aching for him, cried out, "Xiao Qinyu, are you all right?" Ding, however, paid no heed, akin to a fierce lion, pouncing on Xiao Qinyu, seizing the collar of his armor and raising his fist to strike, poised to deliver a blow to Xiao Qinyu's face. Xiao Qinyu, sensing imminent danger, shielded his face with both arms, pleading, "No hitting the face. We're still good friends. You can't hit my face, or I will fight back." Chapter 74. Be good. "I don't hit hard." Ding burst into laughter at the absurdity, menacingly saying, Be good. I don't hit hard. Just let me hit you a couple of times to relieve my anger. You'll have your chance to hit back later." With all his might, he attempted to pry Xiao Qinyu's arms away, yet despite his best efforts, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Finally, Ding released Xiao Qinyu, astonished. "General, what brings you here?" All eyes, drawn as if by a magnet, turned toward the mouth of the valley. Seizing the opportunity, Ding pried open Xiao Qinyu's arms and landed two punches squarely on his handsome face. Finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Ding rode the slightly frail little yellow horse, slowly emerging from the valley. He leisurely admired the beautiful scenery of the forest. The terrain of Jinxia City was quite unique, formed by several towering mountains encircling a vast valley. Within the valley, expansive fields were laid out in an orderly manner, where farmers could often be seen toiling diligently, their industrious figures painting a rustic, pastoral scene. Ding had just endured an intense battle alongside a group of soldiers, leaving him thoroughly fatigued and parched. As he approached a nearby farmhouse, he sought to quench his thirst. An elderly farmer, busy tilling the land at the village's entrance, spotted the armored Ding and rushed over with a welcoming smile, enthusiastically inviting him and calling for his wife to prepare water and tea. Observing the old man's eagerness, Ding quickly waved his hand and replied, "Good sir, there is no need for such trouble. A simple glass of cool water will suffice." Nonsense. Have some tea before you depart. My son, Delang, is also serving in the army. Perhaps you are acquainted," the old man insisted, pulling at Ding's sleeve with unwavering determination. Reluctantly, Ding acquiesced, thinking it would be pleasant to rest a while and experience the charm of rural life. The old man's abode was a humble thatched cottage constructed from stone and mud. The roof was thickly thatched, layered and uneven, resembling a large straw hat atop the house. Beneath the thatch lay a deep drainage ditch. The courtyard, though modest in size, was meticulously maintained, surrounded by a sturdy fence made of evenly sized branches. The ground was compacted earth, interspersed with a few unidentifiable patches of grass. In a corner, some rudimentary farming tools were propped against the wall. A well-worn hoe, still functional despite its dulled edge, and several woven baskets made of rattan. The old man retrieved 2 stools from inside the house and placed them beside a wooden stump in the courtyard. He then emerged with a generous plate of stir-fried beans, and the 2 sat in the center of the yard, engaging in light conversation. The elderly farmer, with a weathered, sun-baked face etched with deep and shallow wrinkles, resembled a gnarled tree branch. He wore a tattered straw hat with its brim turned up and a patched coarse linen garment, yellowed from sweat, adorned with an array of mismatched patches that resembled an abstract map. A frayed hemp rope served as his belt, and on his feet were worn straw sandals, revealing toes stained with dirt. "My son De Lang is Wang Jun Lang," the old man explained, "but I cannot recall the specifics of his unit. Nevertheless, it hardly matters. He used to return home twice a month, but now it has dwindled to once. They say war is imminent, and the troops are training rigorously every day. Is it truly going to be war?" Shueding inquired. The old man's gaze shifted toward Shueding, revealing a hint of doubt and concern in his eyes. Nodding, Shueding confirmed, "Indeed, war is upon us. Oh, how we common folk dread the thought of war. After finally achieving a semblance of peace, what sense is there in such conflict? We moved here a decade ago precisely because the 2 cities to the east were embroiled in battle. When war breaks out, lives are lost in droves, like weeds," the old man lamented, his face a portrait of resignation. Intrigued, Shueding pressed further. "Are the 2 cities you mentioned both part of the Shangsong kingdom?" "Yes," the old man replied. "I heard it was over a magical elixir, though I cannot attest to its truth." Shueding's interest piqued. "With 2 cities at war, does the court intervene?" "Of course," the old man chuckled. "The Ministry of War oversees such matters. If mediation fails thrice, they are permitted to fight, provided it does not disrupt the court's harvest. Is it truly so?" The old man laughed heartily. "Ah, you are unaware of such matters. Unless you have served in the military, these nuances elude you." My son De Lang explains that the court employs 2 governance methods. One where cities are entirely under court jurisdiction and conflicts between city lords are certainly addressed. The other method allows families to establish territories, recruit armies, and self-manage, with the court dispatching officials to oversee them. Profits are shared between the court and the families, and after 60 years, the court reclaims the land unless a rental fee is paid. Shueding was taken aback by this novel system, as if a door had opened in his mind. He then inquired, "What happens if a city grows and refuses to abide by court regulations?" The old man, chewing on some of the stir-fried beans, mumbled through his food, "Refusal to comply. That would be grave indeed. The family's assets would be confiscated. The court can issue decrees, and other cities may attack those that resist. Whosoever conquers claims it. What if several cities unite in rebellion? The court houses many capable individuals. Typically, a region will host a legion of hundreds of thousands, along with numerous adept cultivators. Rebellion equates to death. Hence, in all these years, I have never heard of anyone rebelling." Shueding was eager to ask more, but at that moment, the elderly man's wife emerged with freshly brewed tea, serving it in 2 large, rustic bowls. The old man chuckled. "Try this. It is a reward from General One for my son De Lang's recent achievement, paired with our well water. It is truly exceptional." Shueding regarded the old man's beaming smile with suspicion, for in dramas, such insistence on drinking often indicated something amiss. He lifted the coarse porcelain bowl, the tea clear and aromatic. Upon taking a sip, the initial bitterness swiftly transformed into a rich sweetness, prompting him to exclaim, "This tea is marvelously smooth and leaves a delightful aftertaste. It is truly exquisite." The old man's face lit up with pride at the compliment, his wrinkles blooming like golden chrysanthemums. "Then do have a few more bowls. We do not discern what constitutes good tea. We cannot tell the difference, as it is all provided by De Lang. He has made a name for himself, earning the general's favor. Who knows, he may even rise in rank." Shueding gazed at the tranquil fields beyond. White clouds, green trees, azure waters, and a clear sky. Bathed in the warm sunlight, his spirits lifted. He offered lavish praise. "Indeed, it is rare for one to savor the general's tea. Your son must have accomplished great deeds to earn such recognition. His future is undoubtedly bright. Recalling a previous visit to a wealthy lady's residence, where a servant had snatched the teacup from his lips, he lamented, "If given the chance, I must procure some for myself." Suddenly, a question sprang to his mind. "Old sir, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Are there many female generals in the Shangsong kingdom?" The old man, encouraged by Shueding's compliments, eagerly responded, "There should be quite a few. Women can indeed serve as generals here in the Shangsong Empire. 300 years ago, when our kingdom was founded, the national advisor in Liu Ping enacted a law declaring that women are equally important, allowing them to attend private schools and serve in the military, thus enabling them to become generals. However, many families have strict traditions spanning centuries, so I am not fully aware of the situation. I have not traveled far in many years." The old man's knowledge surpassed that of the physicians in the city. As he chuckled, "I enjoy conversing with the younger generation. I attended school for several years in my youth, and I wrote the couplets for many families." Shueding found himself captivated by the national advisor in Liu Ping, who had established such progressive systems and advocated for gender equality in an era dominated by power struggles. Their conversation meandered through various topics, and before long, they realized it was nearly noon. Shueding discreetly placed a silver ingot at the bottom of the bowl and rose to take his leave. The old man and his family warmly urged him to stay, but Shueding politely declined, citing pressing matters. Reluctantly, the old man escorted Shueding to the village's edge, where he mounted his yellow horse and waved farewell. After parting ways with the old man in the fields, Shueding returned to the Shui residence, where he indulged in steamed buns and savory braised pork hocks. Curious glances were cast his way, with inquiries about his absence from work. Shueding met these with a roll of his eyes. Working today was out of the question, especially after someone had impersonated Wen Jinxian's military order. He would have to explain his tardiness at the barracks. Instead, he decided to skip work and await a response from Wen Jinxian. Zhou Jigang and a few others arrived at Shueding's courtyard, prompting him to recount the details of his dream. He then shared the incident from the morning, where he had been deceived by a false military order into a valley, boasting about how he overcame an ambush of 16 individuals and ultimately turned the tide. Upon hearing this, Udata suddenly slapped his thigh, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I can't believe those scoundrels would ambush you. And to think they didn't even give you a heads up. That could have cost us a fortune." Shueding, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by costing us a fortune?" Udata chuckled awkwardly, quickly deflecting, "I meant, Xiao Qian is truly despicable." Unaware of how he had become a focal point of attention in the camp due to his confrontations with Wen Dayu, Shueding continued, "Today, we also have another matter to discuss. The medical clinic reported that old Mo is nearly recovered. We should visit him this afternoon. If he is well, we can bring him back. No wonder you have so many flowers adorning your horse's rear." "I thought you were trying to woo some maiden," Udata teased. "Those flowers were gathered from the mountain. We should buy some fruits to make a basket as a gesture. I don't want people thinking I, as the captain, am aloof and indifferent to the wounded," Shueding replied. Zhou Jigang interjected with a booming voice, "That should not be the case. Old Mo isn't the type to feel that way. But I suspect he may not be eager to return." "Why?" Su Xiaoyan inquired. Zhou Jigang chuckled softly, "You will understand once you go." The group, riding in a carriage and filled with a myriad of questions, jostled their way to a particular street. If time permitted, they surely needed to devise some springs to enhance the carriage, for the incessant bumping was bearable only for a short duration. In the long run, it was intolerable for anyone. As they turned onto a street, the pungent scent of medicine wafted towards them from afar. There was no need to ask for directions. They made their way directly to the entrance of the medical hall. The faade of the hall was modest, yet it was bustling with activity. A glance upward revealed a redwood plaque emblazoned with 4 gilded characters. Jincheng Medical Hall. Upon entering, a gentle aroma of herbal medicine enveloped them. Inside the hall, several long benches accommodated patients waiting for treatment. A pale-faced youth clutched his abdomen, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Beside him, an elderly woman coughed lightly, soothing the wailing child in her arms. To one side, an ancient screen was partially drawn, revealing the faint silhouette of an elderly man. Known as Dr. Su, he was of advanced age, slender in build, with long, delicate fingers. His face bore the marks of time, resembling gnarled wood, weathered and bronzed. His eyes were particularly sharp. A few sparse wisps of beard trembled slightly with his movements. At that moment, his expression was grave as he intently diagnosed a middle-aged man. Resting one hand on the man's wrist. After a moment, he released his grip and inquired about the man's symptoms with great care. Ian, fetch 3 chin of chaihu and 2 chin of banksia. The old man commanded in a loud voice. A disciple named Ian promptly stepped forward. She was graceful, her gaze gentle, adorned in a pale blue dress. With delicate steps, she approached the densely packed drawers of the medicine cabinet, skillfully pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a small brass scale to weigh the herbs. She swiftly packaged the materials and handed the bundle to the man. Subsequently, she moved to the waiting patients, softly inquiring about their ailments and patiently offering comfort. Her voice was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of calm. Xueding had previously visited when he brought old Imo for treatment and exchanged a few words with Dr. Su. Yet he had never encountered this woman. His gaze shifted, seeking an answer from Zhou Jigang. Zhou Jigang chuckled, nodding slightly. Why, you data remarked, old Imo is quite fortunate, having such a beautiful nurse around. If it weren't for the medical hall sending people to Shue's residence twice to fetch him, he might never leave. Ian, spotting the group and the bouquet in Xueding's hand, hurried over and said, "This is lingbai grass. Your timing is impeccable, as we are in need of this herb." Ian quickly took 10 copper coins from her pouch and pressed them into Xueding's hand before accepting the bouquet, handling it briefly before placing it into the medicinal compartment. Xueding, feeling awkward, had not anticipated that his casual collection of flowers would turn out to be a medicinal herb. It seems you have mistaken us for herb gatherers. He quickly explained, "We are here to find old Imo. We are here to take him from the medical hall. Thank you all for your assistance during this time." "Oh, so you are looking for someone surnamed Imo? He is in the back courtyard in the Flourishing Flowers room. You may go find him. His medical fees have already been settled by the general's residence, so you can take him directly." Xueding quickly expressed his gratitude and was about to leave with the others when Ian suddenly called him back. She stepped forward to examine Xueding's forehead closely and slowly said, "I observe that your eyes are protruding, your spirit is slightly swollen, and your soul's light is dim. There is a hint of dark energy swirling around your brow. This is a sign of serious illness. I believe you should let my master take a look at you, lest you face an early demise." Xueding, a staunch believer in science, firmly dismissed the notion of the supernatural and retorted, "Miss, are you so remarkable that you possess some divine sight to see dark energy?" "I do not directly see dark energy. It is merely my intuition honed through years of practice," Ian replied. Before turning away, Xu Xiaoyan, having overheard, inquired with concern, "Xueding, have you been feeling unwell lately? Perhaps you should let the doctor examine you." Xueding's expression grew serious. He was well aware of what was amiss. Ever since he had consumed the Qingyun fruit during a near-death experience, his life had entered a countdown. Occasionally, he would experience sharp, needle-like pains in his head, varying in duration. However, it was no longer the excruciating agony he had endured on the battlefield. Nor did he have the ability to instantly perceive the information of those around him as he had before. Chapter 76. Who was the tender grass from the outset, he had made no choice. It seemed his fate was already predetermined. With a smile, Xueding reassured, "Sister Yin Yin, I am perfectly fine, nothing to worry about. Perhaps she simply wishes for more patience. Let us go find old Imo." Upon entering the back courtyard, they quickly located old Imo, who was engrossed in a game of Go with the white-haired elder. The chessboard displayed a harmonious arrangement of black and white pieces. As Xueding approached, old Imo just placed a crucial piece, concluding the game in an instant. Both erupted in hearty laughter, exchanging pleasantries and polite farewells. "Old Imo, it has been a while. We have come to see you." "How is your recovery?" Xueding inquired at that moment. Old Imo appeared radiant and full of vitality, a stark contrast to his previous ailing state. "I am recovering quite well now. Are you here to take me home?" Old Imo replied. "Why, you data," chuckled old Imo. "It seems you have found yourself a young beauty. No wonder you are reluctant to go back." Old Imo paused for a moment, his expression complex. "Indeed, it is a case of an old bull seeking tender grass." "Can you guess who the old bull is and who the tender grass is?" Udatu, bewildered by the question, scratched his head. "What do you mean? Aren't you the old bull? That Ian is the tender grass, right?" Old Imo moved his lips, shook his head, and turned back to the chessboard, falling silent for a while before letting out a sigh, saying softly, Ian is already over 80 years old. I am the tender grass. Ah? The group gasped in disbelief, exclaiming in unison. Why, you data pressed on. Really? She looks like a woman in her 30s. Oldemo nodded solemnly, observing the curious gazes of his companions, and sighed again as he recounted his experience. After being carried to Jinxia City by Shueding's large cat, I was directly taken to the medical hall by Elder Yao's disciple. Given Shueding's reputation, I was treated with utmost care. Dr. Su immediately detoxified me. Although the poison was expelled, my body had already been ravaged by scorpion venom, and the damage was irreversible. I lost sensation in my lower body and became paralyzed. My spirits were incredibly low. However, I was fortunate to have Ian by my side. She never abandoned me and continuously encouraged me. She took care of my daily needs, performing energy massages on my acupoints 3 times a day, which ultimately enabled me to miraculously stand again. Seeing her was the highlight of my day, as she always reminded me of my late wife from years past. Thus, I found myself hopelessly in love with her. I never expected that, at over 40 years of age, I would once again feel the urge to marry. Oldemo chuckled self-deprecatingly before continuing, the love of middle-aged individuals is straightforward. I seized the opportunity to confess my feelings to her. Ian is a kind soul. She did not immediately reject me but instead shared her own story. She explained that she is a practitioner, having experienced many trials, and now seeks to atone for her past sins by using her remaining years to heal others. Later, she encountered Dr. Su, who, having no children and losing most of his disciples, took her on as his apprentice. Dr. Su taught her medicine, and in return, she vowed to care for him in his old age. She is a cultivator and can live a long time, while I am just an ordinary person. There exists a vast chasm between you. In any case, we have become friends. Old Mo's voice gradually softened, revealing a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Do not lose heart, Old Mo. What era are we in? The 7 fairies still descend to the mortal realm. Even the mothers of Chunxiang and Yang Jian descended to bear children and return home. Right? You are in love with her. It is not a violation of any celestial decree. If you do not mind the age difference, why give up? I say, pursue her boldly. Do not forget that we brothers support you. Udatu encouraged, patting Oldemo on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Zhou Jigang, with his uniquely deep voice, added, Oldemo, if you are a man, you should give it a try. We brothers have all escaped death multiple times. How can one not dare to pursue someone they like? Regardless of the outcome, you should at least attempt it before you can rightfully say to give up. Exactly. Think about why so many fairies come down. They must have grown tired of their original environment, and there are no suitable handsome men around, so they descend. Su Xiaoyan chimed in, her lively eyes serious as she spoke. She then clenched her fist to cheer him on. Encouraged by the support of his friends, Oldemo seemed to regain his spirit, glancing at the silent Shueding. Shueding nodded. I share the same opinion. Let us return. First, let Teacher Tuan I help you tidy up. I will apply for funding from the organization. The group turned their gazes towards him, puzzled. Shueding quickly elaborated, do you not think our team lacks practitioners? If she could join us, would that not be an intriguing development? It would also create favorable conditions for Oldemo. Everyone expressed their agreement. Su Xiaoyan, having heard Ian's name, scrutinized Shueding's face for a long time, but could not discern anything. She then forcibly dragged Shueding to find Dr. Su, who was napping in the back courtyard. Dr. Su, disturbed from his rest, was quite displeased and summoned the apprentice to shoo the group away. Su Xiaoyan's fiery temper flared up as she slammed her hand on the table, forcefully kicking the young apprentice away. Grabbing Su Longzhong by his beard, she pressed his head down onto the table. Su Longzhong's demeanor shifted instantaneously, his attitude transforming a full 180 degrees. He promptly dismissed the armed crowd that had gathered, ushering the few into a tranquil room with a beaming smile. Su Longzhong, gleefully toying with a stone in his hand, inquired, what can I offer my esteemed guest? I shall not refuse anything I am able to provide. We have come for a consultation. This spirit stone serves as the consultation fee. Should you successfully treat my ailment, I shall present you with another. Su Xiaoyan responded, is it truly so? Su Longzhong's weathered face, marked by deep lines of age, instantly relaxed, and his beard trembled with excitement. I keep my word, Su Xiaoyan vowed. Raising 3 fingers in oath, Su Longzhong quickly tucked the spirit stone into his robes. While Udata winced at the thought, for that stone was worth its weight in gold. 1,000 taels for a single stone, 2,000 for two. The pain was almost unbearable, forcing him to take several deep breaths to calm himself. Reflecting on the terrifying power of the sister-in-law demon, "My dear friends, I shall commence with the examination. Those not involved should kindly vacate the premises," Su Longzhong said, noticing Su Xiaoyan's somber expression. He quickly added, "The young lady may remain." After sizing up Xue Ding, Su Longzhong inquired in a gravelly voice, "Young friend, our last encounter left a deep impression. Upon this closer glance, you appear quite distinguished, a true dragon among men. Ain, a practitioner, has accompanied me in my medical endeavors for many years and has indicated a presence of dark energy in your brow. Please share any unusual occurrences in your daily life, so I may accurately assess your condition." Xue Ding hesitated. The matter of the Qingyan fruit was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to divulge any details. What should he do? Chapter 77. Blood observation technique. The immortal woman had claimed she would not survive the year. Perhaps it was worth allowing this old man a chance to try his skills. After some deliberation, Xue Ding prepared his words and spoke. "I once became lost in the mountains, and in my hunger. I consumed wild fruits. At the time, I felt no ill effects, but recently, I have been plagued by sudden headaches and frequent nightmares. I wonder if it is due to poisoning." Su Longzhong stroked his beard, his withered fingers pressing against Xue Ding's pulse. After a brief moment, he remarked, "Young friend, can you describe the characteristics of those fruits, so I may treat you appropriately?" Xue Ding fabricated. "I consumed many types of wild fruits in the forest. Some seemed red, resembling apples yet akin to pears. I cannot ascertain which one caused the issue. Do you possess any diagnostic methods? How long has this been?" 3 months. Yet you have not succumbed to the poison. It appears the toxicity is not severe, Su Longzhong murmured. With that, he placed his aged fingers on Xue Ding's wrist, as if strumming the strings of a lute. After a while, he coughed twice and said, "Young friend, there is no significant ailment, but may I infuse a touch of spiritual energy to further investigate?" Xue Ding and Su Xiaoyan exchanged glances, surprised by this procedure. Noticing their skepticism, Su Longzhong reassured them. "Fear not. It is merely a trace of spiritual energy. As a low-tier practitioner, I would not cause harm to you." Su Xiaoyan took charge. "Proceed, as long as it leads to a remedy." Su Longzhong formed circles with his hands, creating a seal at his dantian, then extended 2 fingers to Xue Ding's arm. Xue Ding felt a wave of energy envelop his arm, which then roamed across his body, causing an unbearable itch in certain areas, prompting him to laugh uncontrollably. After some time, Su Longzhong concluded his examination, slowly retracting his energy. Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and he breathed heavily, waving his hand dismissively. "Forgive me, young friend. In my old age, I have become less capable. When I was younger, I could examine numerous patients without breaking a sweat." After catching his breath, he stroked his beard and shook his head. "Young friend, your health appears sound. Your heartbeat is robust, and your liver and kidneys are vibrant. However, there are areas that elude my probing, as if shrouded in mist. The head is particularly troubling. Whenever I approach with my spiritual energy, it is repelled, depleting my reserves. Truly strange." Su Xiaoyan was displeased. "If you cannot discern the issue, then I cannot pay you the consultation fee. Ha. Do not be hasty. I have yet to employ my most effective techniques. Next, I require a few drops of your blood. I hope you do not mind." And no sooner had he spoken than Su Xiaoyan swiftly drew a glimmering dagger from who knows where, startling both men. With practiced ease, she seized Xue Ding's finger and made a swift incision, blood gushing forth immediately. "What are you waiting for? Hurry." "Oh, right," Su Longzhong exclaimed, quickly harnessing his energy to condense the blood into droplets. Lifting them to his gaze as he examined them, he beamed with pride. "This technique of blood observation was imparted to me by a venerable elder several years ago. Please remain patient while I investigate thoroughly." Though he claimed to be observing, Su Longzhong closed his eyes, cupping the blood in his palms. A faint glow emanated from between his fingers. Xue Ding watched in awe, gaining valuable knowledge. They waited for an hour. And had it not been for Su Longzhong's trembling hands, one might have thought he had fallen asleep. At last, Su Longzhong slowly concluded his assessment, placing the blood in a cup. Rising to stretch his limbs, he began to pace the small room with his hands clasped behind his back, while Xue Ding and Su Xiaoyan did not disturb him. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, as if arriving at a conclusion, stroking his beard while muttering repeatedly, "Strange, strange." Then, taking a large gulp from a water jug, he declared, "Your blood appears entirely normal, devoid of any signs of poisoning. However, when infused with spiritual energy, it exhibits changes, each time differing from the last, truly peculiar." He then set down the water jug and retrieved the spirit stone he had earlier returned to Su Xiaoyan, continuing, "I possess limited knowledge and am truly powerless in this matter. I advise you to seek a more accomplished practitioner." Su Xiaoyan regarded the spirit stone before her, pausing thoughtfully, then refrained from taking it. "If you can discern any clues, that is already a remarkable advancement. I must trouble you for further deliberation on how to resolve this issue. Should you succeed in curing Xue Ding's affliction, I am willing to pay triple the price." "No, any amount is negotiable," that Su Longzhong, stroking his beard, replied earnestly. "It is evident that you harbor deep concern for this young man. Your compassion is truly moving. I, Su, have practiced medicine for decades, and today, I regret my limited capabilities. Here's what we shall do. I will draft a letter to summon an old friend whose skills far surpass my own. Together with my medical expertise, we shall undoubtedly resolve the challenges faced by young Xue.as for the consultation fee. If he is successful, I will accept a single spirit stone, but my esteemed friend will require at least 5 stones to assist." "Very well," Su Xiaoyan replied immediately. Xue Ding hastily interjected, "That is far too much. We cannot afford such a sum." Su Xiaoyan broke free from his grasp, her eyes reddening as tears began to fall. "You are my only family. I will do whatever it takes to ensure your recovery." Seeing her resolve, Su Longzhong quickly suggested, "How about 4 stones? I shall negotiate further with my friend." Xue Ding, fully aware of his situation, understood that if the Qingyun fruit's poison could be easily treated, it would not bear the title of the divine fruit. Not revealing the truth would mean his own demise. However, disclosing it would endanger everyone involved. He fixed a steadfast gaze upon Su Xiaoyan. "Sister Xiaoyan, it is still too expensive. That amounts to 6,000 taels of gold, enough for an ordinary family to live for several generations. We cannot pursue this." With that, he grasped her hand, intending to leave 0.3 stones. "It cannot be less," Su Longzhong urgently called out to them. Xue Ding was taken aback. "I was not haggling." Su Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, agreed. 3 it is with that." They exited the courtyard and approached the spacious carriage that had been waiting. The 3 inquired eagerly about the diagnosis. Su Xiaoyan briefly recounted the process, leaving them in awe at such an innovative method. Akin to a modern blood test, as the carriage made its way to the Xue residence. The journey was leisurely, while Yu Datu entertained them with jokes, and laughter filled the carriage. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the group as they stared at Xue Ding in shock. Xue Ding, bewildered, felt a sudden warmth on his nose, which soon trickled into his mouth, a salty sweet taste overwhelming him. Upon touching it, he discovered his hands stained with blood. A violent pain erupted in his head, his complexion paling dramatically as a sensation in his chest threatened to erupt. He collapsed onto the floor, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he began to lose consciousness. Chapter 78. Xue Ding coughs blood. The others gasped in horror. Su Xiaoyan acted swiftly, catching Xue Ding as he fell, urgently calling his name. Xue Ding, wake up." Her hands trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror, her voice tinged with desperation. Why Yu Data rushed forward, alarmed by Xue Ding's ashen face and the blood pouring from him. His own face turned crimson as he shouted, "Brother Gang, quickly, return to the clinic and fetch the doctor." He began pounding on the carriage wall, urging Zhou Jigang to change direction. Xue Ding felt disoriented, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he grasped Su Xiaoyan's hand, insisting, "Do not go to the clinic. Listen to me. Do not go to the clinic. Return to the Xue residence. Go back." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhou Jigang, hearing the commotion inside the carriage, exclaimed, "We cannot return to the Xue residence. Saving him is our priority." He promptly adjusted their course, cracking the whip to spur the horses into a gallop, the carriage hurtling down the road, dust swirling in its wake. Inside the carriage, Su Xiaoyan held Xue Ding tightly, desperately attempting to wipe the blood from his face and lips with a handkerchief. Yet, the blood flowed incessantly, as if it could not be stemmed. She shouted towards the other two. Did not Dr. Su just say there was nothing serious? How could this happen all of a sudden? Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking Schweding's garments. Soon, the carriage raced to the front of the medical clinic. Udadu was the first to leap from the vehicle, carrying Schweding into the clinic, exclaiming, "Quick, someone, old Su, come quickly and see what's wrong." He vomited a great deal of blood as soon as he left her place. Su Xiaoyan followed closely behind, hastening her steps. Once they laid Schweding upon the bed, she remained by his side, gripping his hand tightly, her gaze never leaving his face, constantly murmuring, "Schweding, you must hold on. You will be all right." Dr. Su arrived promptly, his beard trembling with indignation upon hearing Udada's words. "Don't speak nonsense. I merely employed my medical skills. You cannot wrongfully accuse a good person." He began by taking Schweding's pulse and examining his various symptoms. His brow furrowed in deep concern. A look of perplexity etched across his face. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Young friend, your pulse is exceedingly peculiar. Your vital energy is disordered, as if a strange force is clashing within you. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a condition. What poison could it possibly be?" Listening to these words, Su Xiaoyan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refrained from allowing them to fall. She implored Dr. Su, "Please, think of another way. You must save him, no matter what." "Ain, Ain," Dr. Su called out towards the pharmacy. Young Lady Ain quickly ran over, lifting her skirt. Upon her arrival, Dr. Su instructed, "Ain, your cultivation is higher. First, use your spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian while I administer acupuncture." Ain promptly began to cast her spell, while Dr. Su efficiently retrieved several silver needles and, despite the clothing barrier, swiftly inserted them into Schweding's back. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. Then, Dr. Su took out a large handful of silver needles, swiftly placing them on Schweding's head, body, and arms until he was covered in them. Once he completed the procedure, Dr. Su exhaled a long sigh of relief, explaining, "I have now stabilized his meridians with the silver needles, and Ain has fortified his heart meridian with her spiritual energy. For the moment, there is no threat to his life. You all should rest for a while." Uncertain how much time had passed, Schweding slowly regained consciousness. Coughing twice, Su Xiaoyan rushed to his side, grasping his hand, and upon seeing him awake once more, tears of joy streamed down her face. "Schweding, you have finally awakened," I thought. "Do not worry, Sister Yin Yin. I am fine." "I am well," Schweding replied, promptly jumping from the bed. He energetically threw a few punches and did several push-ups, appearing full of vitality. Upon seeing Laomo and the others enter, he feigned a pitiful demeanor and joked, "Oh dear, I vomited so much blood today. I am craving pig trotter and white rice porridge." Laomo and his companions were left speechless, hearing the commotion inside. Dr. Su hurried in to check on Schweding. After taking his pulse, he exclaimed, "Young friend, your body's vital energy is balanced, and there is no serious issue. However, your condition is quite peculiar. It seems as though you have consumed two entirely different spiritual fruits, resulting in a clash of energies within you, which has caused this ailment. Could you kindly specify the spiritual fruits you ingested? Otherwise, I cannot address the issue effectively." Reflecting on his recent consumption, Schweding recalled that aside from the Qingyan fruit, all other fruits had first been eaten by animals, and there had been no reactions for 2 days, even after he had cooked and consumed them himself. The two opposing forces, could it be the Qingyan fruit and the golden bones? Yet, he was reluctant to reveal everything and replied, "I believe I ingested 2 types of spiritual fruits. I can only describe their general characteristics, but I cannot specify which fruits they are." After some back and forth, Schweding relayed the fabricated characteristics of the fruits, and Dr. Su shook his head and enumerated a multitude of conclusions. As night fell, Schweding rose to bid farewell to everyone. Ain escorted them to the door and remarked to Schweding, "I cannot be certain, but the dark energy at your brow seems to have intensified." Schweding responded noncommittally, chuckling, "Ain, you truly possess keen insight to perceive the tribulations I face today. However, I am no longer in grave danger. I will not skimp on the consultation fee. I must thank you and Dr. Su. Do visit the Shui residence often, and I shall ensure you are well entertained." Upon returning to the Shui residence, the group engaged in warm conversation all the way to alleviate their concerns. Xue Ding performed several sets of martial arts, and after bathing, he hurried back to his chamber, where the pig trotter was ready. He indulged heartily, his face covered in grease. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Udata rushed in to report that General Wen Jinxian had entered the estate and was approaching. Xue Ding froze for a moment. Realizing he had taken the day off, was she coming to hold him accountable? He quickly instructed Udatu to pack the bones and dishes into a food container and take them away. Then, he swiftly removed his shoes and coat. Diving under the covers, when Jinxian burst through the door, Xue Ding immediately began to cough violently, gasping, General, what? Why do you arrive so late? I am gravely injured and unable to rise to greet you. Cough, cough, cough. When Jinxian, clad in a black embroidered outfit, appeared particularly slender and striking. The exquisite patterns woven with gold and silver threads shimmered against the dark fabric like stars twinkling in the night sky. Her figure was gracefully curved, and as she moved, the hem of her skirt swayed, exuding an alluring fragrance. Although she was a lady of noble birth, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded her. 2 guards flanked her,